throughout Bhagavad Gita and other Vaishnava scriptures, Krishna explains about here, honey. That's just perfect, just what you need there. The difference between the modes of passion, goodness, passion, and ignorance. And he says, everything can be analyzed according to goodness, passion, and ignorance. So religions, all kinds of creatures can be analyzed according to goodness, passion, and ignorance. And over again it's reinforced that Vishnu is only worshipped properly in the mode of goodness, never in the modes of passion and ignorance. And they go so far as to say that Vishnu is the guna avatar of the mode of goodness. So Vishnu is the entire whatever's good, in benevolent good, in what's defined as good in the universe, is offerable, is emanating and coming from Vishnu and offerable back to Vishnu. And it's extreme rasabhas to make tamasic offerings to Vishnu. It's not acceptable. And so the Lord, the one true God, the Supreme Lord, Vishnu, he's always coming into the world, or he's always sending teachers, or he's, instructing to try to lift people up from the modes of ignorance and the modes of passion to the modes of goodness. You can pretty much sum up the entire human adventure as lifting humanity up from the depths of the modes of ignorance and passion to the mode of goodness. And what we would think of as saints around the world and throughout history, if you understood this theology, this moral theology, you would be able to recognize those people instantly, whatever kind of society they were in, because you would say, oh, those people were good. We've got this idea of goodness. They were good. They were better than the other people around them. I'm not talking about terms of desirability of life or anything like that. I mean, human life is all sacred. But their behavior was better. My mother and father taught me the term goodwill. And they taught me when I was young, people of goodwill. And I always thought of that as people of the will to do good. And of course they say, well, there's absolutely no etymology, there's no cognateness, there's no connection between the word good and God. And I accept that they're not linguistically related. But if you go to the Sanskrit sources for the word God, see, like we commonly in the English language use the word God all the time. Well, what is the source of the word God? Well, the farthest back I've traced it, if you go into the Sanskrit, it's the name of Krishna or Vishnu. It's Hutta. And what does it mean? This is very interesting. It really means who alone, or what alone, is worthy of sacrifice. It means worthy of sacrifice.
I have to interrupt.
Yeah.
You asked us to remind you that you were talking about Sicily.
Oh, yes, that's right. Okay, thank you. So, to tie this back around, God is only properly worshipped in the mode of goodness. Good, or God, is alone what is worthy of sacrifice. Don't make sacrifices for anything that is less than good or less than God? It's very simple, isn't it? Don't spend your hard-earned money at the gambling den. Don't spend it on alcohol to rot your brain. Don't spend it on at the portico to the temple to buy animals to sacrifice, whose pitiful death is not offerable to Vishnu. What horrible gods are you propitiating with blood sacrifices? But anyway, back to Sicily. So Krishna says, for somebody to be really wise, they have to study the true and the false. They actually have to learn the real and the unreal alongside, so that they can distinguish. And they can't just learn about sattva. They have to learn about rajas and tama too. Tama guna. You have to learn about all these things to be actually wise, to actually understand what's going on around us. So I found in my own research that it was impossible to try to just study the sattvic traditions without constantly making adjustments for and trying to understand the tamasic and the rajarsic traditions. Because all through religious history, what do you have? You have saints coexisting in the very same cities and temple communities as the worst. It's all mixed, just like the Vaishnava tradition says. There's no pure goodness any place. There's no God alone is purely good. But in the material world, things are a mixture of the three modes. And so, if I went down here to my local parish where people of goodwill are trying to be better, trying to live a good life in a worship of a true God, a good God, I'll find all kinds of mixtures. And if I look in a city, I'll find all kinds of mixtures. I'll find saints there, and I'll find great evildoers there. So, how in the world did organized crime get into the Catholic Church? What do we have this Godfather thing from? Think about it for a minute. Within the Catholic Church, emanating from the island of Sicily, ultimately, you have these families where the Godfather is the Godfather. He's the Mohammed-like chieftain of the gang, organized crime family. And he's involved in the global trafficking of, meat-eating, illicit sex, intoxication, gambling, arms sales, every kind of thing. If you go over to India, you will find exactly the same thing. Organized crime being run all over the country by who? The extreme left-hand tantric Kali cult worshippers. Because they are the ones who actually sell the stuff that is used they don't see anything wrong with the drugs. If somebody wants to use the drugs, they're all there to supply them. They don't see anything wrong with the intoxication. They don't see anything wrong with the illicit sex. They do their thing. They're secret societies that live within the other societies, and they are the organized crime. And the Sicilian mob is connected to the left-hand tantrists in India, and they're connected to the left-hand tantrists in Japan. The Yakuza in Japan, during World War II, our intelligence services knew that the Yakuza were meeting in Italy, in Sicily, with the mob. They're, they traffic with each other. They've been trafficking with each other forever. How do you think that the world slave trade goes on? There's no disconnection between the bad guys. The good guys can't get it together. The bad guys have always been networking with each other. So, when the Christians finally triumphed in Sicily and the official Muslim rulership of Sicily was ended, the families that continued to practice this left-hand tantric tradition, they simply went underground in the church. And that's why you can pull a string from today's modern mob, and it'll take you right straight back to the island of Sicily, and it'll take you right straight back into those Muslim groups where the father of the family is just like a little Muhammad. And they have the same honor code, and they have all the same stuff. So if you think that an organized crime boss, if you studied the life of Muhammad and you studied how these little sheiks and little groups, Muslim groups, work, well, see, the tribal leader, because it's just after the model of Muhammad, the tribal leader is he is the king. He's representative of the prophet. He's absolute power of life and death. He's the judge. He's everything. He has the power of life and death over everyone. And they model themselves after this tribal chieftain, Muhammad. That is their cultural model. And all their rules and regulations, their social order, their system is based on that. So, that's why you have this strange little subculture within Catholicism, within the mob, because it's actually got its roots in the Muslim society of Sicily.
Okay, but you didn't say what the link is between the Muslims and South Asia.
Well, they conquered all the way. They conquered India.
And they picked it up from the.
Well, just like we have the so-called Arabic numeral system, and I got all kinds of spices in my cupboard right there that we think of Mexican food, right? We think of Mexican food, but those spices that were used in Mexico were brought by the Spaniards. Spain was Muslim for centuries. They got that stuff from India.
What did the Muslims get from the tantrics?
Left-hand tantrism.
And how did they do that?
By conquering North India.
But you said it was south.
Oh, they were all over India. No, left-hand tantrism is North India as well as South India. In South India, it's very, it's much more prominent in some ways because it's much more tied to Shaivism and Shiva and Shakti, or Shiva and Devi goddess worship in South India. And so, because parts of North India are very predominantly Krishna Vishnu worship, I mean, there are parts too that are Shiva worship more, like Benares and stuff like that. But the left-hand tantrism in South India, I forget why I was talking about that before, but anyway, it's not just in South India. And the Muslims, actually the Tags and the Hashashins, they were really up in Persia and North India, what used to be called Greater India, because it includes it's now Afghanistan and that territory up in there, Greater India.
Up to the Indus.
Yeah, I mean, right up into the Himalayas. So the thing is that there is such a thing as sattvic, theistic, or personalistic Shaivism. You can go over there and find Shaivites today. To them, Shiva absolutely is a personal god. They have great devotion, bhakti, wonderful hymns. They're just like the Vaishnavas, but they're Shaivites. they're strict vegetarians. They're very moral, you know. They would never think of smoking ganja because Shiva smokes ganja. They're not like the Agoris. They don't drink alcohol and get smashed. So they're a sattvic theistic Shaivites. Just like, but to be a Vaishnava, unless you're like really heterodox like a Sahajya, Vaishnavas, it's assumed you're sattvic. It's assumed that a Vaishnava is not going to eat meat. Now, there are some tribes of Vaishnavas that eat fish in a few places. But in general, Vaishnavas don't eat meat. In general, because the Devi worshippers, separated Devi worshippers, are really almost all left-hand tantrics of some kind or another. It's very hard to find Devi or the separate goddess Kali worshippers who do not perform animal sacrifice. Almost all the animal sacrifices that are going on in India and Nepal and those places over there are related to there's no animal sacrifices being done any place related to Vishnu worship. I mean, it just won't happen. But at the Kali and the Shiva temples, there's animal sacrifices, and some of them are horrendous. I mean, there's so much. It's just.
This might be an aside, but who was the historical Buddha was always opposing animal sacrifice by the Brahmins? Were they the Shaivite Brahmins, or was it the Vaishnavas?
No Vaishnavas. There's never been a tradition of actual sattvic Vaishnavism that has ever sanctioned animal sacrifice. Why do you think Krishna comes? I mean, he clearly states in Bhagavad Gita, all the Vaishnava traditions, all the Vaishnava scriptures, there's an absolute prohibition against blood sacrifices. Now, people will say, well, how come the Vedic sacrificial system is all full of sacrificial law? Yeah, there's all kinds of sacrificial law in there. The people are sattvic, tamasic, and rajarsic. And rajarsic people, Krishna describes, I mean, it's very clearly described throughout the traditions, that rajarsic people offer animal sacrifices. So, now we go to the Vedas, and we say, what about Vedic sacrifices? Yeah, what about the Vedic sacrifices? We have, the Bible is a compendium. It's like a library of books, the Bible is. Well, the Vedas, they're also collections of literatures. For instance, in the hymns of the Rig Veda, there are hymns that are addressed to so-called different gods. We know that there are actually just manifestations or forms of Purusha, because they've all manifest or come from the body of Purusha. The Vedic sacrificial system collections of litanies and collections of prayers and the remembered rituals are like I'm trying to give an example, like in the Old Testament, there are a number of different sacrifices or offerings described. There's sin, guilt, trespass, praise, and thanksgiving offerings. Now, sin, guilt, and trespass offerings are associated with blood sacrifices. So much so that even in the New Testament you have the idea that without the shedding of blood there's no remission of sin. So, when you go to the corpus of literature that is a witness to ancient societies, what do you find? You find prayers to the Lord under many different names. You'll also find ritya is rite, Sanskrit, the word ritual, we have rite and, like different mass rites, right? Different lineages. So you have the Roman rite, and you have the Greek rite, Byzantine rite. This is interesting because in Sanskrit, of course, the word is ritya. It's absolutely the same word, ritya. So the ritya has to do with universal order, and it has to do with the actual moksha ritya, mass rite. Ita mis est, the missile, something that's sent forth, sent out of the hand. A missile, a missive, a letter, sent. A missionary is sent. Manumission is being freed from the hand, released. So, the moksha ritya is the releasing, the liberation rite. So you have so many different liberation rites in the Vedas, and they're all associated with the once and all sufficient sacrifice of Purusha, the self-sacrifice of Purusha, God, whose bodily sacrifice. Look at this. There are three of them tonight, Dan. See, it looks like there's two suns, like one above the other.
Oh yeah. We had two yesterday.
See that? So we have the Purusha Sukta. It's described how at the beginning of the universe, actually, Purusha enters into every single material universe. And before there's any order in the material universe, and this is very interesting because it's paradoxical, this described that actually the saints of all times, the Brahmins, the holy ones, participate they act as the pujaris, like the priests, for preparing Purusha for his sacrifice. Purusha is going to be sacrificed, and his sacrificed body becomes the food of all beings, and the blood of Purusha becomes the blood of all beings in the universe, that gives the life-giving blood. The blood of Purusha, listen, the blood of Purusha is called the somaras, that is delivered in the kalash, the chalice, to the godly. The blood of Purusha. Why don't people put these things together? They're so astounding. So, see, there's Lord Dhanvantari, the great physician, and that pot that he's got there is called a kalash, and that word is cognate with the word chalice. And in that pot is the nectar of immortality. It's called somaras, which, and I believe it's the introductory hymns to Vishnu Purana, one of the Vaishnava scriptures. In that hymn it says that Soma is the blood of Purusha, that gives life to all beings in the universe. Anyway, so the righteous, different translations, but they participate in the sacrifice, the self-sacrifice, cosmic self-sacrifice of Purusha. And his sacrifice takes away the sins of the world. So all Purusha commemorative and then it says that the commemoration of the sacrifice of Purusha becomes the basis of all sacrifices in the universe. And then it further, as that doctrine is developed in the different Vaishnava scriptures, it says, all sacrifices, all religion, all the sacrificial systems are based on somebody's concept of Purusha. Those in the mode of goodness, they worship the one true God, Vishnu Purusha. He's transcendent deity. They worship him in the mode of goodness. Those in the mode of passion perform bloody sacrifices, not understanding the transcendent nature of God and the source of Purusha and the sacrifice of Purusha. And those in the deep in the mode of ignorance, they when they read the word Purusha, and you should get Mantra Manjari, the Vedic hymns by Father Ramundo Panakar. Absolutely astonishing. And he came so close because he's a Catholic. Is he still living or did he pass away? I met Father Ramundo, but he became so close because of his Catholic realization. How pretty that is, Dad. And yet he didn't get it. Father Panakar, he translated these Vedic hymns so spectacularly. And he over and over and over again, he went right over these astounding parallels. And he gets some of them up to a point, but because he's trained in Advaiti, because I guess it was his father was a Shaivite, he doesn't get it. Because he translates Purusha as man. And if he was a Vaishnava, he'd know Purusha in the Vedic hymns is God. He's Vishnu. But see, the left-hand tantrics, they translate Purusha as man. See, because there's Purusha and Prakriti. And they don't have a transcendent God. So they're not thinking Purusha and Prakriti transcendent God. They're thinking man and woman. So they bring everything down to the lowest common denominator, and they create all this left-hand tantric stuff with all these sex rituals and all this other stuff. So there's no realization. It has to do with levels of realization and the education, the ignorance or ability to realize that now of the people involved. But anyway, Krishna explains how there are people in the modes of goodness, passion, and ignorance. And the people in the modes of goodness, they understand ideas, and they worship a transcendent God, and they don't participate in the blood sacrifices. Persons in the mode of passion, they worship great kings, they worship powerful human beings, and they perform animal sacrifices. Persons in the mode of ignorance, they worship ghosts and goblins and things that don't exist, and they even they interpret Purusha to mean man, and they kill human beings and eat human beings. So the people who are in the mode of passion, who substitute animals for Purusha in the sacrifices, then they eat the remnants, because Purusha becomes the food of all beings. They eat meat, they eat flesh, they perform animal sacrifices, and as with animals as substitutes for Purusha, and they eat flesh. The people in the mode of goodness understand you can't substitute anything for Purusha. And Jesus, acting as a priest after the order of Melchizedek, when he instituted his sacramental meal, it was bread and wine, just like Melchizedek, just like the Nazarites. Now the Nazarites, it would be new wine. It wouldn't be old wine. It wouldn't be alcoholic wine. But the point about the whole thing is that you've got people in the modes of goodness, passion, and ignorance. The Lord is always saying, rise up, rise up. Everybody can rise up. Everybody rise up from the modes of ignorance and passion. Rise up to the modes of goodness. Learn to worship in the beauty of holiness. Learn about God. Learn about the goodness of God. Learn about the beauty. Learn about the benevolence. Rise up from the dark modes of ignorance and passion. Purusha is not man. Purusha is God. And then you would say only God can be offered to God. What does it say in Isaiah? I can't remember. I'm sick of your fatted calves and this and that. The smell of your rising, the flesh burning on your altars is, making me nauseous. Anyway, my original topic was the real Dionysus, the real Balaram, the real Yahoo. Not the Yahoo was put away. His name was put away because of abominations in his name. Look how pretty that is, honey. Dad, look at the sunset
Yeah, I
now.
noticed
That's getting pretty.
that. Oh my, it's really cool. Spectacular sunset tonight.
So at some point in time, very, very ancient time, Dionysus was worshipped. Baal, Osiris, whatever his name, Yahoo, was worshipped with Eli in the proper sattvic manner. At some point there was a terrible trauma, religio, political, or whatever trauma, a great schism, and obviously this kind of left-hand tantric corrupt behavior was associated with it, because there's references to it in the Old Testament, and there's elements related to this that can be found throughout the region. And we have stories like this, like the legendary Greek king Lycurgus. He opposed the so-called Dionysian worshippers, the Bacchantes. And in one cycle of stories, because he forbade this worship, they tore him apart. So then there's a story about how Asclepius raised Lycurgus from the dead. Because, see, the true Asclepius is again associated with Dionysus. So there you have the opposition of the Christ and Antichrist. Christ and Antichrist. The whole thing about Antichrist comes down to the whole business about the false Balaram, the false Dionysus. That's the whole thing. So, and it goes all the way back too. Remember when Moses was being challenged by the magicians of the Pharaoh, and they threw down their serpent staffs, and the staffs, the Pharaoh's magicians threw down their staffs, and the staffs turned into nagas, into serpents, and Moses, the prophet of the one true God, he threw down his staff, and it turned into a serpent and ate up the other staffs. Well, you know, the serpent staff is Lord Balaram. Is the Ananta Sheshanaga is the alter form of Lord Balaram. So why, in the story of Asclepius going to Rome to save the city of Rome from the plague, the devotees go from Rome, they go to his sanctuary, and they pray and they pray, and they go to the high priest and they say, oh, please, you've got to let your God, you've got to let Asclepius come to Rome. The whole city is dying of the plague. Please let him come. He's the only thing our prophecies say, the only thing he'll save Rome is if we adopt the worship of Asclepius, and you have to let him come here. And the people didn't want him to go. He's their God, you know. And the priests, nobody wanted him to go. So at night, the Lord appeared to the high priest. And the Lord says, please look at my serpent. Because tomorrow I'm going to appear in the temple. And so the next day, everybody's meeting in the temple. The petitioners who want the icon, the icon in the temple, to be brought to and installed in Rome to save the people from the plague. And they're begging, and the tension is terrible. And the priest is there, and all of a sudden, the icon in the temple turns into a giant Egyptian cobra. Giant cobra. And everyone's horrified. And the priest says, no, it's the Lord. It's okay. He appeared to me in a dream last night. You know. And the Lord leaves the temple because he says, just pay attention. I'm going to solve your dilemma tomorrow. The Lord in this form, because see, Asclepius is, you've probably seen the pictures that I put on the internet, Dad. He always has a staff that has the serpent on it. Okay. Well, that serpent staff, you can see on the sides here, the serpent staff, or the winged serpent on the staff, that's what are on either side there. They're called seraphim, seraph. And they hearken back to Moses' serpent staff. And the serpent staff, brazen serpent staff, Nahustan he's called. And I've absolutely nailed it down that the Hebrew Naha is the Sanskrit Naga. So there's a lost city called Ir-Nahas in the Hebrew. It's in the Bible. Lost city of Ir-Nahas. You know what the actual Hindu name, or early name of Delhi was? Nagapur. Nagapur is Ir-Nahas. And you know what? If you go to a biblical concordance and look up what does the name Ir-Nahas mean? The Jewish scholars say it means city of the mystical serpent. So you go back to the story when the people from when the Exodus, the mixed multitudes from the Exodus, they're in the wilderness and they got bit by serpents, and the Lord ordered them. He told Moses, set up brazen serpent on a staff in the and set it up, and tell the people to raise up their eyes and essentially to worship the brazen serpent, Nahustan, Naha, again, Nagastan. Stanu in Sanskrit, the stanu is the stamba. It's the stand. It's the pillar. So he's Nahustan, Nagastan. So stanu. So raise up Nagastan in the wilderness. Raise him up, the serpent on the staff, and instruct the people like this. And the ones who took the instructions were saved. They were healed. And the ones who didn't died. Now the challenge always is, didn't we have an inviolable law against the worship of graven images? And this is a graven image. And furthermore, it's a graven image of a serpent. But it was a matter of faith, and if God said do it, do it. And so the people who did it, who accepted, okay, God says don't do this, now God says do that, it must be okay. There's some reason we don't understand. Seems paradoxical, but hey, I'm going to do what I'm told. The ones who acted in faith, had faith in him, in the Lord, in Moses, in the Nahustan, whatever. The ones who had the faith were healed. And the ones who didn't, they were obeying the Mosaic law of no graven images. They refused because they were stuck in that spot. They didn't understand it, and they died in their sins. They were not healed. So, all the way through to the New Testament, Jesus is identified with the brazen serpent raised up in the wilderness. Because that's an alter form of Jesus. It's all the way back that this is a form of the Lord. He is the seraph. So, that's why on the back of Celtic crosses, they have the serpent on the staff. Jesus, New Testament, back of the cross, Old Testament, Nahustan. Same deity. How astounding is that? I saw a picture of one of those in a book one time, and it was in the library. I couldn't get a copy of it. You couldn't even take the book out. It's like one of these great big huge old art history books. And there was this Celtic cross, and it had Jesus. They had the picture of the front, the picture of the back. On the front side, it was an ivory cross. And the front side was Corpus Christi. On the back side was the brazen serpent on the staff. It's an Old Testament prophecy, New Testament revelation. Now, that's Celtic crosses. And it's a Celtic cross tradition from Egypt. There are a huge number of Celtic traditions that come from Egypt because that's where a lot of Egyptian monks went after Muslims invaded Egypt. They ended up in Ireland. So anyway, where was I? I just made a point that was an important point.
You made the point about Jesus and the seraph.
You're curing the plague in Rome.
Oh yeah, yeah. So the Asclepius is Jesus, of course. You could say prophetically Jesus. So Asclepius, who's Ananta Dev, Ananta Balaram, Ananta Sheshanaga is an alter form of Balaram, one of the main alter forms of Balaram. And Ananta Sheshanaga in India is the giant Indian cobra, or it's the same species as the giant Egyptian cobra that you see in ancient Egyptian iconography. It's the same species. Mm-hmm. Anyway, why do we know it's this? Because the description is that the snake held its head up. Cobras are the only snakes that holds their heads up like that in that part of the Mediterranean, North Africa, whatever. It's cobras that hold their heads up like this. So he held his head up, and they described that he was so gigantic that he placed his hood, rested his head on the top of the mast, and when he got on the ship sunk down in the water. And so this giant Naga, Asclepius in this giant Naga form, went along the shore of the Mediterranean, and every village and city that they passed by, the people came out in massive groups and worshipped him. And they actually named they actually named the cities. They named towns that they passed. So, this is where I get information about where to look for. Like, so why would they name a particular town unless the people there worship this form of the Lord, right? So this is the kind of place that I get leads for following up on which cities and peoples and temples were this, were part of the same federations, who worshipped what god. So eventually, the ship with the Lord arrives in Rome, and the Lord looks around to see where he wants to establish his temple. And there's an island in the middle of the Tiber. It's the Tiber, isn't it? Tiber in Rome?
I think so.
The island in the middle of the Tiber. And there's a palm tree on the island. And so the Lord leaves the ship and goes up and chooses the site of his temple by climbing up into the palm tree. Well, this is very interesting because the palm tree during that era and for many centuries was the exclusive symbol of the city of Jericho, and then the city of Jerusalem, and the Hebrews, Israelites, and Jews. The Jews. So that's an important connection there. But anyway, I don't know how I got off on that tangent.
Names of cities.
Nope, it was something else. Something else triggered me. That's why it's always a good idea when
You're up in the palm tree with a snake in the palm tree.
Yeah. No, I'm done with that, but I don't know how I got on that tangent. See, what I need to do is I need to have a pad of paper and have somebody write down a single word which is at the crossroads of where my last train of thought was, so that I can go back there and finish the other thoughts. All it takes is a single word for me to remember stuff, but if I don't write down something.
Take a pause.
Yeah, do you want me to should I turn the tape recorder off somehow?
Talking about that Uranus, I was trying to find something.
Okay, so the Uraeus, the Naga, that's very sacred in Egypt. Junado was just talking about the alphabet. Well, the Greek alphabet, it's just very profound there, because I want to point out that Ananta means literally unending. Anta is end in Sanskrit. And anta is unending. So unending, Ananta, Shesha. Shesha is a remainder. What's left over when everything else is gone. Naga, the Naga Nahastan, or Nahus, or Nahas, this important name of Balaram and his giant Egyptian cobra form, or limitless head Egyptian cobra form, he's called Ananta Sheshanaga. Well, in the Mediterranean, he is called, the serpent of infinity, or the Uraeus that Junata just mentioned. Now, if you think of the Uraeus, think of the Egyptian cobra with its hood expanded and its head erect. And I want you to understand the difference between Ananta and Shesha. Shesha is remainder. And Ananta is unending. So it's not at the end, right? And Shesha is at the end. It's what's left. It's at the end. Now, think about the Greek alphabet. You have two forms of Ananta Sheshanaga as letters in the Greek alphabet. When the letter for S is used in the middle of the word, what is its form? It's the Egyptian form of Ananta holding his tail. That's what a sigma, that's what a Greek letter looks like in the middle of a word, or any place in the word other than the end. And then what does the letter look like at the end of the word? It's Sheshita. It's the end Ananta Shesha Naga. And you can look at any stylized form of the Greek alphabet, and that letter before the end of the word is the cobra holding his, or the snake holding, the unending snake holding his tail, and the ended S Naga Uraeus form at the end of the word. So this is the kind of deep, profound, amazing punning and symbolism. And then why Shesha? Because, the business about the snake making an S sound. His name is actually a sh. Says his name. So I don't know how I got off on that one. Oh, I know. You mentioned something about the letter. So you're looking for what alphabet?
I can't find it, but it's a Proto-Canaanite alphabet, and they were claiming that one of the letters represents the Uraeus, but I can't find it right now. But I was thinking it was it was the last one. But
would it be nice if it was the last one, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
If the alphabet was organized like that, so that it was actually the last one, because it's the Uraeus.
I have to go online and find it.
Yeah, it's the Uraeus of Shesha that is the form of the sigma, the Greek letter. It's sigma, right? Eta kappa lambda mu nu x omicron pi rho sigma tau epsilon phi chi psi omega. So it's sigma. The sigma. You know what I'm talking about, Dad?
Yes.
Okay. That's actually a reduced form, a little symbolic form of the giant Egyptian. I could show you, if we were online, I could show you probably scores of examples of the Egyptian icon of the Ananta, or serpent of infinity, holding his tail. And see the circle, you've probably seen these just in my booklets and stuff.
Huh?
The circle that he forms is the name Hari. And because he's the Mount of Hari. So the circle that's on him or in him is Hari. And his body is what? And here's another one too. You know the word Oceanus, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, this gets me. To the ancients, Oceanus was the name of the serpent of infinity who surrounded the earth and who held up the earth. Well, that's the name of Ananta Sheshanaya, as Krishna's couch, Ashayana. Oceanus, Ashayana. Now, back to how Lord Anantadev holds up the worlds. He's not only the Mount of Hari, but in every domain of Hari, he is the Mount. He is the support of all the planets, all the lokas in the universe. So, in the pediments and above, in the Egyptian temples, you'll see countless uraeus heads, the heads of the cobras, and they all have a circle on top of them. And that all means Hari. But in some places, the idea is that Anantashesha has limitless heads, and all of the astrum, all the planets and the stars and the sun, moon, everything, and the earth are all being held up on the heads of Anantadev. And so this is interesting. Whenever you see Anantadev and you see a little jewel on his head, a little jewel represents some planet that's being held, or a universe being held up on his head. Now, because all bodies are a universe. Your body is a universe. My body is a universe. So planets or universes being held on his head. Now, back to Ashayana, Oceanus. Oceanus as the serpent of infinity that surrounds the world. Ashayana is Anantadev's name as the couch of Vishnu. So when you see Lord Vishnu lying on the couch of Anantasheshanaga, his name is Ashayana, which is Oceanus. Now, and then you go back to the Greek and the Egyptian and the Mediterranean tradition, and Oceanus is that serpent of infinity that's bearing Hari. Now, here's the thing. What other stories we have from the Greek tradition of, where do we have anything there parallel about the world being held up by Anantadev? Oh, guys, this is very interesting. You know the story about Atlas holding up the world. Didn't Atlas hold up the world? Oh, yes, but guess what? Atlas got the world from the giant Egyptian cobra that some say was in Mars Grove. But anyway, the Atlas got the world from the giant Egyptian cobra. Pre-Atlas myth, so-called story, was that the Earth was being held up by a giant Egyptian cobra. So the way you find all this stuff, the way I find all this stuff, because nobody went before me to find all this stuff, is I just read everything. I read everything. I read the whole little tiny piece here, little tiny piece there, little tiny piece someplace else. And I had storerooms full of little tiny scraps of paper documenting all this. Because the Loeb Classical Library, Dad, or the Pigwood Classical Library, they're paperbacks. And their translations of all the Greek myths and the corpus of Greek literature and things like that. Encyclopedias. I'd read an encyclopedia, and I have read encyclopedias of art and art history from cover to cover. I couldn't even tell you how many times. And in every library I've ever been to, every library I could find, every book I could find, I've read and taken notes. And I hardly can remember anything. I mean, you're getting just the last fag ends of umpteen years of brain damage and no sleep, and there's so much, Prabhu. It's absolutely endless. If some people would just look, if they would just know where to look, if they would just stop reading all this modern. If I had relied upon modern commentators, I wouldn't have gotten anywhere at all. I had to go back to sources and just go right back and just start from scratch. Because the modern commentators are so messed up, they're so confused, they don't understand it at all. They don't know what they're looking at. And so when they interpret it for the reader, you don't get the important information. They leave out the important, half the time, leave out the important information and give you erroneous information. I have found more important things in the unexhibited portions of museums' collections. I would get a catalog from a museum. I would get something that showed what they had that wasn't displayed. And very often the most important things were not displayed. And the reason why is because what is displayed is what is thought to be important by the big muckety mucks. And the big muckety mucks are working from models that are absolutely wrong. So they don't display what's important. So what's really important is buried back in some dusty some corner someplace in their undisplayed collection. Nobody will ever get to see it. But, if you're lucky, you can get a hold of a written inventory of what the museum has. And if you're even more lucky, they might have pictures of everything in their inventory that isn't displayed. And that's how you can find a lot of this stuff. Anyway, I never talked about Balaram. I started talking about, I got carried away on the business about the
Letter.
Going way back to Dionysus and Balaram. There's a very famous story about how the gopis were missing Krishna very much. And so Balaram went back, and he spent the evenings dancing with the gopis, and the gopis were fully satisfied. Their hearts were pacified. And this is a kind of a very unusual, kind of an anomalous story in the Vaishnava traditions. Like, who are these gopis that are dancing with Balaram? This is Balaram's Rasa Leela. Well, if we go back over to the Mediterranean, we find out that Helios or Apollo, Koros, and Dionysus both dance the chorus dance. They both dance the sacred circle dance. And the prominent feature of the corrupt Dionysian Maenads or Bacchants is that their whole behavior seems to be left-hand tantric. It's associated with them having choosing some human man that plays the role of Dionysus in their group, and may be it may be an orgiastic role, but of course the horrible thing about it is that there's intoxication in these revels, and the Dionysus ends up getting torn apart and eaten by the Maenads. Now, if we analyze the sattvic story of Balaram and the gopis, we understand that Balaram is Krishna's prasadam. We have to actually seriously ask ourselves, what has this got to do with Maenads eating their Dionysus? Well, you have a doctrine on the other side. Here you have this going on in the Mediterranean, and there, over in India, you have stories about Balaram dancing with the gopis, and Balaram is Krishna's prasadam. So Krishna's prasadam is what has been offered to Krishna as sacrifice, and which becomes the sacramental food of the devotees. Now, the Sahajas in India, and these, and also these Hijra groups, they don't eat their Dionysus, but they do have men who they're actually masters. They're so-called tantric masters are men who play the role of Balaram, or the role of Dionysus, or in the case of South India, the Shaivite, the young Shiva. So there seem to be parallels between the groups, because the worst of the left-hand tantrists, there's evidence that they behave in the same way as the Bacchants or the Maenads, that actually they've performed human sacrifices. Now, when I was in Nepal with Dr. Labatra and Acharya Prabhakar Mishra, they went around to the archaeological sites and the tour of temples with me, and they told me that these kind of rites, left-hand tantric rites, blood sacrifices and human, cannibalism, are still going on in India. He said it's still going on. That's why Westerners or outsiders are not allowed into these Kali and Shiva temples. And they talk to me about the thugs, the tuggies, So I learned quite a bit that I never knew that I needed to know when I was over there. But Balaram in these stories across South India and North India is associated with Varuni. Varuni is mead. Some might say honey wine, or it's an intoxicating liquor made out of honey. And they're icons of the honey. The Varuni is, it's said to ooze from the trees. The bees make hives in the trees, and the honey, actually, when the sun is on the trees, it runs from the trees. And that it's one of Baladev's favorite drinks. And one time he was drinking the Varuni, and he was over by the Jamuna, and it was very hot. And I think he's sporting with the gopis, but he told the Yamuna, the Jamuna River, he told it to come closer, because it was hot out, and she refused to come. And I think, some stories she criticizes Balaram. She says, "You're drunk." Anyway, so Balaram takes this plow and he goes over and he drops it into the Jamuna and he drags her over to where he wanted her to be. And there's very interesting icons of Yamuna Devi as appearing as a woman, praying next to Balaram, praying to Balaram, saying, "I'm really sorry for offending you, Lord. Please forgive me." And so then Balaram had his sport with the gopis. So there's also traditions about Balaram drinking Varuni and dancing with the gopis. Now, what in the world could Balaram getting intoxicated have to do with anything pious or anything sattvic? Well, the way that the Vaishnavas deal with that whole issue is basically to say, just like with Shiva, it's part of the corpus. The many great Jewish leaders tried to get the Song of Solomon kicked out, thrown out, pulled out of the Old Testament, because it was considered to be a licentious sex song, and the great saints kept it in. So this strange business about Balaram being intoxicated, it's there. It's part of the tradition. A person can try to explain it away or make some profound theological issue out of it. But the main reason why it's there is because it's always been there, and the acharyas say, leave it alone. It's there. don't criticize Balaram. Just it's part of tradition. Just retain it. Some give great, profound purports and everything to it. But my point here is to say Jesus is associated with Dionysus. Like I have the grapes on the icon over here. Through the miracle of turning the water into wine. That is a Dionysian miracle. In other words, ancient pre-Christian traditions, it's part of the miracles of Dionysus, turning water into wine. It identifies Jesus with Dionysus. You mentioned something, I forget what it was that you mentioned about Dionysus, or something about drunkenness, or something about, what was your original thing that got me going on this today?
Well, because whenever you read it, Dionysus is always associated with wine, and Sekhet is always associated with beer drinking, and Shiva is always associated with ganja smoking. And I was wondering how the Sattvic worship, when it originated, and when the split between the Tamasic and Sattvic, because when you read ancient Egypt, Sekhet's always celebrated by drinking pomegranate wine, and Dionysus celebrations always drinking wine. That's how they portray the history of worshiping those deities.
So, my point is that the very most Sattvic Vaishnavas who never touch any kind of intoxication, any kind of alcohol, any kind of ganja or marijuana, nothing, no peyote, no mushrooms, they still have retained these stories that Shiva smokes ganja and that Balaram drinks Varuni. Okay? But they don't offer Balaram Varuni. They don't offer Shiva ganja, but the Shaivites do. The Shaivites, the Tantric Shaivites, they offer Shiva ganja and then they smoke it as a sacrament. Because the Vaishnavas don't. Now here's an interesting thing. Pan, which is chewed, is considered addictive. They do offer Krishna to pan to Krishna, but they don't take it. They don't take the remnants of it. So there isn't a case of offering something to Krishna that they don't take. So nobody takes it. The Sattvic Vaishnavas and Shaivites that worship Shiva and worship Balaram do not offer and do not take intoxicants. But they have retained those traditions that Shiva, but they don't. It's as interesting. Shiva's never intoxicated. Shiva's use of ganja doesn't have anything to do with stories of Shiva being intoxicated. Actually, the stories of Balaram have to do with Balaram supposedly being intoxicated. I don't know what you would call it, why you would call it intoxicated, but anyway, happy, carefree. I don't know what to call it, but intoxication means poisoned. Humans get poisoned. Shiva drank the entire sins of the material world, the hala hala, and it didn't poison him. So, anyway, well, I guess it did. It was stuck in his neck, and he didn't swallow it. But he could do it. But the Vaishnava saying against the intoxicators is, when you can consume the whole ocean of poison, then maybe you can smoke ganja too. The idea, they say, obey the Lord, don't imitate the Lord. That's the saying. Obey the Lord, don't imitate him. No, the Lord isn't saying go out and get drunk on Varuni. The Lord isn't saying go out and smoke ganja. Who knows why we have the stories that we have? Who knows? But you keep them in the corpus, and you don't imitate the Lord. You don't say that, well, because he drinks Varuni, I can offer Varuni to him, and then I can drink it. So that's that one point. Now, Sekhet is Shakti. There's no question about it. And beer was manufactured in Egypt in extremely ancient times. And offering of intoxicants is part of the left-hand tantric worship of Kali. So so we know that in India there's a huge amount of intoxication involved in Kali worship. So why should it surprise us that there's an ancient separate group, some group that was worshipping Sekhet with intoxicants, with beer? That doesn't surprise me at all. So just because some group within a major tradition, some heterodox or Sahaja group is performing some tamasic act, doesn't mean that the whole tradition was tamasic. Ask me some more questions. I'll help me clarify an answer on that.
Oh, you did good. What do you want to comment about this? Found these scholars that claim it's the body of the bull that you get the ankh, the dejed, and the wasu scepter from. The throat, the spine, and the penis. Ever see that?
No, I haven't seen this before.
It's very interesting. From the Apis bull, they're claiming that those sacred symbols are parts of the sacred bull.
What's this one supposed to be?
That's the ankh for the throat of the bull, and the spinal column's the middle, the dejed, and then the dried penis of the bull. And they're claiming that those sacred symbols come from the Apis bull, dissecting it and
Where did they find these? Or did they do this?
I don't know. I can find the book that it's in, but they find a bunch of these penis ones, and this one here, they're just the spine goes up and up,
Yeah,
and they're
yeah,
just saying.
I recognize them exactly.
Right.
But what I'm saying is, this, for instance, this example here, did they create that or did they find that? And if they found it, where did they find it?
I don't know. They have a whole bunch of different ones. They have in their book. They have a whole bunch of various forms of it. Let's see if I have any more. I don't think I do. There's one. I haven't bought the book. I just got little clips of it free from the internet.
What's the title of the book and what's their thesis?
The thesis is named after them. There's two people, and the thesis is that those sacred symbols come from people dissecting the Apis bull and finding them in there, and that's their thesis.
Okay, but where are they coming from? Do you know what their perspective on everything?
Nope, I
this
didn't.
has got to be part. This idea that they have here has to be part of a larger view.
Yeah, I didn't buy their book to do it.
I'm trying to grasp what these people's agenda is.
If I ever get the book from Interlibrary Loan, I'll let you know. I was going to order it from Interlibrary Loan.
See what my very first question is. Where did they create these or did they find these?
Right, I don't know.
I've been studying these things for 40 years, and I've never seen these kind of body part artifacts displayed in any Egyptian collection. Now, I know that the Apis bulls were preserved, and they're mummified. You know, they were put in like mausoleums. Bodies were kept, and I know that in the funerary rites, Osirian tradition funerary rites, they took the viscera out of the bodies, and they preserved those in canopic jars. Now, you know, taking the viscera, including the penis, for instance, I can't imagine them taking the penis out. If they're saying that that the symbols are derived from these, then first off, the symbols have so many other associations, and the ways that the symbols are carried and the way and what they represent is so different from this that I don't think there's anything to this, frankly. Secondly, if there was anything to this, the very first evidence that they would be producing would be the vast amount of evidence, direct evidence of this from from the giant burial chambers of the Apis bulls, because they kept those bodies and they preserved them, and they have huge funerary rites. When the Apis bull died, it's like the whole city, the whole country went into mourning. You know, the Apis bull was a big deal, and choosing the Apis bull exactly had to have all the marks, everything perfect. The Apis bulls were treated like God, basically. When they died, they had very specific ways that they interred their bodies. They have built great mausoleums for them. So I'd be interested to see this book and see what they're.
Yeah, I would too, but I just found those right before I came out. And
I'm glad you showed that to me.
I'll find the names of the guys. It's like two people, and it's named the so and so theory. I didn't even intend to find this. I was still looking for that letter in the Canaanite alphabet. I didn't find it.
Yeah.
It's going to obsess me, so I'm going to have to go online.
No, that's okay. You can go online anytime you want. You can use.
But no, I appreciated the lecture this evening. It was excellent.
I don't know if I even got to. I was talking about Balaram the Varuni,
Mm-hmm.
So the description is that he drank the Varuni dripping from the tree, and he was smiling so beautifully, and his cheeks were flushed, and his eyes were rolling, and the gopis were having a good laugh because he was so silly, and so there you have it. You have some tradition of Balaram being intoxicated, and being intoxicated in the company of the gopis, and being intoxicated in the company of the gopis during the rasa dance. So whatever one wants to make of it, it's obviously got a Dionysian connection.
Mm-hmm.
But again, what is the connection? The only place in India where you'll find some guy imitating Balaram as the initiator, right? The Dionysus, the god of initiation. He's the initiator into these mysteries. And the only place where you'll find some guy, some pseudo-Dionysus, some faker, imitating Balaram or Dionysus so that he can have a bunch of gopis dancing with him and have a dalliance with a bunch of gopis is in the impersonalist and left-hand tantrists and Sahajya groups. No Orthodox group is going to tolerate that for a minute. They don't let people impersonate God. You know, all of these impersonators like Satya Sai Baba and all these phony gods. It's only the Shaivite world that's full of those people. You don't find those in Vaishnavism. Now, the closest thing to Vaishnavism you'd find them in is these Sahajya groups, where they have but the reason why they're not Vaishnavas, even though they pretend they're Krishna, they pretend they're Balarama, the followings they gather of these women, or the transgendered, transgendered women. I don't know how to express it. The effeminate males. The only time you find this phenomenon under the so-called garb of Vaishnavism, with the gopis and Krishna, is if they are impersonalists. Personalists would never do that. It's just be inconceivable. To a personalist to imitate God, to perform that identity theft and say, well, I don't have to worry about this. There's no real God. I'm God. I'm Krishna. I'm Balaram. I'm Dionysus. I'm going to have sex with all these women, or men, as the case may be. I'm going to have, I'm going to appropriate this whole tradition, and it doesn't matter because there's no God in heaven. There's no Holy Spirit in the heart. There's no conscience to be violated. There's no truth of history. It's all relative. I'm God, and I can decide what I'm going to do, and there's no rules or regulations that touch me. So that's what you've got over there, and not only there, but that's what you've got around the world, is you have these phony gods, false prophets, men that want to exploit women and other men. They want to take their money, they want to have sex with them, or whatever the problem is. But there's lots and lots of them in India, but there's lots of them every place else too. They might not dress up like Krishna, but they charm their way into the hearts of people, innocent people, all around the world. And just like the Pied Piper of, was it Hamlin? Mm-hmm. Yep, that's what happens. There go our sons and our daughters, led away by false gods, who are just going to exploit them for everything they've got, including sexually exploit them. Anyway, does that in any way answer any of your questions about?
Yes, many questions. Yes.
Okay, good. Any other? Because my focus is not good. I'm pretty tired
good.
tonight.
Please go.
So if you have any other, if you know what I'm saying is, if there are any lingering anything, if you ask questions, like if there are areas that are not really clear, then that might really help me to focus.
No, you answered my questions brilliantly, and gave me lots to think about.
Okay.
Yes, and I love the way you take a thread and pull it across continents, across eras. You're the golden thread puller.
Well, thank you. I'm trying to. My problem is that when the thread is part of a net.
Yep. But
yeah.
Your point that you have to study the right and left together to get the full picture, it's taken. And I never thought of the whole Sicily gangster connection. It's never thought about that.
That whole period of history, when the Sicilians or develop the citrus orchards.
Uh-huh. Here, like that picture. Look at that beautiful.
Oh, wow. That's a nice Helios quadrigos. And there's a blonde Helios too, you know. Those are cool. And look at the Delphinos.
Yep.
Oh my gosh. And then what are these kind? What those are dolphins. What are those? And what does that mean? I don't know what those are. That's new to me. But that's great.
Maybe I know what it is.
You know what kind of fish these are? These are dolphins, he says, but these are just generic fish. I don't know if they're. Maybe they're the matzahs.
I don't know, something means everything means something.
Yeah.
Normally, even those borders, you'll see that wave of the sea borders around there.
Uh-huh.
No, I don't recognize it as fish.
Well,
I like how there's a cross right there. See the cross?
oh yeah. These are definitely.
And
These
he
are
has
definitely
things. What do you think he
dolphins.
has in his hand?
I can't see that there. Let me get my reading glasses on. I think I've got them right here. Nope, those are. What is that? Those are
There's some
driving
over there.
glasses.
See? He has something in each hand.
Oh yeah, if I can see it, I'll probably know what it is. It's probably his little whip. You know, the little noise-making
Mm-hmm.
thing. And this is usually the way they did stars or planets. And it looks like he's got, you know, they're like, he's got something in this hand too. I don't know, it's very strange. That's actually a more of a feminine looking form and actually the more of a feminine dress.
It is. Yeah.
Kind of strange, can't understand it. But those are definitely dolphins, and this is definitely that sea wave pattern, Greek sea wave pattern.
Nothing to discuss. Just I thought you'd appreciate it.
Oh yeah, I like to save all of these. I like to put this on the site because I have a page up on the Facebook for
Yeah, there's quadrupeds.
right, yeah, the quadriga driver. Because see, and then this one here, remember I was explaining the other day, he's coming straight towards you.
Yeah.
And he has a
Red.
yeah, and he's got a corona.
Yeah.
See, these the
Sure.
hairy circle and the rays.
Uh-huh.
The rays are very, very important. Corona, a corona crown has rays on it. And that's the Karnamalan. Garlanded with rays. That's a keeper, because you have any way that you can save? Can you save that somehow?
Yeah, yeah. I have it saved. I'll email it to you.
Oh, great. But see, the depiction of Helios as blonde is also tradition.
Strange thing about the fish is the mouth.
Yeah, it's open. Like he's happy. Say he's. It's just odd because the fish are right there with the horses. It's like.
Yeah, I surely don't understand that at all.
Well, Delphinos is a form of Helios. So I can understand dolphins.
Presumably this is on a wall.
It's a fresco, it looks like.
Fresco on a temple wall.
It's just a Google image. It didn't say where it's from or nothing. I just Googled Helios and it came up.
Yeah, sometimes amazing stuff comes up. And I just want to keep it. And if I can't keep it, I get all upset because you know the next time you Google, you're not going to get it again.
Uh-huh. Here's another one. What do you think this guy is underneath here?
Oh. Actually, I've seen that one a bunch of times, and I don't know who that is under there. And he's got the 4 horses, but they're like Pegasus.
Yeah.
But he's a corona. He's got a rayed crown. Don't know.
Okay. There's a contemporary artist who makes fake ancient images and puts really weird stuff in it. Look at this.
What is this?
I don't know. He's really abstract. I don't know. It's a great idea. He imitates the vase art. You know, the vase art.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
The redware, yeah. Yeah, see, here's the Naga down here.
Right.
The Naga's been shot with arrows.
The Purusha, the sacrifice.
Yeah, that's rich. Oh well. Okay, so we're talking about service and quality of service, and there's devotees who say yes, master, and they go away and they kind of aren't really focused, and eventually they get the thing done. And then there's devotees who really don't pay very good attention to the spiritual master, and they say yes, master, and they go away, but they really don't know what they were supposed to do because they weren't paying attention. And then there's devotees that were really paying attention hard, and they really applied themselves as best as they could. They went away and they did something terribly wrong because they really didn't understand it at all. And then there's devotees who really don't care all that much, but there's every possible permutation of devotional service, which is more sincere, less sincere, has skillful means, like the Buddhists talk about skillful means. You see, you develop skillful means in order to perfect your service, whatever that dharma door, whatever that kind of service that you're attracted to, you have to develop skillful means. So, but the very first thing, it begins with listening, it begins with attention, it begins with focus on the teachings of the spiritual master. Because what good is the discipline of a doctor or the presence of a document? These are all from the root diksha, what good is having a doctor with a document who disciplines you and gives you diksha or initiation if you don't discipline yourself and pay attention to the doctor and study the document and learn the doctrines. There's my word I was searching for, doctrines. The doctor teaches doctrine from a document to a disciple, all from the same root. And the word is diksha in Sanskrit, meaning initiation. So, the second class devotee, disciple, listens very attentively to the spiritual master and completely understands what the spiritual master is saying, and immediately goes and executes it, does it perfectly. So if that is the second class service, what is the first class? The first class is that the disciple knows the spiritual master's mind, anticipates what the spiritual master is going to instruct, and does it before the spiritual master even has to say anything. So Prabhupada used to say, that's the standard. To rise up to the standard of not having to be told. So then my flighty mind flitted over to Radharani, which I had a good laugh over because I really like how Radharani manages Krishna. One of the arts of Radharani is that she gets Krishna to do what she wants him to do, and let's see how to say it. She convinces Krishna to do what she wants him to do, and convinces him that it's his idea. So that's one of my very favorite arts of Radharani. So, all the universes, all the spiritual material worlds are meditating on Krishna, and Krishna is meditating on Radharani. So there, all you feminists who hate this masculine father god and don't get it at all. You really have to completely let loose of the idea that we are Purusha. In order to understand this bridal mysticism, spirituality. Because if all that is going on in any material or spiritual world is giving and receiving, and giving can only be coming from the plenum. Do you know Isopanishad? Om Purnam Araha Purnam Idam. Purnam is the name of Krishna. This is plenum. Saint Bonaventure talked about the fountain full. The Father, the first person of the Holy Trinity, is the plenum. He's the fountain fullness. Now, plenum, the PL is full, FL. That's fullness, the fountain fullness. It's PR, Purnam. Purnam in Sanskrit is plenum. And that is the Lord who is the ultimate giver. He's the source. You can't give something that you don't have. And Krishna, or Bhagavan, is the source. He's the plenum. He's the Father, we might say, the first person. So as the first person, he's the absolute plenum, the Purnam, the source of everything. That's why he's considered masculine. Father God. Source. Origin. And that's where the feminists are just all confused, because their own personal sexism is getting in the way of understanding something that's metaphysical. It's not physical. Well, physical flows from the metaphysical. So givingness is going on at all levels. There's giving and receiving going on in all realms and all levels of existence. And some places you can't identify it, but other places you can see it very obviously. You can identify it, and you can even talk about male and female pipe parts. In plumbing or construction, you can talk about things that are male and female. So, and in language, we have elements of language where language has got gender to it. So everywhere we look, we see there's a dynamic going on of giving and receiving, and this is true in physics. So there's always an exchange. Something's losing energy, something's gaining energy. That's all that's going on. And the giver is losing something, is giving something to the receiver. And this dynamic can go on back and forth, back and forth. So the process of giving, of A giving to B, A is the giver, and B is the receiver. B gives to C, B is the Purusha, and C is a receiver. This giving and receiving is going on everywhere, at all different levels. But it's a profound realization. It's, for instance, in Taoism, there is that realization. In Shaivism and the rest of the ancient Vedic tradition, they talk about Purusha and Prakriti. If they understand Purusha is God, Purusha and Prakriti, then that understanding rises up to the metaphysical. It's not just meant to be understood as man and woman. So that's Shiva and Shakti, or Hara and Shakti. That's Hari and Shakti. That's and actually this is a fascinating thing too, because when I try to discuss these things, and I'm used to speaking to English-speaking people, and they have a tradition of saying Mr. and Mrs. They have a tradition of saying the masculine always first. But actually the Vaishnavas never do it that way. Whenever they talk about God, they always talk about Sita Ram, Radha Krishna. They always put the Shakti first. Because the Shakti of God is more dear to him than himself. And the husband, the father, the lover, is more pleased to hear the name of his beloved. He's more pleased if you honor the wife, the mother of his children. That made me remember something that I didn't tell you the other day. I was giving you the example of rasa theology in relationship to the idea of a king. So we got up to Sakyaras, I think, about I just remember that I forgot to finish that whole discussion. So Sakyaras is the paladins. They're the friends that grew up with the king. And they can be very intimate with the king. They can fight with the king. They can tell him off, and so on and so forth. And then above Sakyaras is Vatsalyaras. So I did mention this, how intimate the parent-child relationship can be. But there's a beautiful example that's given of this in the king relationship. The king will get on his hands and knees on the floor and pretend to be a jackass so his little 4-year-old grandchild can play on him and ride him around on the floor. These are the kind of examples that can be given about the intimacy and the lack of awe and reverence and the familiarity in a parent-child relationship. So that's one reason why, again, the Vatsalya Rasa parent-child relationship is more intimate. The other night I used the example of how intimate it is in the parent-child relationship that the mother actually nurses the child and actually cleans the child's body. And it's such intimate love relationship. And the child is actually, nursing from the mother. So you also see in the fatherly relationship that the father with the little child becomes like a little child. And then when you rise up to Madhurya, to the lover relationship, I mentioned that in the love relationship, all the other relationships can be tastefully combined. So that in the lover relationship, and both sides of it, the lovers are both parent and child to each other. The lovers are the best friends. The lovers are the servants. And the lovers worship each other with awe and reverence. So those are a few additional things to add to that rasa theology stuff. I like that. Always like the image of the king playing on the ground with the kids jumping up and down on him.
I really like how you explained how the proper ordered relationships are the higher ones can include the lower ones, but when the lower one, it's just
Yeah.
it's such a exquisite theology, so systematic.
Yeah,
But
and
simple.
yeah,
A simple, systematic.
and completely natural. The Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, The Nectar of Devotion, is a small book, and it's a compendium of illustrations from the Vaishnava theology of rasa, the flavor of love. And it's an extraordinary little book. It's one of my very favorites. If I could only have a couple of sacred literatures, it's one of them I would have. Because once you have read the Vaishnava scriptures, if you wanted to have them all condensed down, all of the flavors of love that can be tasted in those Vaishnava scriptures, condensed down into one little book, that book would be it. So the essence of Bhakti Yoga is rasa theology. The purity of flavors of love, or the tastefulness of combinations of pure flavors of love between the soul and God, and one soul and another. So you were saying earlier about the necessity of studying the right thing with the corrupt things, to understand what is the difference. When you're trying to follow the Orthodox tradition, how you distinguish between the Orthodox tradition and the heterodox traditions. And what's the point? What's the difference? Why should we care? Well, one of the reasons we should care is that the time has shown that the heterodox traditions raise people up to the mode of goodness. And the heterodox that's the Orthodox traditions. I mean the Sattvic traditions. The last things that Prabhupada said, I wasn't there, but I've heard from devotees who were there, who said that in his last hours, Prabhupada said, just try to come to the mode of goodness. So, the message of the Lord in all of these Sattvic traditions, the Buddhist tradition, the Sattvic theistic Shaivite tradition, all of these different traditions, the message of the Lord is, I'm the Supreme Personality of Godhead. I'm pleased by these things. I'm not pleased by those things. Just try to come to the mode of goodness. And if you try to rise up to the mode of goodness, I'll give you everything that I have to help you to rise up to the mode of goodness. And what is there for you in the mode of goodness? There's eternal life. There's peace of soul, a peace of conscience. You don't have a troubled conscience. There's love. There's healthy love, empowering love between you and other human beings. There's a kind of radical freedom to love, because you're not in bondage to anything, all these false gods, things that are lesser than God. God alone, the word God means who alone is worthy of sacrifice. Why sacrifice your life to marijuana? Why sacrifice your life to alcohol? Why sacrifice your life to any other kind of nonsense? Who is worthy of sacrificing your life? Or your children are worthy of sacrifice. God's given you the duty of children. Dharma of a parent is their children. The dharma of a parent is to take care of their children. If you can't be a proper parent, then taking care of your children means giving your children to someone who can be a proper parent. So the Lord we have two kinds of revelation in all these scriptures. We have dogmatic theology, We have revelation of who God is, that God is. We have a revelation that God is. So we have a revelation God, a.k.a. who alone is worthy of sacrifice. Who or what is worthy of sacrifice? God. And then the next part is a person. God is God. God is a person. God is a person who loves. God is a person who loves you. So the dogmatic revelation of God is very simple. It's about the personhood of God. God's self-assertion to us. God's self-revelation. God it starts it. God reaches out to us and he says, I am. I'm here. That dogmatic revelation that God is a person. And actually God is a trinity of persons. God is beyond, it may be simply said, bigger than the biggest. He's outside of, beyond, transcendent to everything and everyone. And he's smaller than the smallest. He's inside of, covered, hidden inside of everything. He's beyond our perception as the bigger than the biggest. And he is beneath and inside of him and below our perception. Outside of our range too big and outside of our range too small. And guess what? How are we hearing of him right now? Who's telling us about him right now? Logos. He is Emmanuel within the realm of our perception. That is the Trinity. That is the primal general revelation of the Trinity to everyone. The reality that's beyond, the reality that's beneath, and the reality that's right here. The reality that's before, the reality to come, and the reality right here. The second person of Godhead is Emmanuel. He's the reality right here. He is within the range of our perception. We can see him, taste him, touch him, hear him, feel him, love him, be loved by him. He alone reveals the God beyond and the God within. The God before and the God to come. I'm just stuck on that one.
Amen.
Okay, so are we on? Okay. I start this with the thought that in the original paradise, or the highest heaven, the Lord and his Shakti in the first person's origins are always virginal. They're always young. They're not mother and father, distinctly not mother and father. They're lover and beloved. And usually in Vaishnava iconography, Radha and Krishna are depicted as young teenagers. So Krishna is always Koros, which means he has no beard. He's got long hair. He's never had his hair cut. Or has not been cut since Paganda age or whatever. But, they're the epitome of not the youngest teenagers. The Vaishnavas, they have different names for ages. Like we start down and there's the baby, and there's 8-year-old, I think is Paganda. Damodar, is like 3, 4, 5 years old maybe. And then Paganda, and then Kishora. Kishora Krishna is a little bit younger than the Krishna is never older than like 18 years old. Balaram is a little bit older. He's Krishna's older brother. This is amazing. But all of Krishna's older forms and all other masculine forms are all expansions of Balaram. So Krishna's father is actually an expansion of Balaram. Nanda Maharaj is an expansion of Balaram. So anyway, now, the point here was that the great goddess, so to speak, her original form is always Kore. It's always maiden. That virginal young beauty. And, of course, this is Hecate's original form is the maiden. And, modern commentators talk about the goddesses, Greek goddesses, or a pattern of goddesses around the world being maiden, mother, and crone, or hag, elderly woman. So, there is that pattern: the maiden, the mother, and the wise old woman, or the hag. Which now has witch-like connotations. But anyway, Mary, of course, is our mother. She has that wonderful mother aspect. She's the supreme mother, goddess. She's not God. She's Essa as in Isis. Isha in Hebrew is Isis. Why nobody ever connects that, I don't know why. But in Hebrew, the word for woman or wife is exactly cognate with Egyptian Isis. Now, if you go over to India, guess what you get? The pious Vaishnavas and other Hindus, that when they don't call, husband and wife, when they don't address each other by their personal name, as a matter of the worship of each other, as the incarnation, the empowered incarnation of Purusha and Prakriti, or Hari and Shakti, or Hara and Shakti, the Shaivites do it too. The wife may address her husband as Ish, or Ishvara, Isha, or Ishvara, Lord. And the husband will address his wife as Ishi, or Ishvari, which is the feminine. So this is so astounding because in the Old Testament, at one point, here's your bridal mysticism, God, Yahoo, addressing Israel says, "Call me Ish, husband." How astounding is that? So then we go over to Egypt. Well, what is this Ish? Ish in Sanskrit is the same root as Vish, which is the same root as Vasudev. Vasudev, Vishnu, Ishvara, they're all the same root, meaning to be, to exist, to dwell. There's your Yahoo name. Uzios, and os on the end of names. It's the I am, the masculine, parentheses, masculine being who is. We go over to northern Egypt, it's Asu, Osar, Osiris, And South Egypt, it's Vasudev. Vasudev in the south is Asu, or Osir in the north is, all those names in the Greek, and Yahoo amongst the Semites. Well, Yahoo amongst the Semites, it's the same name as Yish. So you have the name we say in English, Jesse. And in Hebrew, it's Yishmayahu. That's Ishmael. But you have, let's see, Yishayahu identifies the Hebrew word Yish with Yahoo. So how is that linguistically? Well, that obeys all the rules, but the S and the H, or the SH and the H, are totally interchangeable. So Yishi is Yahoo. So the name, compound name, Yishayahu, or Jesse, again identifies that's the same name in that case. So when we go to India and we see the wife calls the husband as Lord, as a masculine being who is, very important name of Shiva, by the way, Ishvara. She calls the Lord Ishvara. She calls him Ish for short. And the husband refers to the wife as Ishvari. She's Ishi. So then we come over and we find Isis in Egypt, and the cognate Isha in Hebrew. I'm not sure I'm saying it right. I could spell it. But you can look it up in any biblical concordance or anything. Look up wife or woman and see how many times that is used. And then, so I don't know how I got off on that tangent, but my discussion here is supposed to be focused on the difference between the worship of the Supreme Shakti as maiden and as mother. Now, in the Supreme Abode, she's not worshipped as mother, not normally, but she's worshipped as maiden. But what I wanted to talk about was that in the Greek tradition, Rhoda and Koros have these sons, they have children. And these children there are stories about how these children, founded cities and so forth. City founding stories always have to do with people who worshipped the Lord in some form or the other, and actually established that worship in some particular place where it became, long-lived, long enough to create a city-state. So, in the myths or the stories about Rhoda and Koros on the island of Rhodes, there are different stories about the Telekenes, who are supposed sons of Rhoda and Koros, and they established these. They were prior to the stories about the sons that established the three really important cities on the island of Rhodes. But back in the mythological era, the idea is that the Telekenes were the source of all learning. They were the source of timekeeping, very closely associated with astronomy. They were the source of writing. They were the source of all these sacred arts and sciences. So they were like the most brilliant of all the ancients were the sons of Radha and Krishna, Rhoda and Koros on the island of Rhodes. So this is very interesting because, again, you have the connection of the muses with Helios. Are you familiar with this? The muses are we have the word museum. A muse house. A museum is a muse house. It's a house of the arts and sciences. So, again, you have all the arts and sciences, and you have agriculture, and you have every single civilizing anything associated with the worship of Helios in that area. Now, you have this business about the emanations of Radha and Krishna, and the kind of the emanations of Rhoda and Koros through the Kore and the Koroi. Now, amongst the Kore, or the emanations of Korah has emanations are Kore, and they are milkmaids on the island of Rhodes. Because what's going on the islands of Rhodes is that Helios is pasturing, is shepherding his 365 sacred white cows during the day and keeping watch over his 365 sacred sheep at night. Anyway, so if Koros and Dionysus are cowherds, then what's Rhoda and the Kore? Well, they must be milkmaids. So there you have the gopis. But you also have this interesting, the muses, because Koros is the origin of all of the gods. We know this from the hymn to Koros and from other evidence. But if Koros is the origin of all the gods, then Kore must be the origin of all the goddesses. So what do we see? We see the muses. The muses must be expansions of Rhoda. And then what do we see also? The naiads. These are all the water spirits, feminine water spirits. And what do we see? We see the hore, which are the seasons, right? How close to Kore is that? H-O-R-A-E. So the Kore are the hore are the seasons. So those are expansions. So then we also see the nymph. There's the naiads, the water spirits, and the nymphs are plant spirits. all the plant spirits. So we see us like Nymphia, lotus, and then the emanations. So there's all these expansions, but there's something very, all of this to context, but I'm coming to something very, very unique. There are all these emanations and manifestations, and of all these manifestations, there's one that stands out. There's a person that stands out as completely unique in this whole tradition of Rhoda and Koros, and that's Dionysus. And Asclepius is absolutely connected with Dionysus. Asclepius is not one of the Telechenes. He's not one of the 7 sons of Rhoda and Koros who, one of them was Actus, and he was expelled from the island because he killed his brothers, or there's all kinds of strange myths around that one. But he goes to Egypt, and he founds, in suffering of separation from his mother and father, he founds the city of Heliopolis in order to honor his mother and father. So you know that the whole religion of Heliopolis is based on the honoring his separation and honoring and remembrance of Rhodes, the paradise of Rhodes, and he's separated, he's been expelled, and he's not there now, and he's in constant meditation on the paradise that he's lost. Right? There's a sin, a falling story, and he's expelled. And he's meditating on a paradise lost. And this is very, very important. So what's at the core? What's at the mystical heart of the whole gigantic awe and reverence worship of Heliopolis? It's the separation from our primal paradise, from our original mother and father, and the remembrance of that happy home that we can't go back to because of our own sins. So that's just a very important thing that's there that nobody thinks about. Well, they don't think about any of this because they rejected Namarupa. When they reject Namarupa, they reject all human history, all human experience. And it's not just metaphysical; it's physical. It's right here in this world. So Dionysus is unique in this picture. Asclepius is understood to be an alter form of Dionysus. Secular scholars, academicians, not religious people, they look at this whole business, and what those who know something about it will say that, oh yes, Osiris is somehow connected to Dionysus, and it's obvious that Asclepius is somehow connected to Osiris, is connected to Dionysus, and some directly connect Asclepius with Dionysus, and so forth. But Dionysus is like in northern Egypt, in the most primitive, earliest forms. The Lord was worshipped as Heru-Asu, and they consider like two brothers, Not that Asu was a son of Heru, but Heru and Asu worshipped as biforms or brothers of the, two different persons of the same deity. Now that's the way Ili and Yahu were worshipped in the Levant, except that sometimes Yahu or Baal was considered a son of Ili. So here we have the same strange situation again. It has to do with emanation and incarnation. So back to Rhodes, the unique situation. There's a little island. I hear a noise. Anyway, there's a little island next to Rhodes. Can't remember the name of it right now. But that's actually the island of Asclepius. And, these other mythological sons, they founded cities and so on and so forth. But just like Rhodes, Rhodes is the mystical abode. Rhodes manifest out of the Mediterranean Sea. It rose up out of the Mediterranean Sea. It's a gift to Helios. It's always been a sacred island ever since it rose out of the sea. And this other island has always been associated with Asclepius. It's his sanctuary, his island. Now, here's the amazing idea. all of these other so-called mythical sons of Rhoda and Kouros, where are they? Well, we have we have cities, Lindos. We have these different the cities have survived that were supposedly founded by the sons of Rhoda and Kouros. So there's these three great cities that used to be on roads, and there's the city of Heliopolis, and we have arts and sciences that have been left to us by the Telekenes, like astronomy and navigation, all the different kinds of things that are associated with the Telekenes. But Asclepius is the only tradition that's living today. The living tradition of Asclepius is in, Jesus the great physician. The whole entire religion of Asclepius has come down to us as a living faith of Catholicism. Something different about Asclepius. What is different about Asclepius? Well, Asclepius is like the only living son of Rhoda and Kouros. Asclepius in all traditions is a son of Helios or a son of Apollo. Now there's argument over who is the mother of Asclepius, Arsinoe or Coronis, or all that he was worshipped so many places, so many different ways. Everybody wanted to own him. Every little city had their local version of the goddess who was the mother of Asclepius. But Christianity solves the controversy because Christianity offers Mary as the mother of Asclepius, the mother of the Incarnation. And Christian theology says Mary is the test of orthodoxy. She's the test of the true revelation. So my understanding is that Mary, because she comprehends in herself all of these other ancient so-called goddesses, right up to and including the highest form of the original Shakti, Rhoda, on the island of Rhodes, because she's the mystical rose, that she trumps them all. She shines forth as the original Shakti, and therefore she is the mother of the true Asclepius. So in that sense, it's very interesting because Mary is the one who teaches us, who points us to Jesus, who teaches us who the real Asclepius is. Now, we're coming over to my whole point. All of this is context for my point from Vaishnavism here. Because I mentioned that Radha is never out of Goloka Vrindavan, and Radha is always virginal, and she's not anybody's mother. Well, there's one exception to that. You see these beautiful icons here of Mahavishnu in the Mahatattva? Well, there's another story that's totally different. And you may see this. I could go take you on the internet, and you would search for Vishnu on the, I think it's a bilva leaf. I can't remember the leaf right now. I think it's a bilva leaf. But when you look at Mahavishnu, that's Mahavishnu. When you look at Mahavishnu, he's baby Krishna. He looks like baby Krishna. He's sucking his toe. He's on a bilva leaf, or a great big huge leaf, and he's floating in the ocean, the Mahatattva. Now this story is really strange, but it's really profound if you understand it in the proper Vaishnava context. It has to do with Parakiya Ras too, forbidden love. Radha and Krishna, their love is forbidden. In this story, Radha has a baby. The baby is Mahavishnu. Radha cannot take care of this baby. And so they set Mahavishnu adrift. He's on the bilva leaf, or whatever that leaf is. And he is the only begotten son of Radha and Krishna. Mahavishnu is the source of all incarnation, ultimately the source of all incarnation, because the source of all the material worlds which issue from his bodily pores. So, this is very amazing. They connect, the ones who tell this story, they connect this story to the creation of the material worlds and the sacrificial system. And they say that the hunger of all beings in the material world is the hunger of the abandoned Mahavishnu. And that everything, the hunger in all beings, are crying for the mother. So that all the Mother Durga and all the material worlds are, and all the sacrifices are created to feed the hungry Mahavishnu. So, with this system of stories, when they perform the Vedic sacrifices and they throw the grains into the fire, or whatever they're doing, every single offering in every single temple and every single Vedic offering in the world is to feed baby Vishnu.
It's amazing to me as a Christian because, we have a God, Jesus, who suffers. God suffers, and it's the same story. Mahavishnu hungers.
Yeah.
And it's so unique.
Yeah.
God is supposed to be all immutable, but we have a God that loves and suffers.
Yeah, and they don't, and misses their mother. And devotees don't talk about it. They draw these paintings of this awesome, all-powerful Mahavishnu, but they never talk about the stories that are just as much part of the scriptures. They are totally different stories about Mahavishnu being set adrift on a leaf, and he's so hungry he's sucking his toe. He's depicted, he's sucking his toe. Little tiny baby sucking his toe. And, then you look at this, you look at young girls who have babies and they can't take care of them. Where do those babies go in the world where someone will feed them, take care of them? So the idea is that all the material creations, it takes all the material creations and more to satisfy the longing, the hungering of love for the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He needs more than all the material creations combined to satisfy his longing of love for love. And who is this? This is the only begotten Son. So in the Heliopolitan tradition, there's this unique son of Rhoda and Koros, who is actually a manifestation of Dionysus. This absolutely unique son. This is Asclepius. And so in the Vaishnava tradition, they always say, well, only begotten. The Christians are only saying only begotten Son. Krishna has infinite sons. This is all this nonsense. Jesus is just, Jiva like anybody else, and he's a son. And Krishna has infinite son. What's this with this impotent Abrahamic God? He can only have one son, etc., etc. They don't think about it in terms of emanation and incarnation of the personality of Godhead. They don't think about the fact that there's only Radha and Koros and Radha and Krishna and Balaram, and that here's this amazing story, a totally alternative story, where Radha and Krishna have an only begotten son, and it's Mahavishnu, it's Baladev. And all the worlds exist to satisfy his loneliness and his separation from Radha and Krishna. And that time is the only when Radha is mother. So what does that tell us about who Mary is? If Mary is if Mary is the mystical rose, she's Rodha, she's Radha, and she is the mother of God. So that ties her in theologically with that particular round of Vaishnava stories. So my dear Father and my dear Junata Prabhu, I submit to you that in Catholicism, in the real apostolic Catholic tradition, where all these things are contained, how is it possible without, if you just start from a completely non-theistic premise, how is it possible for mere human beings to concoct this, what I've presented to you? A person could say, well, it's just all these stories, just myths. But there's a cohesiveness. There's an internal consistency. There's something here that I assert is beyond any human capacity, and it's beyond any human collective community capacity. How could all these things be brought together? I mean, we have computers right now, and who's doing it? They didn't have computers back at the time of Jesus Christ. How could all this be put together? If you took all of this and you put it in every book in the great library at Alexandria, in Alexandria, the Temple of Serapis and their library annex, and you took the most brilliant human being in the world, or 10 or 50 or 100 human beings in the world, and you got them, put them in there, and you set them the task to create a primal tradition, to artificially cobble together something, they wouldn't be able to produce this. And they wouldn't, and no Mayavadi person who wanted to appropriate and then imitate could do what Jesus did. Now, the search for the historical Jesus, Borg and Crossan and all those people, though they're just absolutely, like bulldogs on this thing, that there was a historical Jesus. They can prove to you there was a historical Jesus. But their historical Jesus is not this, not that, not something else. They've completely stripped their historical Jesus of any kind of metaphysical or spiritual anything. And they've turned him into a sock puppet for their particular views. But we could thank them for at least all the work that they've done to establish that there was an historical Jesus. Even though the purpose for doing it is to turn him into, a sock puppet for their atheistic views, essentially. But let's say there is a historical Jesus. There was a historical Jesus. And he didn't learn about all this stuff by reading in the great library of Alexandria. The Apostolic Church makes no differentiation between some historical Jesus and all of this theology, the metaphysics, and the identification of Mary and his parentage. Heli, H-E-L-E, is the Greek form of the Jewish deity name Eli, or Eli. We say Eli in English, right? The two most important names of God in the Old Testament are Eli and Yahu. So Heli is in Helios is the Greek form of that name. Everybody knows it. All the linguists say it. Just like all the linguists know that the Greek Elijah is the form of the compound Jewish name Eliyahu in the Old Testament that identifies Eli and Yahu as the same deity, two persons, the same deity. Now, if Elijah is Eliyahu, and then they know that Helios is Elijah, then Helios is Eliyahu. Now they know that linguistically. So, Jesus, when he's on the cross, and he has become sin for us. And he cries out, my God, why have you forsaken me? How does he cry? How does he address God? And they translate, my God,
Eloi, Eloi.
Eloi, Eloi, which is the invocative form of the name Eli. Actually, the invocative form of the name Hari is Hare, through Shakti. So if Jesus was chanting Hare, Hare, Eloi, Eloi, he was actually invoking mother and father. He is invoking father through mother. Why have you forsaken me? So Jesus' heavenly father is Eli. His heavenly father mother is Hare, which is Hari and Hare together, invoked through Hare, or invoked through Radha, invoked through Shakti. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Rama is either Ramachandra or Balarama. So when you chant the Maha Mantra, you've got Krishna through Radhe, through Hare, Kore, and you've got Balaram. You've got Radha, Krishna, Balaram in the Maha Mantra. And there's many different ways, so many different levels that Maha Mantra can be experienced. And as you continuously chant them, these different levels and realms and manifestations are all opened up to you when you meditate on the Maha Mantra, which is called why Maha, the great mantra, because it's got infinite connectivity through the Supreme, because what's above includes everything below. So when you chant the Maha Mantra and you've got Radha and Krishna Balaram there, and you have Hari through Hare, and Hari is the first person, the second person, and the third person of the Godhead. And Krishna is a name of Krishna and Radha and Balaram. Very interesting. These are all amazing things in there. And then Rama is actually a name of Radha also. But you have to go to the different levels of these names and the different understanding of these names, the different persons associated with these names, and you combine them and recombine them in the Maha Mantra, and just whole universes open up. I shouldn't get into all that, but I got carried away here. So, Jesus called his father Eli. And his heavenly father is Eli. Now, his foster father, Joseph, and his mother, Mary, their fathers, the only evidence we have from scripture and tradition is that at least Mary's father, but probably, and most scholars agree, that Jesus' earthly grandfathers were both called Heli. So here you have Jesus' family, earthly family, and his father, Joseph's father's name is Heli, the Greek form of the name Eli. And Mary's father's name is Heli, the Greek form of the name Eli. So Jesus' heavenly father is Eli, and his earthly grandfather on his father's side is Eli, and his earthly grandfather on his mother's side is Eli. Heli, but with the Greek form of the name. What's that about? Well, Heli is Hari, obviously. If we go over to the Vaishnava tradition, of course, the last appearance of Vishnu in the material world, in any earth planet age, is the end of Kali Yuga. The Lord appears as Kalki Avatar. And Kalki Avatar and the father of Kalki Avatar are both called Yashas. Kalki Avatar can be called Vishnu Yashas. What is that name about? So then we have the prophetic tradition that the Messiah would be called Yahushua or Yashas. The angel instructs Mary, you are to call his name Yashas. Or Yeshua, Yahushua. So if you go to Sanskrit, the word shu in Sanskrit means to save, redeem, acquit. It's so astounding. And Yah is the mystical name of Purusha. So Yashas or Yasha in Sanskrit can mean Yah is salvation or Yah saves, just like Yahushua in Hebrew means Yah saves or Yah is salvation. So, if Yashas is the name of the last incarnation of the Lord, and Jesus' second coming is as exactly Kalki avatar figure, then we have a connection between the prophecy of Yashas, Vishnu Yashas, under the name Yashas, associated with that terrible rider on the white horse that comes at the end of the age, and backtrack it to the name of Jesus or Yahushua. So this is how we've got some kind of, interesting connections there. And I don't know how I got off that one, but it tied in somehow or another.
Right.
So where did I diverge this time from what I was talking about?
I'm not sure, but as a commentary, I like the Egyptian god Shu. I like it's usually cruciform iconography with his arms in cruciform.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And his the hieroglyph that says his name is that white feather, which I would love us to see Cyrano de Bergerac, because I think his name's Rostand. I can't pronounce French words, but the writer of Cyrano de Bergerac did such a brilliant job of drawing the character of Cyrano as a paladin kind, chivalrous hero. Excuse me a second. But I particularly like that story because it shows how that plume has come down, forming thousands of years through history, to be the emblem of the battle king. The chivalrous, Balaram is the chivalrous savior. Okay, so this on my list there. Did I answer any questions? Talking about the maiden and the mother form, and how there's only one unique situation in which Radharani is the mother.
Right.
Yeah, okay, so I did cover that. And the Gaudiya Vaishnavas, they don't ever talk about that. But that's a very huge tradition in India amongst other Vaishnavas, is the baby Krishna sucking his toe, floating on the causal ocean business.
Right.
Okay, so
yeah, you talked a lot about that.
Okay. Then this gets me to the duo kings, where you mentioned about the Shu. You mentioned about Shu having the cruciform form.
Holding up the sky.
Yeah, and you also see Shu in between heaven and earth. Supporting the heavens. He's the in between mediating person. Anybody that's in the in between part is going to be some manifestation of Balarama or Amita. So anyway. And this just amazes me so much. The body of Neat. Have you run across Neat in Egyptian?
Oh, how do you spell that?
N-E-I-T is usually, I think, how they transliterate it.
Oh, the feminine.
Yeah.
The daughter, she's often with Isis as the two feminine consorts.
Okay.
And together they're referred to as Mary. The two together are referred to as Marie.
Well, I've seen your posts about that. What's the name of that scholar way back in the 1800s that wrote a lot of this stuff that you mentioned?
Gerald Massey.
Massey, yeah. Massey gets a lot of right stuff right. I read some of Massey's stuff a long time ago, and he had really great insight into some things that were right. But he didn't have the resources I have, even back in the 60s. He did really great with what he had, but he was pretty limited in some ways, and he also, because he was influenced by other people during his time with a lot of this Arianism stuff, that also tweaks his perspective in some ways. But some things he had was really good. Now, I'm going to not address those Mary things that he had, because I want to try to keep my same train of thought here. Sometimes in Egyptian iconography, I thought of it because I thought of the holding the heaven and earth apart, between heaven and earth. When the heaven is depicted as our mother, when it's depicted as Neat, her body is arching over the earth, and her body is covered with stars. You ever seen that?
I think I'm confused now, because Neith is the consort of Set, and The heaven and earth are Nut and Geb.
Well, you're thinking about the so-called Akdad or the or
Ennead.
what's the Ennead? What is it?
The Ennead.
The 9
Mhm.
of that. What scholars are they've created that whole idea of the Heliopolitan. This is when I say I have a problem because I have to use the word Heliopolitan for these alliances and stuff. I have to use that word because they're heliocentric religio-political alliances. But when I say Heliopolitan, it all invokes to everybody this late polytheistic interpretation of Heliopolitan religion, where you get all these different ideas about Nut and Geb and who's what and all that kind of thing from. It's an interpretation, and it's not correct in lots of different ways. You have to kind of almost get rid of, just like you have to get rid of all of the commentators that have reconstructed Greek religion based on Homer and on that kind of mythology. That's why Plato and the Platonists, the Greek monotheists all worshipped Helios. And they wanted to, actually, they said in the ideal state, there would be a law against the recitation of Homer. They wouldn't let it because they said blasphemy. Blasphemes God and the gods, it's all corrupt. It's all just imaginative. It's storytelling. It's just fiction storytelling with no actual metaphysical or theological content to it. There's no philosophy in it.
Okay, well, let me state the comment the way I understand it, and you can correct it.
Yes.
Okay, so Shu has a daughter and a son, the earth and heaven, and Nut and Geb, and he's holding them up. But Neith, as the way it's taught in history, is that she is the wife of Set. So correct. Now you can present the real Neith.
Okay, well, I started out just to talk about Neith associated with the icon of the feminine, the mother, that arches over the earth. Okay, and her body is black, and it's covered with stars, and she is night. Nacht. What is it? Nacht in German. That's neat. That's night. She's night. Just a little simple one of these obvious associations that people don't get because they don't, they're not paying attention. Or they've got all kinds of layers of stuff on top of it. But anyway, I just wanted to point out that little simple thing about neat.
Yeah, and knocked.
Black, arching over the earth, black with star-covered body. Okay, so we could get into the whole business about Set and all that stuff later. But I started thinking about Shu, so I wanted to say something about the duo kings, because I said earlier that there are in the Greek religion, Helios religion. I've talked about Rhoda and Koros on the island of Rhodes, but I haven't talked about the Basilios. I haven't talked about the sacred king and queen side of Greek religion and all the numerous, it's just endless things connecting these with Vaishnavism in the East. Now, I'll just touch on a few things here. The study of Sparta is extremely important in all of this because the Spartans worshipped Helios. Now, the Spartans legendarily had dual kingship. Very interesting. Two brothers. They held the kingship at the same time. And one of them was a battle leader and the other one was a priest king. And the attributes of the one were all the attributes of Vasudeva Krishna. The attributes of the other were all the attributes of Balaram.
I assume Balaram's the battle leader?
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. Well, I have to qualify that. Actually, Balaram can be the battle leader, but Balaram can be the priest king too, because remember, during the Mahabharata, Balaram went out as a priest. He went out on
pilgrimage.
Pilgrimage, while Krishna was
Battle leader.
doing the battle.
Yeah.
So in that case, Krishna was the battle leader, and Balaram was the priest king. Now, the white plume is always associated with Balaram as the battle leader, because he's the hero, he's the savior. Messiah, he's chivalrous. That's Balaram. He's the shield that is anointed with your name who takes the blow for you. The Messiah. So, which when we're talking military stuff, and I've told you before that really my nature is Kshatriya, and really I've almost experienced the entire flow of history as a battle. And the rise and fall, you know, the contest between Christ and Antichrist, and the servants, the dutas, followers of the Lord in his, you know, the Lord as liberator, and the struggle against chattel slavery, because the one true God, how do you know the one true God? The one true God who is most renounced. We have his freedom. It's innate, because we're part and parcel, as Prabhupada says, of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Little tiny jiva, finite. But we've got that in us. It's this part of us. It can't be denied. And it's part of love. It's the essential part of love, because you can't give what you don't wholly possess yourself. You have to have it to give it. So we can't repose our love. We can't give our love to anyone. If we're a chattel slave and we can't give ourselves, we can't give ourselves in service if we're their chattel slave of someone. So we have to be free. So the worship of the one true God's always connected to absolute freedom, radical freedom. And the armies of the one true God were liberating armies, absolutely no question about it. They actually went out, and if a people was, you know, some false god that took over, raised themselves up, asserted themselves, and enslaved a people, all the members of all the Asylum Federation, all the alliances around it, they'd go in there and they would liberate those people. They'd be intolerant of chattel slavery. Liberate those people. And sometimes the contests were so amazing, and so I'll tie in manumission within here too. The contest would be so amazing, where there was still enough fear of the armies of God, or of the laws of God, that there was, like, you know, the false gods kind of paying obeisances enough, you know, just to, I don't know how, but there's kind of balance of powers, so to speak. So that's where all these manumission laws were so important in these ancient times, because the devotees of the one true God who were in these alliances. Have you ever seen Vaishnavas or even Shaivites wearing a little string or something on their body, some little piece of prasadam, an offered thing? They'll have like a string around their wrist or something.
I know it's a common Buddhist practice, but I didn't notice it in Vaishnavism.
Well, any sacramental or anything that's been blessed, that's sacred to the one true God, if it's worn on the body, it consecrates the body. Also, just like the name of God, when you mark the name of God as tilaks in 12 places on your body or on your face, when your body is consecrated by having a flower or anything offered on your body, or the name of God on your body is the temple of the Holy Spirit. Now, the temple of the Lord is the sanctuary. And you are free inside that sanctuary. You're a free agent. Okay, you're in the temple. All these laws come right down to the present. An embassy, the law of an embassy is, or church. You see, embassy or church. The laws of the state are not operative inside the walls of the embassy or inside the church. Those sanctuary laws or asylum laws come all the way back to the worship of Helios. When false gods try to start taking over the world, the last sanctuaries or asylums were the places where there was still power and places of control of the one true God. And if you could make it to the sanctuary, you were okay. Still, when they had the false gods had some fear of God, fear to sack the sanctuary, fear to enter the dharmashala, the sacred precincts, people still had some protection. Now, this is fascinating because if you study all this vast amount of history that I've studied, you see it over and over and over again. A devotee of God. And Prabhupada would say, you must always wear tilak in public. You must always wear, because even to see a Vaishnava liberates a person. Always wear something. Always be obvious in public. Well, see, this is how demonic, you might say, the world has become. It used to be that if a Vaishnava was in the marketplace, even when the bad guys and the false gods were running things, but if a Vaishnava was in the marketplace and somebody had go grab hold, touch the hem of their garment, their slave master couldn't come take them. They were safe. Saved. Oli and free. Saved. Safe. The old child's game. I'm touching you. I'm safe. I'm touching the flag. I'm touching the pediment. If a person could get to either a flag, a symbol, a devotee, the temple steps, they could get there and touch it. Nobody could lay a hand on them. Amazing stories. The whole, I think, Peloponnesian War series of wars, back and forth, came because of a violation of rules of Asila. Can't remember who did what. I apologize for my brain to everyone that I can't remember. But this is an illustration of, one of those times in history, got like this really strange thing going on with these Asila federations and who belongs to what and intrigues, political intrigues and violation of Asila rules and stuff. That one group had taken refuge of Kshatriyas, warriors, taken refuge in a temple. And they were protected under the rules of Asila. And the other group offered conditions for them to come out for a conference to negotiate a settlement of some kind, something. And in order to go to that place to meet, because they wouldn't meet in the temple, in order to go to that place to meet, they spun out a thread, and they connected themselves to the thread, and they took that thread from the temple. The thread was attached to the murti of the Lord in the temple, and they took that string all the way out to the conference place, and to hold the conference with the adversarial side. And the adversarial side did what? What do you suppose they did?
Cut the string.
They cut the thread and slaughtered them. And that began a huge round of wars because of that violation of the law of Asila. Anyway, sanctuary cities, you've already heard Jewish cities of sanctuary.
Run to the city of refuge.
Cities of refuge, cities of sanctuary, cities of Asila. You go to the Vaishnava and the Pure Land Buddhist, what are they? Where's the Dalai Lama and his people living? Where are they living?
Dharamsala.
Ashala. And Ashala is an asila. And Ashalam is an asylum. No cut. It's a place of no cut, no injury, ahimsa, no harm, sanctuary, refuge. And that's part of the manumission system. Now, when the armies of the Lord, the Savior armies of the liberators, when they would come into a territory that was held by the false gods of the world, they'd fly in there. The first person right out there, who's right out there with the battle leader? Who's the very first person out there with the battle leader?
Okay.
Well, there's the person riding
the
along
flag
with the
holder.
banner. The flagman.
Yeah.
The flag bearer. What a great honor. And he's right out at the front. Why is he right out at the front? Because when he puts that flag in the ground, anybody that comes to that flag is safe. And it used to be that the flags, I'm going to liberate that people. I'm going to go into that city. I'm going to plant that flag. And everybody in that city that wants to be on my side, the side of the one true God, that wants to be liberated, they're going to come to that flag. I'm going to make that the tallest flagpole. My people are going to guard that flag. That's the territory I'm taking. I'm established. That's the asylum. You come here, and my guard, the king's guard, I will personally protect you. And the people would flock to the flag. And the elite guard, the king's best people, the king himself could be there. You know, we are defending the flag. We're defending the Hladini Shakti. We've taken back the space. The false gods of the world, they want the space. They want Shakti without Shiva. They want Hare without Hari. They want the kingdom without the king. And that's considered the definition of a demon. A demon wants Radha without Krishna. A demon wants the things of God without God. They're thieves. They're appropriators. The false gods, the false kings, they exact service from people. You can't exact service from people. So what do? They trick people. They seduce people. They do whatever they can to get service from people without really loving them. There's no real love in slavery. The one true God wants everybody to be radically free to love and be loved, because he's, God who is love. And so this free will, this is inseparable from the worship of the one true God. And this is why if you study military history, you go all the way back through history in any part of the world, and you look at all these military alliances that are all religious alliances ultimately, religio-political alliances. And you look at the driving forces of all these things. You see certain basic things over and over and over again which have to do with issues of slavery, have to do with issues of freedom, social order, whether it's things like birth caste problems, institutions, what we should say, institutionalized evil, battling institutionalized evil. And so you have these amazing different stories about how people are liberated throughout history, how territory is taken. Space is Shakti, Shekinah. Hladini Shakti is the place, the space, the time of God. There are epochs, false God has taken over and dominated this epoch in this city, in this society, in this history of this country, in this land. There's sacred space. It's all God's sacred space. But the false gods of the world, like appropriating, taking it over. They're taking over people. They're taking over the people that they're taking over the space of your body. The slave master doesn't have your soul, but he's sure got your body. I am on a campaign to liberate. And set people free from the domination of the false gods of the world who appropriate their worship. Now, how do you know who are false gods and who's the one true God? We were talking the other night about Balaram, Shiva. He's the servitor Lord. The very spirit of love is the spirit of this self-sacrifice, this renunciation of a God, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is other-centered, completely other-centered. So much so that I love how they say in the Bible, I can't remember right now, but Jesus, he thinks nothing of the adoration of the angels. He just comes down here. So that self-effusive pouring out, my dad likes to say that, talk about passing out of your body every day. And Prabhupada used to say, and this was from Bhaktivinoda Thakur, I think, die before you die. That constant pouring out of yourself for others, that is a manifestation of true love. It's an unconditional. So, let's see, I was talking about the battle leader, and I was talking about the white plume, I was talking about the duo kings of Sparta. So, the Spartans fought wars of liberation. And so I'll actually mention something now about recent movie Sparta that was called The 300. Did you see that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Totally corrupted. Horribly disappointed with the whole thing because they could have told one of the most amazing stories in history and they didn't. They totally tweaked it mundane. But I've read sources on, so I will give you a synopsis of the situation with Sparta. Now, remember that the Spartans always fought with the other Greeks. They fought with the Athenians and everybody. Athens was an epicenter of late Greek corrupted polytheism. Wasn't it the Athenians that sentenced Socrates to death? Why did they sentence Socrates to death? Because
corrupting the youth.
he was corrupting the youth. Why? What was he doing that was corrupting the youth?
Teaching them the dialectical method of questioning.
Oh, well, not that, just that. No, he was a Helios worshipping monotheist, and he was debunking all of the Homeric. You see, the Athenians, they represented at that time those Homer reciting polytheists whose religion was completely corrupt and devoid of philosophy and metaphysics. The philosophy and the metaphysics was in the Heliopolitan monotheism. And what they were learning is they were learning to recite Homer. And the Platonists, Socrates, the spiritual master of Plato, but in that whole line, Pythagoras is a great mathematician. In that whole line, you have the arts and sciences like math. You have logistics. Logic. You have logic, philosophy, metaphysics, theology. You have all of these things which are not mythology. They're not Homeric storytelling. And the Plato, obviously, with thinking in line with Socrates, actually, and others actually recommended or said that the reading of Homer should be outlawed. It was so corrupting. So here you have different, more than schools of thought. You have thesis and antithesis here. So the religion of the Athenians was really at that time the ones that put Socrates to death. Their worldview was really the antithesis of Socrates. Well, we know what Socrates' worldview was, what his physics or metaphysics was, because Plato has taught us. Plato has given us Socrates' thought. Now, Aristotle didn't give us Plato and Socrates' thought. Aristotle did his own thing. But we'll talk about that later. I believe that Aristotelian, in Catholicism, you got two gigantic different kinds of thinking. You have Platonistic thinking and you have Aristotelian thinking. And St. Thomas Aquinas was a big Aristotelian, and I think that a huge amount of the problems in Catholicism derive from Aristotelian thought, and some from St. Thomas because he was an Aristotelian thinker. And when we try to pull those threads of history and connect to Pure Land Buddhism or connect to Vaishnavism, we have to go back to Plato. It doesn't work to go to Aristotle because you're going to get deviation, because Aristotle deviated from Plato. So we have to go back before Aristotle, and we have to look at the Pythagoreans and the Orphics and the Platonists. So when we go back to that kind of thinking in Greece, we see that the Orphics, Pythagoreans, and Platonists were all Helios worshippers. And even secular scholars, academics, they all agree to this idea. They say that the Greek monotheists were all Helios worshippers. But to them, that's just some mundane solar monotheism. They don't understand it at all. So, I'm saying they're right. I'm saying the Orphics and the Pythagoreans and the Platonists were all Helios worshippers. But I'm saying then please go into what does Helios worship mean? What was it? Why is Jesus, the Jewish Messiah, why is his God Eli, and why are his two grandfathers called Heli? What are all the connections here? Why did the very holy Oneid dynasty, a priest in the Apocrypha, the Oneid dynasties of priests, they built another temple, another great temple, like the temple in Jerusalem. They built it in Heliopolis because there were so many Jews in Heliopolis. Who knows about this?
Well, it was the Elephantine.
They may have built one there too. But it was the Oneid dynasty that built other places of worship for the Jews in what? Helios worshipping cities. And the Oneids weren't heretics. The Oneids are like the big heroes, like King Josiah is a big hero of the Orthodox Jews. So also Onias is a priest at the temple in Jerusalem who we were reading the other night in the story of Heliodorus, where Krishna, Balaram, and Kalki appear in the temple, great temple in Jerusalem, and the priest is an Oneid dynasty priest because he's called Onias in there. So anyway, let's see. I got off on a tangent. Where was I? I was talking about
they claimed it was the one God, but they didn't have it right.
We're talking about the Helios
the
worshippers.
Greeks. Yeah, the Greeks. Okay, so this always when I was talking about Spartans. Thanks, Dad. The Spartans and the Athenians fought, and so we see a degradation and a loss and loss and loss coming down through time, and this powerful polytheism arose. It's the same. It's analogous to what's gone on in India right now. If you go to India, you'll find all these people, Hindus, and Hindus could say, "Oh well, Brahman is the highest, Shiva is the highest, Vishnu is the highest, Krishna is just an incarnation of Vishnu." There's just everybody does their own thing. However, there are very strict lineages that still preserve these ancient scriptures. And the Shaivites have their scriptural tradition, and the Vaishnavas have their scriptural tradition. And the Vaishnava scriptural tradition is very much more ancient than the Shaivite scriptural tradition. And we won't go into that right now. But there are very, very many more Vaishnavas than there are Shaivites. There's some estimations, there's 1 billion Vaishnavas, if you include the rest of, Indochina and all that. So, but by some estimates, there's like 750 million Vaishnavas and about, 200 million or 300 million Shaivites, Shaivas and Shaktas, and Advaitis. And when they break it down, there's some good sites on the internet that actually break down all these different groups by demographics. And let's see. Okay, just let me see. Spartans. I was giving an analogy that in India, amongst Hindus, it's very, very confused. And they've lost, the more they become enthralled with astronomy and astrology, The more they get into astrology, and the more the more they get into astrology, the more they get into demigod worship. The more they're into demigod worship, the more they completely forget about Purusha or Vishnu or Krishna being the origin. So we can see a parallel between this late degraded, corrupted Hinduism, where they're worshiping all these devas, they're worshiping all these gods, and they don't even know what the origin of the gods is anymore. They don't. The Krishna is just he's just the god of love that has a dalliance with the gopis. I mean, everything is brought down to lowest common denominator, and God is, even forms of God are reduced to just mundane gods of elemental powers and material planets. This is why in my work, I was just constantly having to fight off all of the ideas about astrology, because all these ideas about astrology are almost all very late and very corrupted. And for instance, they've got Saturn associated with, malevolent influences of Saturn, the planet Saturn in astrology, all these different kinds of things. So these are all very problematic. So anyway, I was using that as an example of the Greek polytheism at the time of Plato. So, and the Spartans were Helios worshippers. Now the Spartans had their own faults. Every different people has their own weaknesses and their own strengths. Well, when I say Spartan, what does a person usually think of?
Warriors.
Yeah, and great austerity. Great austerity. So, the Spartans, their side of their excess would have been in the austerity department, somewhat. But anyway, the Spartans fought with the Athenians. They fought with others. And this is a fascinating thing, other ancient commentators assert that there were no slaves in Sparta. Never any slaves in Sparta. And Sparta, now this will get us into manumission. This is really, really important. Sparta was a sanctuary. Any political prisoner or defeated foe in a war, chattel slave, that could make it into Sparta would be given sanctuary. If they came in, they had to confess. Come in, confess your sins. If we cast you out, that's it. You're not getting sanctuary here. But if you make a full confession, a good confession, and we give you sanctuary, we will defend you with our lives. So, slaves and condemned people were always, and women, all kinds of folks in trouble, who were in danger, were always fleeing to Sparta. And and sometimes the Spartans went out and they fought enslavers. Now, that terrible movie, the 300. Here's the essence of the story as it's transmitted in an authentic way. The Persians were going to conquer Europe. They were going to come in and start with the conquest of Greece. The Spartans, really small little bunch, small little society in a great empire, a Greek empire spread all over the place. Before the Roman Empire was great, the Greek Empire was great. But this little bunch of Greeks, as time goes on, things become more and more and more degraded. Who are the last people, the very last people in the classical era to be hanging on to the worship of Helios? They are the great thinkers. They are Plato. They are the Orphics and the Pythagoreans and Plato and the Asclepiadae, the physicians, the metaphysicians, the great artists. Because this is the God of the muses. This is the God of the arts and sciences. This is the God of philosophy, of metaphysics, of theology, of thinking. you can say the god of the higher brain and the greater sensibilities. He's the god of all the ascetics that don't eat meat, that are like Pythagoras. Did you ever read the Pythagoras rant against meat eating? It's very amazing.
Well, they used to call vegetarians Pythagoreans until the 19th century.
Yeah, yeah. His whole was it Crotona Institute, like his Crotona in Italy. They were all vegetarians. So anyway, asceticism is part of this whole worship of Helios and so on and so forth. Well, that was there in Sparta, and these people would go out and defend. So now, what do we have? We have the Persians at that time were great slave keepers at that particular time. And they were going to conquer Greece and Europe. And standing in between the Persians, absolutely enormous, gigantic army, probably the greatest standing army in the world at that time. But standing between them and the conquest of Europe was a little tiny army, the state of Sparta, and their 300 soldiers. And the Greek world, they didn't have to plead, but they did. Save us. Save us. You're the saviors. You're the liberators. You don't believe in slavery. They pled. Well, of course, the army was already mobilizing, I'm sure. So the story is that 300 Spartans, and now to understand the society, they're called the Spartans, but that's because people remember them because of their military. There were different Varnas in the Spartan society, just like in India. In India, we have 4 Varnas: Brahmin, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Shudra, Varnas. And we have 4 ashrams: Brahmachari, Grihastha, Vanaprastha, and Sannyas. So these are like spiritual stages of life, or evolution in life. And the 4 natural categories of work that people do, or that they're fitted for, that they love, that satisfies them. So, the Kshatriyas of that Greek society were the Spartoi. I've traced that Spartoi back through Subartu to Satrapa is a later form, but the Spartoi are actually a Kshatriya Varna of the, guess what? Hebrews, Abira. In the Apocrypha, there's a letter. There's a series of letter exchanges. I have it right here. Anybody can read it. This is one of these things. God's not hidden any of this. It's all right there. But there's a series of letters exchanged between the Oniad, between the Jewish hierarchy and the state, Israel, Judah. I mean, the Jewish, there were 2 kingdoms, but the letters are between the Jews and the Spartans. And in the series of letters, they say, we discovered, or we remembered that we are related through our common father Abraham. And when the Jews assert this, so they're discussing this, sending emissaries back and forth with this information. The information that you get from it is that the Spartans and the Jews are both descendants of Abraham, worshiping the same God. And they go so far to say the purpose of this exchange is to renew our alliance with each other. Our possessions are your possessions. Your possessions are our possessions. We will fight for you. You fight for us. We are all descendants of our father Abraham. Now, interestingly enough, I pointed out to you earlier about the whole Anguiaped, snake-footed, erect-head people from Dvorka, the worship of Krishna and Balaram, the worship of Ananta Sheshanaga. And who is the cityfied folks of the family of Krishna? Who are they? The kings are the Vasudevs. Krishna in Dvorka is Vasudev. the country cousins of the Yadu dynasty, interesting, Yadavas, that sure sounds a lot like the Yadevas, the worshippers of Yah. So the Yadavas, or Yadus, I don't know if it has anything to do with Judah, probably not, but that's interesting too. But the kingly Yadavas of the city of Dvorka, where Krishna is Dwarkadish Vasudev, their country cousins are the Abiras. Father Nanda Maharaj is the king of the Abiras in that little village of Goloka Vrindavan, Gokula. So, Nanda Maharaj is an Abira. So now if you go to ancient sources, who are the Hebrews? Oh, the Hebrews are the Hapiru. Isn't that interesting? And related to the Hebrews, you have the kingly dynasties of the Basilios. So you have, like the great city of Jerusalem, you have the kingly lineages, kingly dynasties of the Kshatriyas, and you have an admission in the Apocrypha that the Spartoi are related to the Jews.
Is that in one of the Maccabean books?
Yeah. Oh, Maccabees is astonishing. I mean, there's so many things in there over and over and over again. Like you're talking about the I better not get on that tangent, but about the Indian elephant units fighting in Jerusalem. Okay, I'm losing the track. Okay, so I was back on the Spartoi. I don't want to lose this. The Spartans and the Jews are related. And so if you go back into the history of the Spartans, you can run into the Hapiru. If you follow that thread of the Spartans and the Jews and the military Jews back, the kingly line of the military Jews back, you get to the Vasudevas, the Basilios, but there's this tangential, or not, but related tradition of the Hapiru. Well, the Hapiru appear to be the Abiroi. Krishna's family, the Abiroi. Abira, Father Nanda is an Abira. So this is another interesting thing, because at the end of the whole Mahabharata, that the Bhagavad Gita is part of, after Krishna and all the Yadavas have left the planet, Krishna leaves Arjuna with the task of protecting his wives and children. And Arjuna is taking Krishna's wives and children somewhere, and a band of Abira cattle thieves, supposedly, Krishna's wives and children, cows, I forgot to mention, herds, sweeps down out of the mountains and defeats Arjuna and steals away all Krishna's cows and wives and kids. Well, all through the Mahabharata, you see that the reason why the Pandavas die, everybody's got a reason why they die. An imperfection, a sin that leads to their death. It could be an excess of virtue, a vice, or whatever. But the purport that's given to this very strange story is that actually all the Abiras were Krishna. Arjuna's boon was he was indefeatable. Invincible. That's the word I was looking for. Arjuna was invincible, but he could only be defeated by the person who gave him his invincibility, which was Krishna. And so Krishna, in the form of all these Abiras, taught Arjuna a lesson about his invincibility and took all of his family back at the same time. Took all of his wives and his children and his cows and taught Arjuna the lesson that Arjuna needed about his own invincibility, because Arjuna's whole job was to protect Krishna's wives, children, and cows, and he failed. He lost them all to a band of cattle thieves, cattle rustlers. So why are the cattle rustlers identified as Abhiras? It's because Krishna. Hapiru, the Hebrews, are Krishna's people. There's no question about it. How are they thought of by secular historians? They're a bunch of cattle people. And actually, if you go way back into the ancient documents that record the Hapiru, sometimes they're called cattle thieves. Yeah, yes.
I thought you were telling us about the 300.
Yes, I am. Okay, thank you.
You
That's
have to
one.
call the pharmacy too.
Yeah, the 300. That's okay. I'll call. Well, I'm going to call them the poison control, so I can call them 24/7. Because I'll just call the hospital. If I call the poison control and I ask the nurse if I should take double or triple or more dose, I tell her I've got already a prescription. I've got it on me. Should I take an extra jolt of this stuff? They normally say that if you've got a bad tick bite, if you get high dose or enough of antibiotic within 24, 48, 72 hours, you don't have to worry about ever developing a Lyme disease. So anyway, and these bugs weren't even in me for a full 24 hours because I checked myself before I went to bed. See, I broke my law yesterday. Normally, if I'm out in a bunch of tick brush or something like that, I take all my clothes off and I inspect all my clothes, make sure there's no ticks in them. I didn't have any ticks in my body when I went to bed last night, see? But I was wearing the same shirt. So those little rascals were hiding in my shirt somewhere, and they got a hold of me sometime in the night last night. And boy, by this morning they were drilled in there pretty good. But they say that if the tick is not in you for a whole 24 hours, you're unlikely to develop Lyme disease because he just hasn't had enough time to inject enough nasty into you. So if I didn't squeeze the nasty out of him into me when I was trying to pull him out, I'm probably okay. So anyway, so the 300. Thank you, Dad. My dad's great. He keeps me on track. So he pays attention. I tell you, he is world-class listener.
You got great memory,
I
better
know.
than me.
And when he listens, oh my gosh, it's an amazing. Dad, you are an amazing listener.
Thanks, honey.
He knows what you've said. And
10 minutes ago,
understands
he
it.
knows what you said.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So, the 300, and this is really important. The Spartans went out to Thermopylae to meet the Persian army. And the Persian army was vast. By all records, like thousands and thousands and thousands, more than 10,000. And there were 300 of them. Now, I'm sure this is one of those unthinkable things that is actually profoundly true in history because it changed the history of the world. The Spartoi, who are the military class of that civilization, the Hebrew-related civilization, I got on this tangent by saying that the society was organized like the Varnashram Dharma societies in India because they had the Parakoi, the Helots. Now the anti-Spartan commentators say the Spartans didn't need to have chattel slaves. They had the Helots. The Helots was a depressed class. Helots. There were some other names for them. The Helots, the something, and the Parakoi, and the Spartans. So there were the four groups that are like the four groups in the Varnashram Dharma system in India. And the Spartai were the Kshatriya class. And then they had that priestly class, and then they had that other class, which would have Vaishyas, and then they had the Helots, which were the Shudras. But if you actually study the sources, what there is about the Helots, they were a free people. They just happened to be the laborers and the agriculturalists who actually did the physical farming. They did the physical work, but they were not in any way chattel slaves, not in any way, or even a slave class. They weren't. They were a free people. they had much, much more freedom than the Spartans themselves. The Kshatriya class was extremely austere. They didn't even live, the husbands and wives didn't even live together. You know, they were so strict because the boys from birth were raised to be warriors. That's it. And I've tied them too to the I still can't remember the name. I was trying to think of it. What is the royal guard for the British Crown? They're from Nepal. They're Newari's people. I believe Newari's tribe. They worship Nectarian. They're one of the most elite fighting forces in the whole world. Just hearing that they're going to come in scares people off. What are they called?
Gurkhas.
The Gurkha. Thank you, Dad. Oh, my dad's so great. The Gurkha Guard. Hallelujah. Absolutely connected to the Spartans. Same discipline for children, sleeping on the bare ground with nothing. In cold weather, coming up through all the martial arts, everything, the training of the Spartoi, that's them. And even to today, you know, the tradition continues. Just like the Jewish army had the amulets of Nrsimhadev. They wear amulets of Nrsimhadev. They worship Narahari. So, that whole society was there, the Varnashram Dharma Society. And the Spartoi were the military class of that society. So the Spartans went out and they engaged the Persian hordes at Thermopylae. And they fought so ferociously. They killed so many Persians. And they fought to the last man. Every single one of them was killed. This is what they didn't show in that stupid movie. I was so furious. I felt like shouting at the end of that movie. You stupid... Every single one was killed, and the Persians turned back. There was nothing left to stop the Persians from invading Europe. And they thought it's useless to try to conquer this continent because we can never defeat that people. If there's any more like them, we were not going there. The cost was so great. The cost to defeat 300 Spartans was so great that they turned back. So even though every single one was killed and they absolutely lost, they completely won. When in history is this ever? What does this tell us? What kind of a lesson is this? But it's a historical fact. It's true. The Spartans met the Persians, and the Spartans died, every one of them, and the Persians went back. They did not show that in that stupid movie. One of the most astounding things in all of history. You know, for me personally, I take so many lessons from that. You know, what could look like absolute utter defeat may be absolute utter victory. You don't know until God's done with the story. So now there's more stories to it. There's more lessons to it. The wives of the Spartans were all widows. Just like as if to answer the challenge of all the false gods of the world saying, well, you guys have got slaves too. You know what the wives of the Spartans did to be fathers to their children, their orphan children, and to be their husbands? They went to the Helot class, and the wives of the Spartans took new Spartan husbands from the Helot class. They all married Helots. Does that sound like something devotees of our God would do? You know, Krishna going and saving all the captured wives who nobody would have because they're polluted, they've been in some demon's harem, and marrying every one of them. So that they've said that, things describing Spartan women astonishing things describing Spartan women. The most astonishing is that after their husbands were killed, they went and they took husbands. So right there, there's no race, there's no class. A Spartan, a Spartan is a Spartan is made by who's his wife. We can raise each other up. It's a matter of training. It's a matter of education. When maybe they didn't have the natural propensity, but they became the new ruling class of the Spartans of that nation. So I mean, there's these amazing things in history. So I don't. It was the Spartans that worshipped the dual kings.
You spoke a lot about the battle leader, but not much about the priest king. Want to say something about the priest king?
Yeah, but I got to go to take a break here for a second.
Go ahead.
Well, the biblical psalm and the Samaveda are both bodies of. They both deal with the music, sacred music. So let's look at a synagogue of tzaddiks. The word TZ, kind of transliterated TZADDIK, the tzaddik, I'm sure, is associated with the Greek ascetic. But the more interesting thing that I've actually nailed down is that the word tzaddik, meaning righteous, which is a descriptive name for the saints, Jewish saints of the ancient tradition, the earliest tradition, right up through present day Orthodox Judaism. They still use the word tzaddik. Mm-hmm. That same word in Sanskrit has many forms, and one of them is the sadhaka. You know what the word sadhaka is?
No.
Well, the righteous. Those are the religionists, the initiated religionists, and the practitioners and the masters of the Bhakti traditions of Shiva and Vishnu. They're sadhakas. The word sadhu comes from sadhaka.
I think in the Eightfold Path they say right, understanding right, everything. It's sama. They use sama for right, for correct.
Sama in the
like right understanding right. Samadhi, it's sama. For correct or right.
Well, I wonder if they're using it as it's probably one of the alternative meanings of the word sama meaning, not sam, meaning two, like calm, con, sim, two and also together kind of prefix. But the word sama, see, in different languages, some words or similar words or roots have multiple meanings.
There's also the main Buddhist prayer, Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Sama Sambuddhassa. Sama Sambuddhassa.
Well, the Sambuddha is with Buddha. And
they translate it fully, the fully enlightened one.
So they're saying Sama Sambuddha?
Sama Sambuddhassa. So they got fully enlightened. The fully full Buddha. It's a big term for Buddha. Sama Sambuddhassa.
Sambhu, yeah. So what they're doing there is they're using the Sanskrit variant meaning of the word sama, not the probably not the meaning related to and, but they're like calm or con or or Greek sym sin or sym sim. But they're using the meaning as in sama yoga. I mean, that's related to the root for sama yoga or samatha yoga. That word, I'm guessing now that word has a meaning that the kind of meaning that you're talking about. But there's a branch of yoga called Samatha Yoga, which is the yoga of equanimity.
Yeah, that has a THI at the end.
Hmm?
But it has the THA at the end.
Samatha Yoga.
Yeah.
Samatha Yoga,
Yeah.
or it just has a TA at the end, or a THA. I guess it could have a THA sometimes. But the Samatha Yoga is Krishna talks about Samatha Yoga in Bhagavad Gita, and the way to understand, remember the name, what that meaning of yoga is the English word same. Samatha Yoga is the yoga of equanimity.
Yeah.
It's the yoga of
Tranquility.
absolute peaceful equanimity, or peaceful, compassionate, holy detachment and goodwill towards all beings. Having same, my mother used to say to us kids, I love you all same as same. So the part of Shila, or mercy, compassion, and karuna, and all of these things having to do with compassion and having to do with
Sympathetic joy.
Yeah, sympathetic joy,
Equanimity. Loving friendliness. They're the
loving
modes of
friendliness.
God.
Yes, all of those are part of Samatha Yoga, because in Samatha Yoga, your entire practice is equality towards all beings, equal love. Samatha Yoga begins with the exercise of seeing all jivas as the same, all equal, not seeing race, not even seeing species, but equal amity, equal friendship and goodwill towards all beings. So, but anyway, I'm thinking that Sanskrit, like many other languages, has multiple meanings for different words. That the word that's, because it has like an aspect of equation to it.
Yeah.
That it might also be used as a superlative.
Well, you're saying that Sama is for the songs of the Vedas, and then my understanding of all the Buddhists, he goes out, he calls it right understanding, right samadhi, right speech, harmonious. I never thought of that translation, maybe because they translate as, right.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Harmonious, perhaps.
Yeah, I don't think no, that wouldn't be there like that. I don't think so. But it sounds to me like it might be an alternate meaning of the some root.
Sameness. Yeah.
Yeah.
Equanimous.
So the I don't even know where any of my books are. If I could find my Sanskrit English dictionary, boy, we could have a.
It was just a quiz
Remember
side
that.
topic here.
Okay, but anyway, what I wanted is to go over while I was thinking of them is a very quick go over different words of great significance that are there, that follow right through from the Hebrew and the Greek into the Sanskrit,
Right.
cult terms. So, tzaddik is extremely important word, because a Jewish saint, even way back in the Old Testament, the righteous one, or the saint, the tzaddik, is absolutely exactly the same thing in both Shaivism and Vaishnavism. Again, like I said, before the traditions are separated, you find these commonalities which are very profoundly important. So, a quorum, or I don't know if that's the right term, but a gathering of these Jewish tzaddiks, Jewish elders. The gathering was called in the Greek tradition. Gathering of these Jewish elders was called a synagogue, from which we get the word synagogue. So it wasn't originally, it didn't have anything to do with a building. This is very important. But it was, the synagogue was a synagogue of tzaddiks.
And you had to have a certain number. I can't remember how
10,
many.
I think it was 10. But a synagogue of tzaddiks, a synagogue of tzaddiks, later becomes a synagogue, where the building where the tzaddiks are meeting. But what's really important of understanding the Greek synagogue is that there is that word syn, which means together. Okay, and it's like, sometimes they say it's a gathering together, the synagogue. So it's astonishing when you go to India. what is a gathering of these sadhakas called? Or sadhus called? Sadhu is, sadhaka is a longer form of the word sadhu. A gathering of sadhus, of the Shaivites, of the Vaishnavas, is a sadhu sangha. Variant forms of the word sangha are samaj and samagama. They absolutely cognate with synagogue. So you have a synagogue of tzaddiks is a sadhu sangha. Prabhu, why don't they get this?
I have a bell every time you say something like that. Bing.
I know, but it's astonishing. I'm so full of this stuff, and it's real. It's not me. Now, I haven't concocted anything. I don't say I'm in contact with God. Archangel Michael. I'm channeling all this, all this crap that these New Agers say with an endless concoction with their nonsense. That's not where it's at. It's right here. It's right here. God's not been hiding. God's not hidden anything. He's constantly coming and sending his representatives to say, look, look, look. God comes and says, I am. And the saints come and say, there he is. And he has left this wide swath through the history of the whole human race. It's everywhere. You can't get away from it. I can't get away from it. I study history. It's everywhere. It's all right there. It's in Namarupa. It's in the monuments. It's in the hard copy. It's in the hard sciences, the evidence of all human history. It's there. And why don't people see it? So, another one. Let's just take a bunch of these different ones. There's another term I should discipline my voice a little here. There's another really important term.
You want to just hold it?
No, because I shouldn't hold this.
It'll pick up fine. You don't have to. You can just talk softly
Okay.
from where it picks up really good.
Okay. There's another very important religious term in the Old Testament. Now, forgive me, because I don't speak Hebrew. I'm a textual scholar. And I'm a lexicographer, and I'm almost as a lexicographer, I'm a collector of holy names and religious terms. So that's my specialty. I'm not a grammarian. I don't speak these ancient languages, although at one time I could, roughly approximate singing Sanskrit in Bengali. But anyway, I had a ability to follow things in the text, and of course I needed dictionaries, like I needed a Koine Greek dictionary, or I need a Latin dictionary, or Hebrew. Look at the grayness of the mountains right now. Can you see how pretty that is? Dad, can you see the grayness in the mountains? It's just beautiful, just like that. It's gorgeous.
So you're right about the sunset, I think.
Yeah, going to be colorful. So, this important word is translated as seer, meaning a prophet, or a seer, S-E-E-R, from the Old Testament Hebrew. And forgive me if I'm not pronouncing it correctly, but roha. It's transliterated as R-O-E-H. Now, in the rules of sound shifting, when you do etymologies or you look at word origins and you see how words diffuse and what happens to different sounds when they pass from one group of speakers to another, there's something called sound shifting. And so they know that, for instance, there's some interesting things that it's not about sound shifting, but some interesting things about syllables and where the placement of the vowel sounds are in ancient writing systems, because many ancient writing systems weren't clear, didn't even have separate vowel characters. And so they, like for instance in Egyptian and in Hebrew, sometimes they're guessing where actually what they were and where the vowels were. So really what you're sure about is the consonantal sounds. And then the sound shifting has to do with the shifting or the transformation of those sounds from one dialect to another or one language group to another. So a common sound shift is the S's and the H sound shift, because a soft breathing H can become a S sound, or vice versa. So, or the S can become an SH sound, and so forth. So, what is the exact meaning equivalent of the Hebrew seer in Sanskrit? Often translated as seer. It's a rishi. So we have the Hebrew roa and the Sanskrit rishi, and they have exactly the same roles in the Old Testament and in the Vaishnava scriptures.
How are they spelling the Hebrew one?
It's R-H, but they say R-O-E-H. So the rishi is the R-S-H-I or R-S-H, and the roa is the R-H. But the meaning is exactly the same, and the personality, the role of the roha in the Old Testament is exactly the same as the role of the rishi in the Sanskrit in the Vaishnava classics. Just like the sadhaks in the Old Testament are exactly the same as the sadhakas in even present-day Vaishnavism and Shaivism, the sadhus, sadhakas. So a sadhu sangha, or a samaj, sadhu samaj or samagama of sadhakas is the same thing as a synagogue of sadhaks. And the roas are the rishis. Now, the Samaveda are the psalms of the Vedic tradition. The collected psalms of the Vedic tradition are Samaveda. So, do we have other connections? Oh yes, the connections just go on and on and on. For example, in the Greek form of the Jewish scriptures and in the New Testament, we have these beings called angels. We get, agalos in the Greek, and we say angels. Now, there are two kinds of angels described. Actually, there's three kinds of angels really thought of in the Catholic tradition, and those are the angels that are the protectors of, for instance, protectors of your body or protectors of a city. There are guardian angels of everything, all the way up and down the scale. There are guardian angels. And then there are angels who are messengers. This is an interesting class of angels. And angels that are messengers can be either heavenly beings or they can actually be human messengers who are called angels. This is very interesting. I draw your attention, dear participants, to Revelations, where it's described that an angel arises from the east. Now you have this picture of an angel coming from the east, bearing the name of the living God. And he's going to seal people in their forehead with the name of the living God. Now, there are human messengers, human angels. Now we go to the Brahma Sampradaya of Vaishnavism. And in the beginning of the Bhagavad Gita, Prabhupada's Bhagavad Gita, where Prabhupada gives his lineage, remembering now that in Hinduism there's all kinds of lineages. They're not just Vaishnava lineages. There's Shaivite lineages and Devi lineages and so on and so forth. These are called sampradayas or paramparas, apostolic successions. And the Vaishnavas have main lineages. And one of those lineages is the Brahma Sampradaya. That's a particular sampradaya that I am a sannyasi in, and that's because I focused my work on the sampradaya that contained what I thought was most significant to study relative to this Mediterranean monotheism that was the origin of the Judeo-Catholic tradition. So by some miracle of God, Srila Prabhupada comes here to the West, bringing this entire tradition with him, intact, uncorrupted by personal interest or anything else that could have corrupted it. He came over here with nothing except the order of his spiritual master. No big institutions, no politics, no nothing that had anything into him which would cause him to minimize or change or corrupt anything. And he had no personal motive. Never wanted name, fame, adoration, or anything. This real saint. And he brought this whole tradition. And in his Gita, he humbly says, here are some significant figures in my sampradaya. Well, not mentioned in there is that in this Brahma sampradaya, which is a Krishna-centric sampradaya, we have this whole corpus of literature, the scriptures of the Guru, Shastra, and Sadhu of this lineage, includes the Mahabharata and all these great Vaishnava, Krishna-centric Vaishnava scriptures. Now, the lineage of the transmission of this entire tradition includes and is very exclusive with this inclusion in the sense that other sampradayas don't have this particular lineage. It's the lineage of the Angiras. So I think even in Krishna's pastime, Krishna studies from Gaura Angiras, one of the masters of the Angiras lineage in this Brahma Sampradaya. So the significance of this is that that lineage, if you look it up in a Sanskrit dictionary or an encyclopedia of Hinduism or something, you'll see that the Angiras are the messengers of Vishnu. And specifically, our sampradaya recognizes that the Angiras, who are human beings, are in our lineage. Now, when you go to etymological dictionaries, like even I think Monier Williams' etymological dictionary, you can look it up online. See, anything that I'm telling you, you're welcome to go look up online. You'll find volumes of stuff about a lot of it. Is that all of the so-called Indo-European the philologists who comparatively study Sanskrit and Greek, well, they say, it's obvious that the Angiras are the Agalos, are the angels. So it's not me saying it, it's them, all of those linguists say that the Angiras are the angels. And the Angiras are the messengers of Vishnu, and specifically in the Sampradaya. And Prabhupada has arisen from the east, and he's come west, doing what? Sealing the servants of God in their forehead with the name of the living God.
Ding.
I mean, I'm not making this stuff up, guys, I didn't do it, blame God. And when you read commentaries on the New Testament, they might even say that is an example of a case where an angel is a human being. not a descendant from heaven angel, but some human being angel who's a messenger of God. So I didn't say that either. I mean that's not my concoction either. That's other scholars reading that text saying, where's there an example in the scriptures of an angel who is not an angel descending from heaven, but an angel arising out of the earth? Oh, that comment in Revelations, or the Apocalypse, that's apparently a human messenger. Well, I'm not saying it's Prabhupada, but I'm saying that's awfully, because my opinion is that, the whole thing about Revelations, I don't buy all this nonsense speculation about what Revelation means in this day and age, because my understanding has been greatly informed by understanding a lot about the history of the intertestamental period and the early church. So as far as I'm concerned, I see all kinds of things right there in John's contemporary world that he's addressing. I don't necessarily see Revelations or the Apocalypse as something that's aimed at us and prophetic down the road here. But that business about the angel arising from the east is very interesting. So we have the seers, we have which are the rishis of the Roa, we have the synagogue of tzaddiks, we have the angels. Okay, what's another important term? How about the word prophet? Well, if you study the Greek, because propheta is a Greek word, there's another word for the Hebrews have another word, but the reason I'm using Greek words is because there's the Hebrew, the masters of Judaism put their scriptures into Greek. Oh wow, look at that. Look how the sunset, Dad. It's like that tree's on fire.
Yeah.
Wow, that's really something.
It truly is.
So, we need to, if you're going to be doing laps in here, Dad, we need to turn on some lights for you too, because I worry about the low light when you're walking around. Boy, look at that.
I know.
Wow, that's really pretty.
What was the word you're working on?
Oh, thanks, Dad. I'm working on prophet. So here's
I can't hear you. What word is it?
prophet, as a prophet, prophet in the Old Testament prophet.
Okay.
So I said the reason why I'm using these Greek words with such wild abandon is because the Jewish elders of Judaism, 70 or 72 or whichever version you're reading, got together at the Temple of Serapis in Alexandria, and they translated their scriptures into Greek. And many, many copies were made. There's no question about what the content of the Septuagint was. And there also this other wonderful intertestamental period, early, pre-Advent literature of the Apocrypha, which includes these amazing books of the Maccabees. So anyway, those are authentic ancient sources. We don't need to have spurious modern gospels to give us amazing things. These Catholic Bibles that have the original stuff are all we need. So now, if we look at the Greek, we find out that the Greeks used, and here's we cross over again, using all the Greek terminology that's used in the Septuagint. It wasn't just invented, it had history. What was the history of that specific Greek religious language that they translated the Jewish scriptures into? It was all Heliopolitan jargon. It's like we say jargon is a professional language that's specific to a discipline. That's what it was. It was all Vaishnava-related Greek. Absolutely without question. The deity names. So if we're looking at an intermediary, say, okay, well, say you don't believe that there is any connection between the Hebrew and the Sanskrit because you're buying this whole division thing. And because the connection is very, very, very ancient. So say there's no connection between the Hebrew and the Sanskrit. But if you take the Greek version of the Jewish scriptures, which was created by the greatest Jewish masters, and you know that Greek is very closely related to Sanskrit. Oh my gosh, when you start looking at those those Greek names of God, those Greek religious terms, cognates, all, so many cognates, and the deity names, it's all there. And what is it connected to? It's not connected to Shaivite, separate Shaivite, any kind of, it's just the Vaishnava scriptures. And if you look at a etymological dictionary like the Monia-Williams, it's astounding. It gives the source. It tells you, it has a code for the book that it came out of. So if you ever seen a Monia-Williams Sanskrit English dictionary, I see a little teeny 1 or 2 letter codes in there, like ours, Ramayana, I think, So it'll have Mahabharata, Srimad Bhagavatam. It has the code for the different Sanskrit literatures that word can be found in. And I read the Monia Williams Sanskrit English Dictionary, every single word of it, from page 1 all the way through, collecting these things. This is what I did with all this before there was computers. I went through all these books, and I went through them, every word of every page, to try to get the gestalt, to get the big picture. And all of these connections are tied right to the Vaishnava scriptures. That's what you have to do. You go through the entire Sanskrit dictionary, and you look at every single word, and you see where it's used and how it's used, and it's coming out of a Vaishnava scripture every time. That's why when I talk about Vedic Vaishnava sources, I'm saying I've seen it. I know where these words come from. These words come from a Vaishnava scripture. Their meaning is embedded in Vaishnavism. That's where it's coming from. So don't give me all this late Shaivite, the late Mayavadi, Advaiti, late stuff, from 500 years ago or 1,000 years ago even. Don't give me stuff from 100 years ago or 200 years ago that has no meaning past 200 years ago. I'm not looking at those things. I'm not comparing those things. What I want to see is what did it mean 2,000 years ago? What did it mean 3,000 years ago when there was maybe, still some unity between the Vaishnavas and the Shaivites? And because you're looking at the Jewish manifestation of the thing, and you're seeing, whether there's that separation has started yet or not. So as we go back further and further and further, there's more and more unity. The more we come this way, there's less and less unity, and more division. So, prophet, thank you. So now if we go to the Greek sources, and I've read all that Greek literature, what is a prophet? What's the word that they use? The word prophet is being used in the Greek form of the Jewish tradition. So what does propheta, what does it mean to the Greeks, outside of the Jewish tradition? Oh, these are the fire priests of Helios. The fire priests of Helios. It's amazing. So what is a fire priest of Helios in the Vaishnava tradition, in the Vedic tradition? Purohita. So,
Pyrogenic.
oh, that's very interesting, Dan. Yeah, Purohita. Very interesting. Good one. I never even looked up that. I never tried that one. But anyway, they will say propheta is from pro, before, or they give different etymologies for it and so on and so forth. Regardless of what the word itself means, the identity is the same. We have the fire priest of Vishnu is the Purohita. The Vedic fire priest of Vishnu is a Purohita. We have the fire priest of Helios over here is a propheta. We have in the Old Testament prophets. And who was the prophet? Was it Elijah and the prophets of Baal?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, so what's the story there?
It's a fire story.
Okay, so now tell Dad how Elijah defeated the prophets of Baal.
Well, all the priests of Baal and Elijah decide to have a contest, and it's a fire contest. But Elijah's fire, he dampens it with water, so there's no way the fire can arise. And his fire ends up being bigger than any of the other fires that weren't even dampened. So everyone is amazed, and it proves that Elijah's God is greater and the true God, and he defeats the prophets of Baal through igniting fire to damp wood that shouldn't even burn.
And how did the fire manifest?
Miraculously.
Elijah called it down from heaven, and the Lord, there was the fire, and they brought so much, they dug a moat around the altar, and they poured so much water on the altar that it filled the moat, and they poured and poured and poured and poured and poured and poured and poured, and the Lord and Elijah fought, fiat, that's it. Okay, God, show them. And the fire from heaven came down, and it burnt the offering, and it burnt the altar, and it burnt up all the water and the moats, and it, toasted everything. So, what do the Purohitas do in the Vedic fire sacrifices? These great stories. They call down fire from heaven. The miraculous fire from heaven that is the tongue of Vishnu that consumes sacrifice.
How do you spell that Purohita?
Puro, Purohita. And I'm thinking that Hita in that from is related to Hutta, who is the one alone who is worthy of sacrifice. Hutta means the English God is linguistically related to the German Gott, which is linguistically related to the Sanskrit Hutta or Hutta, which is the name of Krishna or Vishnu, meaning who alone or who is worthy of sacrifice. So, there's an obvious connection between the prophet Elijah and the fire priests of Helios and the fire priests of Vishnu. So, there you've got seers, you've got angels, you've got prophets,
psalms.
There's a whole bunch more. I think it's the other one that just popped into my mind a minute ago. Well, I told you about Mayim. Mayim is the waters that the Spirit of God lays on in the beginning in Genesis. Spirit of God on the waters and so forth. And the whole business about Adam and Eve is Atman and Jiva, or Adon and Eve, Atman and Jiva. The whole story of the fall is there.
Mm-hmm. So tell the Sanskrit correspondence to Mayim, the water.
Well, the Hebrew, if you go back to the Hebrew in the Old Testament, what is the word for the waters that the Spirit of God is on the waters? The word for those waters is Mayim. Well, the waters, the causal ocean that the Spirit of God, Mahavishnu, is lying upon, those are Mahamaya. The causal ocean is Mahamaya, which could be called the waters, Mayim, waters, that Mahavishnu is lying on. The Spirit of God hovering on the waters. There we have him on the Mayim. I'm pointing to a picture here of the see Mother Durga. Durga, or material nature, the Mahamayam waters of the causal ocean that Mahavishnu lies down in, those waters, that causal ocean, is Mother Maya. Durga, Mahamaya, she's called, the great Maya, Durga Devi, or anyway, Maya. She's just called Maya.
I was always confused because I've heard Shaivites like Bhagavan Das, he calls Durga Maya, and it always went over my head. So
oh yeah.
Now I understand.
Well, yeah.
But even the Shaivites, they call her.
Yes, yeah. Maya is a by-name of Durga Devi. Now, it's because mostly people are talking about Mahamaya or Durga Devi. They're not talking about Yoga Maya. You don't hear people talk about Yoga Maya very much unless they're Vaishnavas and they're really interested in rasa theology. Then they talk about the Lord's diluting or covering power that facilitates loving relations instead of separates. The Lord has two diluting powers. One that promotes intimate love with God by removing fear caused by awe and reverence and the knowledge that He's God. And it promotes connection. And the other, which is the realm of Durga Devi or Mahamaya, that first is called Yogamaya. The second is the province of or the dynamic, the activity of Durga Devi as Maya. She creates a covering, if you will, that facilitates the desire to forget God. two. They're both forgetting delusions, but the one unites people to God and the other separates people from God. So if the jiva soul wants to be united intimately to God, God will facilitate that, further facilitate that unity. Yoga Maya will come and cover up the divinity of God, so that the devotee can have even a conjugal relation with God, so that the devotee can have a friendly relationship, a spontaneous, intimate, uninhibited relationship with God, without any element of fear, awe, or reverence. Like Arjuna, when Krishna displayed his cosmic form to Arjuna was terrified. And Arjuna ended by praying, Lord, please show me your two-armed form again. Please, I can't take it anymore. Begged him, show me your sweet form that I love. Now, Durga Devi, Mahamaya, when the jiva soul doesn't want to have a personal relationship with God, is why they go to the Mahatattva. Is they're forgetting. They're in a mode of, they're going to go experience something else. They're going to enjoy independently from God. They instantly, they say in the spiritual sky, everything happens, everything all time is the same time. Well, everything is instant, and whatever you desire is instant. So the moment you instantly, here's the Jivatma and the Paramatma story again. Jivatma momentarily becomes distracted in tasting the fruit of the tree of this experience. And in that moment, she forgets her lover. And bloop, another one falls into the material world, so to speak. The Jivatmas then they're actually in the body of Mahavishnu, and they're emanated out. When Mahavishnu looks at a material universe, that vision, that glance of love actually becomes Shambhu, and which is a form of Shiva, and that's why we say Durga is a consort of Shiva, because Shambhu is actually a form of Shiva. Baladev, of course, Mahavishnu is Baladev. So all of these emanations, the reason for all these emanations is that they preserve the purity of rasas, pure flavors, so that you never have a conjugal relationship between a parent and a child. Certain forbidden relationships don't exist in spirit and are not supposed to exist in matter either, if things are sattvic. So there's a purity of relationships, of emanations, expansions, incarnations, and all of these emanations, they all preserve, because the Purusha and the Prakriti have to be perfectly matched in relationship. That's the masculine and the feminine, the giver and the receiver. So up and down the scale of emanation, like in Dr. Reshevsky's organismic sets, or any scale situation, like you said the other night, the higher ones are inclusive of the lower ones. The lower ones are not inclusive of the higher ones. So you have to have everything so in Jewish Kabbalah, and any kind of system that's an emanationary system, like in Pure Land Buddhism, with all the emanations, there's always a perfect correspondence of yin and yang. In Tibet, they call them yum is yin, and yab is yang. So yin and yang, yum and yab in Tibetan Buddhism. Purusha and Prakriti, Shakti, Shaktiman, Shakti Hari, Shakti Hara, Sita Ram, Lakshmi Narayana, Radha Krishna, the highest, the origins. It's Yad and Hey, isn't it, in the Kabbalah? The two columns. Dad, okay, you're going to sit down. I was going to say, if you're going to walk back there, I'll go get up and turn the light on.
Yeah.
Before you walk back there, let me know so I get up and turn
okay.
the light on.
Mercy and severity is how I know the two far pillars, but I don't know the Jewish names.
Well, but remember those columns. The one column is masculine, the other
Right.
column is feminine.
Right.
Yeah, not severity. The normally what you have is the king and the queen. The queen represents mercy, and the king represents justice, not severity. So anyway, now I completely lost my train of thought. What was I talking about before? I was talking about correspondences, right?
Word correspondences. Yeah.
Oh yeah, like I mentioned the other night, in case we don't have that on tape, but the lost city called Ir-Nahash, which is translated as or interpreted as the city of the mystical serpents, or mystical serpent. Well, the ancient Indian name of Delhi is Nagapur. And Nagapur is directly cognate with Ir-Nahash. Now, there's a lot of them, but I'm kind of like drawing a blank right at the moment. So what was I going to talk about? Was I going to talk about manumission? Talking about going back to the Copt.
Right. I just thought it's called the Abulun Study Circle, and there's groups all over the country. They'd be a good person, a place to spread this message, I think.
Yeah, yes and no. Yes, in the sense that I am very pro-Sufi, pro-Sattvic Sufi.
Well, they're not Sufis. It's interfaith. It's just
Interfaith.
called the Abulun Study Circle, and the guy who founded it happens to be a Sufi.
Okay.
But he's an Aramaic scholar who does a lot of Christian work, showing how Jesus' prayers should be interpreted in the larger context of Mediterranean mysticism.
Okay.
And
All right.
so
Because here's the thing. Anything that involves Islam, the problem that I run into with anybody that involves Islam or thing that involves Islam is that I really can't just gloss over the career of Muhammad, I mean, as long as we can keep it on stuff that is pre-Muhammad or extra Muhammad or, Sufi and that's pretty impossible because the Sufis have, each different group has recreated Muhammad in the image of the Christian saints or Jesus or the image of Buddha or the image of Vishnu, They're the Muslim, the Muhammad of Sufi mysticism is decidedly not the historical Muhammad.
Yeah, the focus is interesting because he's a Sufi, but he's interpreting the Christian prayers through the lens of Mediterranean mysticism. So the main work isn't, well, he has translated the 99 names, but most of his work has been on translating the Beatitudes and the Lord's Prayer and into modern, how the Jewish people do rabbinical commentaries was a word for that, expanding all the commentaries, midrash.
Yeah,
it's like that.
Midrash.
He takes that take on.
Interesting.
So, yeah, he's an interesting guy to look up on the net.
Midrashic.
The Abwun, which means the first word of the Lord's Prayer is Abwun Debashmaya, our Father, and so it's called the Abwun Study Circle.
Yeah.
But
okay, so now you're going to get me off on another tangent.
If you want to go on that tangent, go.
I'm just going to give you the title or the first sentence or the first paragraph of this tangent because we can't do this tonight because it's so huge. You wanted me to explicate or unpack the Appa name or happy name or Appa name of God. Well, there's a pun in there, and that's the Father name, the Abba name.
Wow.
Yeah. So that's a whole, the Abun, our Father.
Yeah.
Abba.
And still today, the Copts call the priest Abuna.
Yeah, right, Father. And so then the Protestants say, oh, the Bible says don't call any man Father, blah, blah, blah. But throughout the whole Christian tradition, you have, for instance, the Copts calling the man Father. So, spiritual Father. So, let's see.
The Hop name as Abba, I never thought of that, but it does have
it's a pun. It's another meaning of the name, and the P and the B are totally interchangeable. So when we go back to Nihilus, Amun, Amun Ra, Aten Ra, right? Aten Ra.
Sundisk.
Well, yeah, Ra. Actually, Ra is ray, radiant, right? It's the radiant. uh, at, in the north, they translated the ATM name, or ATN. Remember, M and N are interchangeable. They transliterate it to, typically they have had atom, A-T-U-M, or A-T-O-N, right? This is showing you how the M and the N are interchangeable. Some scholars say A-T-U-M, atom, Ra, and some say Aton Ra, A-T-O-N, Ra. There's that, look at this, that hieroglyph that I have there, the hieroglyph, the character M and N are in that hieroglyph. Isn't that amazing? And it says either the M sound or the N sound, which is in the Sanskrit, the Anusvara. Now, that is the name of Narayana, Nihilus, Miramis, the M-N. Nereus is the god of the waters. NHR in Hebrew, the Nahar, as in Naharaim, which they called Mesopotamia, Naharaim, the land of the waters, the form of that Naharaim is exactly cognate with Narayana. And in that case, Narayana means of the waters, and in that case, Mesopotamia means the land of the waters, meaning the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. Mesopotamia. NHR, if you look in Egypt, if you look in the Near East, all fresh waters are called NHR rivers. So, if you go to Rome, you'll see that the Lord of the fresh waters of the Tiber, he's called Miramis. And then actually the MR word is extended to the sea. Mary is Stella Maris, star of the sea. But if Jupiter is Miramis, what is Juno? Remember, there's got to be a consort for every masculine form. And see, I got volumes and volumes and volumes of connections of masculine forms, but I've also got all the feminine forms to go with them. So I've actually had big, long, heated conversations when I was down in the Frigwit district down in San Francisco, or the world capital of lesbianism. Because I tell those people, I went down there, I got treated so badly. Castro district, right. Because the office for the field office for my master's degree work was down in that territory. So I ended up being down there. So I thought, I'm going to go in the Castro district, and I'm going to go into all these feminist bookstores, and I'm going to try to see if there's anybody that knows more about goddesses than I do. And I used to be able, boy, I had a skill. I used to be able to go into a bookstore and stand there and pick up a book and look at it and basically read the whole book in 20 minutes. And I had really good retention. But I was poor. I never had money. This is how I read thousands of books. I read thousands of books in libraries, in bookstores. I couldn't buy it. I just went and stood there in a bookstore and read it. I picked it off the shelf. Anyway, I could scan things. I could put in my brain. I can't do it anymore. But I could put a word or phrase or something in my brain. I could literally go through a book. I could just turn the pages and I pick it out of a page. If it was on there, I could pick it out like that. If the book didn't have an index, I could scan it and find what I wanted, just like that. I scanned so many books. I ended up buying maybe 2 or 3 forever that were encyclopedias of goddesses from feminist bookstores. I've never read a single one where they even had like a third of the knowledge of goddesses that I have. And that's because they're totally blinded by their feminist hatred of patriarchy and the male god. So they're really trying to find goddesses that don't have anything to do with God, or they're trying to disassociate or divorce the goddesses from God. And they reject and kicked out so many things, or they don't see it, they're blind to it because of that bias. They're blinded by prejudice. They're blinded by their sexism just as bad as the male sexists are blinded. And balance, order, health. You can't restore the god. Well, I'm thinking about the duo kings of Sparta. Strangely enough, in the ancient world, the Spartans had two kings. One was the battle leader, and one was the priest king, or religious king. Now, this comes down as a only one could find in traditions where they have a ceremonial king who performs or as a priest king. Now, remember, in the story of Abraham, Melchizedek was the king and the high priest of Salem. And he offered a non-bloody sacrifice and gave the remnants to Abraham, bread and wine. And Jesus is called a priest after the order of Melchizedek. And the Nazarenes also didn't participate in the liturgical, the sacrificial rites of the Levitical priesthood. The persons who took the Nazarite vow didn't partake in the sacrifices at all. They didn't eat any flesh. So, Melchizedek, which is, here's the name again, Milkai is king, right? What's the second part of the name?
Zadok.
Sadok, absolutely. All they say Zedek, it still is. That shows you how ancient that word is.
King of the Zadoks.
Yeah, he's priest, king of the righteous, king of the sadhus, sadhu king. But Raja Rishi. See, they call saintly kings. Never talk softer. They call saintly kings Rajarshis. A Rajarshi, the word is a contraction of the Raja Rishi. There's that word Rishi. And Melchizedek is a king Sadok, which is a Sadhaka, was a sadhu. So he's a sadhu king. So all these things are so amazing. So now, that ties him, the Zedek in his name, ties him to the ascetic tradition. The Greeks called them ascetics. They didn't eat any meat. They didn't take any alcoholic wine. They were celibate or sacramentally married, so on and so forth. So, actually, if we go through all these important stories in the Bible and we know the connections that I'm saying, we know they're true, then when we read the entire Bible, whether we read it in Hebrew and Greek, or we read it in Greek and Greek, or even in the Aramaic, the Eastern Rite churches, some of them have everything in Aramaic, or we go to the Coptic. We can't get away from the fact it's all the same tradition, because you could take any one of those traditions of Scripture and tie it right back. Like, for instance, if we go to the Coptic Bibles, the word for Lord in Copt is N-O-U-T-I, Noti. I don't know how they say it. It's the later form of the early Egyptian Inti or Intiar Neter. And how is it always translated? Lord. So we go over to India, and what is there a cognate there? Oh yes, Nata. Lord. Jagannatha Swami Nayana Patakami. Jagannatha Swami Nayana Patakami Bhavatumi. O Lord of the universe, kindly be visible to me. Appear to me. So, here we have in the Bible, the Coptic Bible, Lord is a cognate of Nata. So let's go up to the Slavic Bibles. What word do they use for God in all the Slavic Bibles? Bog. And the linguists will all say that Slavic Bog is a cognate of Sanskrit Bhagavan. Can you get away from Krishna in any of these Bibles? If you go to Anglo-Germanic, The Germanic is Gott. The English is God. Oh, is there a Sanskrit cognate? Yes, there is. It's Hutta. It's a name of Krishna Vishnu, meaning who alone is worthy of sacrifice. To be sacrificed to be sacrificed is the victim, and to perform the sacrifice. So, in Africa, the Lord is Natha. What's the source of the word Natha? Christian Vaishnava scriptures. Krishna Vishnu is Natha. Why say, oh, what, he's Shiva too? Okay, yes, but when you're looking at the earliest sources, when you do an etymology and you go to the very earliest written sources, those are all Vaishnava scriptures. This is why I always hammer on that. I'm not a sectarian. I'm not dissing Shaivism. I'm saying I'm a historian. I'm looking at the earliest sources. The earliest sources of all these words are Vaishnava scriptures. They're not Shaivite scriptures. There's a huge distinction. The Shaivites will say, these are our scriptures. No, those are not our scriptures. Those scriptures exalt Vishnu or Krishna as supreme, or Rama, or one of the incarnations of Krishna or Vishnu. But they're not, they're not our corpus of scriptures. Now, the Shaivites try to own Bhagavad Gita, because in that the central theophany of Krishna is Kalaha. But then what they have to do is they have to excerpt the Bhagavad Gita out of the entire rest of the Mahabharata, because the whole rest of the Mahabharata clearly exalts Vishnu or Krishna as the supreme. So, let's see, where was I? I was back to, I was giving a general kind of a thing. So in English, again, let's see, what do we say? We have English we say Lord. Well, they'll say loaf ward, or bread ward, or they've got a crazy etymology going for that one. But they admit that it is cognate with guard and ward. So you know what a warden is, right? So you know what a guardian is. A guardian is a warden. The root of that, ward or guard, is cognate with Sanskrit. This is amazing. Krishna is Vardavardhana, the ward of wardens, the guard of guardians. So, he's also the Chakravartin, right? Chakravartin. He's the holder, the guardian, the warden of the chakra disc. He's the Lord. So, if we say Lord, we're English speakers. This is an Anglo-Germanic, thing here. So if we say God, we're talking about Krishna Vishnu as Hutta, as who alone is worthy of sacrifice. If we say Lord, we're talking about Krishna Vishnu as Chakravartin or Vardavardhana, the Lord of Lords. If we say holy, holy God, this comes through from the Greek. The Greek is hagnos, Hagnos. What do the linguists say about that? Yagna. What is rendered holy by sacrifice? Yagna is a Vaishnava Vedic term for sacrifice. If we say something is sacred, we go back through through the root for sacrifice, sacred, sacrament, the SKR root. We go back into this again, interesting because it goes into the Egyptian too, as in Soker. But if you go back into the Sanskrit again, Shukra and Shukla are the same word. And it both means white, but when you look at what under white, what it means is to be utterly pure, purified by sacrifice, made holy by sacrifice. If we look at the name, we look at the word save, to save, we say savior, and the Greek is soter. But what is the root of all these save words? It's the to save, soter. We go to Egypt, we see shu. We see in Hebrew shua. Go to Sanskrit, shu. Just read under shu in Sanskrit, to acquit, to redeem, to buy back out of ransom. You could, like, the whole theology, a section on Shu like that, describing, giving you the manumission cognates, the manumission language connections to the word Shu. So when we say Savior, all I can think about is that white plume of Balaram's, That white plume says, and his whole body, his pure snow white body says, he is Shukra, Shukla Bala, who, the Savior, the word Savior, Soter. So, in this way, like, if we look at Latin and we look at Greek, we look at all different cult terms, whether they're Hebrew, Coptic, Slavic, you cannot avoid going back to Krishna or Vishnu. One time I had a long discussion with some Jehovah's Witnesses, and I kept thinking the whole time they're talking that really they can't say anything to me about God that doesn't tie right back to Krishna or Vishnu. And all the time they're talking, of course, they're doing the typical Protestant fundamentalist, anti-Catholic, anti-pagan. That was all pagan. This is all pagan. Pure Christianity, and so on and so forth. And they're giving, of course, they have their own translation. They have the New World Translation of the Bible, in which they've restored the name Yahoo in all these different important places. So that's a really good thing that they've done there to help people, scholars who are, wanting to know where it says Adonai, where it actually said Yahoo. This is important for my kind of work. We want to see actually whether, this is a late insertion of Adonai to replace the name of Yahoo. What was the original form of the name of Yahoo that was in there, or what was in there? Because they put away the name Yahoo and started using Adonai. So, I appreciate that about the Jehovah's Witnesses, because their focus on the holy name is so clear and good. But they've got all this other nonsense, Protestant fundamentalist, anti-Catholic ideas in there. And you can read it in any of their Watchtowers or Awake magazines. It's just constantly anti-Catholic. But a Protestant fundamentalist who is speaking English cannot talk about God or angels or anything holy or anything sacred without using words that are cognate with cultist terms of Krishna Vishnu worship and actually names of Krishna and Vishnu. And it's the same way in German, and it's the same way in Africa, in the Coptic. See, the Coptic Orthodox and the Coptic Catholic scriptures in Copt. Their Bible is in Copt. If you go down to the indigenous church in Ethiopia, their tradition is in the language Ge'ez, or Ge'ez. I don't know how to say the name properly. But they have these ancient, their tradition is in these ancient languages. Same thing, you have the Peshitta text in the Aramaic Rite Church. And in Iraq they call God Allah. So what is Allah? In the early part of the Old Testament, the form Eloah is used. Usually, like, the transliteration is like E-L-O-A-H. And what it is it's like Eliyahu or Elijah. It's a compound of the name Eliyahu. Allah or Allah is simply another version of Eliyahu, Helios, Eloah. It's the compound of the two names. We could say Horus, but I don't buy that form. I would say Heruasu, the name, and later it probably becomes Horus, but it's the very same name. And when you go over to India, where do you see that? Well, a very, very common form of Harya, name of Nisringadev. But when you see Haryeh. Think about Arya Kaplan in the Hebrew. It's, Aryeh, like that. Arya, Harya. The Yah is a lion, or lion Yah. Ari meaning lion in Arya, Hebrew name. And of course there's Ariel, which means Eli is a lion, or lion Eli. And Ari in that means lion too. So when you go over to Sanskrit, you look at the name Hari. And other than a name of God, it also means lion, color gold or yellow. It goes down the line like that. So, in the Shringadev's name, this the lion-headed form of Vishnu, avatar, in his name Narahari, where Nara significantly is cognate with the Hebrew in the in-ar name for a young man or a young woman. And that name, Narahari, which is a very common name of the lion-headed form of the Lord, Hari means lion. Nara means man and Hari means lion. So Narahari is man-lion. So Hari there means lion, just like Ari in Hebrew means lion. And the names of God, Eli and Yahu, for lion, in the Hebrew is Ari. Ari. Ariel, Arya Kaplan, Ariel, Angel, Ariel. Why don't they get this? As you see, they will not compare Hebrew, Semitic language, with Indo-Aryan language. They just, it's verboten under the whole Aryan concept of everything. So nobody's getting these. They're not comparing these things. I have been saying this for 40 years, and I can't get the Gaudiya Vaishnavas even to compare the Bhagavad Gita and the Saddharma Pundarika and the Septuagint. I can't get them to do it, Prabhu. I've tried and tried and tried. I've gone with a straw between my teeth to these ISKCON leaders.
Well, they're fundamentalists. You just have to find people that aren't going to be fundamentalist, and they're going to be receiving your message. A fundamentalist of any sect will not receive such a message. Right.
But I was so naive, and like my dad says, guilty of being innocent when I started out this whole thing. Because these people are students of Bhaktivedanta Swami, and all of his books say we're not sectarian. They're full of these astounding things like, he's a true representative of Bhaktivinoda Thakur and Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati, and I read you that you read that amazing passage on what is Vaishnavism. Non-sectarian. And my own studies of the tradition of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the first Bengali Renaissance was created by Chaitanya and Nityananda. A huge, extraordinary change, culture-wide change, because of their non-sectarian Harinam Sankirtan movement, which included Muslims and Buddhists and Shaivites, for God's sake. So, where am I? What am I doing? Your comment on here, because I want to say something about that.
I was just saying, there's an Aramaic scholar who's actually a Sufi, but he does a lot with the prayers of Jesus, the Beatitudes, and the Lord's Prayer, and shows how the original Aramaic, he links it back to the whole Mediterranean mysticism and to Egyptian religion, and shows the roots of these Aramaic words. And I would think that Aramaic scholars such as that would be interested in the Far Eastern connections as well.
Okay, this is very important. I like how you summarize what this Sufi master teaches, because to put it in the context of the larger subject of Sufism. Previously I said that the proto-Catholic tradition is associated in the Mediterranean with the ascetic worship of Helios. And you can identify this worship in Egypt, and you can identify it amongst the Greeks, for instance, in the initiated lineages of the Pythagoreans and the Orphics and the Platonists and the Asclepiadae, which are the physicians, and all of the lineages of initiation that were part of the Heliopolitan tradition. Now, Sufism taken out as a whole doesn't just exist within Sunni Islam. It exists within Shia Islam. It exists within Persian Shia Islam, within northwestern Indian Islam that's connected to the Ishmaelite traditions of Persia, and everywhere that Sufism exists, it has a character of the pre-Mohammedan mysticism of that region. Absolutely pre-Mohammedan. I use that word Mohammedan on purpose. I'm talking about Muhammad. Okay? I don't know of any Sufi who would say that Sufism didn't pre-exist Muhammad. Pretty much it's a universal Sufi doctrine that Sufism always existed and was the real thing, the primordial tradition, and it became Islam, or no, it's not proper to say that, but Muhammad came in the tradition of Sufism. That's what they think. And so they've adopted Muhammad as this prophet of this tradition that they imagine that is primordial, goes all the way back, and that they call Sufism. Now, the Persian Sufis, their system is really a hybrid of Mohammedanism and pre-Mohammedan Persian mystical traditions. The Sufis in northern India, their Sufism is, there's all different kinds of Sufism. There's even Sufism that is connected to the left-hand tantric traditions and Kali worship. And these Hashashins and Tags were kinds of Sufis. So not all Sufis are benevolent, peaceful, so on and so forth, mystics. The tradition of Sufism, I am pretty sure that the name Sufi actually comes from Sophia. They're wisdom traditions. They're all the mysticism, wisdom traditions, right? Not all that mysticism is benevolent. Not all those pre-Muslim, pre-Muhammad traditions that they're amalgamated with are benevolent. Same thing in the Mediterranean region. So that's how you end up with Sufis who are Hashashins, assassins. But where the wisdom tradition is connected to Platonism in the Mediterranean region, this is very interesting because scholars of Sufism will say outright that Sufism is really the repository of Platonism within Islam. So they actually will tie Sufism back to Platonism. And these are Sufi scholars as well as scholars of Sufism. So we know what Platonism, that's part of Heliopolitan monotheism. So as far as the time of Muhammad is concerned, and just after Muhammad, you know that within 100 years, Muhammad's religion spread. Well, the truth is it spread by the sword, and it spread by the thread of the sword. And the Muslims like to say that everybody just accepted this wonderful revelation because it was better than everything else. But what happened was when the Muslims came into Egypt, there was an estimated 500,000 monks living in the Egyptian desert. Egypt was essentially all Catholic at the time of Muhammad. And just after, when the next 100 years when Muslims came in. And within 100 years, that vast number of monasteries and monks that were living in the Egyptian desert was gone. And the vast corpus of the thousands of years of religious history in Egypt that Coptic Egyptian Catholicism was the absolute inheritor of that tradition and the continuance of that tradition. Thousands of years of wisdom and civilization basically was wiped out. And the Egyptian people got to trade vast libraries of wisdom and knowledge in all different areas for one single book, the Quran. So they got a bad deal, you know. But of course the Muslims don't think that. But where was that ancient mysticism of Egypt preserved? It was and throughout the Near East, in the Near East, in Arabia, and all these different places, in Iraq. Where was the ancient tradition, ancient mysticism preserved? It was preserved in the occult orders of the Sufis. The Sufis existed as secret societies, or at least esoteric wisdom groups within the Muslim cultures that they lived in, whether they were Sunni or Shia. And they had to live like that, because if the mainstream Muslims, the Sunnis or the Shias, knew what they actually taught and believed, things like reincarnation and emanations of God and all of this other Jewish-related Kabbalistic stuff, everything, or the Persian mystical stuff, because remember, these ancient civilizations had traditions of Hari worship in common that included all kinds of things, different worlds and emanations of God, so many different things which were absolutely not only heretical under orthodox, you might say, Muslim Mohammedan teachings, the radical monolatry of Muhammad, you know, with no mother goddess, no, I mean, just it was as if Muhammad studied and mastered the primal tradition and then built a religion around rejecting every single major tenet of it.
I heard one Sufi historian said that the rise of Mohammedanism, the Sufis took a strategy as a third fled, a third went underground, and a third infiltrated.
Yeah. Okay, so there you have it. So what you started out saying brought this all out of me. That your Sufi master you were talking about, when you summed up what you summed up, it reminded me of all of this stuff. So we're talking about a profoundly heterodox tradition, or something that is really, like I mentioned earlier, that Aristotle really deviated from the Platonists in some ways. Now, this fellow, Muhammad, I mean, his moral theology and his dogmatic theology were both profoundly deviant and led to profound pathologies in behavior. Pathologies in behavior. Tamasic behavior flows from tamasic thinking. Rajarsic behavior flows from rajarsic thinking. Sattvic behavior flows from sattvic thinking. So the Sufis, the Sattvic Sufis, if you study, for instance, the Sufis of Egypt, this is what I was thinking about, because this fellow was comparing Aramaic, he was comparing Sufi thinking, a Sufi language, to ancient Egypt, which would be very interesting for my work. But the point that I wanted to make here was that in each region, we can trace Sufi thought into the mystical traditions of the area prior to Muhammad, because the Sufis have preserved a lot of this pre-Mohammedan stuff in their thinking. And so that's why you would find that in this Sufi's interpretation of all of these Aramaic things, you would find that he recognizes all this Egyptian stuff, because the Sufis of Egypt go back to the pre-Mohammedan Egyptian traditions. The Sufis in the Near East go back to the pre-Mohammedan, and you will find many scholars that say the Sufis got this idea, that idea, these doctrines, those doctrines from the monastic communities that they replaced. They actually got these teachings through Catholic, they were all Catholic to start with, and after the schism, some were Orthodox and some were Catholic. So like today, there's Catholic Rite Copts, and there's Eastern Rite Orthodox Copts. So, but the Sufis in Egypt, in the Near East, they got a whole lot of their stuff from the monasteries, from the monks.
Richard Rohr says that right out when he teaches the Enneagram.
Oh, yeah.
Which was preserved by the Sufis. He said it came from the Desert Fathers in the
Exactly.
Egyptian desert, and the Sufis preserved it and passed it on to the West eventually.
Yeah. So this is what I'm saying. But I'm saying this not only happened in the Near East and in Egypt, but it happened in Persia, and it happened in northern India. In northern India, you have Sufism that is Muslim Buddhist hybrid, Muslim Vaishnava hybrid, Muslim Shaivite hybrid, and Muslim Kali worshipping hybrid, which are the Hashashins, left-hand tantrists. I think between 1980 and 1981, it took me a year of research, reading huge amounts of literatures, and I made a 11-hour audio tape collection on flesh abstinence in the Judeo-Catholic tradition. And I did it because I was promised that it would be transliterated. I mean, not transliterated. It would be transcribed and published by the Zonal Acharya of ISKCON. And I didn't have 2 tape recorders. I had 1 tape recorder. I made 1 set, and I drove them myself down to Berkeley and told the guru, I had this set. He said, give it to Mother Krishna Stuta, his secretary. And so I gave it to Mother Krishna Stuta, and she was going to transcribe it. She was really sweet. She wanted to transcribe it for me. I don't know what happened, but I was supposed to get a copy of it, a copy of the tapes. I never got a copy of tapes, and I never saw them again. I did hear bits and pieces of them on Temple PA systems. I did have other people tell me over the years that they heard parts of my tapes on Temple PA systems, and parts of that book showed up in other people's publications, but that was that. Anyway, other than that, I very rarely ever taped myself. All the tapes that I have, which I have many tapes, were tapes that were made by other people, and then they gave me copies, or they gave me the original, because the idea was that, for one, I may only remember something one time, and then if it's not recorded, it's gone. And for another thing is, if I have to repeat the very same things over and over and over again, it'd be better to have a book. It would be better to have a tape, something could be replicated and handed out to people, rather than make me repeat the same thing hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times. So, I do have a large collection of tapes, almost all of them made by other people, and a significantly important part of that is, unless I'm corresponding with somebody on the internet, on a Facebook, or dear patient, loving Junata is here to draw this stuff out of me, I can sit there in a stupor in front of the computer and not write a single thing. I can't pull out anything. It's like I don't know what I know. And it's so bad that if I go into my email program, my what do they call it, Outlook Express, if I go in there to try to finish something, because I've saved it to my Outlook Express, if I just try to finish something that I'm writing as an answer to somebody on Facebook, as soon as I switch over to the Outlook Express screen, I just go blank. It's personal. I have to be talking to somebody. People pull it out of me. And I can't just sit there and talk. It's responding to people. People have needs. And when they present me with something, that pulls it out of me. So if I get stuporous looking at the one screen, as soon as I switch to the Facebook, and I see the person's picture there, all of this comes out of me. So, that's that's the same thing with the tapes. I could turn on a tape and sit in front of a tape recorder and nothing is going to come out. But if you've got dear Dunata here, or Dad's here, some living person is here, it's just like I just remembered more things than I've remembered in years and years and years. Why? Because I'm trying to play something nice for Dad. Dad's going to sleep in the next room. Dunata's out in the next room. I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to like pulling it out of me, And so it's the personal, the relationship, because it's all for somebody else, The music is for the other that you love. All of the years of study, it's all for the other. If there's no other, what's the use? Who cares? So, my dear Junata, I want to tell you what I've learned about manumission.
I'm eager to hear.
First, the term manumission means to release from the hand, to send forth. Think of the word mission and missionary, someone who is sent. More importantly, somebody who is liberated, somebody who's been released. A missile is something that's been sent, that's been released. A missive is the letter that's been sent. A message that has been sent, that's a missive. Now, I can hardly contain myself when I hear the dismissal at the end of the Mass. Even in the translation where the priest says, "Go, the Mass is ended. Go in peace to love and serve the Lord." I can hardly even just recite those words I can't hardly contain it. And nobody knows how profound it is. People they have no consciousness of it. What it is to be dismissed, missa, ita missa es, to be sent away. Go in peace to love and serve the Lord. To be released at the end of the Mass. This is the final words of a manumission rite. A manumission rite was the liberation, the redemption, the salvation of a chattel slave. Now, to learn everything that you need to know and to confirm everything that I'm going to say about chattel slavery in the ancient world and manumission practices. All you have to do, and I'm sure in this age of the computer you can track this down, but you can start with a book called Greek and Roman Slavery by Thomas Wiederman. I think it's Wiedermann. I think that's it, but you'll find it. It's easy to find. Now, just like the Asclepius testimonies, and the commentary by the husband and wife, what's their name?
We know the book.
You've got the book, the Asclepius
Asclepius
book.
Yes.
Testimonies anyway, it's a compendium of the known inscriptions and the texts regarding Asclepius. Now, in the same way, Thomas Wiedermann has taken known texts from Greek and Roman literature, classical literature, plays, inscriptions, whatever, that involve manumission practices and law and different aspects of or stories involving chattel slavery. And he brilliantly categorized them and put them all together. It's not a real big book, but he shows a range of things. When I read that book, I had already read the whole Penguin Classics library and the Loeb Classic Library, and I'd gone through all kinds of encyclopedias of mythology and all kinds of Greco-Roman literatures and plays. There's so many plays. The Greeks were such literate people, it's astounding. There's hundreds of things available from the ancient Greeks. Between the plays and all of the different philosophical writings, and then you get into the histories like Herodotus, Xenophon, and Caesar, the conquest of Gaul. I mean, the Greeks and the Romans wrote a huge amount of literature, and the inscriptions, hundreds of inscriptions, So there's a huge corpus of literature in Greek and Latin, the ancient Roman literatures, and these are absolutely full of references to chattel slavery, different kinds of slavery, slavery of people captured in war, slavery of criminals, slavery of people who were born into chattel slavery, all debt slavery, all kinds of slavery. There's so many references, and then there are pockets of interesting things like the idea that the Spartans had no slaves and the Spartans were slave liberators, and then you find all this amazing stuff where monotheism is associated over and over again with, and the monotheistic alliances. There are what we kind of generally we can say are leagues, alliances, or federations of Greeks and Roman states, and Greeks and Egyptian and the Hebrews, alliances, these alliances of cities of refuge or asylum or sanctuary, the alliances of the monotheistic God, where people of any race who were under threat of chattel slavery or were chattel slaves or were condemned, had been sentenced for some reason or other, they could go to these to the temples, the Asila temples in India. Of course, these are the ashrams, the ashalams, places of rest and refuge, places of peace and asylum. The temples in India have a dharmashala, which is the temple precincts, and inside the temple precinct is a place of sanctuary. And if it's a Vaishnava temple precinct, it's a place of sanctuary for man and animals. There's ahimsa, no cutting, no killing, no sacrifice, no human sacrifice, no animal sacrifice inside the dharmashala of a Vaishnava temple. No animals are killed. Nothing's killed. There's no blood sacrifices. So everybody's safe inside a Vaishnava or Pure Land Buddhist dharmashala. So an ashalam or ashala is a asylum. And the Greco-Roman asila federations, if you go through the huge corpus of literature that I've been through, you'd see over and over and over again that Zeus and Jupiter, Ops, Rhea, Mother Earth, all of the different temples of the so-called devas that are in the Heliopolitan alliances, temples of Asclepius and Helios, of Apollo, Jupiter and Zeus, and the devas that are associated in the alliances, in these great asila alliances, they are refuges. You see, so then if you go to, when Wiedemann's book came out, I was all thrilled. I thought, finally, something, I got the book. Sure enough, in there, really I could pretty much build my whole case just on the stuff that Wiedemann's got in his book. But what you can do is you can go to take from Wiedemann's book, and you can search from there with the references that he gives and see the whole context of these amazing stories. How important the eternal, not eternal, but the constant conflict in the ancient world between the false gods and God and his different forms of these asila sanctuary federations, leagues, or alliances. So that, for instance, but if you don't know the context, you don't have my background, you don't understand all this. But then once you understand that, then you read Wiedemann's stuff, and you see, manumission right, what temple? Asclepius. Manumission right, what temple? Helios or Apollo. Manumission right, what temple? Zeus. You look at the temples where the manumission rites are being performed, and they're all in these alliances. And where they're not being performed, some false gods. Who's keeping the chattel? Who are the people who are slave trading? Who are the people that are keeping the chattel slaves? And who are the people who are freeing the slaves? And you see this tension between the world of the one true God and the world of false gods. And this gets all these alliances, these things all get fascinating into coinage. This is a little bit of a diversion, but this is important with manumission too because it's part of how it's all connected. The Poilius or Perusha or Polis city alliances, one of the things that the polis of a certain class did or had that was important and unique is they had coinage. They had mints, and they coined, they minted coins that met certain standards. Well, they didn't even have the right to mint coins because if they weren't members of the alliances originally. Because this is interesting, the minting of coins first was done in the temples of Lakshmi, Our Lady. If you go to any images of Lakshmi in India, you'll see she has coins flowing from her hands. Her name is the word for money. Vaishnavas don't say like money, they say Lakshmi. And Lakshmi is always adoring her Lord. Lakshmi is always at the feet of Narayana. She's adoring her Lord. She's, of course, a emanation of Radharani. Lakshmi as Padma, lotus, she's always wearing pink or red, or, pink dress, usually. But anyway, Mother Lakshmi, of course, she dispenses. Here we have the queen and the king. God is providence. He's providing everything. But she's distributing it. So Mother Lakshmi, people worship Mother Lakshmi separate from Narayana, separate from Vishnu, and that's totally wrong. But the whole thing about Mother Lakshmi and the coinage flowing from her hands is that the very first coins in the world, according to everything that I've read, were minted at the temples of Lakshmi. Now, why am I saying Lakshmi? Why do I say this? Well, let's go over to the Roman witness. The Roman witness to this whole thing is Juno Moneta. Money, the word money, comes from Juno's name, Juno Moneta. Money was coined, minted at her temples. Juno Moneta is also, in the Greek world, she's called Mintha. And Mintha means both the sacred Labiate, which is the Tulsi and the mint, all the whole family of the sacred Labiate, which are worshipped by the Vaishnavas and the Hebrews and the Egyptians and everybody that I mentioned earlier, that is, I'm convinced, the herb of immortality that is mentioned throughout all these ancient traditions, the scriptures and stuff, like in the Ramayana. Hanuman goes to a mountain, he brings back the herb of immortality. In that tradition, it's Tulsi. What is this herb of immortality that can bring the dead back to life? Well, actually, the sacred Labiate family, there's a certain aromatic oil in the plants of the sacred Labiate family, and some of them it's so strong that it can actually jolt a dead person back to life. And before they started using this stuff in first aid kits called amyl nitrates, they're little things you crush them and put them under somebody's nose when they're unconscious and when their heart stopped. If you put those things under somebody's nose when their heart is stopped, it could go. If it goes up, if they're breathing, or if it can get up their nostrils into that part of the brain, it can actually stimulate a person to start to live. It can start out stopped heart. So, what better herb to fit the bill of the great herb of immortality that the ancient world talks about, all over the planet? Well, the sacred Labiate are all over the planet. And if you crush these leaves and stick them under somebody's nose, you could actually revive a person. A person who's unconscious or a person whose heart's actually stopped. So, I believe that the herb of immortality that's in the Epic of Gilgamesh, the herb of immortality in the Ramayana, the herb of immortality in all the Greek, Greco-Roman, and Egyptian, the whole region, the herb that was offered to Jesus on the cross with the hala sins of the world on it, which is called Esab in the Hebrew and Hyssopus in the Greek. You look in the Greek, it's a member of the sacred Labiate family. Look it up. I mean, there's the Hyssopus is so close to the Tulsi that if you see a Hyssopus and you see a Tulsi, If you aren't a botanist, you can't tell the difference. So anyway, Our Lady, in the Greek world, she's called Mintha. And Mintha means both, it's a pun, and it's a name of Tulsi, mint, Tulsi mint, and mint, coin. To mint a coin, and Our Lady of the Sacred, all the Sacred Liberté family is the Mint family. And those are all Shaktis. They're all, so. Now, how did I get off on this one? Oh, the coinage and the manumission and everything. Well, remember the story about Jesus chasing the money changers out of the portico of the temple? Well, what's money changers? What does that mean? People think that's because people were buying and selling animals for sacrifice, and that probably was part of it. But why the money changers? Why were the money changers, and what does this mean, and what is this about? Well, there were various times when true believers in all the different places became corrupt, and the Lord had to come in or send somebody in to straighten them out. I could give you examples, amazing examples from the Old Testament of that, where some people was worshiping the one true God and they fell away. Like the whole story of Jonah. The people of Nineveh were gods. They were faithful to him. The whole story is they fell away. God sent Jonah to them to warn them, straighten out. Actually, Jonah was a little displeased that they did straighten out, and then God didn't annihilate them. But the people of Nineveh came back to the Lord. What does that mean? That means they once worshipped the Lord. We have examples from Babylon. Babylon was the people of God, they fell away. Nineveh, people of God, they fell away. Egypt, we have amazing examples of Egypt being the people of God. Why and when were they people of God? When they were worshiping Helios. And then they fell away. So, in these alliances, only the coinage of member states was, what do we call it? Tinder, legal tinder in those alliances. You absolutely could not use the coinage of a non-member state. You couldn't trade with non-member states. Why? Because the sacrificial system, to remain pure, to give an example, they're going to make an offering of the shewbread in the great temple in Jerusalem. That grain has to come from a member state. Because if it doesn't come from a member state, it may come from a field that has had a blood sacrifice performed on that field for the fertility of that field. It may have been grown with chattel slaves. All these strict rules on what was offerable and not offerable in the temples of the League city-states put great restrictions on the trade, because it was an abomination to offer blood, money that was blood money contaminated, money from the false gods of the world, from city-states that were run with chattel slavery and where they performed human and animal sacrifices. This blood money was not offerable, and you couldn't buy offerings with it. It was verboten. It was no person, no member, no observant Jew or devotee of the Lord would. That's not Lakshmi. I don't care if it's solid gold. It's got no value. It's verboten. Because whose picture's on it? Has it got a picture of the Lord? Is it a member city-state? Is a piece of coinage a real, Lakshmi and Narayana? Has it got, any stamp or the proper anything on it? No, it's got some false god on it. Render unto Caesar what is Caesar's, and unto God what is God's. People don't understand the whole background of the whole system. Jesus comes in, and what the hell are they doing? They're actually exchanging the coinage of the false gods for this Asila Federation coinage so that the people can buy. Somebody comes up and they want to buy something for offering in the temple, and they've got coinage, they've got some blood money coins, and they want to buy something. They can't buy it with blood money coins, so they got a money changer sitting there who says, I will exchange, they do this all over the world, of course, now, exchanging currency. But you got the money changers who are the currency exchangers. They're exchanging unofferable currency into offerable currency, and they're making a little profit on the DLC, mind you, into offerable currency, so people can use the offerable currency to buy, offerings to offer at the temple. This is why Jesus threw the money changers out. Now, you can study this. This is, I'm talking about laws and things back there. Why did they not teach this? This is so important. This other story, render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's, under God that which is God's. So, see, this all ties into chattel slavery, to human and animal sacrifice. It all ties into the law, and the law of the one true God. Anyway, and the idea that demons want Lakshmi without Vishnu. You can't have Lakshmi without Vishnu. If you try to invent Lakshmi, and that Lakshmi is disconnected from the society, the social order of the one true God, it's evil. Because it creates havoc. Look at our whole world system right now. And here's another one for you too. Kali, the personality of Kali, of confusion, of disorder, of social chaos and degradation, is allowed to reside in just a few things. He resides in forbidden foods, especially flesh eating. He resides in places where there is gambling. He resides in places where there is illicit sex. And in meat eating, illicit sex, intoxication, gambling, and what's the fifth one, do you suppose? The hoarding of gold. Gold in private possession that is not sacramental. The Vaishnavas would say, they call gold yellow stool. It's worthless. It has no worth at all. But if you take gold, it's offerable to Krishna. Silver is offerable to Balaram. Gold is a pun. It's a pictorial pun on Hari. The name of gold is Hari. Krishna always wears a golden dhoti. So, anyway, gold is offerable to Krishna. Before it's offered, it has absolutely no value at all. Once it is offered, it becomes prasad. Prasad cannot be sold. Prasad is spiritual. You can't put a material price on something that's spiritual. And furthermore, everything that's prasad, that's been sanctified in Vaishnavism, which everything must be offered. You can't enjoy a flower separately. Remember, the fall is about separate enjoyment of the soul away from God. So in Vaishnava day-to-day practice, every single thing that comes to the senses is offered to God before you enjoy it. So they won't smell a flower until it's been offered. They won't taste food until it's been offered. That everything has to be offered. So in this way, when something that's gold has been offered, it's sacramental, we would say, right? Something's been blessed. So now that cross, which was a piece of plastic or metal or whatever, now that cross has been blessed, it's sacramental. You can't put a price on it. It's not supposed to be sold. People get around that. It's selling relics and different kinds of things, but relics and sacramental things are not supposed to be sold. It's the same doctrine. But furthermore, in Vaishnavism, prasadam must be shared. There's a mandate to share prasad. If something is sanctified, it has a it's sanctifying. It's protective and healing. So people wear prasada on their body. Matter of fact, if you have prasad on your body anywhere and you die, and the Yamadutas come to get you, the servants of Yamaraj, you're going to go to the other place, so to speak. You're not going to the spiritual sky, but you're going to get dragged off to some hellish planet to do some hard penance. If the Yamadutas show up to get you and you have prasad anywhere on your body, they won't take you. And the Vishnu Dutas will come and take you. Now, here's history. This is history. This is the truth. The Dharmashalas, they take care, the priests of the one true God, they take care of your remains, take care of your body. If somebody's body is found and and they've got prasadam in their body, people don't know who that person is, they take them to the temple. What does the temple do? The Vaishnava community performs the last rites and honors the body, whether in their tradition they burn the body or they bury the body or whatever the case is. The Vishnu Dutas pick you up. The angels, the Angaras, they pick you up and they take care of your remains. If you've got tilak on your body, stamps, scarification, tattoo, any kind of mark of the Lord on your body, if you're wearing a string or tulsi beads, tulsi is really, really important to have tulsi beads on. If you've got tulsi beads on you, every Vaishnava branch, kind of Vaishnava everywhere, as they see those tulsi beads, they say, this person's remains, this person's going to the Lord's abode. This person is not going into the dump, Gehenna, the pit, where the unsaved go. Living or dead, that sacramental on your body protects you. So this is all part of the same thing with manumission, with marks. I did a huge number of studies on marks. Did you ever see any of that in the Facebook?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So body marking is extremely important, both voluntary permanent body marking and involuntary permanent body marking, and voluntary temporary marking and voluntary temporary body marking. So the slave masters didn't do temporary body marking, they did permanent body marking. So anyway, but it wasn't voluntary. So all of this stuff in the Bible about the name of the living God written in the forehead and written in the hand, in both the Old Testament and the New Testament, it's all actually refers to either the cult marks of the Lord or slave marking of the false gods. False gods forced people's servitude, or they seduced people's servitude with wealth, with money, with this, that, the other. The one true God was only able to attract people to serve the one true God through love, through good truth, beauty, and goodness. So the service of the Lord, whether the service in divine love was a service of friendship, parent, child, servant, awed reverent citizen, grateful to the king, or bridal mysticism in the mysteries, the initiated mysteries of the lovers of God. Whatever it was voluntary. It was because of the attractiveness. Krishna, the name Krishna is absolutely cognate with the word charisma. Charisma is an attraction, it's power of attraction. If someone's charismatic, they're attractive. And then, of course, it has the religious connotations too. But Krishna is the original and all attractive person. It's not just that everything emanates from him, but everything is attracted back to him. Everyone is attracted back to him. He is the attraction in all the universe. So who is Samkarshan? Wait a minute. Balaram is Samkarshan. So much in the Vaishnava scriptures talk about Balaram. He is Krishna's second self. He's Krishna too. He's actually called Krishna some places. He's Krishna's first expansion. He's Krishna's second self. There's no difference between Krishna and Balaram except one is blue and the other is white. Krishna and Balaram are brothers, and Balaram is the older brother, and all variegated forms of Krishna for pastimes are Balaram, through within and by Balaram. And Balaram is called Samkarshan, or Samkarshana. Well, what in the world does Samkarshan mean? There's that prefix that we see in Greek, S-Y-N or S-Y-M, sim or sin. Or in Latin we have com or con, right? Like in communion. Well, that's the same as the Sanskrit sam. Now look at the name Karshana or Karshan. K-R-S-H-N-A. And what does the name Karshana mean? It means attract, draw. We actually, the name of Samkarshan reveals the meaning of the name Krishna. Because if you look at how they interpret the name Samkarshan, well, it actually means with and also Krishna. Together with and also Krishna. But when they analyze the name Samkarshana, they say Karshana means to draw, to pull, to attract. And they say, well, why do they call Samkarshan? They say it's got a plow. Baladev has a plow. They call it a plow, you know. Elsewhere he's called Haladara. But the Karshana is a word of action. This is astounding. The word Karshana or Krishna as an action is associated with the hand plow, which is drawn, pulled towards a person, pulling towards a person. So Samkarshan Balaram with that plow, that who he grabs Jamuna Devi with and he pulls Jamuna, you know. All the stories about Lord Baladev taking that, he wants you, man. He sticks you with that stick of his, the plow of his, and he just draws you right in. So now, let's look at other action words that might be cognate with Krishna. This is amazing. What does the word caress mean? The word caress means to pull in to oneself. So what does the word cherish mean?
Take into your heart.
Yeah, the word cherish and word caress. And then you have the words charitas. And you have Latin caritas. So this goes over into the other HRKR root, which is Hari, which is the Lord of the heart. So we get a connection here between the heart and charismatic movement. We think of the Lord of the heart, you know. We get the word charisma, and we get these other words, cherish and caress, and karus, love, and charitas, another flavor of love, you know, charity. And then we look deeper and deeper and deeper at this HRKRCR root that has all these love connections. And we go back into most primitive, and they talk about Proto-Indo-European, etc., etc. And the root, there's a root of a word for love. Lover and beloved in love. That is the KRHR root. So there we have the Lord of the heart, who is God, who is love. So, I don't know how I got off on that tangent, but that was a good one.
It was.
Okay, so backtrack me. I was talking about Our Lady, Mother Lakshmi. I was talking about it being evil to want Lakshmi without Vishnu. It's just like the definition of wrong-headedness. You want the kingdom without the king. So, in these ancient conflicts, those who were adhering to the law, they were trying to maintain this intertribal, non-sectarian, Afro-Helleno-Semitic alliance, this primitive unity of humanity, of God who is love. Now remember, this is a time when monotheism, the worship of the one true God, meant unity. This monotheism did not mean exclusivism. It meant the unity of the ancient human race. And it was the separatists, the false gods, who wanted to separate out this as a race, when they're not races, different tribes of people that wanted to dominate and separate out different peoples and be adversarial to other peoples. Because the one true God is who? He's the Father. We have Father and Mother of everybody. Father and Mother love all their children equally. That's the nature of Father and Mother. They're just like my mother used to say, well, I love you all same as same. So in the ancient monotheism, Mother and Father, God, and Asa, Isis, Isha, they love all their children the same. The worship of Rhoda and Koros on the island of Rhodes was completely so-called racial. We have evidence that Africans, Semites, and Indo-Europeans all worshipped Rhoda and Koros on the island of Rhodes. All these ancient first civilizations all worshipped the same deity, the same mother and father source. And they all of their first high civilizations developed out of the worship of Purusha, were the worship of this same mother and father of the pastoral origins, and as the sacred king and queen, who were the mother and the father of all the beings in their realm. The anointed king and queen were anointed. They ruled in the name of Lakshmi Narayana, or the Basilios and Basileia, or the regent and Our Lady Regina, Radharani or Radharani. So these high civilizations grew out of this extended worship, which we first see at centers like Heliopolis. So these Asila federations were they were the natural unity of ancient humanity. But what happened was, as false gods, as people declared themselves to be God, equal to God, independent of God, and they took over these areas. They usurped, they appropriated the wealth, the power, the opulences. Then it became necessary for formal kind of law and alliances to develop to combat this stuff. And so eventually, you see all these wars. You see the wars where this alliance is forming, that alliance is forming. These alliances get together against those guys over there. The bad guys have now got alliance. They've got their what's the word? Parity. That's not the right word. Because they want the power too. They want the alliance. They want everything. Want everything of God's except God. They're going to get rid of God and they're going to take God's place. And you know what? They don't inspire love. They have to have chattel slaves to build their monuments. They don't inspire great art. They don't inspire anything. They compel service. They force service. And if it's not forced, it's been done by seduction, by trickery, or by impersonating God. But you ultimately know they're not God, because no matter how materially or apparently righteous or holy or powerful or gifted or whatever they've got by great austerities, great whatever their talents are. They might be very talented, might be born very talented, so on and so forth. They don't have the renunciation of God. They're not God. They don't have the Spirit of God. And so the higher and the more powerful they get, the more demonic they get. And that holds true in the religious world too. Why you get somebody so high, so powerful like such a Sai Baba, and he's molesting people. And he's so powerful that even so many people have come forward that have been molested and whose lives have been destroyed. It didn't even knock him down a peg. He still goes right on playing he's God. And he's got so many deluded followers that they think that the people accusing him are demons or something. This same thing happened in ISKCON. There were leaders who were doing terrible things. And the people like myself who spoke up about it were outcast. And still, some of those guys are still in power in ISKCON. Just like Sai Baba, they're too powerful to be knocked down. But just like Sai Baba, totally unrepentant. And you can be sure the more arrogant a person is in exploiting, in their spiritual pride or whatever it is that their problem is in the religious field, the more hard-hearted they are. Because what they've done is they're snuffing out their conscience bit by bit with their impersonalism, to the point where they really believe there's no God outside of themselves to judge them. So, in the ancient world, these false gods would arise. And because they couldn't inspire service like the one true God, they compelled service. Chattel slavery often took the form of enslaving people who are not of your tribe. If you enslaved people who are not of your tribe and you brought them into your domain, you immediately had an advantage over them because usually there was a language difference. There are many different facets to chattel slavery, which I will leave for you to study when you read Thomas Wiedemann's book and you look up certain words. You look up the word chattel, C-H-A-T-T-E-L. Look up words like redemption, salvation. Actually see the entire biblical story of the New Testament, intercessory sacrifice by Jesus, is all set in the language of manumission. The whole thing. Jesus, our Redeemer. The term redemption is a manumission term having to do with buying somebody back out of slavery. So now what I'll do, or attempt to do, is to string together all the elements that I have learned from original sources dealing with Greco-Roman slavery to illustrate for you what a person should know when they attend a Catholic Mass, which is a manumission rite, and when they read the New Testament, which is full of everything about manumission, and the book of Revelation, which is astonishing, full of references to manumission rites. So, now, if you want to validate the elements of my narrative that I'm going to give you, which is just a little story I've made up to, it's not really a story, but an illustration that I've made that pulls together all these different elements regarding the one true God, worship of the one true God, and chattel slavery and manumission rites. You can actually probably find almost all of these points about the specifics of the story, the narration I'll give you. You can find a whole lot of them just in that small book by Wiedemann. You just read it carefully, and you'll see, oh, this element's there, that element's there. Or in the New Testament, especially in the book of Revelation. There's all kinds of things in there. So this takes a little while to go through this, but when you're through this, you should never experience Mass the same again. You should, if you get it, you will really, your heart and mind, something's going to happen. So, to begin with, know something about chattel slavery. At its worst, in the Greco-Roman world, chattel slaves were marked between their eyes and on their hands so that they could not be in public without everyone clearly knowing who they were owned by, that they were a slave, and that they were and who they were owned by. And sometimes slaves had to carry passes, like a hall pass in school. They had to carry a pass, which was basically a notice of permission that they're in the market, or they're going here, they're going there, go someplace else. Signed with, or sealed with the seal of the owner, so that it was, because in some places the slave laws were so horrendous. Like, I think before Rome collapsed, there were 5 slaves to every freeman in Rome. It had become such an enormous slave state. So, in a slave state, the only way that the false gods can maintain control over their slaves is by absolute terror. Absolute life and death, heartless cruelty, and terrorizing them. And this business about having a pass is part of an ID, is one of the ways that they were terrorized. If the person didn't have this particular thing on them when they were out in public, it was assumed that they had killed their master. A runaway slave was assumed to have killed their master. And the punishment for killing a master was so horrendous. This is how it keeps the slaves in line if they're out free someplace, going to the marketplace or something. So, this is one element of it, is being forced to bear signs in your body of your ownership. Who owns you? Why between the eyes? Because nobody can hide it when it's right between their eyes. And anybody that's got anything covering right between their eyes is automatically assumed to be hiding a slave mark. If you have your hands covered in the marketplace, you are automatically assumed to be hiding your slave marks. Because slaves that went out, they weren't field slaves or whatever, but slaves that went out into the agora? No. What is it called? The marketplace.
Yeah, agora.
Okay, agora. Yeah, see, my brain doesn't work very good anymore, so I can't really pull up words very good. But anyway, if you were a slave that did commerce, if you were a slave that was a household slave and you went out, anybody that was a slave that went out someplace could have these marks on. Or military slaves, conscripts. This is one place in the modern world where we totally accept chattel slavery. In the military, you lose your human rights. If you can be shot for desertion if you try to walk off the battlefield. This is a form of chattel slavery, and the only reason it's like people kind of tolerated is we have a volunteer army now. But remember, just a while back, we had a draft. This was a conscription of chattel slavery, forced into chattel slavery. So this is the only place where the world has got this particular kind of chattel slavery now. The free world has this kind of chattel slavery. The Muslim world actually has all these other kinds of chattel slavery. Because why? Because even as far back as Ishmael, according to Muslim tradition, Ishmael was a slave trader. And Allah has given to the Muslim people, to the descendants of Ishmael, a gift of power over other humans to be the owners of slaves. It's absolutely intrinsic part of Islamic and Arab culture, going as far back as anybody knows, to be slavers. And they're proud of it. And they believe, and the Quran is full of it. Every reference you see in a translated Quran, what his right hand possesses, what his right hand possesses, what his right hand possesses. Those are all nice little, euphemism? Nice little sweet-sounding ways of talking about slavery. So, anyway, the chattel slave had absolutely no human rights at all. The chattel slave could be killed on a whim, could be tortured on a whim. A chattel slave was like a thing. Chattel slaves couldn't defecate, urinate when they wanted to. They couldn't step one step this way, sit down, lay down, sleep, get up, eat, anything. They were under the absolute control of their masters. If they had children, if they were used for breeding or whatever, they had absolutely no right to have any relationship with a woman or a man, or to have a relationship with their children. The children could be taken away. Children could be killed. Their reproductive life they had was completely controlled by the master. Their children were completely controlled by the master. Only in the modern world, among Muslims, Sharia law has a section of law regarding slavery, because it's allowed. It's not only allowed, but it's exemplary Muslim practice, and it's done with certain laws. But I want to mention these now to show how perverse this Sharia law is, and tie it back to these chattel slavery laws. It's so bizarre. But for example, if a Muslim cannot make a slave out of another Muslim, but a Muslim man can have 4 wives, and he can have endless number of concubines who are slaves, chattel slaves. Now, if those concubines that aren't his legal wives have children, they aren't his children. They're his possessions, and he can sell them if he wants. Only if he really, really likes one can he make that child a legal child. But that child cannot compete with the children of his legal wives. And unless he formally accepts that child, the other children by him have absolutely no rights as human beings at all. They're slaves. Who could imagine having children and treating them like slaves, like property? But that is built in to this system of law. Now, if you're a Muslim slave owner and one of your slaves converts to Islam, you don't have to manumit him. He stays a slave. So there's all kinds of slavery, pro-slavery elements to Islamic law that is, still operative today, which is why the Muslims are the number one. The Saudis, according to what I learned from Interpol in Sri Lanka, the Saudis are running the world slave trade, and they have been since as long as anybody knows. Anyway, now, this tension, conflict between the false gods and the one true God in the ancient Mediterranean, or different times and places, you'd have this strange situation where the false gods were powerful, but the devotees of the one true God were still powerful, and they're still putting up a good fight. And so, because the false gods still, they still got some fear, still got some respect to the power of they don't believe in God, but they got some respect for the power of the devotees of the one true God. The political, social, and military force power, right? Then they want to, they don't want to go to war, so they somewhat acquiesce. And so then we have this strange situation where these manumission practices arise. And if you're tired too tired to actually process something, stop me. We'll take some notes to break off or something. Take it up later, because I really want you to get this now. So you feel okay, even though we've been yakking all day. I mean, listening to me is probably very tiresome. But anyway, But I never get tired of talking about this. I would talk for eternity to get this message across to people. This is the life of a chattel slave. What does it take away from the chattel slave? What's the most egregious thing? The chattel slave, they don't own their own body. They don't own their own life. They can't give their love. They can't receive love. The false gods of the world, what do they assault? What do they take away from us? They take away from us our freedom to love and be loved. That's the most egregious thing. You know, we can't serve our parents. We can't serve our wife. We can't serve our children. We can't serve the one true God. The Lord of the heart is the enemy. God who is love is the enemy of the false gods of the world. They all want our service. They will force our service. They will compel us to serve them against all of our will. We will be compelled by the false gods to do things that we would not otherwise do. Things that grieve our hearts to do. So this is, not like just something that happened a long time ago. We are still being forced by the false gods of this world, aren't we? Economic powers, forces. All kinds of forces. Get drafted, go off and kill people in Vietnam. Interesting process. Take refuge in a church. You have asylum in a church. Civil authorities can't go into the church and get you. Take asylum in Canada. Dodge the draft. Become a conscientious objector. It's all these different kinds of things. Asylum in churches and asylum in embassies, they all go back to these ancient laws and rules. Actually, insurance, banking, coins, making, insurance. Huge number of gigantic social what am I trying to say?
Institutions.
Yeah, social institutions. Gigantic number of universal social institutions that you find almost in every high civilization. That's because they all go back to this stuff. Same sources. So now you have this strange world where there's the false gods and the one true God, in conflict with each other. And we know what the fate of the chattel slave is. Now, we will talk about redemption. No greater love has anyone than they will sacrifice their life for another. Give their life for another. Now here's my little narrative, strung together from the bits and pieces of studying testimonies, witness narrations of things involving manumission rights in the ancient Greco-Roman world. Now this gives, over a period of a couple hundred years, literature's been produced, bits and pieces everywhere, and amazingly inscriptions in temples, all kinds of stuff in temples, because the manumission rites were performed in temples, and walls and pillars in the temples of Asila had the names and the dates of the manumission of people on the walls and the pillars. Think of Book of Revelation. I shall become a pillar in the temple of my Lord, never go out again. Becoming a pillar in the temple of the Lord. This is reference to having your name be on a pillar in the temple of the Lord because it's a record of your manumission. The whole Bible is full of references to manumission, and nobody understands it. Now, think about Jesus all along. Think about his redemption of the entire universe, redemption of all humanity, because he's a cosmic Purusha. I'll try to tell a little narrative now. I'm I'm a devotee of the one true God, and I'm working in my little vegetable stall in the marketplace. And you come to my vegetable stall, and you're buying for your master. And I see the slave brand between your eyes, and I see the brands on your hands. And my heart, I have a tremendous burden on my heart for you. Say you're 50 years old, you're 40 years old, and you're broken from service. And I go back home, and I tell my parents about you, and I say, we have to manumit, we have to redeem Junata. He's got life left. He's never known freedom. He's never known love. So my parents and I, we go to the temple. We talk to the priests. We talk to the congregation. We say, somebody's got to manumit Junata. He's never been free to love. We've seen this man. We've seen him in the marketplace. Does anybody know him? Does he even have a name? Or is he just number 4, domestic servant number 4 or whatever? That soul's a chattel slave. He's owned by so-and-so. Oh my God, what he must be suffering. What can we do? Let's look at our little local temple, little village, whatever. Let's look at what have we got? Well, we don't have anything. So the temple authorities, somebody, even maybe me, we communicate with the owner. We'd like to redeem, we'd like to buy Junata from you. Oh, you're valuable, he wants so much. Oh, we don't have that. Nobody's got that. Does anybody in the community have that? No, nobody has that. So, I'm strong, young man. And I pray and I pray. And I go to my parents and I say, I want to redeem Junata with my life. I am an offer that man, that slave owner can't refuse. Because I'm 10 times more powerful than Junata. I'm 5 times smarter. I'm 30 years younger. This is an offer. I'm worth so much as a slave. He could buy, 50 Junatas with what the value of my life as a slave. I've got 30 more years ahead of me. And my parents, I would have to have permission of my parents. My parents would be brokenhearted, and at the same time, they would know that I had really understood them. Everything they had taught me. They'd give me their blessing. We would go to the priest, we'd go to the congregation, we'd say, David is going to redeem Junata. So whoever goes to the slave master says, oh yeah, I'll take one David for my old decrepit Junata. You can have him. Well, this is what Jesus did for us. That is redemption. And Prabhu, there are records, ancient records, of devotees of the Lord doing that. No greater love. Can you imagine trading your life to free a slave? They did it. People did it. Nobody knows about this. Now, after the exchange was made, you would be taken and you would have a ritual bath. The Jews called it mikveh. It's the holy waters. It's the waters of absolution. Because as a slave, you've probably committed all kinds of horrible sins. Because you've been forced to, you've been ordered to, you've been told to. You might be a murderer. You might have done all kinds of horrible things. But you've been a non-person, a non-entity in the household or in the wherever of the slave master. And you've had a slave name. If you've had a name, you might have had a number, whatever the case is. You are going to be born again, Junata. And first you're going to go into the bath. And the bath is going to have all the holy rivers in it, right? All those holy rivers coming down through the locks of Lord Shiva. And all those holy waters are going to be invoked into that water, and you're going to be bathed, and you're going to be absolved of all your sins. You're going to be baptized first. In the manumission rite, you're going to be baptized first. And when you come up out of that water, being renewed in life. Now, here's a thing where I can insert that interesting thing about immersion baptism. In India and other places where the spiritual master has immersed the disciple, when they do it, think of this. This is amazing. Just imagine if you were doing this. Your spiritual master. Now you are completely surrendering your life to the spiritual master. And here's what you're going to do. You're standing up. The spiritual master is going to immerse you. The spiritual master is standing there. And you're standing up and you speak your last breath out, every single bit of your last breath. You speak that confession and you speak that shraddha, that credo of the, that's it. That's the end of my life. That's the last word of my life. Because the idea is that if God is the last, thing in your mind, and the name of God is the last thing on your lips with your last breath, you're going to go back to Godhead. You breathe out your very last breath to the dregs, and that spiritual master clamps his hand over your nose and your mouth and plunges you into the water. You are dead, brother. You are dead unless he brings you up. And you don't struggle. You let go. You let go. And whether you live or die depends on whether he lets you back up or not. That's what that immersion baptism was about. That was a heavy rite. And I suppose maybe sometimes the spiritual master said, this guy's life was so bad, that we don't want him back. This is his best chance. He said the name of God, this is this guy's best chance ever. If he comes back up, who knows what he might do. Okay? So I suppose maybe that's happened sometimes, that they didn't let the person back up. But when you bring the person back up, what is it? The spiritual master, your first breath as a spiritual master breathes in your mouth. He might be reviving you. You might actually be unconscious by this time. And your first breath of new life is his breath. Nobody studies this stuff. Nobody think about it. What am I saying? Doesn't your heart say, yeah, that's what was going on. That's what happened. The spiritual master breathes that breath of life. You are born again. You have a new life. You come up out of the water. What do? Now you've been bathed. This is where the Asclepiadae were the first plastic surgeons. They would take those slave marks and they would get rid of slave marks, get rid of tattoos, or they would change them into the name of God. They would put a symbol of God over them. So that now you have the name of God on you. You couldn't continue life with those slave marks on. So removing permanent slave marks was part of this whole process. So you get a new name, Shukratas, Socrates, Shukradas, Herodotus, or all of these names that have TES or DES, meaning son or servant of, on the end of them are all initiated names. Like in India, you have Das or Dasi, meaning son or servant of, which is the first level of initiation. So now you were a non-person slave of somebody else, and now you are a beloved child of God. You are a beloved member of God's family. Jesus said, call him Father. Is this how you address God? Our Father who art in heaven. Can you imagine going from being a non-person thing to being actually a child of God in God's family? So, of course, part of the manumission rite is coming to the table of the Lord and partaking of the prasadam of God. Because previously, what have you been eating? You've been eating the remnants. No, not even the remnants. You've been eating the swill and the swine trough. You're lucky if you got anything at all, if your master didn't just starve you all the time. But now you're actually eating at the table of God. And you're actually receiving the mystical, the sacramental body and blood of God. Just like if you were born the child of your father, the body and blood of your father is in your body. So now you're actually partaking of God, and you're at the table of God, in the family of God. And at the end of the whole rite, and you're getting instruction. You get instruction in this part of the Mass rite too, the manumission rite. The catechism, you're instructed in the new faith. Every single part of it is part of the whole manumission religion of Helios. And so at the end of the entire manumission rite, all of the things that go on, the removal of the slave marks and the ritual bathing and the anointing with the names of God, and the putting on the pure robes. You're not dressed in the rags or the uniform of your slave anymore. You've got a new name. Which is a theophoric name bearing the name of God. Daniel, Michael, all of these theophoric names. Heliodorus, but we've got theophoric God-bearing names now. All the Vaishnavas, everybody's got a theophoric name or a name of a great saint. Every single name of men or women in Vaishnavism ties you to God. And that's so that you can't see any person, talk to any person, have anything to do with any person without them reminding you of God or Shakti or some great saint. They're all theophoric names, and the Jews did exactly the same thing, and the Helios worshippers did exactly the same thing, and the Egyptians and all the devotees of the ancient world gave everybody theophoric names or religious names. So you've been given a new name. Your name, your manumission has been recorded on a pillar or a special pillar or a wall for that purpose in public places and in temples as a record of your manumission, because you're not a slave anymore. They're not going to be able to pick you up on the street. Your old master, you've been a slave for your whole life. All of a sudden, you're not a slave anymore. Everybody's got to know it. You know what godparents are? 2 outstanding members of the community would stand up, sponsor the manumission of you. So somebody came forward. It could have been my parents. It could have been, anybody. But they came forward. They are your godparents. They now have to publicly represent you and defend you against any charge that you are a slave. So you're born again, and now you got new parents. They're your godparents. And they actually have to house you and take care of you and train you up in the faith. They don't do that anymore, but they used to do that. That was the duties of the godparents and manumission rites. So it's all there. Every single bit of it is all there. So now you've got a new name, you've got new parents, you're born again, you made your confession on your last breath, you got a new breath and a new life, you're washed clean, you've been treated for lice, you've got your slave marks have been turned into the name of God, now you got the name of God in your forehead and your hand. You're becoming educated. You've been cured of your diseases. Everything culminates in the supper of the Lord, the Eucharistic feast. You've been baptized. You've been confirmed. You're coming to receive the Lord. Hallelujah. That's the ultimate. That's the highest of the mysteries of these things is prasad. Now, here's prasad. All food that the devotees eat is prasad. Everything that they take is prasad. They never take anything that isn't prasad. But there's a distinction between prasad and mahaprasad. The mahaprasad is the prasad that's offered on the altar in the temple to the Lord, to Vishnu Tattva, the Murti, or the form of the Lord. It's the supreme offering. In the temple, in the lineage temples, in the appropriate, bona fide, the places they had the authority to manumit. We have prasad at home. But the Mahaprasad, this is why people, when they go to the temples in India, everybody's got prasad, everybody's eating prasad. But, the devotee of Nrsingadev, what does he long for? He longs to go to the, I can't remember that great temple of Nrsingadev. I can't say the name. But he wants to go to the places of pilgrimage, the great temples of Nrsingadev, because he wants to take Nrsingadev's Mahaprasad, You want to take the Mahaprasad of the form of the Lord that you worship. In your relationship, in your loving relationship. So where do you go? You go to the great city of pilgrimage. You go to the great ancient temple, Jagannath Puri. Jagannath's been worshipped uninterruptedly in Puri for thousands and thousands of years at the temple of Jagannath Puri. That's why more than a million people come out for Rath Yatra. Is because this tradition has been there for so long. It just pervades everything. So, the time of the Mahaprasadam feast comes, and you receive the Blessed Sacrament. The reception of the Lord in the Blessed Sacrament, there's not any higher right, opportunity, mystery, privilege in the whole tradition. It goes all the way back to the Rig Veda Purusha Sukta of receiving the Mahaprasad of Purusha in his cosmic sacrifice for the salvation of the world. You are what you eat, simply put. And when you receive the body and blood of the cosmic Purusha, he's already become the food of all beings. So what? So why is you're eating? Okay, but only that personal relationship is reestablished, because remember, God won't violate us. He won't enter into us 1 inch further than we've invited him. But in this, we have invited him. You have invited it into you entirely. And so, because you have said that perfect yes of Mary, because you have agreed to this manumission, you've agreed to go all the way with it, you receive the body and the blood, the Mahaprasadam of the cosmic Purusha, personally. Personal. A personal relationship that is not available from, he's already the food of all creatures. But are we recognizing him there? No, there's not that personal relationship there. And the only way to reestablish that personal relationship is for us to have that emptiness and say that perfect yes of Mary and agree and invite him in. So we get what we pay for. If we want Jesus as a symbol, we get a symbol. If we want Jesus, it's a communal meal, we get a communal meal. If we want Jesus, the Mahaprasad of Jesus, who is who takes away the sins of the world, and we know what we're getting, and we say, yes, that's what I want. Like Jesus said yes to the incarnation of Mary within her own body. We are saying yes we are becoming receptive and saying yes. We are receiving that same Purusha in our own body. Personally, this personal connection is there again. Now, having received the Lord in that very special way, the end of the Mass, when the priest says, I think, ita missa est. But in English now they say, the Mass is ended, go in peace to love and serve the Lord. It's still retain the entire not the understanding is there, but the entire words of the end of a manumission rite. Because at the end of the manumission rite, the person is released. They are free. Now imagine to yourself, you've been through this whole process. You've been a chattel slave your whole life. You've never been allowed to make a decision in your entire life for your own benefit, a decision of your own, whether to go right or to go left, whether to sit down or stand up, take a breath, talk, not talk. And then all of this has been done on your behalf, and you're wearing the garb of the Lord. Maybe you have a tonsure, you've got the Lord's name on your body. Now you have a baptismal certificate. You have a document to show to the whole world that says Junata is not a slave anymore. Junata is a free man. I can get married. I can fall in love. I can have children. I can love whoever I please. I can have friends. And your name is written in the public square, and it's written on the temple for all to see. And you have godparents who will come to your aid in court. And nobody will touch you because you're... And you know what? Now, if you're in the marketplace and a chattel slave sees you with those marks and everything on you like that, another means of doing this, that chattel slave, they can grab hold of you and beg you for asylum. And if I give you, or if you give that other chattel slave, now you're the house of God. You can give asylum. That person grabs onto you and says, give me asylum. Nobody can touch him or her as long as he's hanging on to you. What do? You run back to the temple, or you come to me. The house of the devotees is a temple. It's an asylum. You bring that slave into the asylum. Okay, now we got a big problem. We've got to either fight with the slave owner and his armies, or we got to cut a deal with them. But we're not giving you back because you've asked for asylum. Well, what happens when a whole people is enslaved? Well, then you have the armies of God going to liberate whole peoples. And the Spartans did that. And that liberation of slaves is so strong in the whole thing about Spartan that, we even have this modern movie of Spartacus, where we have the idea that the hero, who's happened to be named Spartacus, leads this big slave revolt. Well, there were huge slave revolts that were led over and over again in the ancient world, and those the slave-keeping Greek states hated the Spartans because the Spartans were always leading slave revolts. And where did slaves go for sanctuary in the whole Greek world, or in the north of Africa, Mediterranean, different places where slaves were being kept? Sparta was the refuge for slaves from all over the place. Everybody that kept slaves hated the Spartans because they gave refuge to slaves. And some would say, oh, Sparta's just a slave state because there's so many ex-slaves in Sparta. They're just running everything. And they don't want Spartans in their city. They don't want people from Sparta in their city. They don't want them around because they're going to cause trouble. They're going to be fomenting a slave rebellion. Just, take your eyes off of them for a second and they're going to have a revolt going. So you even see that in popular, this whole cinema, Kirk Douglas, who was Spartacus or whatever like that. These are remnants of these stories. Well, there were huge slave revolts from time to time that were put down. In one slave revolt, the Romans, they crucified something like 10,000 people. I think it was the Appian Way, but some great big huge Roman road, they had somebody every, I don't know how many feet. The whole road was lined with crucified slaves that revolted. Well, the worst punishments were reserved for runaway slaves or revolted slaves, because they had to terrorize the populace in order to keep them under control, because there were many more slaves than there were freemen in the slave states. Slave states have to be just like the Muslim states today. They have to entirely terrorize their populace to keep the populace totally submissive to them, because it's so egregious. Now, what are we seeing in the Muslim world? freedom of information has informed Muslim people for the first time as to the extreme duplicity and criminality of their own leaders. For a long, long time, the uneducated people in the Muslim world have been being told and believed that they were suffering because of the Jews, suffering because of Israel, suffering because of the great Satan America. All these different nonsense reasons why they're suffering. When the truth is they're suffering because their leaders are, their good Muslim leaders, are treating them the same way that Muhammad treated the people that he didn't care about. Under Sharia, in Islam, the potentates, the royalty, the people with power, it's like they have a divine right to treat other human beings like things. Even Muslims, they don't feel any obligation, and they use the non-Muslims as a pretext or as a scapegoat for all the ills in their societies which are caused by them. So I'll just give you one example. Mubarak has received millions and millions and millions of dollars, probably billions of dollars, over the last many years from the United States. It's part of almost like a protection racket. You know, the Egyptian government, a treaty, they're not going to fight Israel. They've got a treaty with Israel. But the part of the price of that treaty is blood money, in the sense of being paid off. They have received monetary aid, probably billions of dollars by now, in monetary aid from the United States as a price of leaving Israel alone. But the Egyptian people remain very, very poor, suffering like anything. Where did all that money go? It went into the coffers of Mubarak and his family. When did the people of Egypt learn that actually billions of dollars was sent by the great Satan America, sent by America, because the Muslim Brotherhood and the very anti-American and anti-Israeli religious faction, very, very strong in Egypt. Well, where did the suffering poor people, where did all the money go that was paid to Egypt by America? It didn't help them. They didn't get it. So actually, there's an element of this that has to do with WikiLeaks. Because when all of that diplomatic stuff was exposed, we didn't care, we don't pay any attention. But the young people in the Muslim world who are on the internet and have access to communication, they have been astounded by information that was revealed through these WikiLeaks. And it triggered more young people getting, technologically savvy young people have gotten, in the Arab world, the Muslim world, have gotten information. The illusion has been destroyed. They know now that their suffering, their poverty, really was imposed upon them by their own leaders. They know that their own countries, their own leaders have got vast wealth. I would make this one observation. The wealth, actually, just a percentage, just a small amount of the wealth of one Arab potentate could make every single person in the Palestinian territories rich. There's absolutely no reason for those Palestinians to be suffering in horrible poverty and all the ways that they're suffering. Absolutely no reason. These people, these Arab, these Muslims, they can get money into Gaza. They can get money into the Palestinian territories anytime they want because they do it to pay off the relatives of suicide bombers that attack Israel and Israelis. They have a reward system. And if the person blows themselves up to kill Israelis and they don't succeed, they don't get a reward. They get a reward based on how successful they are in killing Israelis. And the reward is, of course, their mother, their widow, their kids, whoever is left, gets a gift, gets a grant, martyr's grant, from the Saudis or from whoever, got the money. But those Arab oil potentates, they have such vast wealth that they could make everybody in the Palestinian territories wealthy and solve all of their poverty-related problems. But they don't, because they're using Palestine and the Palestinians as a club to beat the Israelis with. That's how heartless those people are. And the Egyptians could give those Muslims refuge. They wouldn't do it. The Syrians could give them refuge. They wouldn't do it. The Jordanians could give them refuge. They don't do it. Nobody does it because Palestine is a thorn in the side of Israel. They keep it like that. They keep those people miserable. But at some point, the Palestinians are also going to discover, because, see, they're all brainwashed. They think their misery is because of Israel. It has nothing to do with Israel. The beginning of their plight did not have anything to do with Israel. From its inception, Israel accepted Arabs and Muslims as citizens. They were never to be kicked out. There are Arabs and Muslims on the Knesset in Israel. Israeli citizens who are Arabs and Muslims. They have the Arabs and the Muslims in Israel who are Israeli citizens. They have more rights and more freedom than any Muslims living in any Muslim country in the world, including the Arab Muslim women. If you go back to, and this also gets into all this whole the slave law and the Sharia law. This shows you more of the craziness of the Sharia law. But, excuse me. Under Sharia, which is Muslim law, a Muslim cannot live under the authority of a non-Muslim. They can't surrender to a non-Muslim government. Under Sharia, the only legitimate form of government in the world is the absolute rulership of a descendant of Muhammad's, or a sheikh. The absolute king prophet. The role of the king and the role of the religious leader are completely merged in much of Islam, so that the religious leader has the absolute temporal power over life and death. The military, the civil, the sheikh, the chief, that's the word I'm looking for. The tribal chieftain is he's the religious head, and he is the temporal head. He's everything. So he has the power of life and death over everyone. You could just say you're dead. Give you death sentence, fatwa. That's it. You're dead. So the Israelis didn't go in and conquer a bunch of territory. There was a Muslim leader who sold them the territory. It was not taken by warfare. The UN was involved. The Israelis, they setting up their countries, setting up their government, and the Muslims were welcome. The Arabs were welcome. The leaders of the Muslims told the Muslims, you can't live in a Jewish country. You cannot live under Jewish leadership. It's forbidden. It's horrific. We won't allow it. you can't be a Muslim and accept the state. You have to leave. The Muslim leaders themselves caused those peoples to abandon their homes, abandon their villages. What happened? Well, the Jordanians didn't want them, and the Syrians didn't want them, and the Egyptians didn't want them. The Muslim authorities are the ones who concentrated those Muslims in those areas, not the Jews. The Jews didn't drive them into that ghetto. It was the Muslim authorities who said you can't live under Jewish rule and mobilized that people, but the borders were blocked and those other Muslim countries didn't want them. You know, we just say, why didn't they want them? Actually, that people had some bad history. Actually, those other countries didn't want them because they considered them a problem. They didn't want them in their country. So the world ended up with a displaced people that hated the Jews and blamed the existence of the state of Israel for their dispossession, when they could have stayed there and lived peacefully with the Jews. They had been living with Jews. Forever they've been living with Jews. The Jews had no plan, no desire to dispossess those people initially when they went in there. It was a consequence of Sharia law that those people were dispossessed, not Jewish desire. But you'll never convince the Palestinian people, because the Palestinian people were told by their own leaders, you can't live under Jews. And Jews are apes, Jews are pigs. They really think the Jews are like reincarnated apes or pigs or something. They're taught all this crazy stuff, but they're taught from their cradle to hate Jews and Christians, and especially Jews. So the only place in today's world that I know of where slave law is, slavery is legal and regulated is under Sharia law. So really we have a Christ and Antichrist situation in the world, where you have the Christians, Hindus, Buddhists, you have all the peoples of the other ancient traditions, and then you have the peoples of this gigantic surviving heterodox tradition, which is really fundamentally evil, in opposition to each other. You really have a world of freedom and a world of slavery. Of course, there's not absolute freedom in the world of freedom, because organized crime and tried to enslave everybody to, meat eating, illicit sex, intoxication, gambling. Those forces that are using the weakness of the flesh to enslave people. That's all slavery too. Tobacco pushers are enslaving people. Anybody that seeks profit off of human misery by enslaving people, addicting them to sex, addicting them to intoxicants, addicting them to whatever, those are forms of slavery. So these are the slave masters of the so-called free world, And you could also look at the governments that force military service. That is a kind of chattel slavery. Actually, the Israeli government, everybody has to serve. I wonder if they have. They probably have. What do you call it? Conscientious objectors, though. I'll bet you, because even in the military of these traditions, these ancient traditions, and this will tie in with the priest king too. There were people who were ascetics and vowed nonviolence, so they would be relieved. They wouldn't be required to commit to serve in a military. Now, here's where we get to the priest king stuff that I said I was going to talk about. this is a segue, as they say, is it's a good place. In Catholic families, think about this. The oldest son would go where?
Seminary?
Oldest son would be dedicated, devoted by the family to God, the service of God. And where would maybe the next oldest son go? Civil service, or or military. Being in government, politics, or being in the military is an honorable profession for the royalty, nobility in any of these cultures. One son would go to the seminary, another son would go to the military or government service, civil service. Now, in some of these cultures, it's very interesting. All of the young men would be brahmacharis. They would all start out in the home of the master. But the masters would be from a master of, Kshatriya masters. So there's actually Varnashram division in the homes of the masters as well, or the gurukuls, the ashrams, schools of the masters. Anyway, we talked, I mentioned earlier Melchizedek, who was the priest king of Salem. And I mentioned that I mentioned that Muhammad was like a tribal leader, like one of these tribal leader potentate characters who is both the priest and the king. So this very Old Testament model of someone who is both the priest and the king. But sometimes you have a division where the priest, where one brother is a priest, another brother is a king. So apparently in very, very ancient times, mythological or I like to say legendary times, because there's a difference between a myth and a legend. And in legendary times, or prior times, Sparta had two kings, these legendary duo kings of Sparta. And they say that one of the kings was a military leader, a battle leader, and the other king was a priest king. So I tried to understand more about this priest king business, and it fascinated me from the standpoint of Balaram being the original spiritual master and being associated with priesthood, so to speak, and Vedic sacrificial system and so forth, and Krishna driving Arjuna's chariot in the battle of Kurukshetra, because it said that Balaram goes off on pilgrimage and goes to all the holy places, and Krishna's out there driving Arjuna's chariot. So then I thought, well, it's interesting because all down through history, the battle leader is associated with the white plume of Shiv as the savior, the chivalry. Prabhupada always used to say that Balaram is chivalrous. Well, actually, Bala is the same root as the word valor. The B-A-L is the V-A-L. B-V, there's the B-V-P sound shift. So, Balaram is valiant. He's valorous. He's chivalrous. Chivalrous. He's the savior. So the white plume is that associated with the battle leader that way. So I've tried to understand. You have these two different manifestations of Balaram. Balaram, the chivalrous savior, and Balaram is the priest of the priest kings who goes away from the battle. Actually, there's a name of Krishna. I think it's Rancor. It means the one who fled from fighting. Anyway, Balaram goes away during the battle of Kurukshetra and it goes to pilgrimage. So the question is something about the nature of the priest. So all I can relate to the nature of the priest in this is that in the duo kings, one of the kings was the battle leader, and the other was the formal, perhaps, performed functions as the formal head of state, perhaps performed functions, ritual functions, in formal processions and in rites and rituals in which the sacred king was involved. So, in the Vedic culture, there's something, it's a Rajasuya sacrifice, I think. But there are a number of sacrifices associated in rituals, rityas, rituals associated with kingdom, kinghood. You know, one of them is the oil anointing, which is very interesting. You get around to Jesus as the anointed one. I actually experienced an oil anointing myself by Acharya Pavak Mishra and Dr. Lalbatra in the Yeti in Kathmandu. It was a surprise anointing. I wasn't expecting anything. But anyway, Heracles, you've heard of Heracles. You know that the Greeks in India associated Heracles with Krishna. They got some nonsense etymology from Stephen Knapp on the internet that all the devotees keep talking about, Heracles or Pianoks etymologies, different things like this, because they know that the Greeks associated Krishna with Heracles. So they're making some kind of nonsense etymology of the name Heracles. But the KLS on Heracles, if you accept that the first part is the Heru name or Hari name, what is the KLS? Well, if you go to the Greek records of that, roughly of that period, and you look at the internal evidence there, and you look at other evidence, you see that the Greeks called the Krishnapur Klesobor, or Klesopol. So Krishna, some of them at least, said Krishna Kleso. Now that's not uncommon. If you go around India, you'll find Krishna said so many different ways you can hardly recognize it. So it's just like dialects of saying Jesus and Yesu and Jesus, you know, or different forms of the same word. They're cognates. So the L, there are other examples of Krishna's name that have an L for an R. And the Krishna River, they call Kleso. So there's some evidence to support the idea that the name Heracles is, Haru and Krishna. I'm not saying absolutely. When I assert something, it's because I know absolutely. I've seen evidence from several different disciplines, so I'm absolutely sure of something. If I assert something absolutely, otherwise I say, well, there's some evidence for it, but I'm not going to assert it. So, in Greek tradition, Heracles had a brother, Epicles, I think was his name. Am I right? Yeah, I can't remember. The brother of Heracles. And Heracles and his brother were, in some accounts, the duo kings of Sparta. So there we have another tie-in with Krishna and Balaram, because Heracles. And now what Heracles are we talking about? Are we talking about the Heracles who went mad and slew his wife and children, and then he had to perform the 10 feats or whatever it was, as a penance for the murder of his wife and children, all this kind of stuff? Well, remember, I've said previously that by the time of Herodotus, or I forget who, there were already something like 46 heroes named Heracles, and with all very different stories. And so Herodotus wanted to know the home of the original Heracles. He wanted to know who is the original Heracles. When he went to Egypt, I want to try and remember what I've read, that when he went to Egypt to inquire in all of his travels, trying to find out who is the original Heracles, and he inquired of the priests, I guess the Helios priests, but anyway, he was told in Egypt that the original home of the original Heracles was Phoenicia, and that the worship of that Heracles was that Heracles lived 10,000 years before the Trojan War. And that Heracles was a god, by the way, the god Heracles. So there's all these little bits and pieces of stuff scattered around, and when you put them all together, there's really compelling evidence, and well, not just more than evidence. There's direct testimony in the Apocrypha that says that the Spartoi are related to the Hebrews. They're related to the Jews. And there's so much evidence, other evidence, that they remember the Spartoi are erecteds, they're anguiopeds, related historically to the snake-footed people. And there's so much other evidence that the anguiopeds, the snake-footed people, are instantly named for the city of Erech, E-R-E-C. That's written that way in English. It's also written as Uruk, R-U-A-K. It's also called Warka. If you look at older historians used to say the city was Warka. Now we're getting closer, because the capital city of Anantashesha worship, of Yadava Krishna. Krishna is Vasudev, the sacred king, which incidentally there you have the duo kings of Krishna and Balaram. In Dvorka, Krishna was king. Krishna and Balaram ruled in Dvorka. So where do the Anguiopeds come from, the snake-footed people? They come from Warka. They're called erecteds. Erech is just another way of writing Warka. So Krishna and Balaram are the dual kings of Dvorka. And then you have this whole line from the Anantashesha Naga Yadava worshipping. Yadu's family of Krishna worshipped Anantashesha Naga. And you have this whole thing coming around from Dvorka. Was Warka named for Dvorka? Actually, was ancient Dvorka Warka? Was the tradition of Dvorka, which disappeared into the sea at the end of the Mahabharata, was that tradition preserved in Warka? Somehow or another, there's an astonishing connection there. Now, one of the things that interests me is that there's this catastrophic thing at the end of the Mahabharata when the whole Krishna's entire city disappears into the sea. Well, the whole business about Gwanda, what's the name of that? The landmass previous to Gondwana land, the landmass previous to the present situation. The business about tectonic plate shifting.
Pangaea or something?
Well, yeah, there was Pangaea before, was the giant continent, but there's another configuration. Well, here's what fascinates me. If you take the location of Warka and the location of Dvorka, where Dvorka completely disappeared into the sea, but if you take them and you fold the land masses together, Warka and Dvorka come right up to each other. So, is the catastrophic disappearance of Dvorka into the sea connected to that separation? I often wonder, because there's so many ancient things that seem to be the witness of living humans to things that happened in the remote past, like living with giants. Throughout the Bhagavatam, there's so many stories of giants. They're dealing with giant monsters and even giant humans. There were giants in the ancient world, absolute giants. And this strange business about actually Krishna was, 18 feet tall, or just great bizarre things about size, scale of everything being totally different. So anyway, some people say, well, that wasn't even this planet. But anyway, there's some kind of a correspondence between Dvorka and Worka. Now, archaeologically, it's very interesting because off the shore of what today is Dvorka, what's left of Dvorka, they've discovered a city. It's in the sea. So was there some catastrophic thing in it pulling those places apart, and that whole part of the city went into the sea, and some remnant of it ended up where Dwarka was? Or was it just a cultural memory? Something, but there's definitely a connection there, and there's definitely a connection with Krishna's family, and there's definitely a connection with all the Anglo-Peds and the descendants of, what they say that Abraham came from Ur of the Chaldees. Now think about this. Where did he go? He went to Haran. Haran was, a city in Mitanni, kingdom of Mitanni, which is the land of the Hurrians. And the Hurrians and the Mitanni, all the scholars agree that they worshipped Vedic gods. They talk about the language. They think it might, they talk about it as being an Indo-European language. But anyway, there's recognizably Vedic gods in Hurrian documents, Mitanni stuff. So Vrin is real fascinated with all that. But that's not my thesis. My thesis is that all this stuff in the Mediterranean, Africa, is indigenous there. It didn't come from India. It's been there. But there are times when populations flowed one way or populations flowed the other. And there's absolutely a migration of the Erecteds, the Anglo-Peds, up into the Levant, Mediterranean region. So Abraham goes from Ur of the Chaldees, and where does he go? He goes to Mitanni. He goes to the kingdom of Hari, where the Hurrians are. How obvious is that? Now, he's a worshiper of the one true God. And when he goes beyond there, and he goes to the Promised Land, and he goes into Egypt, and then later he has sons, where do the Hebrews, the Abira, go for wives? They go back to Hari for wives. They won't marry outside of the faith. So here again you see the faithful, the Hebrews, in these alliances. They're marrying in with, and see, this is part of the alliance thing, you marry in within the faith. It doesn't matter what race somebody is, what so-called race, what tribe they are. It matters whether they're devotees or not. Because you don't want your daughter, a son, or your grandchildren to be slaves. You don't want you want them to live in a free world. I thank God every single day that my kids and grandkids, great-grandkids are living in America, where they have the freedom to utterly destroy their lives if they want to. But I'd rather leave it up to them whether to succeed or fail. I'd rather leave it up to them than him not have the freedom to succeed or fail, and have their lives be controlled by some slave master. You can only protect your children so long, then you can't protect them from themselves. God does not stop us from sinning. If he did, we wouldn't have any freedom. But he tries to teach us through consequences. If then. Yes, you can do that, but if you do that, this is what's going to happen. So, Abraham is married to Sarah. The lineage that I'm in is the Brahma Sampradaya. It ties all back to all this worship of Radha and Krishna, Rodha and Koros, this whole tradition, right? So here's the fascinating thing. Abraham is married to Sarah. In the Brahma Sampradaya, the manifestation of Shakti, who is the correspondent to Brahma, the consort. I don't like that word because it's too Greek mythology, consort, or whatever, mundane. But the Shakti of Brahma is Sarasvati. Sarasvati. So you have Abraham and Sarah, and you have Brahma and Sarasvati. And what is Sarasvati? Because I'm not sure, I can't remember if I said this when I was talking about Purohita and the prophet. The Purohita being the fire sacrifice priests, the Agnihotra sacrifice priests of the Vedas. And the extra biblical use of the word, we say prophet in English, in Greek, refers to the fire sacrifice priests of Helios. So it made me think also of the Vestal Virgin tradition in Rome. It's very interesting because Vesta, Hestia, these words have been associated by some scholars with Vastu in Sanskrit. And of course there's the fire priesthood, Vedic fire priesthood, and some sources indicate that a name of the fire priests or the lineage of the fire priests in Rome was Uesna, Wesna, which sounds similarly, looks very closely like a cognate of Vishnu. Now, the thing that I want to say about the word Purohita and prophet is that the word, I haven't done an etymological study on the words. I can tell you that the people that had those titles had the same functions in this related religion as the Indian subcontinental tradition and the Mediterranean complex of worship of Hari. So they were both fire priests. Ignis, is the same as Agni. Yesterday, my dad pointed out Puro and Pyro, and so I actually I'm going to follow up on that. But the Purohita and the prophet, the words might not actually be cognate; they might be confounded. So I don't know because I haven't actually tracked that one down yet. So I won't positively assert it, but the role, it's a title of people who are the same. So that's what's very important about it. Now, what was the next thing you had on the top of the list there?
You wanted to say something more about confession in the manumission rite.
Yes. I omitted yesterday, I was just not thinking real well. There's so much to be said about manumission rights. And now, people were chattel slaves for a variety of reasons. They could be chattel slaves because they were captured in war. They could be chattel slaves because they were born into chattel slavery. They could be chattel slaves because they were under sentence. In other words, they've been convicted of a crime and sentenced to slavery or bondage. In cities of sanctuary, refuge, or asyla, or temples of sanctuary, refuge, asyla, or embassies, in the home of a devotee who could offer sanctuary, it was not required for the devotees to accept everyone who came to them for sanctuary. And usually full confession of the person was required, especially, if they were, in other words, they had to identify themselves. Where are you from? Why are you here? If they committed a crime. But the confession was a very, very important part, because you couldn't be given, really, you couldn't be forgiven of your sins, and you really couldn't be offered a new life and sanctuary and everything that went with manumission until your godparents. And did I discuss godparents yesterday? Okay. To your godparents and the people who are going to actually put their life on their future on the line for you knew what they were getting. It was part of your penance and your austerity that you have to start a new life. You can't have any old baggage with you. You have to just walk away from all of it. You have to be clean. You have to start a new life. So confession was a very important part of all these different manumission rites. So I think of course, when you're going to be initiated. And the other thing that I didn't mention at all yesterday is how all of this is connected to Vaishnava and Buddhist tradition. The Diksha practices or initiation practices amongst the Vaishnavas and all the different lineages and the related Pure Land Buddhists, these are the same. These are all manumission rites. So, there's different parts of it. You confess. You take your bath. You put the names of God on your body. You put on the clean clothes. You're given a new name. You have sponsors or godparents in a sense. There's the priest of God or the prophet who anoints you, and there's a fire sacrifice, and you renounce all your your whole previous life is done. Essentially, you die, and you're reborn, and you wear prasadam on your body. All these things go back. Your new name is a Theophoric name. All of these things go back to the same ancient practices of having a new life through the sacrifice of the cosmic Purusha and becoming a member of the family of God instead of a possession of one of the false gods of the world. So did I answer that little question there?
All right.
It was important. Confession was important. That's what it was about. What's the next one?
Credo and Shraddha.
Oh, yes. In each different lineage of Vaishnavism, there are prayers which are Shraddha, which are confessions of the recitation of the credo of the lineage. And they will begin with Shraddha, and then the person will recite the creed or the confession of faith. Well, this is exactly the same thing when we have in the Apostles' Creed or the creeds, where they start with the credo, and then we say, I believe in one God, the Father, the Almighty. So this is exactly the same practice. And again, we have this astounding cognate. The linguist will say credo is Shraddha. It's the same word. This is what I mean by linguists need to do serious comparative studies of the cult terminology associated with especially with the Brahma Sampradaya of Vaishnavism, this Radha Krishna Balaram centric tradition of Vaishnavism. They need to compare it to Pure Land Buddhist sources and practices, and they need to compare it to the Septuagint. They need to compare it to Judaism. And they need to compare it to this whole Heliopolitan Sila Federation complex of Rhodokoros and Dionysus worship in the Mediterranean region. So what was the next thing?
Mass and moksha.
Well, again, you can go to linguists who have studied Indo-European or Indo-Aryan languages. They don't call it Indo-Aryan anymore. But, they will readily identify Sanskrit cognates, Sanskrit-related words with Greek and Latin words. So, what was the question?
Mass as
Mass
being
and moksha.
liberated.
Right. So in India, not only among the Vaishnavas, of course, but among the Shaivites, and even the Buddhists will talk about mukti or moksha. Now, the linguists will say that the word missa, that our English words missile and missive come from. A missive is a letter, it's something that's been sent. And a missile is something that's been sent or released. Sometimes you use the word released. And a missionary is someone who's been sent out. So mission and missive and missile all have the sense of being released or sent. And in the Latin we say missa, or also the word dismissed. That's another example. The linguists will say that that word root, missa, is cognate with, it's linguistically related to the Sanskrit word moksha. And moksha, of course, another form of that is mukti. It's actually the same root. And significantly, what does moksha mean? Well, moksha is the probably single most used important word that you find in religious Shaivite and Vaishnava and even Devi and even some Buddhist sources, of course in the Sanskrit, meaning liberation. So when they talk about the goals of human existence, the highest goal of human existence is liberation. It's spiritual liberation, but it's also, you have to have liberation, human liberation, for freedom to love. So for the flowering and the full development of a human life, freedom is required. You can't have birth caste systems or chattel slavery or systems that oppress the spontaneous development of people's gifts. Sexist oppression, which keeps all women unrealized in their full potential. You can't have racism. You can't have any of these things that disempower, disable human beings. So really, the struggle for human spiritual liberation can't be disconnected from the struggle from human physical, material liberation. And, there's been a whole interesting fight in the modern Catholic Church about that because, of course, communism appropriated the whole idea of liberation. And it held forth a certain kind of ideal of liberation that was hollow, that was empty. And instead delivered to people a whole new kind of bondage, horrendous bondage, under militant atheism, atheistic communism. So the campaign of communism in Central and South America, because it was so dangerous in one sense, it got all tangled up with the liberation theology. And so it's very unfortunate that in the church's attempts to repel the advances of communism, the church also dealt harshly with the liberation theologians who are looking at the plight of the poorest of the poor and so forth. So I'm not a communist. I've never had any sympathy for the communists. But I do feel very strongly having studied the issue of slavery and position of the people of the one true God in opposition to slavery throughout history, that the position of the church today must have that preferential option for the poor that is activist and that is working in every possible way in today's world to free people, to liberate people from the dominion of the false gods of this world. So, the church, the understanding of the mission of the church as manumission has to be restored. People don't even understand. They don't grasp half of what's going on in the New Testament because they have no knowledge at all of slavery and manumission. So like that little narrative that I gave the other night about stringing together bits and pieces from different testimonies, from literatures, ancient Greek and Roman literatures and inscriptions and things, so that we can understand the different steps of the process of manumission. And the moksha, this is what I was saying, there's a moksha ritya. The Vedic rituals, they're ritya. Cosmic order is created by ritya, and the Latin or our English word ritual is cognate with ritya in the Vedas. And so many of these rites, we say mass rites, the word mass comes from missa. These are mass rites, so we have the different mass rites, Coptic rite of St. Mark of Alexandria, and the Byzantine rite, and the Roman rite, and the Jerusalem rite. So that's it's like Lebanese. What do they call it? Maronite rite. Is that the one? It's in Aramaic. What is it?
Well, the Syrian.
The Syrian rite. Yeah. So the Jerusalem Bible uses an Aramaic, doesn't it?
I think it's translated from the Septuagint, but there's the Peshitta. That's
you're right,
the
Peshitta.
Eastern churches.
Yeah.
The Syrian church uses.
Right. Okay. So the Peshitta text, that one. I always remember how they said, from that text, the difference. The other texts say more difficult for a rich man to enter heaven than for a camel to go through the eye of a needle. And the Peshitta text, from that they say rope to go through the eye of a needle. So there's some differences, but anyway, the point being that these are all mass rites in the church. So if you go over to India, what do you find? All of these different rityas. They're moksha rityas. So we have mass rites in the Mediterranean and moksha rityas in the East. And the word rite and the word ritya are cognate, and the word moksha and the word mass, missa, are cognate. And supposedly the word mass comes from the final words of the dismissal, which in English now they're translating, the mass is dismissed, go in peace, love, and serve the Lord. That final dismissal. So,
do you want to get into Abraham and Sarah now?
yeah.
Okay. Okay.
I think, where was I last night? I was talking about how there are very interesting real-world evidences, connections between the actual family of Krishna and the Hebrews. Hebrews, Israelites, and Jews. Now, I talked about the Hapiru being the Hebrews and the Abira being the cattle herding family of Krishna, like the country cousins. Nanda Maharaj is a tribal local chieftain of the Abira, and the relatives in the big city are the Yadus. The relatives are the Krishna and Balaram as the kings, the dual kings of Dwarka. So they're the Yadavas in the big city, and they're the Abiras. So we also have that dichotomy eventually in Judea or in the Levant, where you have the cattle herders of the Hebrews, Israelites, and Jews, and then you have the kingly dynasties. Can we stop the tape for just a second? Okay, so the people of the Yadus, the family of Krishna, it's known that they were. Oh my gosh! I just remembered something, a huge thing too. Hold on, write this down. Kritaviryarjun, or just write, Kritaviryarjun. I don't care how you spell it. 100 sons. Slain by Parshuram. I think they were killed by Parshuram. Spartoi. That's another place where this pops up in Bhagavatam. So the family of Krishna worshipped Anantadev, that's Samkarshan, Balaram in his giant Naga form. And they're the ones, the people whose language had the pun in it for the ng root, which became both anga, meaning limb, and naga, meaning snake or an elephant. You will find either their legs or their feet or their ankles are nagas, or you'll find little nagas on their legs and feet and ankles because they're the naga-footed people. And it actually refers to their language, the people who are speaking that language. And you'll find that connected to the Hebrews, Israelites, and you'll find that connected to that bunch of people. And they're connected all the way back to the city of Erech. They're called Anga. See, the Anga, Ng, Anguapeds, snake-footed people. And they're called the Erecteds, E-R-E-C-H, because sometimes they transliterated the name of that city, Erech, but it was also translated as Uruk. It's also transliterated as Dwarka. Well, Dwarka is the capital city of Krishna, where his worship is Krishna and Balaram, the duo kings of Dwarka. And Krishna, was the battle king in the Kurukshetra war because he went out on the field with Arjuna, and Balaram was the priest king in that case because he went off on pilgrimage. Now, when we follow those people through, we also have an interesting parallel in the Bible where it says that Abraham came from Ur of the Chaldees, and he went up to Haran, and Haran is in the kingdom of Mitanni. Huri was the supreme deity of the kingdom of Mitanni, and sometimes those people were called the Hurrians. Now, most scholars will say that the Hurrians and the Mitanni were Indo-European people, or they worshiped the same gods as the Indo-Europeans. Says they found, the names of Indra or whatever amongst let's see, what's the other big group up there that the Hittites, I think. But anyway, later on we find that Abraham, or descendants of Abraham, went back to Haran to get wives. Why? Because they were marrying within the faith. Otherwise, would they go all the way back to Haran to get wives? Also, it shows that there's so many different stories that I mentioned the other night that show that the people of the one true God are not just one tribe. They're not just one race, because you have Assyrians and you have Egyptians and you have Greeks and all different people who are worshiping the one true God. So, in other words, it's very important to note that they intermarried with each other, regardless of race. The so-called race. I don't believe in race, but so-called race. Regardless of tribal differences within the human family, they intermarried with each other. So, let's see, I'm thinking about Abraham and Sarah. So we have Abraham coming, and now the ISKCON people and the anti-Semitic Aryans, this is a huge problem in India. There was great sympathy with Hitler. Actually, a whole Indian army went and offered their services to Hitler. The racist Aryans of India were sympathetic to Hitler. The caste Brahmins, the racist Aryans, just like the Sinhalese Buddhists. The leadership of the Sinhalese Buddhists and the Sinhalese Buddhists were very sympathetic to Hitler and actually cooperated with him like the Indian Aryanists did. Prabhu, can you turn off the kitchen's lights? Because it's just I'm up trying to conserve all the time. Keep lights off when we don't need them. So you'll see all kinds of ranting, anti-Abrahamic religions. They call them the Abrahamic religions, and they try to make, first off, they ignore the existence of anything good at all having to do with Christianity or Judaism or Islam for that matter, and they bring it all down to the lowest common denominator of jihadi, bizarre Islam, and then they lump it all in together, and they say, well, there's the Abrahamic religions for you, a bunch of terrorists, a bunch of animal sacrificers, liars. They've co-opted somebody's history, and Jesus was an Aryan race savior. He came to reestablish the pure Aryan, blah, 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 all this nonsense. So they like to say, oh, here's the proof. Abraham is from the Sanskrit negative prefix a, meaning not, non, un, Brahman, Brahman, a Brahman, a non-Brahman, against Brahman. Abraham represents the Mlechas and the Yavanas, the most corrupt kind of Tamasic religionists there are. So that's the religion. The Abrahamic traditions are abrahminical, non-Brahminical religions. But actually, in Sanskrit, can be a negative prefix. It cannot be a negative suffix. Like if you say in the interpretation of Maya is not me, me not. Krishna says me not. That's Maya. So, but anyway, there is a superlative use of so that Abraham could be superlatively Brahminical. So, but here's something that I think of. I've already explained how in devotee traditions, whether they're Semitic or African or Indo-European, or of course all these things apply in the Western Hemisphere too. I just don't have the time. I had to leave off my pre-Columbian studies back when I was about 20, 21 years old. I actually did I was asked to critique a textbook for the public school system in one of the towns in our area, rich suburb, and they asked me to critique the history textbook, high school history textbook for accuracy on pre-Columbian civilizations, and I actually read and critiqued that textbook because they were thinking about buying that series of textbooks for their school system. But anyway, I had done a lot of work on pre-Columbian civilizations. And I basically, at a certain point in my life, I had to stop it because there was so much old world, Eastern Hemisphere material that I couldn't possibly do everything. So, because everything I'd already seen tied in everything here in the Western Hemisphere to everything in the East, that I thought once people get it at the source, or once people get it in the East, in these very concentrated places, they'll be able to reconstruct everything here. Once they have the template, they know what to look for. So I said, well, what I have to do is just have to get this. I have to get this done, and if I get this done, if I'm successful with this, all of the connections in the West will flow from it. So I don't neglect to mention all the connections over here. It's just that I don't have enough life to do it. They're all here. It's not like it isn't here. It's all here as well. And once you get it over there, you'll be able to get it over here as well. But looking at the information over here. So, I don't know how I got on that tangent, but I was saying something about Abraham. Oh yeah, so I've talked about theophoric names. And even in the Western Hemisphere, religious traditions, people have theophoric names. Those are God-bearing names that have at least one element in the name that is actually a deity name. So examples are like Daniel or Michael. Those have the holy name Eli in them. Jeremiah has the holy name Yahoo in it, so forth. And often these names are what they call bynames or compound names. And they actually identify one form of the Lord with another form of the Lord. And why would you do that? That's because there's these alliances, and that's because there's all these different shrines and temples and city-states, and they're all forms, like I showed the different alliances in Egypt. I've showed, Junad has seen some charts that I have which show, for instance, one particular alliance, all the city-states or nomes in Egypt, they call them nomes, temple cities that are devoted to Osiris, and per Aser, then they give the by name, right? So the compound names, there are many, many compound names of God in the Old Testament, in the Hebrew. And those compound names actually frequently identify the Lord with a form of the Lord in some different temple or different city, different shrine, and so forth. Because there's some special theological connection or lila, pastime, or historical connection between those two particular forms of the Lord. So these are very, very important, these compound bynames, which when I'm talking about the name, the aspirate P or aspirate B name later, that was another thing we were going to talk about, is the name of Hop. That's really important. And that's right, as a loose end is that hieroglyph, that is the hype, sub, or super, and sub Trinitarian revelation hieroglyph of the hidden God, and a transcendent and immanent and Emmanuel Trinity. So my take on the fact that Abraham and Sarah have names that are obviously associated with the Brahma Sarasvati lineage or Sampradaya Vaishnavism is that these were theophoric names. So you see there's some religious or lineage connection there, which is very significant from the standpoint of this entire tradition that I'm referring to all the time, which is the Radha Krishna Balaram centric tradition. In India, in Prabhupada, who's the Vaishnava Acharya that I studied under, his lineage goes back to the Brahma Sampradaya, so that the worship of Brahma and Sarasvati as Sampradaya origins, or Brahma is the Sampradaya Acharya, And Sarasvati, of course, being his consort. Now, who is Sarasvati? On the Facebook pages in my albums, I have beautiful murtis of Sarasvati, Mother Sarasvati. But if we go over to the Catholic tradition, of course, there's Maria Sophia. And Sophia's holy wisdom. It's the wisdom tradition. And in Jewish mysticism, the Chokmah, I can't make that proper guttural sound. But anyway, she's associated with Shekinah, which is, of course, Shakti. And she is, in India, she's the patroness of all learning, all knowledge. Mother Sarasvati is. So you'll see Mother Sarasvati in her multiple arms holding musical instruments, holding writing materials or books, leaf manuscripts. As she's again, you have the muses, or all the arts and sciences are associated with Vaishnavism. And in this particular lineage, Mother Sarasvati, or Sophia, is the patroness of all the arts and sciences and of learning in general. So, when we go into Jewish tradition, Abraham and Sarah, very interestingly, Sarah comes down associated with wisdom in the Jewish wisdom traditions. Sarah is like connected to Shekinah. She's like connected to Chokmah. So I've tried to find stuff about this on the internet. So far I haven't found things, but that can be found someplace. So I think that I don't think it's that Abraham is a confusion of Brahma and Sarasvati. I think that Abraham went from Ur of the Chaldees and spread. There's something, I accept Scripture as having profound truths in it, which we may or may not ever be able to discover. But I don't want to see Scriptures fooled around with, and I don't want to see modern, channeled nonsense put on them. I want to see real world, bona fide, good science, good research done on to understand, respectfully approach those traditions just as they are sacred tradition, Guru Shastra Sadhu, with respect, and actually try to understand what these people were trying to communicate in the context of their world, not imposing some ridiculous New Age nonsense on it. So anyway, I think that the names Abraham and Sarah are theophoric names given to somebody in that lineage, in that teaching tradition. Obviously, Brahma Sarasvati teaching tradition of what? The Abhira or Hepiru, the Hebrews. Now, if you look at ancient sources, there's mention of this Hepiru people, and the main things mentioned about them is that they're cattle keepers. Sometimes they appear to have a bad reputation as cattle thieves. But they're confounded with, this fascinated me, they're sometimes maybe mixed up with or confounded with people called Subartu or Habatu. It's been so long since I studied this, I might have it wrong, but a person could, if they're hearing this, they could go find this stuff and check it out. And these Habatu or Subartu, who are sometimes seemingly related to the Apiru, they are a military class of people. So now I'm thinking, Subartu is Spartoi. So then I'm getting more interested. This is, back in the late 60s. So now I'm getting really interested in this whole Subartu bunch, Spartoi. Because I've already got the idea that the Spartoi are related to Krishna somehow. Well, in Srimad Bhagavatam, and this all ties in with the Brahma Sarasvati lineage of the Hebrews and everything. So some scholars think that these Hapiru are somehow connected to this Habatu or the Subartu, and they're a military bunch. So that when you have census, see, there's the ancient peoples kept census, and there's a huge number of documents that deal with trade and alliances and all kinds of things. And you'll see these people listed in there, and you'll see references to them and so forth. So, there used to be a lot of interest in scholars trying to figure out who were the Hebrews. So they narrowed in more and more on this Hapiru people. So then, some directions you pull this thread, you pull that thread, you get these Habatu, Subartu people. So now, if you start pulling out Subartu business, they seem to go in one direction, end up the Spartoi in the Greek world. In the other direction, they end up as the Kshatriyas in India. Well, of course, Krishna's family, there was the kingly Kshatriyas of the Yadu dynasty, and then there were the cattle herder country cousins of the Abira. So you have the same thing in the West. It's not really West, but in the Middle East and the Levant, you have this division. You have the Kshatriyas, who are the Subartu. They're the Kshatriya class of that culture, the snake-footed people, and you have the Abiras, who are the Hapiru, who are the cattle keepers. So now we go to Srimad Bhagavatam, and there's a round of stories about Krishna's ancestors and Krishna's family, the Yadus, and there's a king called Kartavir Arjun, and he has 100 sons, and those sons are excessively militaristic. And the Lord Parashuram, I think this is this part of the Parashuram round of stories. So the Lord is Parashuram, whose symbol is the double axe, which is significantly a very important symbol in a Minoan culture, or very early Mediterranean, is the double axe. That culture in the Mediterranean is associated with Cadmus. There's a whole huge round of myths or legends in the Mediterranean dealing with Cadmus, who they say from the east, and the double axe is associated with Cadmus, and he, I'll get into this in a second, but there's stories associated with Cadmus and the whole round of Europa and the Spartoi and so forth. So we go back to the Bhagavatam story. And in the Bhagavatam story, and the oral traditions of India, the essence of the story goes like this, that those sons, now this is ancestors of the family that Krishna appears in, they are so excessively military and fighting all the time that they become like thorns in the side of Mother Earth. Mother Earth has to pray to God, relieve me of the pain, the itch, the suffering of these kings who are fighting all the time. And so Lord Parashuram then is the next avatar, the Rama with an axe, and he has to go in there and he has to kill all these excessive kings, but 5 of them he spares because they surrender to him, and they become he installs them as kings. He's Parashuram's priest king too, so he anoints them as rulers. So now we go over to the Mediterranean complex of legends, of origins legends, and we have that ancient legend about Cadmus, and there's the Spartoi. Spartoi, a military class, of kings, and they're very excessively militaristic. And somehow or another, there's like, fragments of different versions of the story, just like there's different versions of the Parashuram story in India. But the essence of that, to sum that up, is that Cadmus throws a stone amongst the Spartoi, and they're so excessively militaristic, they don't know who threw the stone, and they end up killing each other. But Cadmus has to do penance because he caused the death of the Spartoi. But anyway, the other versions of it, Cadmus, the Spartoi are killing each other off, but Cadmus saves. There are 100 Spartoi, and Cadmus saves 5, and he installs. He's a priest king. And he installs and anoints those 5 to establish the 5 first great cities of the Mediterranean civilization. Now, here's this kind of Namarupa name picture thing that just totally boggles my mind. You have the description in Srimad Bhagavatam of the militaristic kings of Krishna's dynasty being like thorns in the side of Mother Earth. Well, now we go back over to the Mediterranean round of stories. Where did the Spartoi come from? Well, in one of the stories, Cadmus or some other hero of God goes to Mars' grove. Well, Mars is Skanda, is the Lord of War, etc. And I said that previously there was a giant Naga in Mars' grove that held the world on his head. But I can't remember the story right now, how it happened that he got relieved by Atlas. But, Atlas ended up holding the world on his shoulder. But he's after the giant Ananta Sheshanaga is holding the world on his head. Well, anyway, there's another round of this stories where the hero goes to Mars Grove, and he slays the Naga that is the defender, the protector of Mars Grove. So he slays that Naga, and he does something with the teeth of the Naga. Do you know what the story is? He sows the teeth in the ground, and the Spartoi spring up from the teeth of the serpent of Mars Grove. Now get a visual on that. Thorns in the side of Mother Earth, teeth of the dragon sowed in the earth. Now, how can something like that be a coincidence? They were like thorns in the side of Mother Earth. They sprang up from teeth of the dragon sown in the earth. So, who springs up? The Spartoi. Ferocious armed men. And they're creating all this havoc. And Cadmus is trying to stop it. And I forget what happens, but he throws a stone among them and they destroy each other and so on and so forth. Here's another thing. At the end of the Mahabharata, the family of Krishna is so excessively aggressive, and the Kshatriya side of the family, militaristic, that is described. Now this is very interesting. Here's the stone. The stone destroying the family. There's a story about Samba, who the young boys, I think they went to a sage. They put a stone. One of the boys dressed up like a girl and put a stone under his clothing and went to a sage to trick the sage, or he went with the boys, they were fooling around, to get the sage to prognosticate whether the baby was a boy or a girl. And the sage, knew it wasn't a baby, and the sage cursed them for their insolence and arrogance. And so this became the curse of the Yadus. And he says, that stone is going to destroy your whole family. And so then there's this whole long round of stories of Mahabharata, the whole thing. And there's various versions too, localized versions of this in India. But to sum up that part of the story, the stone was a lead ball or iron ball, and in order to ensure that the stone would not destroy the Yadus, they ground it up into powder, except for one little tiny piece that was left from the grinding process, and they threw it in a swamp. And this is interesting because it gets to the business about intoxication too, drinking. This is very interesting. In Vedic society, the Kshatriya class alone was allowed to drink alcohol or any kind of intoxicant. They weren't really allowed to take any kind of intoxicant, but they did drink alcohol and or somaras, and they let's see, the other thing I was thinking about. I lost that thought. But anyway, the Yadavas, or Yadus, had some big get-together, and they were celebrating, and they were probably the end of the Mahabharata to the Kurukshetra war. But anyway, they were having a big celebration, and they got drunk. And somebody insulted somebody else, I guess, and they started having a big fight. Anyway, they actually killed each other with the reeds from this patch of reeds. And then the story is that the tip of the arrow, the arrow tip, the little piece of the metal, became the tip of the arrow that pierced Krishna's foot. Nobody ever talks about how Krishna leaves the world, because it's like forbidden to talk about how Krishna leaves the world in the Mahabharata story. But he lays down, and a hunter mistakes him for some animal, and shoots an arrow. And this is fascinating, because the whole Achilles heel thing has to do with the incarnation, the God-man. And the God-men of the ancient world were considered that, and also blue blood comes from the whole thing of being blue-colored and everything else. But that one spot on the heel is associated with the only place of vulnerability. So in this, like Achilles' heel. So in this particular story, the point of the arrow is the last little piece of the ball, of the iron ball or lead ball, that of the curse of the Yadu dynasty, which kills Krishna. It was the last one left, because Balaram has already left his body. When Balaram left his body, a giant Egyptian cobra emerged from it. So sometimes you'll actually see pictures of Balaram's leaving his body, that way are transforming into just like Asclepius transforming into the giant Egyptian cobra, Ananda. But in this part of the story, Krishna leaves his body by that little bit. Okay, so interestingly, you have these other stories of Cadmus where it is throwing a rock into the middle of the Spartoi, and they all kill each other. So here you have the ball, it's been ground to powder, but they still all kill each other. Anyway, there's just strange, connections between the stories. So then, so what connection is there between the Spartans, Spartoi, Subartu, the Kshatriyas, of the Yadu dynasty, and the Jews, or the Hebrews? Well, it's right there in Maccabees. It's right there in the Apocrypha. I mentioned there's letters where during the Oneid priesthood time, faithful Jews corresponding with the Greeks, with the Spartans, talk about how they're related through Abraham and how they want to renew their religious alliance with each other. So in this way, all of these different stories can be pulled together, elements from them, and we can look at the archaeological evidence, and we can look at the iconographic evidence of tracking the snake-footed people and their deity, back and forth, and over the thousands of years, we can see that there's actually a connection. You've got Abraham and Sarah, you've got Brahma and Sarasvati, you've got the Kshatriya side of the family that comes all the way down through with the Jewish soldiers wearing amulets with Nrsimhadev on them, and the Gurkha Guard, the Vaishnava Kshatriyas wearing amulets with Nrsimhadev on them. All these different connections that come down through. So it shouldn't surprise us that we have all these profound theological connections, all the religious connections, because the historical side of the whole thing, with the migrations of people and the city foundings and the maps and the place names and the treaties and alliances or federations between these peoples that obviously went on for thousands of years back and forth. Arts and sciences and technologies are all back and forth between these groups. They had superlative metalworking powers in the East. And these superlative metalworking powers turned up in the Colossus of Rhodes, which is a giant murti of Krishna on the island of Rhodes. They had unparalleled monumental stone carving on the island of Rhodes. All of the great, most beautiful Greek sculpture that we think of, monumental stone sculpture, that's all the school of sculpture on Rhodes, because those were the murti makers. Those were the first best murti makers in the world, were the worshippers of Helios. And the beginning of Egyptian sculpture in the round was in the worship of Koros. They have these Koros-Kore pairs, and they tie them back to the early Helios cult in Egypt. And of course, the Egyptians had a wonderful, originally bas the relief, and then they moved into deeper and deeper, and the images started to emerge from the stone, and eventually they perfected it in the round, and the Rhodian school, working from the advancements that had been made, the rock temple carving advancements and things like that. So you can look at actual stone carving techniques perfected by the school of Rhodes in the classical period, and you can actually track those techniques back east. So there's two really important schools of Buddhist iconography, Gandhara and Vrindavan Mathura. Now, the Gandharan school looks very Greek. The Vrindavan Mathuran school looks very Indian. But and they had a very highly developed iconography. So you can tell, because as soon as the artisans of the Vrindavan Mathuran school adopted the stone carving techniques, immediately there's this flowering of this whole school of iconography, Buddhist iconography, very complex and detailed. It's obvious that they already made these icons, but they made them into different media. But when they learned the Rhodian stone carving techniques, then all of a sudden that school blossomed. They were previously making murtis, wood-carved murtis, and metal was used in different places. So what happened is we see a transmittal of techniques, Eastern metal techniques to Rhodes, and Rhodian monumental stone carving to the east. So there's obvious connections between the Eastern centers of Radha Krishna and Balaram worship, which were also the original, hot spots of Pure Land Buddhism, and the Mediterranean complex. So we find, art forms, all kinds of things passing back and forth between them. So, let's see. What was on your list there next?
Well, you told me to write down Krita Virya Arjun 100 sons saying by Parasham Sportai. Did you discuss that fully yet?
Let's see.
You didn't discuss Parasham and Spartoi.
Oh yeah, Parashuram. That's just what I should have said too. There's evidence that there's a big round of stories about Parshuram in India, and there's a big round about Cadmus in the Mediterranean region. Now, sometimes Cadmus is associated with the Europa round of stories, about the cow Europa, wherever she would lay down, I can't remember properly right now, but that whole bunch of stories about Europa, the wandering of Europa, and where the cow Europa would lay down, and the establishment of civilizations, and the connection between Cadmus and the foundation of Thebes, and all these other different kinds of things, and the 5 sacred cities that Cadmus founded with the Spartoi. All those different stories in the Cadmus Europa round of stories have parallels in the stories of Parshuram. And it's very significant because, again, it ties into the island of Rhodes. On Rhodes, Africans, Semites, and Indo-Europeans all worshipped Koros and Kore and Dionysus on Rhodes. So we were talking earlier about, was it Proto-Canaanite? What were we talking about? Alphabet, early alphabet. So I'm getting a nod from Junata. Junata nods. So linguists actually they trace from Phoenician, they trace east to the characters of the early Brahmi, I believe, and then to the Devanagari alphabet. And of course, Cyrus Gordon and the Helleno-Semiticists, they did a huge amount of work connecting the Semitic, Afro-Semitic, more mainly for them, they were working on the Semitic Greek links. But you don't have to be a genius to recognize that if you start just the alphabet, just say that the Hebrew is Aleph Bet. What is it? Deleth is the D. Okay, so you've got, in the Greek, you've got alpha, beta, gamma, delta, And so you see there are parallels between the Hebrew alphabet and the Greek alphabet right off the bat. So then, of course, Greek being so-called Indo-European, and you can go over and you can compare it to the Sanskrit and so forth. But it's very interesting because the Sanskrit has more than 40, I think, can't remember right now, but it's I, U, R, A, I, O, Ow, goes on. There's so many, because there's only one character per sound. The characters don't have more than one sound in the Devanagari. And so once you learn it, it's fair, how to pronounce things. There's no question about it. As opposed to like English, where, the same character can be either S or K, things like that. Or the letter A can either be or A, or A. Three sounds for the letter A. So anyway, Cadmus is associated with the transmittal of language. He's associated with the island of Rhodes. There's Cadmus. The round of Cadmus stories is very significant because you have what's called origin or founding stories that tie the name of an individual or a god or something to the foundation of a city or a civilization. So, like for instance, Heliopolis in northern Egypt, or the city of An or Amen, is associated with this Ra or ray, actus, a Greek actus, a ray of Helios. So there's some truth there. We don't know what that actually means, but there's something important because that idea has been preserved for thousands and thousands of years. So in the same way, we don't know exactly what what it means, but the round of Cadmus stories is really important regarding the founding of a lot of sacred cities and different parts of the Mediterranean complex civilization. So in the same way, Parshuram starts a whole new era because he's got to get rid of all the excessively military kings that are just creating so much disturbance that Mother Earth can't even stand them anymore. She's like they're like thorns in her side, causing her pain. And so the Lord comes and he chastises his children and he takes them out of the picture. So it's his own family. So anyway,
How about the 100 Sons of Arjun?
yeah, so on the one hand, we see the stories that say that Kritavir Arjun has 100 sons. And these sons are these excessively military kings. And Parshuram has to come and kill them. And he kills all but 5 of them. 5 of them surrender to him, and he lets them live, and he anoints them to serve as the Vasudevs. So Parshuram, all the Spartoi are killed, except 5, and Parshuram anoints them and establishes them as the kings of the 5 sacred cities, early sacred cities, and they're Krishna's family in the east. So, is this the Anguiapeds? Is this how the Anguiapeds end up being the kings of the sacred cities? Like you see Amun-Ra in Thebes, right? He's got the little snakes coming out of his ankles and his knees. That's because of those angles. See, our English word angle and naga is what means bent, what's curved, and this is very interesting actually too, because I didn't get into this, but this is a way far tangent, but it's a good one. That I'll give you the short version of it. The word anger is related to the word anguish. The word anguish means literally to be. The word torture means to be bent. Means to be bent, to be tortured, to be twisted. And anguish is an unbearable pain. Now, the agonist agony is it's a corruption of the word having to do with anguish because it's got the letters mixed. Twist around. Sometimes that happens. But the word agony is a pain word associated with anguish. This is amazing. The hero, the soter, hero of God, the savior of people, was the agoniste. So if there was to be a fighter who was to, called out or was to go out to fight the Goliath to save his people, he was the agoniste, who would literally be twisted and tortured for the sake of his people and suffer agony. Now, what is anger? When anguish, when a being is so anguished, as something is causing them unbearable pain, they can't bear it. That's anger. Anger flares forth from an unbearable pain. Now, that unbearable pain may be in the mind, and it may be produced by lies. So if you tell people from the moment they're born that the Jews are the reason why your mother's dying, the reason why your father's, worked himself to death, it's because of the Jews that we don't have any food, the Jews that we don't have any water, the Jews have done this, the Jews have done that, it's just something else. Then that person's unbearable pain turns in anger, and they go out and they strap on a bomb and they go over and they get in a school bus full of Jewish kids. You tell the German people between World War I and World War II, it's the Jews that did this to you, Jewish betrayal, etc., etc., etc. Well, they all, the First World War was really about the Jews too. But just see, the Jews beat us last time. The proto Nazi. Let me see what I'm trying to say. The White Russian, the proto Nazis, and the White Russians. They're not Slavs. They're related to the German family, the German royalty, the Tsar, that whole thing. They're extremely anti-Semitic. And they in racist Aryanism, they have this mythological context, and it's really into a cosmic battle between the star seed, the true Aryans that really have a soul, the real humans, and non-human reptilian, not non-human evil Semites. And they've actually turned it into a cosmic battle, And the non-human reptilian Semites now, of course, with this whole Jeremiah Sitchin and all this Nibiru, Planet X, all this other kind of nonsense, and what was that TV show, V or whatever it was, that had the reptilian, shape-shifting reptilian aliens. So it's just passed over to popular culture now, and you've got masses, huge numbers of human beings, that the world is controlled by a secret cabal of Jews, the Illuminati, and they have corrected the language now. They've repackaged it for political correctness. So only the really most radical out there neo-Nazis will actually say, these are the Jews. But everybody knows who they're talking about when they're talking about international bankers and, the hatred, profound hatred they have for Israel. It's all Zionism, and, some secret cabal of Jews is running the whole world. They don't know anything about Judaism. They don't know anything about the Jews. But what they do know about, some of them, they have the, vast compendiums of nonsense between their ear, of layers and layers and layers of conspiracy theories that have been promulgated by Aryanists against their imagined adversaries, the Semites, aka the Jews. And there's no truth to it. Just like there's no truth to the business that the snake-footed gods or whatever you're looking at in ancient art represent reptilian shape-shifting aliens. Planet came from Planet X or whatever Jeremiah Sitchin said. That whole thing is just a further, adaptation to the UFO age. So with, the advent of this whole UFO thing, now all of a sudden you get the UFO connection to the evil Jews. So I come along and I say, no, that Jeremiah Sitchin thing is complete nonsense. He was not reading those Sumerian things correctly. He's lied to you. He's misrepresented that whole thing. The guy's got some kind of problem. I don't know what his problem is, but that whole thing of his is nonsense. And I look at the people like David Icke, David Icke, or how you say his name, so popular. This is a real problem because the devotees, the ISKCON Vaishnavas, are just sucked into this stuff in such a huge way. On my Facebook, I'm confronted with this stuff on almost a daily basis. This Illuminati, evil Jews, shape-shifting alien nonsense, UFO stuff.
You wanted to discuss 3 interpretations of the bride in the Song of Songs and some common errors.
Okay, so now here's where we get to your previous questions about the Trina Sophia. and the juxtaposition. And we might have you get a clean page there, so you're going to make some little notations. So draw a Sri Yantra, or Megandeva, which is two equilateral triangles superimposed, one on the other, so that you get the hexad. Now, I've already said that the word hex is really cognate of the root of the word Shakti, or Shekinah in Hebrew. It's an extremely ancient, obvious, like seed mantra name of Shakti, the energy of the Lord. I often wonder, I've never done an etymological study of it, but the word shock, as in to be shocked, electrically shocked, because it has that sense of burst of energy, that energy. So anyway, the Shakti, the energy of the Lord, so she's the internal energy and the external energy, feminine receiving potency. Hladini Shakti as the place or space that God occupies. And the emptiness, the womb of the universe, as well as the spiritual emptiness of kenosis, which is required to receive Purusha. So we have to be Prakriti, we have to be have the perfect yes of Mary. This is why in Tibetan Buddhism in the cult of Tara, the person who is performing the rituals, the priest or pujari performing the ritual, in that ritual they actually make themselves a vessel of Tara. So this again is very interesting, because you have this thread all the way through Northern Buddhism and Vaishnavism to the Mediterranean region, where the spiritual practice involves the assumption of the role, the feminine receiver role, in union, or we talk about the victim soul participating in the sufferings of Christ. Well, there's also participation of sorts in the devotions of Mary. So this is why it's so important for us, for instance, saying the Rosary, Mary's Rosary. A rosary is, by the way, garland of roses. And I think it was Richard Garba, a scholar, who said it's clear that the word rosary is a mistranslation of the word japamala. Mala is garland, and japa, meaning prayer, is a pun on japa, meaning rose. So he thought that the rosary was a prayer garland, and it was a mistake that it was called rosary. But he didn't know enough about Vaishnavism. He didn't know that the japa beads are a devotion associated with Radharani or Sarasvati, for instance. You see Mother Sarasvati, she's holding the japa beads. So this is one of the, how she's the, you approach Sophia or Hokmah, you approach holy wisdom, the holy wisdom of God. Shekinah is the holy wisdom, also through mantra meditation, through Nama Rupa worship. But of course the japa beads represent mantra meditation, the Nama meditation, japa mala, that's what they're called. So if we go back over to Mary's Rosary, it is a garland of prayer, and it is a garland of roses, because they have mystical associations with the prayers in the garland of roses. And why? Because it's Radha's garland. Mary is herself the mystical rose. So the japa beads are Radha's garland. You see pictures of murtis of Radharani, and she's holding a japa beads. And Sarasvati, her expansion, is holding japa beads. So, I don't know how I got on that tangent. Where did we start with that one?
We were just talking about the hexad.
Oh yeah, hexad. Okay, so So yes, I was saying that the name, that the hex of Hexad is the same root that we find in the name Hecate. Hekete is a common way that you might find it spelled, or Hekate maybe. But if you go to Egypt, you also find what's the first one? It's not Sekhet. So it's again the same root, and then you have the T on there too. So that one is probably Shakti. See, they really don't know. The Egyptologists will tell you, we don't know how these words were pronounced. But we're giving our best guess, and we're inserting vowel sounds where we think the vowel sounds should be. But I say, if you compare it to the Hebrew and you compare it to the Sanskrit, you'll know how it's supposed to have been said. Because, you have variations, you have dialects and so forth. But there is a certain consistency across with the vowel sounds. So, instead of just taking a wild guess how these Egyptian names were said, you can actually go to the Hebrew and to the Sanskrit and get some, you can make an educated guess, because then you've got, examples. So, this is called a hexad. And the word sex, and the word six, and the word hex are all the same word. And they're all intimately related with Our Lady and with this bridal mysticism. So, Jewish mysticism ascribes feminine to one triangle, masculine to another to the other triangle, and the unity of the two in India is called the Sri Yantra, and you can read it as Shiva and Shakti, Vishnu and Shakti. It's Buddhist. It's also used in Buddhist lands, Tara and Lokeshwar, and so forth. When I was in Nepal, I was a guest of the government, and I was given access to His Majesty's archaeology department, the head of the archaeology department. And I spent a whole day with him. I had a huge list, pages of questions I wanted to ask him, and he was at my disposal. I sat in his office and talked to him about my work for a whole day, one day. And he answered all my questions, and he confirmed for me that the reason that the Nepalese calendar is organized the way it is because the Vaishnavas, especially the Vaishnavas and the Buddhists and the Shaivites, who worship the lion-headed form of God, which is Narasingha Lokeshwar, or Nrsimhadev, Saturday is their holy day. And since the king of Nepal and the queen of Nepal are considered to be incarnations of Vishnu, the structure of the timekeeping in Nepal is Vaishnava-based. And so because Saturday is a Sabbath to Nrsimhadev, the whole country runs on that system. So if you look at a Nepalese calendar, you can go online, and you'll see that the Saturdays are in red. All the weeks, the Saturdays are in red. That's because because there's no business, and the banks are closed, travel's restricted, very many commonalities with Jewish Sabbath keeping. Very interesting, because who is the revelation of the Exodus? It's the lion-headed form of the Lord. Yahud Sabaoth is the Lord of Time, associated with what? Sabbath keeping. So in South Indian Vaishnavism, where they worship Lord Nrsimhadev, they also keep Sabbath, Saturday Sabbath. And what's connected to that Sabbath keeping? This symbol. So when modern scholars say, oh, that Sri Yantra, or not Sri Yantra, that Magen David, that Star of David, that's a very late thing. That was not associated with Judaism, it's just a really late thing. Well, I don't care what they say. That is very, very ancient symbol connected to Nrsimhadev, because when you see the pediments on his altars, you see any kind of place associated with Nrsimhadev, it's got that symbol on it. So that symbol goes way back in association. And isn't it interesting? Because when you see, sometimes you see murtis of Nrsimhadev or Narasimha Lokeshwar with his Shakti. They say Lakshmi Narasimha. So it's a beautiful form of Lakshmi that's a consort of Narasimha sometimes. sometimes it's a lion-headed form. It's ferocious because that's when he's Kalaha and she's Kali. Kali is a consort of Kala. People don't think about it. But remember, Shiva's name as time is Kalaha. So the Buddhists would call him Kalabhairab, which Bhairab, B is Bhairav, Bhairava, the terrible, wrathful form of Kala, of time. So I've never checked it out, but I wonder if calendar is connected to Kala. I'm just throwing these out there because, other people have more time than me. They could go try to track these down. Oftentimes there's no apparent connection between words that really are connected, and then words that really that are very apparently connected are not connected at all. And sometimes what happens is they're confounded with each other. So you have two real and really important terms. They're not originally the same term, but because they're ways of approaching the same subject, two different names of the same form of the deity, for instance, if they're similar, they get confounded. They get mixed up with each other at some point in time, and then from that point in history on, they're it's the same thing. So some things that come to mind that are been confounded that arise, problems arise from, is the confounding of the Vajra, or the lightning bolt of Zeus Fulgar or Indra, and the chakra of Helios. So I won't go into that now. But back to the Sri Yantra. Now Valentin Tomberg and other Western esotericists have studied this important icon of the Magen David, or the hexad. And using Jewish Kabbalah, they've tried to understand the relationship between the masculine giverness of the Godhead, the Trinity, and the feminine receiverness of Essa, Isis, Isha, the Shakti or Shekinah of the Godhead, complement to the Godhead. And because they haven't studied the Eastern parallels, they don't know the tradition. Like if they were to study Pure Land Buddhism, the Trikaya Pure Land Buddhism, and they would see how the emanations of Tara or Guan Yin, how the Shaktis there correspond to the Trikaya, that would help to clarify it for them. So I wanted to talk about, for clarification purposes, from the Jewish perspective, and tie it into Catholic vital mysticism. Talk about the Song of Songs, because I like to use illustrations, because what I think doesn't matter. I can imagine all kinds of things. I could say I'm channeling some ascended master, I got it from aliens, some hooey nonsense, or I just thunk it up out of my smart brain. But as far as I'm concerned, there's not a single thing in my brain worth anybody listening to, unless it's absolutely grounded in the reality of history. So I'll even say to people, I don't care if you believe God exists. Actually, I don't have to even talk to you about whether God exists or not. But I can prove to you that the worship of God exists. And I'm going to show you where and when in history, and how people worship God, this particular God. I'm going to take you back through and show you how it's connected. And it's up to you, whether you're going to be open in your heart to the existence of God or not. That's not even, that's not my job. My job is Namarupa, in the real world. And if it's not out there in the real world and I can't show it to you in the real world, I'm not going to waste your time with it. So, just for fun, because my whole life's been like this, I'll tell you how I came into the possession of this little book, the American Jewish Theological Seminary's Song of Songs by Robert Gordis, I believe was his name. So I was in a period of time where I was meditating and praying lots and lots about this bridal mysticism. And I was living here someplace, I think I was living out at Baker Road, but up here in this area, yeah, it had to have been at Baker Road because it was pretty early on. Oh yes, I was living at Baker Road, and I was actually working at the community building. I was a recreation programmer instructor for the county seat. And the library was under my jurisdiction, all the facilities and so forth. And I had a wonderful relationship with the library ladies. And I had so many things going on all the time. We'd already joke about things, when I walked by, things would fall out my ears, like overloaded, like stuff is coming out of my head. I'm leaving a trail of thought litter behind me. So we had a running joke where the ladies would actually, if the city manager wanted to talk to me or something important like that, the ladies would call me into the library. The library was in that big building I showed you. And the library ladies. And they would pin notes on my shirt just like I was a little kid. I would walk around with these little notes on my shirt. I'd go to the city hall, with a little note on the shirt saying, Shirley Easton says David is to go see the city manager, at 3:00. And I'd show up with this little note on my shirt. Everybody just crack up, You got this idiot running the place. Anyway, so we were very playful. We had a good time. But I used to like to go when they had the library book sales, and they would sell books that nobody ever took out. And so the librarians, I knew when the library book sales were coming up. So I've been praying and studying, and my prayer was like this: Lord, I need, there's these bits and pieces of this bridal mysticism in the Jewish tradition. And then that reminds me of something I started to tell you the other day, too, about my experience with Orthodox Jews and other Jews and Jews in the New Age movement. So bring me back to that at some point. I said, Lord, I need to have something that pulls all this Jewish scholarship together and contrasts how the modern heterodox Jewish movement of conservative and reform Judaism, which are infected by Advaita Vedanta, which they know it's an exoteric thing that they were influenced by Advaita Vedanta, which depersonalizes, makes the Messiah into a messianic age, makes the Messiah into you and me and everybody, makes the Messiah into a Christ consciousness, a whole New Age thing, but not a personal Messiah. Not God, not a transcendent deity that incarnates. Whereas the Orthodox Jews are really looking for a transcendent deity that incarnates. Now, there were all these threads, and then there was the Trina Sophia, that was that whole thing about Shekinah and the individual soul being a spark of the Shekinah and so forth. So I was praying about this, and it was the day of the library book sale, and I got to the community building. I got out of the car and I walked into the small auditorium where the book sale was all set up. They're all set up there. They all had tables with hundreds and hundreds of books on the table. And when I walked in the door, one of my dear friends, one of the librarians, was sitting there at the first table right smack in front of me, facing me. And as I walked up to her, she reached under the table. She had like 20 books. And I always used to go, because I couldn't afford to buy books, I would just go to bookstores and I taught myself how to read and scan really fast so that I could find whatever I needed. And if it was a 200 or 300 page book, I could stand there for 20 minutes or half an hour and pretty much get anything I needed out of it. So I would go to the library book sale the same way. I just go in there for hours and hours and hours, just read everything that I thought I needed to read. And she reached underneath the table and she had something under there, saved, separate. And she pulled it out and she handed it to me. And she said, I just knew you'd love this. I just had to save this for you. I'm so glad you came. She handed me that Robert Gordis book on the Song of Songs, right when I had been praying about it. Why would that book even be in the library in Redneckville, No Place, Oregon? How is that even possible? My whole life is full of absolutely miraculous things like that. I was just trembling when I took that book. I forgot about everything else and just went up back out the car, sat there, and read the whole book sitting in the car. It had every single thing in it exactly that I had asked God to give me some proof of in my preaching, my work with ecumenical work with Jewish people. And it was actually from one of these Mayavadi perspectives, in the sense that the translation of the song that was given was skewed in the direction of the impersonalist interpretation. Because they're trying to it's like they don't want Solomon to be singing, they don't want Solomon to be the bride in bridal mysticism. They have to make Solomon the king, the lover. Because God forbid the great Jewish king should actually be in Gopi Bhava, Gopi Rasa. So they try to tweak it this way, tweak it that way. They can't get rid of it. Over the centuries there have been movements to take the Song of Songs out of the Jewish canon. And then you have great rabbis, the greatest Jewish saints, saying that the song is the Holy of Holies. So that's why it's still in there, is because the greatest saints have defended it with their lives. So what you get from that book, that is, which is this synthesis that I was looking for, because that book, he gives the translation in there, but he gives a history, very concise history of the song and who had what perspective on it. So that's how it pulled together all that stuff that I wanted. And then he presents this kind of conservative reform kind of modern way, which is an example of what I'm saying is the problem. So the whole thing, it's a great, I've still got it somewhere. I don't know, and maybe it's in the farmhouse and everything that's ruined. I've got hundreds of boxes of things in the farmhouse which were secure and everything until vandals broke the doors in and destroyed the place and let all the forest in there, and all the critters came in and started nesting in all my boxes of books and papers and everything. There's tremendous treasures in there. There's very rare books in there. They might be salvageable. They might be in boxes that weren't chewed open. But it's such a horrendous task for me to go in there, and I'm so fragile health-wise that I'm afraid to go in because it's all rodent infested. So I'm afraid to catch something. I have to, when I tackle that mess, I'm going to have to wear a moon suit or something. Anyway, so here's what I can summarize for you from tradition, Jewish tradition, regarding the song. So the question is, who is the beloved? The lover is God. All the Orthodox interpreters don't say the lover is Solomon, the lover is God. So, who is the beloved? Well, there are different interpretations of the beloved. And one is that the beloved is Shekinah. And Shekinah is like this uncreated, feminine receiverness of God. So that's one of your points on that. If you ascribe a node, Dad calls a node, there's each one of the nodes of the masculine trinity. So you put number one on the masculine, it's the top of the masculine triangle. I have to remember what's the right order, because I think that the sun, there's a proper order to this, but I haven't done it in a while, I can't remember. But anyway, we're going to put number one. I can't remember where the Holy Spirit of the sun goes, but
the sun would be to the right.
Oh yeah, right. Okay. 2, 3. Okay, so by that I'm also putting Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Okay, so so now the question is, obviously this would be Krishna, then this would be Rhoda.
The bottom node of the feminine triangle is
Opposite.
Rhoda. Yes.
So
opposite of the Father.
Krishna. and then we would say Rhoda. So if we do the Vaishnava one, so we have Krishna and Radha. Put a number 1 there too. 1F for feminine. Then let's see. I have to work on that. I have to get this right because I haven't done this in a long time. But there's a proper way that it all works out perfectly.
Right. I think you were explaining to me before the axes are like these.
Right,
so.
right. So yeah, the relatedness is across.
On 3 axes.
Right.
Right.
So that you end up with this symbol. So you actually see this symbol a lot as a star, as a 6-pointed star, like the Egyptians use that a lot. And not the triangles aren't on there, but the lines are on there. So let me see now. We are the brides of Christ. So here's Holy Spirit. Of course, Mary is the spouse of the Holy Spirit. So Radha is the virginal form, and the mother. Let's see, Radha Kore, Mary, mother. And Holy Spirit, and Jivas, we are the brides of Christ. So this is, let's see, would that be 3, 2 Jivas? Oh yeah, because he's the second Adam. So we have the first Adam and Eve. So this is one way to work it out. So then that would be Krishna and Radha, and that would be Baladev and the Jiva souls, because Baladev is called capital J Jiva because he's the origin of all Jiva, they say. But there's the Jiva souls. The Jivas are the brides of Christ, not the first person. So then we have Mother Tara. This is interesting. Mother Tara is called the mother of all Buddhas. All Buddhas that appear, Mother Tara incarnates as their mother. This is very interesting. So what do we have with the appearance of Jesus Christ? Mary is called Stella, and we have the Star of Bethlehem with the heavenly Tara over the place of the birth of Jesus, and she is the sign in the heavens. Star, Tara. How obvious does it have to be? Mary is the incarnation of Tara. She's the mother of all Buddhas. Whenever Lord Vishnu descends, and this is Vaishnava teaching, his mother Yasoda, the transcendent Mother Yasoda, the supreme abode, she comes as his mother. He's always born of his mother, his transcendental mother, Yasoda. There's a difference between Devaki and Yasoda. When Krishna is born, these mysteries, there's volumes and volumes of stuff about them, but essentially, Krishna and Vasudev are imprisoned in the prison of Devaki and Vasudev. Krishna's mother, Devaki, is imprisoned with her husband by her brother Kamsa, a big demon, and he's envious, and he's gotten a prophecy on the happy day of Devaki and Vasudev's marriage. By some traditions, they're in the chariot together, and they're celebrating the marriage, and a voice comes from heaven and announces, Kamsa, you're such an idiot, because the 8th son of Devaki, your sister, is going to kill you. So Kamsa, he's got a plan, so he imprisons his sister and her husband, and every time they have a baby, he kills it. well, let's see, the seventh, I think Ananda Dev, because sevens are sacred to Shiva and Baladev. I think the seventh is Baladev, and the eighth is Krishna. But the story is this very interesting. Just like Peter getting, I think it was Peter that got let out of that. President Peter who walked out of the prison, or was it Paul? The Lord caused a mystic sleep to fall over the guards of the prison, and
Paul and Silas?
yeah, who the guards fell asleep and they just walked out of the prison. But anyway, there's part of that mystic story there, mystic sleep, or other stories that say that Krishna and Balaram were magically transferred. The other is that Subhadra Devi as Durga, Mother Durga in her wrathful form, appeared as one of the children of Devaki and Vasudeva. There's a beautiful picture of that in one of the Srimad Bhagavatams, where she's got all her weapons and she's, she's the great Dharma protector. But anyway, there's all different versions of the story, but the essence of the thing is that Krishna and Balaram they're born of Devaki by the how do we say it in the creed? Born of the Virgin Mary, suffered under Pontius Pilate, begotten of the Holy Spirit. So that the story is about how the Lord goes from the heart of Vasudeva into the womb of Devaki. I mentioned that earlier. It's very interesting. She is the spouse of the Holy Spirit. So now, Krishna and Balaram are somehow, different versions of the story, miraculously transplanted to Goloka Vrindavan, where their foster parents are Ananda and Yasoda. And Lord Baladev, I believe his foster mother is Rohini. I'm not thinking really good right now, but there you have the root name of red again, Rohini. I say I'm not sure of something because my brain doesn't work very good and I can't pull things up sometimes. So I can't get that part of the picture right now. But anyway, Krishna and Balaram are raised in Vrindavan. So they've gone from the royal setting to the cow pasture land, to the Goshala or Gokula, and to the care and the protection of Father Nanda, who is a relative of Vasudeva. But he's the Abira country cousins, right? So they've gone from the royal household to the country cousin situation, and they're going to grow up in the country, cow country. So I think I got off on that from the tangent of the
Mother.
The mother, right? So there's all kinds of mysteries around this mother business. Well, who is the real mother of Krishna and Baladev? Is it Devaki or is it Yasoda? Because so many stories where Krishna and Balaram are playing and Yasoda is fulfilling the mother role. Well, they say the spiritual sky, the original mother, a mother figure, she's considered an expansion of or an emanation of Radharani. And so from Yasoda, all the other mothers have expanded. She is the essence of the pure rasa of mother love. And the stories about Yasoda are endless. They're so wonderful. And one of my very favorite hymns is the Damodar prayer, sung morning and evening during the month of Damodar, when everybody's celebrating all that month, the babyhood and early child pastimes of Krishna. Is so wonderful. And of course, a whole lot of that is actually centered on Yasoda. So those are wonderful prayers. So there's I was talking about how the same entity incarnates, just as when, like Jesus incarnates, when the Lord incarnates, the same entity ultimately incarnates as the mother of the Lord. It says actually when the Lord descends, all of his beloved descend with him, and because he actually, when you see pictures of Krishna, if you see like pictures of Krishna alone, the Prabhupada would reject. Krishna says Krishna is never alone. And Prabhupada, the masters say Krishna is never alone. He's always got his pets. He's always got his beloved. There's always devotees there. So you'll see pictures of the Lord with people instead of just some like formal portrait all by himself. So anyway, who is Yashoda? Well, duh. And now there's other interpretations, but this I think is very interesting and probable. Da or Dara means bearer, carrier. So what's the rest of the name? It's the Yasho name. Yashoda is Jesus bearer.
Yeah, I learned that da means given in Pali. So it's also linked to given.
Yeah, Pali in Sanskrit. There's, the Theravada Buddhism is Pali based. Okay, so what I'm talking Sanskrit. So
But bearing and giving, it's
right.
related.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. If we went into the Pali and looked at the various meanings of da, it could well be that one is bearing. See now, like when I said Jesus is Arator, Zeus, Jupiter, Arator. Ara is plow, and Tor is bearer, holder. So,
and Mary is Theotokos, the god bearer.
yeah, Theotokos. There's another one, god bearer. But the Tor, or Dar, or Da, see, like Mother Earth, or I can't think right now, but there are many names of our mother in Sanskrit that have Dara or Da'anam because she's the bearer. Our earth is bearing everybody. So, if we take the last part of the name Yashoda as bearer, then we're left with the rest of it. And Ya is the name of Purusha, and Sho or Shu it means to save, acquit, redeem, buy off, purify. So there you've got Yahushua, bearer. So again, how is this a coincidence? So she always is, of course, she is an expansion of Radharani. And Nanda Maharaj is Yashoda's husband, God's choice of fathers, the original perfect father. Nanda Maharaj is an expansion of Baladev. Now you can think, what are you even bothering talking about this silly mythological stuff? But no, there's very, very deep theological content in here. And you have to have the right frame of mind to understand this, to discuss these things. Which is why, the devotees in the mysteries and things like that, you wouldn't discuss this around non-believers or people, because if they don't have the right frame of mind, they can't possibly get it. You have to understand that Krishna is God. And if you understand what the content of the word God means to a Vaishnava, everything that's contained in the Bhagavad Gita, stupendous supracosmological metaphysical revelations, physical and metaphysical revelations, they're all contained in that person. And vast libraries of scriptures, they're all contained in that person. So the Vaishnava's heart and the Vaishnava's mind is full of all of this amazing, understanding. Every single thing that they're experiencing, it's all through, within, by a person, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Actually, three persons, but the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And then you read Bhagavatam. and you read the Leela stories of this person, the personality of Godhead, with his associates, that's the only way you can read them and actually understand them. Like the story of the boys running and tattling to Mother Yasoda, the baby Krishna is eating dirt. And Mother Yasoda looking in his mouth. the Leela of trying to get him to open his mouth. And then when she gets a good look in there, and she sees universes, and then she sees her universe, and then she sees her solar system and the planets, and she sees the earth planets, and she sees Mata Bharata, Holy Land, and she sees her village, and she sees herself sitting in the courtyard with Krishna on her lap and looking in Krishna's mouth. And then snap, Krishna covers her over with the old Yoga Maya so that she'll nurse him, because that's what he really wants, is to be nursed. So, of course, in Tibetan Buddhism, Tara is the mother of all Buddhas. Now, significantly, all red or pink flowers are sacred to Mother Tara. You shouldn't step on one or, perform any kind of desecratory act to a red or pink flower, because it's sacred to Mother Tara. Why? Because the red or pink flower is Rhoda. She's the mystical rose. It's the symbol of her internal potency, her origin. Now, that's my little gloss on the thing there, but you could go check it out any place. Now, it's interesting. If you go into China and you go into Korea and Japan, the red flower becomes a chrysanthemum, because that's what they had. But it follows all the way through. So you'll see Mother Kuan Yin holding a chrysanthemum. So in various places you have a red or pink chrysanthemum, or you have any red or pink flower, or you have a rose, or you have a red flower of some kind, or a red lotus, a pink lotus. But the red colors, red, pink, they don't distinguish. Could be red or pink. But it's the rouge, rhoda, red flower or color that is a pictorial pun on the name Radha. So, Tara is the mother of all Buddhas. Now, if we go back to our hexad, I already mentioned Tara in the biblical story of the kings following the star of Bethlehem. Jesus is born in Bethlehem. Vaishnava scriptures say, Guru Shastra and Sadhu, all over India says, that when the Lord comes, he always comes to Bharata, because it's his favorite place. So they describe by nature, quality, 3 different kinds of planets in the material universe, inside a Saha world. The planets that are more in the mode of goodness, and the planets are more in the passion, the planets are more in the mode of ignorance, or the hellish planets. And there's earthly planets, and the earthly planets have got goodness, passion, and ignorance on them. And the entities in the higher, or the material heavenly planets, they're really very advanced. And they don't have the problems there that we have here. And the entities in the hellish planets, they're living the way they want. That's the opportunity, that's the place where they are. And the earth planets are considered intermediate planets, where souls are making the choice to go either to the heavenly planets or to the hellish planets, or to escape the whole thing altogether and go back home, back to Godhead. So really, the earth planets are the battlefield for souls. And the entities from the higher planetary systems are the visitors here, or the powers here, that are trying to uplift. They're servants of God. They're doing their best to uplift the jiva souls in the earthly intermediate planets. And the entities, and the envious entities from the hellish planets, are also coming here, and they're also trying to make trouble. They're trying to recruit. Actually, they're trying to enslave. So when God comes into the material universe, he visits the earth planets, the intermediate planets where the battle is going on for souls. And they're somewhat heavenly and somewhat hellish. And they can be made more heavenly depending on the choices of the people, the consciousness of the people. They can be more hellish. And God comes here, and he's always on the side of mode of goodness to uplift, the living entities. Now, this is astonishing. According to the Vaishnava scriptures, once the whole world was called Bharata. The earth planet was called Bharata because the whole earth was ruled by the pious king Bharata. This is associated to the Ramayana round of things. So the whole planet was named Bharata after King Bharata. So actually the Mahabharata is the great earth, that epic that the Bhagavad Gita is a little part of. However, over time, something we call Greater India, which includes Afghanistan and Persia, quite a huge area, including the Indian subcontinent, began to be called Bharata, and the rest of the world not called Bharata. And then over time that shrank. So now we have this small area, comparatively small area called Bharata, and the people, the Vaishnavas, they don't like to call it India or any other thing like that. They want to call it Bharata. So anyway, but along with that is this shrinking idea. So those Aryanists, Hindus, who are anti-Abrahamic traditions, they're always talking about India. The Aryan Bharata, Mother India, like every place else on earth is horrible, is demonic, and God wouldn't step foot there if you paid him. So their whole thing about they don't accept Jesus, and Jesus is a guru of the Mlechas and Yavanas, the meat eaters and intoxicators and all the degraded evil Semites, Jews, bad, they're all the same. Abrahamic traditions, the absolutely the one book idiocy of a debauched desert tribe who never had any art or science or beauty or anything. They've got this idea of the Jews that is really almost like they're looking at the worst of Islam, and they're labeling a box of that and throwing everything Jewish and Christian in there with it as Abrahamic traditions. So the point is, they have this extreme exclusivism, Aryanist, racist exclusivism, and it's tied to the homeland of Bharata, and that the Lord will never be outside of Bharata. Hindu masters won't even travel outside of Holy Land of Bharata. It's forbidden. It's like a Muslim idea. It's actually, the fact is, the fanatics, there's so much over there that's all owed to Sharia law. Hinduism has been so, the Hinduism that has not been strictly regulated, that's not the strict Vaishnava and the ancient Sampradayas, which has been preserved carefully more. The kind of rattling around loose Hinduism is just full of Islamic stuff. And they think it's Hindu, and it's not. It's not indigenous Hindu stuff. It's actually brought in with the conquest, Muslim conquest. So they've got this whole exclusivism tied up with the word Bharata. Well, let's look at the Sanskrit word Bharata first. The word earth, orta, is cognate with the Sanskrit Bharata. Urta, E-O-R-T-H-A. We get earth from orta. Now, what does the word Bharata mean? would go over to other Indo-European cognates. Ferta, F-E-R-T-A, or T-H-A, or T-A, ferta, like fertile. Birth, B-I-R-T-H. Birth, ferta, bharata, they mean exactly the same thing. The earth is the fertile place of birth. She's the bearer who gives birth. The word fruit is from ferta, bharata. So now we understand what bharata means as a name of the earth. She's the garden planet. She's the fertile. She's giving birth to everything. She's the mother of everything. So now, remember, all of the scriptures, they all say that when the Lord comes, he comes to Bharata. So I read that two ways. One is he comes to our earth. He comes to our earth planet. The other is that he comes to all the intermediate planets, all the so-called earth planets, because many earth planets are described. So, but he always comes to these middle planets. Now here's the really important thing about this. Just as to answer all of the late Arianist attackers of the Abrahamic traditions, and remember, St. Simeon said that Jesus is both the glory of Israel, he's the Messiah, and he is the light of the Gentiles, the light of the nations. Sometimes that's translated nations. So remember, that's Amitabha, revealed through Amitayas in the East. When I discovered, when the Lord showed me this one, I literally lay down on the floor. I was so stunned. In the New Testament, they have preserved the ancient name of the city of Bethlehem. Ephrata. Phrata. P-H-R-A-T-A. There are various forms of it. E in front, Ephrata. Bethlehem Ephrata. Look up what Ephrata means. It's Bharata. So now when the exclusivistic Hindus tell me Jesus Christ can't be God because Krishna does not incarnate outside of the land of Bharata, I say Jesus Christ incarnated in Bharata. There it is, Bethlehem Ephrata. You tell me that's not the name Bharata. They look at that, oh my God, that's the name Bharata. Prabhu, if I didn't believe in God to start with, I would have to believe in God after seeing 40 years of this. How can it be explained? And why is the name preserved there in the narrative in the New Testament? We don't need anything else. God's given us everything. It's not hidden at all. It's right out there. It's in the Bhagavad Gita. It's in the Bible. It's in the Saddharma Pundarika. It's just the whole earth is covered with testimony that is so elegant. It's so beautiful. It's so it's so there. It's so complete. Coming from every different direction, the Lord is pouring himself out upon us.
A finely woven garment.
Yeah. So, I got on another tangent, but it was a
Great
place way to
tangent.
go.
Right.
Okay, so we have Mother. You know, the Messiah comes under the star of Tara, and she is Miriam, or Mary, and the name Mary, of course, is not from bitter in Hebrew. It's from the root in-ar, meaning maiden. The in-ar is like the virginal maiden, and it's in a masculine too form as a young man in Hebrew, and it's a pun. And HR is water. In Sanskrit, in-ar, nara, and nari is young man or young woman, virgin, like Kishora age, Krishna and Radha, Nara and Nari. And of course the expanded name is Narayana and Narayani. Now, I've explained before about how there's a pun. Nara meaning water, or Nara meaning man, or in the feminine. Now, Narayana, or Narayana, of, from, or related to man, means God who is born of humanity, God who incarnates, or of, from, or related to the waters. So now we go over to the Hebrew in the Christian tradition, and we look at Mary, who is the mother of Jesus. So she's Yashoda, Yahushua bearer, and her name is Mary, or in some context Miriam, and that name is cognate with Narayani, and she's Juno Marina. So there you have the name again. So I'm absolutely convinced that the name Mary is not from the Hebrew root mar for bitter. It's obvious that she's the virginal Kore, who is the Virgin Mother of God. And so anyway, I just threw that point in. That's a freebie. Anyway, so back to the Song of Songs. One way to interpret the bride in the beloved in the Song of Songs is as Shekinah in relationship to the first person of the Godhead. So the Jews might say, well, the bride is the Shekinah. Another way to interpret the bride is Israel. In the Old Testament, God speaking to Israel says, "Call me Ish, husband." So there you have the bridal mysticism with what is that? That is that's the collective of all souls. That's the church. The church is the bride of Christ, right? Church is the bride of Christ. So we can put the church here, Israel, the elect. A third way is to interpret the beloved as you or I, an individual soul in relationship to God in bridal mysticism. So this would fit with Mary as the Jiva, who is the spouse of the Holy Spirit. So there you have the what you said, holy soul, and the Holy Spirit in a like your Wilbur thing was talking. I think we talked about community and the individual, right? So the Holy Spirit in communion, bridal mysticism with the individual soul, the Jivatma, the Paramatma. And here you have the church, the collective, and the collective is the spouse of Christ. So Yahu of the Old Testament, Yahu says to Israel, "Call me Ish, husband." So then I mentioned the other day about how in Vaishnavism and even in Shaivism, the wife and the husband the wife will call the husband Ish, or Isha, or Ishvara, and the husband will call the wife Ishi, or Ishvari, the feminine form, Lord and Lady. It's an on-reverence address of the spouse, to honor the spouse. And so if you have this deity saying to Israel, "Call me Ish," and then you go over to India, and the wife in this bridal mysticism tradition, the wife in this tradition calls her husband Ish, meaning Lord, you can't deny the connection between these traditions. It goes just on and on, Prabhu. It's endless. These connections are endless. But when you're building a bridge, you have to have a firm foundation on both pediment, on both shores. Nobody's building this bridge from the Vaishnava, the Buddhist, the Shaivite Eastern Shore. Nobody's building this bridge from the Western Shore. I'm out there trying to establish a pediment on both shores, But I mean, the building blocks are there.
And Ishvar is the main name of Shiva, and Ish is Vishnu, so Shiva is Vishnu.
Well, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because when we go, what you were saying the other day, up higher, 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 because in organismic sets, the next set up includes all the sets below it. The next set up, like those Chinese balls or those dolls, the Russian dolls. What the organismic set, there's organic, everything in the universe organized. What's living, of course, to the Vaishnavas, there isn't the duality between spirit and matter. Because to the Vaishnavas, the Atma has never been impersonalized to the indivisible thing. It's still the individual person. So I was saying about the Greek atomists. The Greek atomists, I think they were Leucippus and Democritus, but I can never remember those guys' names. But the Greek atomists, they depersonalized the atomos, or atom. They took it from the individual person and made an indivisible thing out of it. That is the origin of our Western dualism between spirit and matter, right there. That's the whole thing. Never happened to the Vaishnavas. To the Vaishnavas, everything is Jivatma. It's all Jiva. So the illusion of between spirit and matter has to do with the whole thing about like in the form of there's a particular yoga where you analyze things by dividing them. So in that system, when you get down to the smallest, you've got Jiva. When you get to the smallest of the smallest, smaller than the smallest, you have Paramatma. So when you go the other direction, when you get to the set of all things, and this is astonishing how Reshevsky describes his organismic set theory. Well, there are, I think he calls them presidents or something. It has to do with the presiding. There's implied that whatever is organized has an organizer. And the organizer is in some sense transcendental to the set. Because it's got knowledge. It's got, he doesn't say consciousness or anything. But if you take this to its conclusion, that there is a set of all sets, which would be a set of all universes, all spiritual material universes, all spiritual material dimensions, everything that exists. There has to be an organizer and knower of that set. And what will we call him? God. God is the organizer of the set of all sets. So, how did you cue me? Where did I take off on that one?
We were talking about 3 interpretations of the bride, and you explained that, and you were going to talk about some errors or interpretation.
Oh, yeah.
And you talked about the depersonalization of the...
Okay, oh yeah, I was talking about the Atmas. Atma and Jiva. So, there are legitimate alternatives to this understanding. And to give you an example, in Vaishnavism in India, there are multiple sampradayas that are, and the basic ones, the basic ones are mentioned in, Prabhupada mentioned in his Bhagavad Gita, there's the Sri Sampradaya, there's a Rudra Sampradaya, there's the Madhva Sampradaya, and our lineage is the Brahma Madhva Sampradaya. So, and that ties all in with the Spartoi and the specific line of teachings that pulls all these verses in the Sadhamra Pundarika and in the Bhagavad Gita and in the Septuagint, which is, we've got notes that I was supposed to talk about this too. So this might be a good segue into that, to go from here to that. Remind me of that in a few minutes. So I'll try to finish this. In India, with all these different sampradayas, some of them have very, very different teachings. Like, for instance, I can't remember which sampradaya it is, but there's, in some sampradaya, the nature of Balaram is not understood the same as it is in the Brahma Madhva Gaudiya sampradaya. So, in some places, Balaram is called a Shaktivesh avatar. I mean, Shakshad, Avesh, the language there is strange. But there are all different ideas, but they coexist. and they've had great theological debates in the past, but they don't go out and murder each other. This is analogous to the different lineages of teaching in rabbinical tradition. They can have pretty big differences of opinion, theological interpretations of things, and they will have huge debates, and then they'll all go off to the temple and dance together. So there is, in Catholicism, we have Platonists and we have Aristotelians, and they will never agree. So the universal faith is wonderfully liberal in certain kinds of ways. But then there are that hard shell of that nut. You run up against, there's limits, wonderfully liberal within certain limits of discipline. So, as I said, there are some different ways to interpret this. But what is that limit? That limit is rasabas. That limit is you cannot ascribe to God things that are rasabas, incompatible with the character, revealed, Guru Shastra and Sadhu, revealed character of God. And all these Gnostic Gospels, all of this other stuff that kept out of the apostolic tradition is kept out for a very good reason. All of its apasampradaya, outside the lineage, or it's rasabas, it's presenting something of the character of Christ or God that is not compatible with Guru Shastra and Sadhu. Everything has to be put up to the test of Guru Shastra and Sadhu, or it can't be accepted. So this is why, for instance, in Catholicism, I'll talk about the liberalism of Catholicism for a minute, because last night the subject of the Orthodoxy came up. Presently, the Orthodox Patriarch in Russia, he has made it very clear that Krishna is a demon, and they should fight, the Russian Orthodox should fight the Hare Krishna movement with everything they've got. When Blessed Pope John Paul II was on the planet, he reached out to Vaishnavism. And Bhakti Swarup Damodar Swami, I believe, was invited to that meeting at Assisi. The Pope held ecumenical and interfaith meetings at Assisi, where he invited Buddhist and Hindu and other religious leaders to come and pray. When I was at the World Parliament of Religions, one of the top authorities in the American, Conference of Catholic Bishops, and one of the top figures in the American interfaith and ecumenical studies movement, I think it was lunch with him one day. Richard knows everybody, Richard Paynes. He introduced me to everybody. The Pope's personal representative came and saw our presentation. So many scholars, luminaries, came to our room and watched our Fire in the Rose presentation and listened to me, discuss my work and so forth. And when I was talking to this gentleman, oh my gosh, he knew so much. I said, how come you know so much about this? He says, I think he said he studied Madhva for his degree. All my years around the planet, I have constantly run into, highly respected and responsible Catholic scholars and religious who were deeply studied in some form of Vaishnavism. They studied Ramanuja, they studied Madhva, not very often studied Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, but Chaitanya comes in the Madhvite line. Bunches that have studied Ramanuja. But this is something that people don't realize, is that the highest levels of the church, the greatest scholars, modern scholars, have been intensely interested in Vaishnavism. Now, there was a book published on the documents of Vatican II. It was one of the first publications, official publications, and it had matter in there that wasn't actually released as the formal documents of Vatican II, but was formatter that was taken and to be that was discussed in the conference, put in the conference, didn't end up in the final documents, but it was in there. And amazing things in this particular edition, they had some of that stuff in there. And one of the amazing things about it was there was a charge or a challenge almost put that one of the things that should be studied is in India. There were like 3 things listed that were all related to Vaishnavism: the incarnation of God, salvation by grace. I think there were 3 different things, but anyway, specifically that this should be taken up by the Vatican II. And it wasn't that was rejected. It's that they, I don't forget what they said, what they did with it, but that put together with my experience of meeting Catholic religious and scholars who were immersed in Vaishnavism, so much so that they did degrees, degree work. Or like, for instance, when I visited the Carmelite nuns, and I was all prepared to give them some big awe and reverence revelation from the Gita, and all they wanted to hear about was Radha and Krishna. Sophia Maria, Father Schipflinger, he gets right to it there. He sees Radha and Krishna. He sees Tara. He's getting it. He's not getting it from the historic perspective that I have. He's getting it on the heart level. His heart says, yes, this is it. So when I come along with the information that I have to someone that's very learned like Richard Payne or any of these other luminaries that I've had the chance to meet, and I show them this information, they go, whoa, there's real world connections. That's why all this stuff is, and then they say, well, they've said, but whatever's ever come of it, we've got to get this published. We are worshiping the same God, by golly. And one time Richard Payne, the first time I met with him, and we were supposed to meet for like an hour or something, I don't know, but I sat there until probably the sun was going down again, 5 hours around a table, and Nasser, the Muslim scholar, was there, and half a dozen other important people were there. And at the end of the thing, Richard jumped up and he says, the East gets Jesus and the West gets Krishna and Buddha, and everybody wins. So, a person can meditate on this, and as long as they retain pure rasa, so that they don't have conjugal relation between inappropriate, it's okay. You might say, well, there's going to be a rabbinical school somewhere that believes this or teaches this, or a Vaishnava tradition somewhere that teaches that, and it's their perspective, on the deity on Shekinah. And as long as it's not Rasa Bas, they can all be part of the same tradition, and they can argue their theology. Well, this is why this, and the other side will give, well, that is why that. And they can discuss these things, and it's considered that this kind of discussion is nectarian, because it refines the devotee's appreciation of the Lord. These theological debates or discussions, they're wonderful because they help each side refine their own perception. So, so those are fine, but they will rigorously reject anything that's rasabas, distasteful, heretical, unpleasant. So
not only that, in the Catholic worker movement, the whole thing is built around 3 things. One is round table discussion, so it's part of the community. It's
yes.
This round table,
Right.
round.
Yeah.
And the other 2 you got going on here. It's like organic farms and houses of hospitality.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
This is like
I'm trying
Catholic
to do that.
Worker mentality.
Dorothy Day, is that her name?
Yeah.
Yeah. Felix, Dad's friend Felix, was a member of that for a while, I guess. Pretty sure. Turn that off. How are we doing on the time on that? Because I've got some real important stuff I don't want to run out of time on.
It'll give me a notice, and we'll just go.
Okay. All right. So I was talking about different forms of Northern Buddhism that have, that are foundationally Pure Land. So we know that Tibetan Buddhism is called Tantric Buddhism. This is an excellent book called The Cult of Tara, Magic and Ritual in Tibet by Stephen Bayer. He's a professor, University of California Press, Berkeley. A definitive contribution to the field by a brilliant young scholar. The magnitude of this work is awesome, a fine and scholarly piece of work which sheds much light on a dark subject. Blah, blah, blah. Result of the field work in the Tibetan community of Palampur, Kangra, India, which is well known as one of the most vigorous surviving sitters of the traditional Tibetan culture, supplemented by vast researches into Tibetan and Sanskrit source material, which is handled with impressive competence. It is impossible not to admire the immense amount of hard work and deep and critical thinking which has gone into this book, which is certainly a major milestone in this subject. This is from the Bulletin of the School of Oriental and African Studies. The author has a kindly attitude towards the subject and an instinct for the important, and he is careful. All of these are attributes which ensure the authenticity and trustworthiness of his material. His anecdotes and writing style are appealing. The numerous mudra figures are charming. Journal of Asian Studies. Well, anyway, the point is here, and another will add too, that this author, this book has, as far as I know, really received the imprimatur of the Dalai Lama in the sense that he was given official access, and he produced this book with the official cooperation of the magisterium of Tibetan Buddhism.
I know it's used at Naropa Institute too.
Yes.
In their master's program.
Right. So, throughout this work, you will see constant references to Sanskrit, because, for instance, all of the northern Buddhist scriptures of the Chinese all the way through to Tibet, they're originally in Sanskrit. The corpus of northern or Pure Land Buddhism is in Sanskrit. See now, again, when we are talking about, because Tibetan Buddhism, I spent some time in Nepal, and the refugees from Tibet have, of course, been living in Nepal for quite a while. So I spent some time in the company of Tibetan refugees in Nepal. And Nepalese Buddhism is the same as Tibetan Buddhism. The temples of the Nepalese Buddhists are frequented by the Tibetan Buddhists, and all of their deity names are the same, all the rites, everything's the same. It's pretty much the same thing. So, in Nepal, see here, talk about Avalokiteshvara. So, who is Avalokiteshvara? Avalokiteshvara is Hari. Avalokiteshvara is the Vishnu form. Now, when you go to Nepal and you look at murtis, the sacred images of Avalokiteshvara or Lokeshvar, this is what you will see. You will see Baraha Lokeshvar. This is the boar form. Probably the word boar comes from Varaha. Varaha is the bee in Nepal. They call him Baraha Lokeshvar. So you'll see Narasingha Lokeshvar, and that's the lion-headed form of Lokeshvar. You will see Nilakanta Lokeshvar, and that's Vishnu with 3 lines on his neck. You'll see also Matsyas there, the fish form. Hayagriva Lokeshvar. Hayagriva is associated with one of the most esoteric schools of Tibetan Buddhism. So Hayagriva is the horse-headed form of Vishnu. So all of these different Leela avatar forms can be found in Nepali Tibetan Buddhism as forms of Lokeshvar.
Do you understand Avalokita as the second person of Hari, or even the first person too?
Well, Avalokiteshvara is, remember, all of the variegated forms of Krishna for pastimes are all through, within, and by his second person. So, Balaram is the source of all of the Vishnu forms, all the variegated or Leela forms. So when Avalokiteshvara assumes all these forms for the salvation of the world, that's all the second person of the Godhead. That's all Baladev. Now, the personal name of the Sambhogakaya that you discover when you go to Nepal or Tibet, you read the books and you read about Dharmakaya, Sambhogakaya, you read maybe about Amitabha and Avalokiteshvara, but you don't find out that the original form of Avalokiteshvara is Amitayas. Amitayas expands as Avalokiteshvara. You can see pictures of Amitayas all over Nepal, and it's Baladev, and he's the first, they call him reflex, or the first emanation of Amitabha. It's Amitabha, Amitayas. Now Amitayas manifests as Avalokiteshvara. Amitayas manifests as Manjushri, with the sword of knowledge. So anyway, what I wanted to find in here, and I think this edition is a different edition than mine. This looks like it's almost twice as big. I wonder if they did an edition that was expanded or something. Just let me flip through here for a second. Turn that. Don't waste time on that. So Buddha is in the Sadharma Pundarika and other places. He's called, or Avalokiteshvara, or Amitabha is called Purusottama, Adipurusha, Dharmakaya, so on and so forth. He's also called Bhagavan. Now, Bhagavan is one of the most important names of Krishna. That's why you have the Bhagavad Gita, Song of God. Krishna is God, Bhagavan. Now, we have this invocation in here, in the Sanskrit invocation in Tibetan Buddhist ritual, Om Namo Bhagavate, which is the way that many, many Vaishnava prayers begin. Like Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya, so forth. So here we have Om Namo Bhagavate Pushpaketu Rajaya Tata Gataya Arhate Samyaksha Buddhaya Tadyata, etc. And that ends with the Svaha, which is like invocation. Now, what I was saying about that is, here's what I'm looking for. Om, hum, om, hum, tram, hri, ah. You see this right here? Look at the mantras here. These are seed mantras. There's the Phat, P-H-A-T, Phat. This is the Fiat, and this is Pata. The Sanskrit, and if you look at Sanskrit dictionary, it means open. Invoke. Sometimes say like fiat, so be it, Now, this is amazing here. You see that? That is the seed mantra for the Trinity, for the Trikaya, Hri, H-R-I-H, and individually they are Hari. So there it is right there. And look, here's Ganapati, that's Ganesha. Ganapati is Ganesha. He's the father of the Gana. I was explaining before. Generation, Jinna is, and Pati is father. So those are all very, very important there. And I was going to say about Bhagavan is if you go to Slavic Bibles, the God is called Bog in Slavic Bibles, and linguists know that Slavic Bog is Bhaga, as in Krishna's name Bhagavan. So we have names of Krishna, Sanskrit cognate names of Krishna in the Coptic Bible, and we have Sanskrit cognate names of Krishna in the Slavic Bible. And right now we're looking at Tibetan ritual, and we're looking at the Sanskrit of Tibetan ritual. What I'm looking for is a very important mantra to the protector form of the Lord. I'm looking at all of these. I mean, all of these rituals are right-hand tantric rituals found commonly in India. All the Sanskrit, it's all there. This book is wonderful because it actually gives the Sanskrit. It gives the Tibetan and it gives the Sanskrit. The one particular, I think I'm getting warm. The one particular mantra that I'm looking for here is I'm absolutely certain that it's the Tetragrammaton, the Jewish Tetragrammaton. And what you have to understand with that is that there's a convention for chanting these seeds, these bijas, and that convention puts an im on the end. There it is, right there. Contemplating the Sibyls. This is page 182, starting on page 182 under Worship. I just found it. 2.112. Contemplating the syllables. I visualize a white om on the top of her head, a red ah on her throat, a blue hum on her heart, H-U-M, hum on her heart, and on a lotus and a moon, a green symbol, tam, in the center of her heart. 2.113. Inviting the knowing knowledge being. From that syllable tam, now I'll make my first comment here. Why is tam the bija or the seed mantra for Tara? And the im on the end is a convention of chanting. It's the ta that is Tara, invokes Tara. So the tam that's the convention. You have to know that to see what I'm about to tell you. From that syllable tam, light radiates forth, inviting the knowledge being, who is like the symbolic being already visualized from the vast field of Potala Mountain, her natural abode, surrounded by all of Tara's divine multitudes. Here the monks pick up their vajras and bells. The vajra is the symbol of the thunderbolt, and the bells, figure 24. And the bells are rung as they say, Vajra Samaja. Ah, there it is, Samaja, guys. Vajra Samaja, diamond or thunderbolt, Vajra. Gathering. Remember I said Samagama, Samaja? There it is, right there. Vajra Samaja. These are cult terms for, it's a synagogue. It's a gathering of sadhus. Vajra Samaja, diamond gathering. Then, as they recite the following verse, or here sing it to one of the standard melodies and that fit its meter, the bells are rung at the end of each line, ending with a great peal of sound as they call out her name. From the highest place of Patala, born from the green syllable tam, saving beings with the light of the syllable tam, Tara and your retinue, I pray you come, Arya Tare. Well, this is the invocation of white Tara, because Arya in this context means white. So this is the invocation of the form of white Tara, but she's being invoked as with the green. I wonder the green syllable tam. So, but Arya Tara is a white. So, I'm picking up in the middle here. So, then this is just extremely important. Then with the 4 gestures and the mantra, Yaham Bam Ho, they summon the knowledge being, absorb it, bind it, and dissolve it into the symbolic being, conveying the true power of the deity into the visualization. They join their palms in reverence to the single goddess and say, thereby Tara and her divine hosts dissolve the indivisibility of this into the symbolic being. 4.114, sealing with the initiation. The final step in the process of generation is the initiation of the deity, the sealing of its form and its power, and for this purpose the 5 families of Buddhas are invited. Once again the light from her heart radiates forth and invites the 5 Buddhas and their retinue. The Buddhas are welcomed with Vajra Samajaha, and offerings are made to them with the appropriate gestures, and Om Vajra Pushpe, the flowers, Ahum Vajra Dupe, Aloke, Gandhe, Naivad, Shabda Ahum. This ends as before with the crash of the peaceful music, and they got symbols, and the Buddhas are prayed to bestow initiation with Om Abhishchetu Mam Sarva Tathagataha. Om, let all the Tathagatas initiate me. We may note that this mantra has been taken over unchanged from rituals of self-generation by Tibetan authors innocent of Sanskrit, even though it is here inappropriate to a deity generated in front. But It is in any event the power of the intention crystallized in the magic words which act as the catalyst for the visualization the monks form as they recite Om Sarva Tathagata Abhishek Tata Abhishek Kata. Abhishekata. Abhishek is a kind of initiation. Samaya Shriya Hum Om, the glory of the vow of initiation by all the Tathagatas. Hum. Now, this is not the passage that I was looking for before, but I saw it because it has the name in it, and elsewhere it's described that this mantra actually invokes a great protector. And I want you to look at this mantra, and I want you to tell me if you take the im off, and remember the im is a convention for chanting, what do you have?
Okay, the mantra he's referring to is Ya Hum Bam Ho. If we remove the last letter of each...
No, just the ims.
Just the M's. Okay, just the M's. We have Yahu Baho. Yahu Baho.
And what is B? Completely interchangeable?
V.
Okay, so what have you got?
Yahu Vaho.
It's a tetragrammaton.
It is. The tetragrammaton in Tibetan Buddhist cult of Tara.
Surprise! And you know who it invokes? Lion-headed Mahadev Bhairav Shiva, a wrathful transformation of Lokeshvara as time, Kala Bhairav. This is a mantra they use for the biggest, scariest protector. And I believe that in this book elsewhere they connect it to, the great protector. But I just happen to run across that particular invocation of it. But if you're in Nepal and Tibet, in Nepal they have shrines and temples of Bhairav, and they actually say, don't look at the murtis of Bhairav. They're so terrible. They have stories that say people turned to stone or people died of a heart attack looking at the murtis of Bhairav because they're so terrible. Because Bhairav, is a wrathful form of the god is time that's devouring the worlds, and he destroys everything. So this is what they say about Shiva. So when they associate Shiva with Kala, they say that Shiva is dance of destruction at the end of the universe. He destroys the whole universe. And in that wrathful form, destroying the whole universe, he's terrible. Bhairava means terrible. Well, the B and the V are totally interchangeable, right? This is a good point. Amongst them, the V is not pronounced with a V. I mean, the V is not V, it's a B. So they say, what was some of the things I was just saying earlier, where the B and V are interchangeable? They don't say Varaha. They say Baraha for the boar form. Whereas the Vaishnavas would say, many would say Varaha, Lord Varaha. So in Tibetan Buddhism, in Nepal, they say Bhairav. They say Baraha instead of Varaha. So they use the B for the V instead. So here, they would say that instead of saying Bhairav, like the Vaishnavas would say, they say Bhairab. So Bhairab Shiva. So here, that the B and the V of the Om. How does he say Om? Yahum. How do they do it? Yah ho bam ho. Is that it?
Ya Hum Bam Ho.
Yeah.
There's another version.
Ya
of it.
hum
It's
bam
used
ho.
in another part right there.
Oh yeah. Here, okay. All the Buddhas of the 10 directions arose, the melted deity, with the song Om Mahasukham Vajrasata Yahum Bam Ho. Oh, here's twice in here. Yahum Bam Ho. See it?
Mm-hmm.
Suras Tvam Drishai Ho. Om Great Bliss Vajra Sattva. Oh, that's just the translation. O great bliss Vajra Sattva Yahum Bam Ho. You are the deity, become visible, ho, and instantaneously becomes the blessed glorious chakra samvara, his body colored blue. And then, after the resultant haruka is generated, the retinue of the mandala is contemplatively created in the same way.
Hey, Ruka.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me see. I'm backing up here a little bit to look a little bit more of this. Oh, this is tantrism, and this gets with the sexual stuff, right? But I want to read this anyway, just because it's important. By the sound, I'm going to start right here. By the sound of the bliss of the union of the Father and the Mother, and by the light from their hearts, there are invited both those whose accomplishment of deity is innate, and those beings who had been cleansed into the mandala of the chakra samvara. Entering into union in the sky before me, they all melt into great bliss and enter through my mouth. Descending the central channel, they pass through the vajra and jim and fall and mix into the anthers of the mother. It's like anthers is like, flower anthers. The father and mother dissolve into a ball of bliss, which is as if in the form of quicksilver. In some ritual traditions, the great bliss of the retinue takes the form of the syllable of bardo awareness. The bardo is the world that the soul passes through from death to the next life. Syllable of bardo awareness, either hum or...
That's what the guy named his book after.
Yeah. Either hum or om ah hum, which again enters into the father and passes through his vajra penis and into the lotus vagina of the mother. They use the vajra as a phallic symbol, and they use the lotus as the yoni vagina symbol or worm symbol, to be placed between two syllables, ho, before the deities dissolve. But in any event, this melted deity, this ball of bliss, is aroused with the song to create the resultant haruka colored blue. All the Buddhas of the 10 directions arouse the melted deity, this is the haruka, with the song Om Mahasukam Vajra Sattva Yaham Bam Ho Surastvam Drashaya Ho. Om Great Bliss Vajra Sattva Yaham Bam Ho. You are the deity, become visible, Ho. And instantaneously, it's like in Native Americans, they say, aho. I don't know if there's any connection there, but it's just interesting. And instantaneously it becomes the blessed, glorious chakra samvara, his body colored blue. And then, after the resultant haruka is generated, the retinue of the mandala is contemplatively created in the same way. Now, this was page 113 I just read under worship. In the secret place of the Father, there comes from hum a blue vajra, from bam a red jim at its tip, and the whole is blocked by a yellow fat. In the place of space of the mother, see, I'm always talking about mother is Ladini Shakti. She's space. She's the kenosis, the emptiness of the receiver. In the place of space of the mother, there comes from a red lotus, from om, its blue anthers, and the whole is blocked by the yellow fat. By the sound of the bliss of the union of the father and mother, and by the light from their hearts, there are invited all the tathagatas of all the 10 directions. The tathagatas are the saints, past saints of the... Entering through the juncture of my eyebrows. This is the juncture of the eyebrows, is the Brahmarandra. Brahmarandra is at the top of the head, but the place between the eyebrows is really important. That's where you anoint with the name of God. Entering through the juncture of my eyebrows, they arrive in my heart and melt into lust. Descending the central channel, they pass through the jim and fall into the vagina of the mother, and they assume the roles of the deities who reside in the residential mandala. The retinue of the mandala radiates out from the mother's womb, step by step, and they take their proper places in the divine mansion. This more elaborate generation of the symbolic being has been worked into many of the classic schematizations of the process of generation as a whole. Thus we find that the cycles of Yamataka talk of 4 yogas, as it is said in the Tantra of the Black Slayer of Death. First, the contemplation is yoga. Second is further yoga. Third is higher yoga. The fourth is great yoga. And the next text elaborates upon these 4. The perfected Vajrasattva, we maintain, is yoga. With that as its cause, the divine body is known as further yoga. The complete perfection of all the retinue we hold to be the higher yoga. Yoga is literally the unity of the self with God. It means two, unity of two. The English word yoke and the English word conjugal from the Latin, jugum, is the word yoga. So it has always the sense of joining two, as in conjugal. The complete perfection of all of the retinue we hold to be the higher yoga, empowering body, speech, and mind, the eyes of the deity, and so on, absorbing the knowledge retinue and the great offerings and praise is called the great yoga. Thus Tsongkhapa, I can't say Tibetan words, glosses yoga is the meditation of the Vajrasattva, and, the causal bearer of the Vajra. Vajra could be diamond, it could be thunderbolt, it could be penis here in this particular context. Of the Vajra, possessing an essence of knowledge of purity, evoked through the 5 realizations. And the further yoga is the yoga of the resultant bearer of the Vajra, and the higher yoga is the perfection of the retinue, the father and mother entered into union, and the retinue of the deities generated in the lotus radiate out and are rayed each in its own direction. So it's a unity of Hari and Shakti, of the feminine, masculine and the feminine, that generates all the deities. It generates the whole retinue. They come out of the womb of Shakti via the generation of Shaktiman. And finally, great yoga includes all the remaining acts of the ritual, empowering the body, speech, and mind, and so on, absorbing the knowledge being, sealing with the initiation, the offerings and praise, and he adds, all the yogas which are the foundation of the process of generation are subsumed under these 4 yogas. The first 2, the evocation of the chief father-mother, are considered little yoga. After that, the 3rd yoga, adding the perfect evocation of the retinue of deities, is the middle yoga. And finally, evoking oneself as of one taste with the knowledge being, empowering one's eyes, and so on, is a great yoga. Now, this kind of evocation has also to do with, there's a similar process in Vaishnavism when a person is meditating, and the devotee, the bhakta, like say for instance they're meditating on Lord Nrsimhadev, or they're meditating on Krishna or some particular form of the Lord, they put on the Lord, or they put on the whole armor of the Lord, and they meditate on a form of the Lord protecting each one of their limbs and protecting their organs. And as they meditate on, they really consecrate or devote that part of their body to the deity. And also, a lot of times there's a meditation on the cosmic form of Purusha too. Because, as above, so below. The cosmic form of the Lord is mirrored in the human form of the body. And so the devas in the cosmos, who are the regulators, or the form of the Lord that presides over wind, water, all the different elemental powers and abstract powers and attributes. We have all of those in finite and to a small extent in our own bodies. So all of this in Judaism, these are the angels that preside over all these organs and systems and different things. In Catholicism, it's the same thing. We have guardian angels of our liver, and and cities have guardian angels, and workers' guilds have guardian angels. So in Vaishnavism and in Pure Land Buddhism, it's the devas, the presiding devas. So what they do in these kinds of a thing here is it's the same kind of thing as when a Vaishnava uses a right-hand tantric ritual to consecrate their body and like put on the whole armor of God, or assign the protection of a part of their body to a particular form of the Lord. So that's what's going on here. But anyway, you can go through this book and you can see that there are, if you were Vaishnava, you would recognize them, numerous names of Krishna or Vishnu that are in the Sanskrit in here as names of Buddha. So I won't talk more about that, but I'm glad you got to see the invocation of the Tetragrammaton in there. It's astounding, really. So
Astounding. Really.
Yeah. Yes, I'm speechless.
And he found it by leaping through.
Well, it was in big print. It was easy to see.
Oh, isn't that modest of him?
Well, it was big. It is in big print. Show it to him.
False modesty, isn't good.
Oh well. What I got to do if I don't have any real modesty? Okay, this is to the King James, but I have it because they say strongs for the strong and young for the youngs. The Young's Analytical Concordance are super easy to use, and it's to the King James Version, and most of the people you run into over here just use the King James Version, and most of the people that I have to wrangle with are using a King James Version. So if I use their sources to prove my points, they really can't argue with me anymore. So you'll see this is very well used,
Well, I'm going to leave you guys finish up.
Okay, well, taking off, you're quick for me. I can't miss a chance to say goodnight to my precious father.
Thanks,
I love you,
honey.
Dad. Good night.
Thanks.
Be safe.
Have
Be
a
safe.
good rest.
I will.
See
You
you
too.
tomorrow.
Thanks,
Tomorrow.
honey. Good to spend a day with you today.
Yes, you too.
Thanks.
Don't forget to turn on those lights if you head to the bathroom, Dad.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I'll leave this hall light on, and I'll leave but turn the kitchen light on when you go through there.
Yeah, okay.
Now you know that the Greek in the Greek lexicon, the Greek names lists in here, in a Catholic Bible concordance, you'd get all this. You'd get the lexicon to here, the Greek in here. So we don't have that, but I could go through here and show you. This whole Greek is absolutely, cognate with this tradition. There's so many cognate names of God and cult terms in here. What do I got here in my mouth? That basically you could say this scripture and that scripture right there are representatives of the same tradition. I don't know of anybody else that's ever compared these two. Why? Why, Prabhu? It just astounds me. Is that thing on? Yeah. I mean, it just shows you the extent of, and this whole New Age interfaith movement. They're not doing this. They're having all these conferences and they're talking all this Advaita stuff, just all this Advaita stuff, and they refuse to. They're not dealing with any of this. So, but anyway, what I'm going to do, because we might read some really important things from Maccabees and that, I'll let you read them if I can find them quick and easy. We've just looked at some by names of Hari in the Buddhist and in the Vaishnava scriptures. Now, besides all those common names, or by names, the names of the Supreme Lord himself are the same, because you can go to Chinese or any of these Pure Land Buddhist traditions, and you'll find numerous prayers addressed to Hari. Like one of my Facebook friends, I don't know if she's Chinese, I think she's Chinese, she posted most absolutely beautiful prayer to the Lord, Pure Land Buddhist prayer, and it was addressed to Hari. So not only the Hari, H-R-I-H, is common to, like if you go to Japan and you say, what is the secret, or what is the Mula mantra, the seed mantra for Amitabha, or for the Trikaya, but mainly for Amitabha, they'll say, in Japan, it's H-R-I-H. So, it's the same deity. But what I want to look at now is I want to look at these astounding compound by-names, theophoric and by-names of the Jewish deity from the Old Testament. So we're looking at a complete list of scripture proper names as in the authorized and revised versions, showing their modern pronunciation and the exact form of the original Hebrew. I like this because it gives the exact form of the original Hebrew for comparison for all the rest of my work. Well, I've gone through here and I've marked names that I've investigated a lot in depth. This was a long time ago. I've done a lot more names since then. And I've also looked at ones that are suspicious. In other words, they look like they might be something important. Sometimes the names look cognate, and they can be under linguistic rules. They're really right there, but there's no content to the name. When you unpack the name, it doesn't seem like it has anything to do with it. Again, that might not mean anything. It still might be cognate. There might be a confounding, or it might not have anything to do with it at all. It might not be. But when you see things like let's see if I can find one here that I'm thinking about right at the moment. Right here. Can you say that?
Pethahia. Pataya. Pataya.
The original form has got that's the name of Yah on the end of it, right?
Yeah, and Patah in the front.
Okay, now let's go and see what it means. All right.
Pataya. Yah opens. 1. A priest in the days of David appointed over the 19th charge of the sanctuary, BC 1015. 1 Chronicles 24:16. The 19th to Pataya. The 20th to Jeremiah. 2. A Levite that has taken a strange wife, BC 445. From Ezra 10:23. The same is Kelita, Judah, Eli. 3. A Levite who regulated the devotions of the people after Ezra had finished reading the book of the law to them, BC 445. Nehemiah 9:5. Pateah said, "Stand up and bless the Lord." 4. A son of Meshezabeel and of the family of Zerah, son of Judah, whom the king of Persia employed in matters concerning the returned exiles, BC 445. Nehemiah 11:24. Pateah, the son of Mehezabeel. Pateah, Yah opens.
Oh, we're just getting started.
This is Young's concordance you're using?
Oh yeah, I can prove my all my stuff to the Protestants just using their deficient King James version. Okay, so we've got Pataya.
And we got Petuel, God delivers. Brother of Joel the prophet, BC 800. Petuel.
This is the Pita name.
Yeah.
Ili.
With L, with a Li, and you
Ili.
have it with Yah.
Yeah, Ili and Yahu. Hari Pata, Haru Pata.
Pata is L, Pata is Yah.
Yes, exactly. You've got it. Look at how they interpret the name Pharaoh.
Pharaoh, a king of Egypt.
No, look at.
Son!
Okay, now look at the name itself.
Far, oh. Pahar, har.
Really?
I see.
This is the Horus name. Pharaoh is Eliyahu. It's Helios. It's Eliyahu. It's the same name. It's the compound Heruasu.
I see. Because you have the H-A-R in the first
Yeah.
syllable. And A-O-H in the second.
Well, the Yah, Asu, remember, Asu is Yahu.
Mm-hmm.
Asu is Yahu. So on the end of names, the Yahu becomes AH. Or OS, or US in the Greek. So what did they believe the word to Pharaoh to mean? Pharaoh was Helios. It was Eliyahu. He was the Horus. Okay. No, the king's Pharaoh name is his Horus name.
Yeah, well, the king was Horus.
Yeah, incarnation, an empowered incarnation,
Yeah.
anointed king. He's the Chakravartin. Now, okay, we've got Ptah, Yahu, Petuel. Okay. Let's look at some others. Go back to our Hebrew name list. And let's just go down through here and see what I can find. I have, gosh, what is that one? And Elihaba. Oh, you'll love this one. Are you getting your money's worth out of me?
You're taking me by the hand and showing me how to do this so I can show other people. Take
Yeah.
them by the hand.
Yeah. That's doing it. Look at this. There is such a feast in the scriptures of the world. I've studied thousands of these names. You know, just in the Mahabharata, when the grandfather Bhishma is dying on a bed of arrows in the battlefield, and Vishnu, Krishna, comes before him, and what does he do? He sings the 1,000 names of Vishnu, Vishnu Sahasranam. You could go through those 1,000 names and you can find, And then there's the 108 names of Krishna, 108 names of Nrsingadev, 108 names of Rama. All these vast, vast litanies of names of the Lord. And then you go over to this. Oh my gosh, I just can't stop. I've done so many.
It's surprising enough, but understandable that within Vaishnavism and Shaivism and Buddhism, since they're all Eastern religions and using Sanskrit, it's understandable, but it's still amazing. But when you get to the Hebrew, and then you get to the Egyptian, and the Greek,
yeah,
then
and the Roman, how can you fight it? It's bigger than all of us, Prabhu. You know, it's God, it's God. So, I want to give you a few more good ones here, just for fun, because they're so obvious that even a child can see it. One time I did a test when I was I was teaching as a recreation programmer instructor for the county seat, and I had this big facility under my complete. I mean, I could use that whole facility. I have about $200,000 public budget for running that building and the programs out of there. So one of the things that I did one time was I got together a whole bunch of pictures, like one of my bunch of pictures was pictures of the lion-headed form of the Lord from all different times and traditions, and a whole bunch of pictures like that, and I'd lay them out on a table, and I was teaching little kids art. So I had my class come in and I had them look at all these pictures and tell me what they thought. Just no leading the witnesses or anything, tell me what they thought. And all the kids in my elementary, my first drawing class, all of them could recognize, without any teaching in iconography or anything, that this was this, was this. They could point out all the features of Nrsimhadev, no matter how changed they were throughout the different cultures, like I've been showing you. Their arms here, wings someplace else, faces on the belly, lions' heads, snakes on the feet. The little kids could point out, oh, that's that, that's that, that's that, that's that. They could line them all up like cards. They could say, oh, we'll put all these together and put all those together. Those are the same thing. Regardless of the style, regardless of the art style. Isn't it astonishing? Little kids can read icons. So, what I'm trying to do here, not that you're a little kid, but what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to show you that some of the names are the most, jump right out obvious at you, so that it gets you a taste, because then you can go in and really start to work with these names. So, I'm looking for Ilihaba. And just the feasting of looking on this. Look at all these theophoric names. These are names, these are people's names. And they've been given these names because their parents are members of the cult. They worship these forms of the Lord. Ili is this, Yahoo is that, right? These are their little local denominations. Our Catholic parishes, we worship the Lord this way in one parish and that way in another parish, and after this saint in this parish, and after that saint in that parish, and this parish is Our Lady is a patroness of fishermen, and that parish we got this patron of so-and-so. And so there's a local character, personal relationship with God, a totally local character to every one of the churches, but they're not thousands of different churches. They are thousands thousands of the one church. That is the Catholic vision that we have to understand this. These are not different gods. These are all the same God. Okay, there it is, right there. See it? Eliabah?
Uh-huh.
Okay. I could write a book on this one, I'll tell you. So amazing. Even just one of these Eliyahu names is enough to clinch it. You say, oh, well, that's obvious. Yahoo is Ptah. Ptah, if you go to any Egyptian, if we went on the internet right now, and you looked up Ptah, they would say the opener. And they give you all this business about it. He opens the mouth, he opens the ears, he opens the mouth, the eyes of the deceased, and et cetera, et cetera. Now, let's see. I'm going to test you on this and see if you've been paying attention. There's an amazing one. Well, we might do that one next. Okay. Oh, there's a bunch of good ones on this page. All right, when you look at this one, then I'm going to test you and see what I've been telling you about this. Okay, you tell me which deity, which Egyptian deity this is.
Okay. Eli Abba, God hides. Well, it's got the Eli name at the front, and it's got the HB name after. So, Hop.
Okay, yes. And what do they call Hop in India? I mean, in Egypt. He's the hidden god.
Whose symbol is the angle above and below.
Yeah, because what? he's both the hidden God and he's the hiding God.
He's both beyond where
He's
we
covering.
can't see
Yeah.
and below where we can't see.
He's super and he's sub. Okay?
He's hiding
So-
both beyond and below.
Yeah, so but here you have Ilihaba is God hides. So Ili is the coverer. Hari is the transcendent. He's covering. He's the cover, hiding, right? Okay, so now let's just go to, now remember, that's the Father, the transcendent Father. Interesting, this particular case. So let's go to, if I'm remembering right, my brain is so worn out. See if I can get it right here. Winging it instead of going to my name list. I might have to go back to the name list. Nope. Wait a minute. Okay, intermission, turn off the tape because I'm going to go back to the list. Did we get the business that Eliaba is...
No.
Eliaba is in here. Eliaba is translated as Yah hides. Eli hides. El hides. That's Heru Hop in Egypt. Or Heru Amen. Because Hop and Amen are totally interchangeable. They're two different names of the same deity. And it's the hidden God, the hiding and hidden deity, who has this strange hieroglyph which is one angle line over another angle line, which reads both outer line as hyper or super and the inner line as sub. And then the whole logo is revelatory of the hiding and hidden, or covering and covered, greater than the greatest, bigger than the biggest, smaller than the smallest, super and sub deities, with the super being the transcendent original personality of Godhead, and the sub being the immanent Lord of the heart, pervading all things, which is where you get to the hidden God, Amun Ra, is Hop Amun. And then, of course, you have Aten Ra and Aten and Atum in the north, A-T-U-M or A-T-O-N in the north, Ra. So Aten and Amen, or the Aten in the south, A-T-E-N, these are all associated with Amen, or the Paramatma is associated with Brahman, the all-pervasive form of the Lord. So, he is the hiding and hidden God that is beyond and outside of and beneath our perception. And what I'm looking for right now is I'm keeping seeing things that distract me. But I'm looking for, I want to go see Yada. There's so many different things in here. So, what is a very, very important symbol of Ra in Egypt?
The sun disk,
And-
chakra,
What else?
the serpent,
The eye.
the eye, yeah.
Okay. Here in the lexicon, the Hebrew lexicon, we see that the word R-A-A-H has been translated as behold 83 times, consider 22 times, discern
Gaze.
so on and so forth. But look at this down here. Look on, look out, getting down here. 871 times to see. Now, interestingly enough, if we go over to the and I've got a little eye on there, and I have a little,
Right.
RE and the sun disk and so forth. Why? Because Ra is a root name of the sun. From the Gita verse that I read today, Ravi, Ra is a root name of the sun, of Krishna or Vishnu as the sun. So the eye is a symbol of the sun and the symbol of Ravi. But now there's something else going on here. This is where the things get confounded sometimes. The other half of Rahu Ketu, Ketu, the enemy of the Devas and the enemy of Vishnu, he is called Rahu. And he's like a personification of evil. He causes possession, madness, death, disease, decay, and so on and so forth. Look at over here.
RAA is be evil, be grieved, bring evil, do harm, hurt. Yep.
Mischief, wickedly, worse, entreat evil, hurt, punish, vexed, evildoer, evil man, wicked doer, be broken, break in pieces, be destroyed, show self. Oh, there's a show self friendly. That's a strange thing. Anyway, so this is the kind of thing that causes confounding.
Right.
So Rajan, Rajan.
Raja is king.
Yeah, Rajan is king. Raja or Rajan.
Razan, prince or ruler.
And see, you can go in here and you can see exactly where it's used in the text.
Sure.
So I love these concordances. You can do so much. They save you so much. Here's another Razan, prince. See, a little bit different here. Okay, I'll go over here. Rosh. Rosh. Rosh can be like head too, someplace. But look at this. Rosh, Raj, again. It's translated captain 10 times. Let's say chiefest, chief man 4 times, chief place 1, chief things. Head 349. Ruler 2. Top 75. So Rosh can mean both Raj, the head. It can mean social, the rim of the social body. It can mean chief. 90 times it's used for chief.
I think the letter Resh means head too. The
Right.
letter.
The ancient hieroglyph for Rosh or Resh is the head. Yeah. For the seers, the ancient seers, there's Roha, vision. It's used for vision once, but it's a title elsewhere used. I should go back in here and look at that too. Let's see. Oh, I love this. Now you know that the Yod and the Vow are almost identical. One's got a little bit of a longer tail on it.
Right. Yada. Acknowledge, advise. See what the big one is.
Yeah.
Just can tell, discern, be sure. Knowledge, respect. No, 662. It means to know. Yada.
Okay, but not only that, to be known 34 to
Make
be
known.
known 17, all the way down through. If you follow all of these, and Yeda too, Yeda. It's in here.
Yeda. Know. Certify. Make known. Teach.
Yeah, 22 times, is that it?
Yeah.
19 times here?
Yep. To know and make known.
Okay, and now if you go to the actual references that look at the actual passages, all through the scripture, it's revealed knowledge of God, the knowing of God, divine knowledge. And what is that? If Yahoo is Vasu, then Yeda is what?
Veda.
Yeah, Veda.
How do you deal with the words that are so common? The exact same word means to be thankful, give thanks.
Because
and then,
because in almost all languages, well, in all languages, pretty much, any word will have several different meanings, at least 2 or 3 different meanings. Sometimes there have half a dozen or more different meanings. So what you have to do is you have to look at how many times is that word translated as this, that, or something else. And you've got more than 700 times. I've added them up. More than 700 times Yeda or Yada is translated as knowledge. And it's divine knowledge, or the knowledge that God has, or the knowledge of God, that is, the giant preponderance of it. More than 700 times it's used that way in the Old Testament. So what do you say when you see something like this? It says, it's translated, give thanks one time. Thank one time. Right next to it, Yeda, to know 22 times, certify 4 times, make known 19 times, teach 1 time. And these are their translations, mind you. So I mean, the answers. I don't have to make up any answers. The answers are already there. So now let's look at this. Let's ask ourselves. Let's go to the Hebrew names list. Understanding that the Yeda is a J in these names. It's not written like that. It's not. We have Yeda, but it's not written like that. Jedediah. Where is Jedediah? Jediah. Find it. Jediel. Jediah. You see these names?
yes.
What does that tell you? Remember that this J is a Y,
Right.
is a V.
That God is knowledge, or God is Veda. L is
Yeah. Here's the original spelling.
Yedal. Yadiel. Yadaya. Ya is Yeda, and L is Yeda.
If you go to the litanies of Krishna, guess what? Vedayaha is the name of Krishna.
Oh my.
Vedayaha. He is the object of knowledge.
Vedaya is the name of Krishna.
Oh yeah,
The exact same
Vedaya.
name.
Yeah, I'm saying they're all through here. It's all through here, Prabhu. There's dozens and dozens and dozens of names of Krishna, Vishnu in here, in the Bible, right here in the Bible, in the Hebrew. And you go over to the Greek Septuagint where these names are translated into the Greek. Oh my God, it's much more clear. I'm showing you the harder to get Hebrew version. Now, Hari Veda, Veda Hari, Vedayaha, name of Krishna, meaning he is the object of knowledge, the knower of knowledge, and the knowledge itself. Vedayaha. And there you have it. Now let's go to the names. Let's just go look and see. You can see why this would take many, many lifetimes. Why I never get bored. I've never been bored in my whole life. There's so many things I want to follow up, and it's just like I'm torn between the pursuit and I'm moving so fast through time that I'm trying to leave crumb trails, for other people. I'm saying, come look at this, look at this, look at this.
Well, you've overproved your thesis. You don't have to do any more work. You've proven it already.
I have. You buy it now? Are you ready? You're gonna.
I'll subscribe.
You subscribe. All right. Well, you won't be getting anything every month and a bill with it either. It's just something you have to take with you in your heart and your mind, and leave crumb trails behind you for the next person to come along. I'm telling you, it doesn't have anything to do with any content of my brain or anything. It's all out there in the world. People just have to look for it. So change your angle of vision a little tiny bit. All of a sudden, whoa, there it is. I'm looking this up under J.
What inspiration led you to theophoric names, which is the basis of your work? What led you there in the first place?
Well, first in the first place it was very traumatic for me that my absolutely saintly Southern Baptist grandma, whose name was Myra, which is a form of Mary, absolutely extraordinary woman, had mortal fear of Catholicism. And my Irish Catholic grandma, Mary, was another Mary, devout Irish Catholic. She's an absolute saint. But I lived with my Baptist grandma, and I saw in her, and I heard it from her, expressions of great fear of Catholicism. And she was afraid for my soul. So I felt this terrible tension in my family. My family didn't practice any religion, because, Mom and Dad said, don't talk politics or religion with people, and they were in a delicate situation where my grandfather, I'm assuming now that my grandfather, we talked recently about the Sherman side of the family, right? And the Heatley was a
minister,
a German Lutheran minister. So I know that on the one side of the family, we had Lutheran ministers married in with Irish Catholics. And my mother's side of the family, Methodist and Baptist. And my grandfather, saint, another great saint. I mean, an extraordinary man. He's the one that started out cleaning outhouses in the black section of town and ended up as the president of the American Institute of Banking. And he never touched a drop of alcohol. He was so pious. Extraordinary, wonderful, loving man. He was a adept Mason, a Scottish Rite Mason. So I had this strange family situation, a mixture of my devout Methodist grandfather on my mother's side, my devout Baptist grandmother on my mother's side. My Methodist grandfather was also an adept Mason, and a Lutheran grandfather on my dad's side, and a devout Catholic, Irish Catholic. And there was this tension, and I was deprived because of all of this. I was raised with of course my parents were right in one way. They didn't want me to be locked into any particular one of these things. So they said, they're not going to take me to church, they're not going to indoctrinate me. They're going to, when I get old enough, I can figure it out myself. That was kind of their attitude. And they exposed me to great literature and stuff. We never did Bible reading or anything, but I had to memorize the the commandments, and I had to know the Lord's Prayer, just really basic stuff. And but I went to church with my grandmother, my Baptist grandmother, my grandfather. I went to church as much as I could. I loved going to church. I could never get enough of it. And my neighbors across the street were mafia, Italian or Sicilian, and they, They're extraordinarily wealthy, and they paid me 50 cents a week or something like that to walk their little girl to school. And so when I go over early in the morning, I'd find the mother, when I go over early to pick up the little girl and walk her to school, I'd come in the house. And the mother had a beautiful shrine with Mary there. And the mother would be saying the rosary, or they'd be have like incense going, or candles lit, scented candles or something. And I was totally fascinated because I saw that this at my grandmother's house too. My grandmother would go in and say her rosary, and she had a statue of Mary in the foyer. So, so really, wanting to know what people believed and why they believed it and how it influenced the way they treated each other was one of the fundamental impetus to my studying. And the other thing was this internal drive for insatiable appetite for everything associated with God.
I can understand that, but what led you specifically to the theophoric names?
Well,
it's like a key that isn't given.
Right. This is
like,
this is the beginning. So that was the beginning. So already in my early teens, I was ravenously consuming everything I could find. If I tell you another story, I'm going to have to ask you to turn that off. But anyway, I'll just continue with this for now, and I'll tell you that other private thing later. But anyway, I had my King James Bible from my grandma Myra, and of course you can't read the King James Bible without reading all these names of everybody: Daniel, Michael, Jeremiah, like that. The New Testament, you have all these names. There's some of them are like Greek names, or so. Reading the Bible, I'm wondering. Remember, I'm insatiable. I have to know about all these things. So I'm wondering about all these stories. I mentioned this to you the other day. How are we doing on batteries on that thing?
all right.
Okay. This is why I got into studying the theophoric names. I'm reading all these stories about all these people who are not Hebrews, Israelites, or Jews. And it's obvious that they're worshiping the one true God. Now, I'll just mention a few stories. Like, for instance, I mentioned the other day the story of Jonah. God says, basically, my people in Assyria and Nineveh, the capital, they've fallen away from me. They're become apostate. I want you to go back there. You go to Nineveh and you warn them and you say, if you don't come back to the Lord, He's just going to wipe you out. And so there you have a story where it's more than implied that those people worship the one true God. So then immediately I want to know who, when, where, why, and how it was that they worshiped the one true God. I'm more interested in the before than I am in the story of their salvation in the time of Jonah. So numerous other examples. Abraham gets to Salem, which is later called Jerusalem, and he's greeted by the priest king of Salem, Melchizedek, where there's that name Zedek, Tzaddik. And Melchizedek, the archetype of the Raja Rishi. Remember, in Vaishnavism, you have the king saint, Raja Rishi. And the Rishi has a cognate in Roa for the biblical side of the thing. So Melchizedek means, king, righteous king, the Rishi king. But in this case, the word that is used is the tzaddik, which is a sadhu. So he's a sadhu king, he's a saint king, just like the Raja Rishis in India. And he offers bread and wine. He gives bread and wine to Abraham, and this is understood to be sacramental. Well, here's a big question. If Abraham is a worshiper of the one true God, he's coming to Salem, and the priest king of Salem is already a devotee of the one true God. Who is this guy, and what tribe, what people is he representing? Isn't that obvious? So now another story involving Abraham. Abraham goes to Egypt, and his wife is beautiful, and he's afraid somebody's going to kill him to take his wife. So he tells everybody that Sarah is his sister. So the Pharaoh is, sweet on Sarah. I mean, he's thinking about her. And God, he's tight with God, God appears to him in a dream or speaks directly to him and says, no, wait a minute. Don't have those feelings because she's the wife of Abraham. And God doesn't want Pharaoh to sin against him. God warns him. So wait a minute. What's God talking to this pagan Pharaoh for? Well, he's a worshiper of the one true God. So Pharaoh takes God's advice and doesn't sin with Sarah and so on and so forth. So there you have another example of a Pharaoh who is a worshiper, a devotee of the one true God. He's on speaking terms with God. So who's that guy? Story after story after story in the Jewish scripture involves people who are not identified as Hebrews, Israelites, and Jews, but who are worshippers of the one true God. Amazing stories, like the story when they're coming out of the wilderness, and they come into the Levant, and the Lord has told them, "You do this and that, and if they don't receive you, you kill them." Well, what are they coming out of? They're coming out of a period of slavery in the Levant. It's been assumed that it was the non-Semite Egyptians who oppressed the Semite Hebrews during the period of slavery. And it was Semite Hebrews that left to go back to the Holy Land, and they were pursued by non-Semite Egyptians. And my understanding of the whole thing, and I haven't put a date on it because I don't have enough information yet to put a date on it. But I'll tell you what is true about it. Whenever it was the mixed multitude that were enslaved and that were liberated, that mixed multitude was enslaved under the Hyksos, or whoever those Set worshippers were, because that mixed multitude worshipped Helios, or Horus. And there was already this situation where the Set worshippers were the arch enemies of the Helios worshippers. Now we have an interesting thing. North Egypt is conquered by a foreign people, generally called the Hyksos, generally assumed to be Semites from the Levant. And they come in, what do? They change the capital of Egypt, northern Egypt, from Heliopolis to Avaris, the seat of Setu worship. They were Setu worshippers. They were there for hundreds of years. Now, if the mixed multitude, because it's described that not only were the descendants of the Hebrews and the Israelites liberated from slavery in Egypt, but with them was a vast mixed multitude. It's just called mixed multitude. But we can understand that they would have been the co-religionists. They would have been the other Helios worshippers. That when they escaped and they came into the Levant, that mixed multitude had been enslaved in Egypt under the same people that they would be encountering in the Levant. Now, if they came to a city and the city was Helios worshippers and accepted them, this is a ragtag group that's coming out of a wilderness. They're going to have to conquer by things like blowing horns and the walls falling down. This is the Jericho story. But here's the fascinating story that I wanted to bring your attention to. The Hivites, or Hurrians, some people say Hurrians. I can't remember the name of the city, but basically the multitude that came into the Promised Land, they pretty much introduced themselves, and to see whether they had welcome or not. Or, these people are going to enslave you after everything you've been through. You've gone through all of that, and then you're walking right into a town where they're going to make slaves out of you. So, slavery was not an option. Very interesting. Some ambassadors show up at the camp. And they look like they've come from a very, very far away. Their shoes are all worn, and their clothes are all dirty and ragtag. And they come to the leader of the multitudes, and they say, "Our God is your God. We've come from a long way. We've heard of your great, glorious deliverance from Egypt. We're kin. Our God is your God. Make a treaty with us." And Joshua made a treaty with them. Turns out it was a big trick, because their village was like just over the next hill. But they made a pact in the name of God, the same God. They made a treaty. So the biblical heroes, being very unhappy that it had been duped, but being very, honoring, because these people are worshipers of the same God. They just didn't. They've heard. They didn't want to get wiped out. This is a great story. So they became hewers of wood and haulers of water in the temple of the Lord. So that group, that tribe of people, those in the town, actually became temple servants. Hereditary temple servants for the Jewish deity. And they're sometimes called Hivites. I think I probably could find them in here. But some scholars say they think they were Hurrians. So here's another one of these interesting connections, right, between the family of Krishna, or the so-called Aryans, which are the Hari Jana, worshippers of Hari, or the Surasenoi, and the Jews, or the Hebrews, Israelites, and Jews. So the treaty was made because they had the name of the same God. They were worshiping the same God. So that was among examples of peoples that aren't identified as Hebrews, Israelites, and Jews, but are worshiping the same God. So another amazing example is, I believe it's during the reign of the great reformer Josiah. The king of Israel is, or was it Judah? Josiah was Israel, or was he Judah? I can't remember right now.
I can't remember either.
Okay, anyway, King Josiah, he was the great reformer who found the books of the law and purged the idolatry from the temple and reformed the people, and took the emblem of the Rodon as the emblem of his reign. I think I explained that, right? So, there is no hint of corruption attached to his name. He's the solid guy. So, the Assyrians were going to come in and conquer the Holy Land. And King Necho, I believe, Pharaoh Necho, I might be wrong on the name, but you get the general story. God says to him, "You've got to go and fight the Assyrians." He had the biggest, only army that was able to kick the Assyrians at the time. And the Lord raised him up, a huge army, and said, "You've got to go stop the Assyrians. Something's going to happen in history that's not going to be good for the rest of the world." And so he raised this huge army, and he had to go through Judea. He had to go through the Holy Land to go meet the Assyrians on a territory where he could, he had a strategy. And I believe it was the pious King Josiah said, "No way, you're not coming through my territory." And King Necho, Pharaoh Necho, I think he sent a letter or something saying, I have no quarrel with you. It's not about you. I'm not going to do anything. I haven't raised this army to conquer you. I'm not going to conquer you. We're not going to bother you. We have to march through your land in order to smite the Assyrians. And the king, in his spiritual pride and comfort and security, did not recognize and honor that the Pharaoh was also the Lord's man. The Pharaoh of Egypt was the Lord's man doing the Lord's bidding. Another example, once again, of someone who is not a Hebrew, Israelite, or Jew who is doing the Lord's bidding. So it was a terrible situation. The Pharaoh marched his people. He wanted to just pass through there peaceably, and King Josiah fought him, I guess. Anyway, what happened was he didn't go to Assyria. He didn't stop the onslaught. The repercussion was that the Assyrians were successful. They destroyed the entire region. They destroyed all the sacred cities of all the places of God's worship, took everybody into captivity and slavery, destroyed their libraries, took all their precious, the paraphernalia of the temples, plundered the temples. Then that began the Assyrian, and then the Neo-Babylonian, what's the word? Captivity. Flowed from that entire thing that God said, let this guy through. He's going to stop something really bad. And that whole epic severed the East and the West. There was a whole period, a dark age, because at that time the Assyrians were completely corrupt. And so there was this dark age that just suppressed everything. And whenever you had these dark ages in that intermediate part of the world, severing the East from the West, it just nail in the coffin. It just created more and more separation, loss of memory. You have one generation, you have 20 years, 40 years, 60 years, maybe 80 years, and you have so many generations, and you have a severance of generations in a whole area for hundreds of miles or 1,000 miles that's dominated by some hostile force, the false gods of the world, all broken up and all fighting each other, and there's no understanding. Then what happens is that just the memory distance gets farther and farther and farther away. So now the challenge to us is, after so many thousands of years and thousands of miles of distancing and loss, lots of, what are they, like on a computer, loss of information, degradation of something, you lose bits or bytes or whatever they're called. Loss of information. How these people can recognize each other. We've got this language group over here, we've got this language group over here, we've got this one here, that one there. This iconographic tradition, depict the Lord. Some don't depict the Lord at all. They describe him, though. He's described, Ariel, Aria, and Ariel. In the litany of names of the lion-headed form of Krishna is Haraya. And the Jewish is Arya. And they both mean exactly the same thing. So, over and over and over again, we have this distancing, separation, and now there's all these prejudices, all these impediments. And the Lord hasn't hidden himself anywhere. It's human ego. Spiritual pride, a lot. Spiritual pride. And just plain poor information. The average Catholic doesn't even know what they have. So, to build a bridge, you have to have a firm foundation in place. If people don't have a good Christian education, a good Catholic education, it has to be Catholic. You're not going to get any of this from Protestantism. I can do this with the King James Version because how I'm coming at it as a Catholic. I can still find it in here. This is how much God is not hidden. you can take things like the King James Bible and you can prove a lot of my thesis just with what's in the King James Bible, even when it doesn't have the Apocrypha in it. And the Apocrypha is so important. So, I was looking up something. Is that thing on?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we'll turn it off for a second. Let me find something before I... All right, we'll go for it, yeah. So I told you that Krishna has a name, Vidayaha. And so, that which means Krishna is the knower, the known, and the knowledge. Let me see, knower, known, knowledge, the object of knowledge too. So here we have two names, and the Jeda, spelled here with a J, is the Yeda. Okay.
Jedaya, knowing. Yah is knowing. Jedaya, Yah is knowing. Jediel, God knows.
So in this way, we can go through and just pull out so many. It's so amazing. The Asur name, the Osiris name.
Do you remember when you realized that these names are a key?
Yeah. This is what I was trying to get to. Okay, so you have all these stories. Thank you for reminding me. If I lose trail of something,
well,
just
I
tell
have
me.
a Catholic education, and they don't train you in theophoric names.
Okay.
You know,
yeah, nobody
this
does.
is a great.
Oh, this is everything.
It's a key.
Yeah, it is. Absolutely.
I want to know how
Okay,
how the
thank
Spirit
you.
led you to this great key.
Thank you. So I'm reading all these stories in the Old Testament, amazing stories. I want to know who all these people are, right?
Yep.
So I want to know, well, if they're worshiping the one true God, what's the name? How are you going to identify the name of the God? How are you going to define the God of the Jews? Who is the God of the Hebrews, Israelites, and Jews? Who is he? Well, he's got a name. He's in here. His two most important names are Ili and Yahu. He has got some other names too. But they're usually compounded with either Ili or Yahu, just like Yahud Sabaoth, that's
El
a compound.
Shaddai.
El Shaddai, all these different names, right? So I'm starting out with, what is the name of God? So I'm reading my Bible. Oh my gosh, wait a minute. All these names, there's scores, there's dozens and dozens and dozens of Yahu, Yahu, Yeh, and then on the end, Yahu, Aha, on the end of names. There's just dozens and dozens of them. What's all this? Oh, well, those are theophoric personal names. Well, what in the world all these people got God's names for? Well, that's the way they used to do it. They used to name their kids after the form of God that they worshipped, and everybody was always reminded by everybody's name about God. So, now my consciousness about the name of God has certainly been expanded quite a bit. So, I want to know, of course, what's the name of the God of these other people? Like, when those people worship the one true God, those Assyrians of Nineveh worship the one true God, well, what did they call him? Did they call him Ili? Did they call him Yahu? What did they call him? Same thing, same question, just one question. Actually, one question all the time is what's the name of God? People worship God. What do they call God? Who's God? Who is God? And what kind of people worship him? Is he the one true God? Is these false gods? The difference between false gods and the one true God? How do you identify the one true God? That's what I'm looking for. I want to see first off, what was the name, personal name of the one true God? And then I want to see who besides the Hebrews, Israelites, and Jews, and all these different stories. So I would take any one of these stories and I would look for extra biblical sources. Like you go to Nineveh, you want to study ancient Assyria and then because the timelines don't line up, you end up having to study everything. You end up having to study Assyrian, history for long, as much of it as you can. And then you find, wow, all down through centuries, the Assyrians worshipped the deity Ashur. So again, the long haul for the Persians, the worship was of Ahura. So what do you find in Egypt? You find the worship of Osir, which is Asu with the R on the end, which is just another version of the Horus name. It's a compound of the two names. Or Pharaoh name. That's why they call the Pharaoh name the Horus name. And people don't realize that either. But if you go to the Greek, then you find Osiris. Osiris is a form of the Egyptian Asur, Osir. And so then, you just naturally, you go to here and you find, let me just do it because I'm right here. Oh, wait a minute. No, I'm in the wrong place. We don't want Greek. Did that answer the question?
Yes, thank you.
All right, look at this one here.
Asariel. Asarel.
Oh, that's the Osir name.
Yeah, with L.
Right.
Asar and L.
All right, so do we have here's an Asaya, right here. That's the Asa name. Asu, or Asa name.
With the Yahoo name both. It's like a double Yah name.
Yeah, that's just like Eliel.
Yeah, yeah.
Here's the name Eliel. What's that about?
El Elyon.
Yeah, but Eliel, I'm seeing Eliel as the name, right? What is that about?
I never heard that one. Eliel.
Oh, it's right here.
Yeah.
Think about it for a minute. Heru, in Egypt, it has a cognate, Heru Hor. You might have seen that. Heri Hor, Heri-Hor, Heri Hor or Heru Hor is Eliel. Okay. You go over to India, that is the compound Vishnu Shiva name of Hari Har. Hari Hara.
Wow. That's a good one. Yeah, that's a good one.
I'm saying this goes back to before the division of Vaishnavism and Shaivism. It's the older tradition.
Yeah.
So we also have in here, so we saw Asariel, right? We saw Asariel. All right, but there's another one. There's it's not. Let's see. There's also Eleazar. You've heard that one. That's Eleazar. And I'm trying to think of the other, the Yahoo one.
Elijah.
No, Elijah is
Eliyahu.
Eliyahu, yeah. That's Helios, that's Horus, that's the Hri with the, H-R-I-H, that's Allaha, that's Eloha. That's the compound name of the two. Now what I'm looking for here is Azaryahu. Oh, there's a different spelling of Azariel right there, too. Oh, there it is. Right there.
Azaria.
Yep. And look at the spelling, the original spelling.
Azaria. Yeah.
Ours, Azar, Yaha, on the end of the name is the Yah name, Yahoo. So here's a different spelling of Azariel, see?
Mm-hmm.
So actually in this way you can go through over and over and over again. You can find these cognates. The one in here I was looking for was the Kepfer one. Oh, Amen. You think maybe Heru Amen or Amanasu, right, like that. Just happen to look across the page here. I've got it upside down so I can't see which are which, but you'll see in here somewhere the Amiel.
Yeah, Amiel. Yeah. Amihud, but Hutta.
Yeah, right. Oh, you find it all over here, and they guess at what these names mean. Sometimes the Jewish tradition really knows what these names mean, and they'll give you that, But a lot of the times they're just kind of guessing. Oh my gosh, there's so many amazing ones here. I have to show you a few more. I mean, this is kind of taking a lot of time on the tape. Maybe you should turn it off until I find, if it's not hard. We're looking in Hebrew names. Now remember, what's the Y interchangeable to in here? Because the Yahoo is Vasu. So using that rule, what is this?
Well, the word is Yismaya, but Y's can be J's.
Well, remember
Ish or V.
Remember when I say Yahoo is Vasu,
Mm-hmm.
that the Yod and the Vow are almost identical.
They are.
And so this is what I'm saying all along, and that Yahoo is Vasu.
Wow, yeah.
Okay, so if Yahoo is Vasu and Yeda is Veda, say this. Or which one? I'm lost it now.
Yismaya,
So
or
if that-
Vishma Va.
And the M and the N are interchangeable, right?
M and N are interchangeable.
And they're guessing
Vishna.
and they're guessing at the vowels. They're guessing at the vowels.
Vishnu, yeah. That's,
All right,
that's
now
amazing.
that's
because
not enough.
Y's can be V's and M's can be N's. So Yishmaya can be Vishnu.
Vasu. Vishnu is Vasu.
Yep. Vishnu is Vash.
Okay, but let's look over. Let's look here too. You look up and down here. Look, see a Yishmael someplace in there. I can't see it. Right
Ishmaya and Ishmael.
there. Did you find Ishmael?
Look, this is Yishmayahu, and
Yeah.
this is Yishmael.
Okay,
So
so
Vishnu Yahu, Vishnu
Vasudev.
Vishnu
Hari.
Hari.
Vishnu Hari, and that is Ishmael, the patriarch of the Arabs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So you want to see Shiva?
I want to see Shiva, definitely.
I tell you, brother, God's not hiding. He's right out there. We're just not looking. I'm looking. I'm looking for Shiva now. Oh, there's the K's. I might see a... I'm just going to go to Shiva, just straight there, and I'll backtrack to the other ones. This will just blow your mind. You've probably heard that over your studies that 7 is extremely sacred to the Jewish deity. 7-day week, multiples of 7, they're very sacred in Jewish mysticism. Well, in Greek, the word Seba, S-E-B-A, means auspicious. And in Sanskrit, Shiva means auspicious.
Yes, it does.
And all 7s are auspicious. And in Hebrew, 70 is Shabim. All the 7s are, this Greek's hepta, right? But 7, Sheba, B is V. So,
Seba means auspicious in Greek, and what's the Greek? Is it mean 7 in Greek as well, or just auspicious?
oh, hepta.
Hepta is.
But there you've got the HP.
Right.
This is SB.
Right. Okay.
Because-
Hepta means 7, and
Yeah. See,
Seba
like
means auspicious.
Sep, there's S, hep,
Right.
SP, sep, S, HP, hepta.
I got you.
SP.
Septuagint, yeah.
Septuagint is the 70.
Yeah.
Right? The 70 elders of Judaism have translated that. But the 70s is extremely sacred to Balaram, to Vishnu, and to the deity of the Old Testament. Extremely, so forth. There's
Extremely.
sevens
And
all over.
Pythagoreans too. It's like the only number from 1 to 10 that isn't created through multiplication or division. You can't get 7.
Yeah. It's a super sacred number.
Yeah.
And so when you have, I can't find it in here right now, but when you have theophoric names that have the element of the 7 in them, Shiban, or just the name 7, that is see, Krishna is called Saptamaha Bhagavan, the great Lord of the number 7. Shiva, the 7s are extremely sacred to Shiva. In Greek, the word S-E-B-A actually is usually translated as awe, or religious awe, or auspicious.
Right, and that's how they translate the word Shiva.
Yeah,
Auspicious
awe,
one.
auspicious.
Yeah.
Yes. So, those are my connections with that. But I say here 7, Sheba, right there. And look at how many times that appears like that. So it's not just a slight thing, the number 7 there. And let's see here, it says 70 and 77. Let me go through here. Take to thee by 7s, the fowl also of the air by 7s. Yet 7 days it will come to rain. So it came to pass after 7 days, and they stayed another 7 days. On the 7th and 20th day, etc. Let's see, 207 years, Abraham sent 7 ewe lambs of the flock. These 7 ewe lambs, blah, blah, blah. Sarah was 107, 130 and 7. Let's see. I'm trying to looking for auspicious things. Jacob served 7 years for Rachel. He served another 7 years. 7 years journey. Bowed himself to the ground 7 times. There came up out of the river 7, the kind that from the vision in Egypt. And they ate up the 7, and the 7 years of corn, and the 7 thin ears, and the 7 fat ears. And the other kind came up after, the 7 other kind came up after them. 7 good kinds, 7 good years, etc., etc., etc. I'm looking for the jubilees and all that kind of stuff. Plenteous years, the 7 good years. Oh, here's a different book. Okay, we start. Priest of Midian had 7 daughters. Her 7 days were fulfilled. 7 days shall eat unleavened bread. 7 days there shall be no leaven, etc., etc.
Well, the whole Revelation's filled with 7.
Oh yeah. 7 lamps. Sprinkle the blood 7 times. 7 times before the Lord. 7 times upon the altar. You shall not go out for 7 days. For 7 days you shall be consecrated. Therefore you shall abide 7 days. She was unclean 7 days. Shut him up for 7 days. The plague for 7 days. Priest shall shut him up 7 days. Sprinkle upon him 7 times.
Jesus has 7 miracles in John.
Yeah, it's just this, these kind of connections of ritual and auspicious sevenness is all through here. So you could say Shiva is the personification of all this, all what is auspicious. So anyway, I had actually names. I'm not thinking right. I'm doing something wrong here because I'm not finding it where I expected to find it. So I'll work on that. My apologies. Well, here's one here. Shabuel.
Shabuel.
I wonder. Okay, so if I go over there and look at that, let me see.
God is 7.
Let's see if it says. It's their translation, but let's see if there's anything similar in here. Okay, here's the name Shiva, son of Rama. This blows my mind. Son of Rama, son of Kush. In the Ramayana, Kusha and Lava are the sons of Rama.
I want to look at that one.
Shiva, and remember, the Ramayana, there's no Krishna worship in the Ramayana. Rama worships Shiva. Shiva worships Rama. So there's that connection between Shaivism and Ram Vaishnavism. So there you have the name Shiva, and the first one is son of Rama, son of Kush, son of Ham. So, Ham is the African Kemite. They say the Kemetic, the black Afrocentric studies, they call Africa Kem.
Mm-hmm.
That's Ham.
Mm.
And so Noah had 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth.
Mm-hmm.
And Ham is Africa. And Ethiopia, I told you before that the worship of Rama in the south of Egypt,
Right.
and Meroe or Kush in Ethiopia is prominent. And so here you have Sheba, where is it? Sheba, son of Rama, son of Kush. And in the Ramayana, the Rama has 2 sons, I believe. They're Kusha and Lava. So go ahead, read me the rest of it says.
Genesis 10, and the sons of Rama, and Dedan, and Chronicles, and the sons of Rama, and Dedan.
See, well, what's the date it gives up here?
2240 BC. The date is 2240 BC.
So, how far back does this worship go then? How far back is that? That's why I'm saying it's really fun to look at these dates.
Yeah.
Okay, so
There's another one from 2200.
yeah.
And it goes on and on.
So now let's look at Shebuel. Sheba. Oh, this is interesting. This one says oath, covenant. Beersheba, B-E-R Sheba, Beersheba, a city in Simeon near Beersheba, and Malada, perhaps Beersheba. in 2 Samuel 20, a man whose name was Sheba, the son of. So every man followed Sheba, the son of El. Now shall Sheba do us more harm than did, etc., etc. Sheba, oath. Oh, here it is. I found it. You ever hear Sheba called Shivan?
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't in the right place. Look for Shibanaya on here somewhere.
Right there. Shibanaya. Yah is powerful.
That's their translation, right?
Mhm.
Well, there's the name, Shivan Yahoo. And up here we have what? Shabuel. Where did I find it yet?
Here, Shabuel.
Okay. Oh,
God
well,
is renowned.
yeah. Those are their translations, right?
Mhm.
They're just going from nothing,
Mm-hmm.
unless they have a Jewish source.
Mm-hmm.
But they're, you see the pattern now that's emerged? Yed, what was the one? Eliada. Eliada is God knows.
Mm-hmm.
Yedayahu. Yah is knowing. Eliabba, God hides. All the ones that I've showed you, Ili and Yahu, are compounded with these other names of God.
Mm-hmm.
So if you got like several of them that are absolutely sure you know what they are, then like the Petayahu, Petuel,
Yeah.
God Yah opens, the
Mhm.
opener. Okay. Then once the pattern is established and you go through, well then you know darn well who Shebanyahu and Shebuel is.
The auspicious El.
Yeah, I mean, right. It's the Shiva by name of Hari, of Shivan by name of Yahu. So there's Shiva. And let me see if they have it in the Greek lexicon.
And
let me look at this
just-
for a second.
Shiva, they say, the son of Rama, and Balaram. Shiva is an emanation of Balaram.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
Right.
So
that's,
Shiva literally is the son of
Oh yeah.
Balaram.
But I wouldn't have thought of that because I'm thinking Ramayan. You know,
Yeah.
I'm thinking that these people are they've been given cult lineage names. So Rama worships Shiva. Shiva worships Rama. And the son of Rama is Cush. Cush and Lava, I think, are the two sons of Rama. And the kingdom of Cush next to Ethiopia is one of these places where they worshipped Amun a lot. And Amun-Ra, Mut, and Khonshu are apparently how Rama and Sita and Lakshman were worshipped in the south over to Ethiopia. So, the way I read this is I read this just like Abraham and Sarah. Cult names. Names that are given to children or their initiated names identify them with some particular worship or form of the Lord. So we have three people here, or three names here.
Rama, Kush, and Ham.
Sheba, Rama, and Kush. All extremely closely associated in Vaishnavism because the object of Shiva's worship, being Rama, being the incarnation of Vishnu, and the object of Rama's worship being Shiva in the Ramayana, and Kusha being a son of Rama, what I see here is I see three different people who have names from the Ramayana. Of what? Shiva, Rama, and Kush.
You got Ham there. That's a seed syllable for the heart. Hari in the heart. For in yoga, anyway.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Okay, so let me think here. There's Shiva, oath, covenant. Oh, I was going to try to see about the Greek lexicon in here. There's the Hebrew. There's the Greek. So let's look up Actually, instead of looking it up in here, will be fun. We'll look up in here. We'll see auspicious or awe. I find all kinds of things, and whatever's handy, I stick it in there because I don't want to lose that. Oh, I'll show you Ephrata in here too, the ancient name of Bethlehem. Probably won't find it this way, but it's worth a try. So tonight we're going to take a look at the Saddharma Pundarika, translated by Kern, and it's of the Sacred Books of the East series, translated by various Oriental scholars and edited by F. Max Mueller. This is volume 21 in the series, Saddharma Pundarika, or the Lotus of the True Law, and this is the reprint, Dover Publication edition. So, what I like to do in here is read some of the pages that are important in terms of Krishna's self-revelation in the Bhagavad Gita, and the revelation of how Avalokiteshvara descends into the world, the Saha worlds, to save beings in all these variegated forms. So in the formatter here in the introduction, Kern, the translator, makes a lot of comparisons he says here, the conclusion arrived at is that Sakyamuni of the lotus is an ideal, a personification, and not a person. This is, his traits borrowed, or rather surviving, from older cosmological mythology, and traces of ancient nature worship abound both in the lotus and the Bhagavad Gita, but in the highest sense of the word, the Parama Arthas, the Purushotama in both is the center of mental life. It is just possible that the ancient doctors of the Mahayana have believed that such an ideal once walked in the flesh here on earth. But the impression left by the spirit in the letter of the whole work does not favor that supposition. Boy, this is really, that shows you the guy's bias. In latter times, fervent adherents of Mahayana really held that belief, as we know from the example of the pious Huan Chang, who was evidently as earnest in his belief that the Lord once trod the soil of India as he was convinced of Manjushri, Maitreya, and Avalokiteshvara existing as animated beings. Whether the system of the lotus can be said to agree with what is supposed to be the genuine Buddhism, it is not here the place to discuss. So far as the Northern Church is concerned, the book must be acknowledged as the very cream of orthodoxy, as it is the last, the supreme, and the most sublime of the sutras exposed by the Lord. It is, so to say, the Siromani, the crown jewel of all the sutras. The Saddharma Pundarika, or the Lotus of the True Law, one of the Mahayana sutras, is perhaps the single most important Mahayana Buddhist work. Composed originally in India, some sections written as early as the beginning of the Christian era, the lotus is held in enormous esteem by the northern schools of Buddhism and by Chinese and Japanese Buddhists, particularly the Tendai and later developments. These are the Pure Land schools. Tendai, these are the schools that worship Amitabha as Amida, and they chant the holy name. The very devotional schools that are associated with the great temples of Kannon in Japan. So, described as the most eminent of all the sutras, the crown jewel in which all Buddha laws are succinctly taught, the lotus is a keystone in the education of every serious Buddhist. This sutra is essentially a collection of responses, explanations, expositions, ex cathedra lectures, and the like, bearing chiefly upon metaphysical issues. The nature of Buddhahood, the concept of nirvana, the bodhisattva ideal, the rewards of the faithful, and other theoretical matters that have become essential dogma in all Buddhist schools that have since arisen. A transfiguration of the traditional Buddhist situation is presented. The historical Buddha, the Tathagata of Sakyamuni, is seen in his eternal supernatural aspect. You'll see this Dharmakaya. He sits surrounded by an array of gods, arhats, demons, bodhisattvas, gandharvas, monks, and nuns, all eager to hear the infinitely wise utterances of the great teacher. The revelations are made sometimes by Sakyamuni, addressing his historical Sangha. So we have Sangha, again, synagogue, Samagama, including Ananda, Sariputra, Kasyapa, et al. At other times by the Buddhas of the past and future, Manjushri and Maitreya. This edition contains the complete translation of the Lotus, rendered from the Sanskrit by Professor Kern. He has also written a critical introduction to the work and has clarified and supplemented the text by means of numerous footnotes. This book is indispensable to all students of Indian and Far Eastern history and culture, to historians of philosophy of religion, and is extremely useful to anyone interested in getting a clearer picture of Buddhist philosophy. Unabridged and unaltered republication of Volume 21 of the Sacred Books of the East, edited by F. Max Mueller, etc. So, this is our source. Now, the original is in Sanskrit, and that Sanskrit is what I call Vedic Vaishnava Sanskrit, because the actual cult terminology that you find in these over and over and over again, the names of the deity as well as important religious terms, are found in earliest and exclusively, most of the time exclusively, in Vaishnava scriptures. And you can find that out by looking in the Monia-Williams Sanskrit and English Dictionary, or any etymological dictionary treating the Sanskrit that shows which literatures those particular words are found in. So, there are a number of footnotes here that are really, and other notes in this introduction, that are really amazing and important in this comparative study. And I'm not going to go into all those right now, because what I want to do is really highlight what Kern has not done, which is compare specific verses in the Saddharma Pundarika to the revelation of Krishna in Bhagavad Gita. See, this all he's got here on this page 26 of his introduction. He has a footnote here, 1. Compare Krishna declaring himself in the Bhagavad Gita. And then he goes on to Pitamba, Gagato, etc. And he gives a little explanation of that particular word. You know, when he makes other statements like this on the next page, he says, Narayana Sarvesham Pratyagatam, the individual consciousness of all sentient beings. At 12:14, he identifies Narayana with Nirgunam Brahma. That's the featureless Brahma. Just as here and there Narayana is respected as clad in all of the glory and majesty of the sovereign, as the illuminator, the vivifier of the world, in one word, as the sun, so we find Sakyamuni invested with all the grandeur and all of the resources of a ruler of nature. Philosophically, both Narayana and his counterpart Sakyamuni are Purushottama, which is the name of Krishna, or Vishnu as highest Purusha. Paramatman, the highest Brahman, and then he has mind. No Vaishnava would say mind. They would never equate Purushottama, Paramatman, and Brahman with mind. That just wouldn't happen. So you're getting his commentary in here, which may or may not be useful, may be misleading. But he does in his footnotes repeatedly say, compare Bhagavad Gita, where Narayana declares, I am equal towards all creation, none is hateful to me, none is beloved. Samo, we were saying samatha yoga, samo, the same, my mother used to say, I love you, same as same. There it is, samo there. Smoham, I'm equal to all. So he does see these parallels, and he does say in here, the commentator, Kern, makes a comment that in the enumeration of the gods, in this assembly, the reason that Vishnu is missing between Brahma and Shiva is that Vishnu is present in the person of Sakyamuni. So that supports the idea that Sakyamuni is the incarnation of Vishnu. So actually, there's a wonderful chapter here called that of the all-sided one, containing a description of the transformations of Avalokiteshvara. And it describes how Avalokiteshvara is invoked for salvation in so many different ways. Now, you could read this, Prabhu, or I can read this. Well, he has a footnote here regarding the use of the word Chakravartin. He says this term is ambiguous. It means both the mover of the wheel, i.e. Vishnu, and an emperor. It's not ambiguous. The Chakravartin was the Vasudev form of Krishna. So the discus holder is Vasudev. It's the emperor. So, but he thinks that it's ambiguous. But he makes some connections here. And he talks about how Avalokiteshvara shares many features with Shiva and Vishnu. So, if you start here, let's see, Bodhisattva Mahasattva Akshayamati said to the Lord, "Oh, how, O Lord, is it that the Bodhisattva Mahasattva Avalokiteshvara frequents the Saha world?" So how he preaches this is the important section right here, starting there.
Okay, we're on page 410. Again, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva Akshayamati said to the Lord, "How, O Lord, is it that the Bodhisattva Mahasattva Avalokiteshvara frequents the Saha world, and how does he preach the law? And which is the range of the skillfulness of the Bodhisattva Mahasattva Avalokiteshvara? So asked, the Lord replied to the Bodhisattva Mahasattva Akshayamati. In some worlds, young man of good family, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva Avalokiteshvara preaches the law to creatures in the shape of a Buddha. In others, he does so in the shape of a Bodhisattva. To some beings, he shows the law in the shape of a Pratyeka Buddha, a non-teaching Buddha.
Pratyeka Buddha.
Is that a non-teaching Buddha?
No. Actually, though, at the word preacher, think of the word preacher. Let me see. It's pratyeka, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
A silent Buddha?
Pratyeka Buddha. Pratyakara, or prachara, pratyeka, that would be the same word, is a preaching. It's like preaching. It's like the word preaching.
To others, he does so in the shape of a disciple. To others, again, under that of Brahma, Indra, or Gandharva. To those who are to be converted by a goblin, he preaches the law assuming the shape of a goblin. To those who are to be converted by Ishvara, he preaches the law in the shape of Ishvara.
Ishvara is Shiva.
To those who are to be converted by Maheshvara,
That's Maheshvara, right? Maheshvara is Shiva.
He preaches assuming the shape of Maheshvara. To those who are to be converted by Chakravartin, he shows the law after assuming the shape of a Chakravartin.
No, that's the discus holder.
To those who are to be converted by an imp, he shows the law under the shape of an imp. To those who are to be converted by Kubera, he shows the law by appearing in the shape of Kubera. To those who are to be converted by Senapati, he preaches in the shape of Senapati.
Now, Senapati, the worshippers of Krishna are called the Sura Senoi. Senoi are the warriors. Senapati is Skanda, the Lord of War, the Lord of Warriors. So Skinapati, the father of warriors, is Skanda or Murugan or Mars.
To those who are to be converted by assuming a Brahmin, he preaches in the shape of a Brahmin. To those who are to be converted by Vajrapani, he preaches in the shape of Vajrapani.
Vajrapani is one of the, it's a Buddhist form. If it's Vajrapani, it could be Indra because he's a Vajra holder. Does he have a footnote on there?
He says in the footnote under Vajrapani, the functions of Avalokiteshvara, as it appears from these passages, agree with those of Gadasvara mentioned in the foregoing chapter. Both beings have many qualities in common, just as Shiva and Vishnu have.
Oh, so he doesn't mention. Well, Vajrapani, Vajra is a thunderbolt. So go ahead. That could be Indra.
With such inconceivable qualities, young man of good family, is the Bodhisattva Mahasattva Avalokiteshvara endowed. Therefore, then, young man of good family, honor the Bodhisattva Mahasattva Avalokiteshvara. The Bodhisattva Mahasattva Avalokiteshvara, young man of good family, affords safety to those who are in anxiety. On that account, one calls him in this Saha world Abhayandada, giver of safety. Further, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva Akshayamati said to the Lord, "Shall we give a gift of piety, a decoration of piety, O Lord, to the Bodhisattva Mahasattva Avalokiteshvara?" The Lord replied, "Do so if thou thinkest it opportune." Then the Bodhisattva Mahasattva Akshayamati took from his neck a pearl necklace worth 100,000 gold pieces and presented it to the Bodhisattva Mahasattva Avalokiteshvara as a decoration of piety with the words, "Receive from me this decoration of piety, good man." But he would not accept it. Then the Bodhisattva Mahasattva Akshayamati said to the Bodhisattva Mahasattva Avalokiteshvara, "Out of compassion to us, young man of good family, accept this pearl necklace." Then the Bodhisattva Mahasattva Avalokiteshvara accepted the pearl necklace from the Bodhisattva Mahasattva Akshayamati, out of compassion to the Bodhisattva Mahasattva Akshayamati, and the four classes, and out of compassion to the gods, Nagas, goblins, Gandharvas, demons, Garudas, Kanaras, great serpents, men, and beings not human. Thereafter he divided the necklace into two parts, and offered one part to the Lord Shakyamuni, and the other to the jewel stupa of the Lord Prabhu Taratna, the Tathagata, etc., who had become completely extinct. With such a faculty of transformation, young man of good family, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva Avalokiteshvara is moving in the Saha world. And on that occasion the Lord uttered the following stanzas. 1. Kitra Darvaga asked Akshayamati the following question. For what reason, son of Gina, is Avalokiteshvara so called? 2. And Akshayamati, that ocean of profound insight, after considering how the matter stood, spoke to Kitradavagra. Listen to the conduct of Avalokiteshvara. 3. Hear from my indication how for numerous inconceivable eons he has accomplished his vote under many thousand kotis of Buddhas. 4. Hearing, seeing, regularly and constantly thinking will infallibly destroy all suffering, mundane existence, and grief of living beings here on earth. 5. If one be thrown into a pit of fire by a wicked enemy with the object of killing him, he has but to think of Avalokiteshvara, and the fire shall be quenched as if sprinkled with water. 6. If one happens to fall into the dreadful ocean, the abode of Nagas, marine monsters, and demons, he has but to think of Avalokiteshvara, and he shall never sink down in the king of waters. 7. If a man happens to be hurled down from the brink of the Meru by some wicked person with the object of killing him, he has but to think of Avalokiteshvara, and he shall, sun-like, stand firm in the sky. 8. If rocks of thunderstone and thunderbolts are thrown at a man's head to kill him, he has but to think of Avalokiteshvara, and they shall not be able to hurt one hair of the body. 9. If a man be surrounded by a host of enemies armed with swords, who have the intention of killing him, he has but to think of Avalokiteshvara, and they shall instantly become kind-hearted. 10. If a man, delivered to the power of the executioners, is already standing at the place of execution, he has but to think of Avalokiteshvara, and their swords shall go to pieces. 11. If a person happens to be fettered in shackles of iron or wood, he has but to think of Avalokiteshvara, and the bonds shall be speedily loosened. 12. Mighty spells, witchcraft, herbs, ghosts, and spectres, pernicious to life, revert thither whence they come, when one thinks of Avalokiteshvara. 13. If a man is surrounded by goblins, nagas, demons, ghosts, or giants who are in the habit of taking away bodily vigor, he has but to think of Avalokiteshvara, and they shall not be able to hurt one hair of his body. 14. If a man is surrounded by fearful beasts with sharp teeth and claws, he has to but think of Avalokiteshvara, and they shall quickly fly in all directions. 15. If a man is surrounded by snakes, malicious and frightful on account of the flames and fires they emit, he has to but think of Avalokiteshvara, and they shall quickly loose their poison. 16. If a heavy thunderbolt shoots from a cloud pregnant with lightning and thunder, one has but to think of Avalokiteshvara, and the fire of heaven shall quickly, instantly be quenched. 17. He, Avalokiteshvara, with his powerful knowledge, beholds all creatures who are beset with many hundreds of troubles and afflicted by many sorrows, and thereby is a savior in the world, including the gods. 18. As he is thoroughly practiced in the power of magic and possessed of vast knowledge and skillfulness, He shows himself in all directions and in all regions of the world. 19. Birth, decrepitude, and disease will come to an end for those who are in the wretched states of existence, in hell, in brute creation, in the kingdom of Yama, for all beings in general. Then Akshayamati, in the joy of his heart, uttered the following stanzas. 20. O thou whose eyes are clear, whose eyes are kind, distinguished by wisdom and knowledge, whose eyes are full of pity and benevolence, thou so lovely by thy beautiful face and beautiful eyes. 21. Pure one, whose shine is spotless bright, whose knowledge is free from darkness, thou shining as the sun, not to be beaten away, radiant as the blaze of fire, thou spreadest in thy flying course thy luster in the world. 22. O thou who rejoicest in kindness, having its source in compassion, thou great cloud of good qualities and of benevolent mind, thou quenchest that fire that vexes living beings, thou pourest out nectar, the rain of the law. 23. In quarrel, dispute, war, battle, and any great danger, one has to think of Avalokiteshvara, who shall quell the wicked troop of foes. 24. One should think of Avalokiteshvara, whose sound is as the clouds and the drums, who thunders like a rain cloud, possesses a good voice like Brahma, a voice going through the whole gamut of tones. 25. Think, oh think with tranquil mood of Avalokiteshvara, that pure being. He is a protector, a refuge, a recourse in death, disaster, and calamity. 26. He who possesses the perfection of all virtues and beholds all beings with compassion and benevolence, he, an ocean of virtues, virtue itself, he, Avalokiteshvara, is worthy of adoration. 27. He, so compassionate for the world, shall once become a Buddha, destroying all dangers and sorrows. I humbly bow to Avalokiteshvara. 28. The universal Lord, chief of kings, who is a rich mine of monastic virtues, he, universally worshipped, has reached pure supreme enlightenment after plying his course of duty during many hundreds of eons. 29. At one time standing to the right, at another time to the left of the chief Amitabha, whom he is...
See, here we're getting into his Amitabha is Dharmakaya.
At one time standing to the right, at another to the left of the chief Amitabha, whom he is fanning, he, by dint of meditation, like a phantom, in all regions, honors the Gina. 30. In the west, where the pure world Sukhakara is situated, there the chief Amitabha, the tamer of men, has fixed his abode. 31. There no women are to be found. Their sexual intercourse is absolutely unknown. There the sons of Gina, on springing into existence by apparitional birth, are sitting in the undefiled cups of lotuses. 32.
Well, this is in the pure or Western Pure Land, and there's manifesting these lotus lokas, where people are transformationally appearing or born. It's interesting. It's like the Vaikunthas,
And the chief Amitabha himself is seated on a throne in the pure and nice cup of a lotus, and shines as the Sala King. He says, I do not understand the meaning of this compound.
Shala King? Shala King, let me see it. Shines as the
S-A-L-A.
Shala King. Let me see it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's really important. Oh, wow, that's great. And the chief Amitabha himself is seated on a throne in the pure and nice cup of a lotus, and shines as the Shala King. Oh my God, that's so great. Okay, can you write down, explicate Buddha as the Shala King? Okay, right, go ahead, and then you're like almost done with that.
33. The leader of the world, whose store of merit has been praised, has no equal in the triple world. O supreme of men, let us soon become like thee. Thereupon the Bodhisattva Mahasattva Dara Nindara rose from his seat, put his upper robe upon one shoulder, fixed his right knee against the earth, stretched his joined hands towards the Lord, and said, "They must be possessed of not a few good roots, O Lord, who are to hear this chapter from the Dharma Paryaya about the Bodhisattva Mahasattva Avalokiteshvara, and this miraculous power of transformation of the Bodhisattva Mahasattva Avalokiteshvara."
So you've got some good roots because you just heard it.
And while this chapter of the All-Sided One was being expounded by the Lord, 84,000 living beings from that assembly felt their minds drawn to that supreme and perfect enlightenment with which nothing else can be compared.
Amen. Hallelujah. Now, on the Facebook thing, I've noted this. You can find it on there. I don't know how things scroll off and you have a hard time finding it, but in my notes, I've gone through here and I've listed all of these forms that Avalokiteshvara takes when he comes to the Saha world to save beings. They're listed in this edition, page 4. Let's see. The description begins in page 410, 411. It's mainly on 411. It continues for the next couple of pages.
It's chapter 24?
24, right, chapter 24.
The end of it.
The end of chapter 24. So, now what I've done is I've gone over here to the Bhagavad Gita as it is. If you read a Mayavadi or impersonalist non-Vaishnava translation and commentary of the Bhagavad Gita, you will not get this because they're continually depersonalizing everything in the Gita. The Gita is a Vaishnava scripture, a Krishna-centered Vaishnava scripture. It should be heard and read from Krishna-centered Vaishnavas, not from non-Vaishnavas. Bhagavad Gitas that are produced by non-Vaishnavas always demote Krishna from being God, speaking his self-revelation, to some, ascended master or some human being who is saying, "I'm God, you're God, we're all God." It's the Krishna principle in all of us that's speaking the Gita, etc., etc. They always have some word jugglery where they take God out of his clear self-revelation. And actually when those people comment on the Bible, they do the very same thing to Jesus. Jesus, it's the Christ consciousness speaking in Jesus. I am this, I am that. It could be you, it could be me, it could be anybody. But it's not a transcendent deity, personal deity is speaking, because they don't have that in their thought system. So, it clearly says here, to some beings he shows the law in the shape of a Prachekya Buddha. To others he does in the shape of a disciple. That's called a Dasa avatar. To others under that of Brahma, Brahma or Indra, or Gandharva.
Musician.
Yeah. Now, we don't have a translation of what he says, goblin here. Ishvara, Ishvara could be Vishnu or Shiva, but that's commonly used for a name for Shiva. But over here, right, the next verse says Maheshvara. Well, that's definitely Shiva. Chakravartin, that's Vasudev, the disc holder. Kubera, very important there. Senapati is Skanda. So, if you don't have a Vaishnava copy of the Gita, and you're not going to get a Vaishnava commentary, then you're not going to know that Senapati is Skanda. And here's a Brahmana. So, now, if we keep that out, and we go to the Bhagavad Gita, there's, of course, the whole Bhagavad Gita is really a self-revelation of Krishna or Vishnu. And you can pull out, this here is a Buddha is explaining how Avalokiteshvara comes into the material world. So in the Bhagavad Gita we have the Lord himself explaining how he comes into the world, because Arjuna has asked him, to reveal himself. So let's just look at this here. I think is a way we can do it. This is a copy of the Gita that I got from the library book sale, and so I don't have any of my other marks in it, but I'm thinking that I can illustrate for you what I'm talking about by going through here, looking in the table of contents. So, for instance, let's take Kubera. Now, I previously showed Junada how Kepra, K-P-H-R, or K-P-R, in Egypt is the treasurer of the gods. I've explained that, I mean. And here we have actually 521. I thought I could look it up this way. That actually might be all together in here in the great I am verses. I could probably recite some of this. Oh, here's the other one, right? Yeah. Okay, these are the verses. Opulence of the Absolute. Most of these are in these verses here. That's amazing. So I could just sing a little bit of this. I don't know the right melody that the Gaudiyas do.
You're in chapter 10 of the Bhagavad Gita as it is.
Yes. So the melody's not going to be right, but I'll try to sing it a little bit anyway. Let's see. We can start. Let's see, what verse is this? Chapter 10. I mean, verse 10. Chapter 10, verse 7, 4, 5. Okay. Opulence of the Absolute. Text 1. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Bhuya Evam Habaho Sanume Paramam Vachaha Yateham Priyamanaya Vakshami Hitakamaya. So, I'm not going to go through all of the transliterations and all of that. But the Supreme Lord said, my dear friend, actually, before I start Prabhupada's Bhagavad Gita, I want to do something here. It's traditional. Om Agaratinamandasha Jahananjana Shalakaya Chakshuram Militam Yena Tajmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobistam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Svayam Rupaha Kadadmayam Darati Svapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Parakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunatvitam Tam Vijay Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Sadvarutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padam Sahagana Lalita Shivishika Vitamscha. Offer my respectful obeisance unto the lotus feet of my spiritual master, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami, and unto the feet of all Vaishnavas. I offer my respectful obeisances unto the lotus feet of Srila Rupa Goswami, along with his elder brother Sanatana Goswami, as well as Raghunath Das and Raghunath Bhatt Goswami, Gopala Bhatt, and Srila Jiva Goswami. I offer my respectful obeisances unto Lord Krishna Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda, along with Advaita Acharya, Gadadhar, Srivas, and all the other associates. I offer my respectful obeisances unto Srimati Radharani and Sri Krishna, along with their associates, Sri Lalita and Vishaka. And the invocation goes on and ends, of course, with Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So, the Supreme Lord said, My dear friend, mighty-armed Arjun, listen again to my supreme word, which I shall impart to you for your benefit, and which will give you great joy. Na me viduhu saraganaha prabhavanna maharishaya aham adir devanam maharishanam cha sarvasaha. Please excuse me, my chanting is terrible. It's a pathetic effort to honor the tradition. Neither the hosts of demigods nor the great sages know my origin, for in every respect I am the source of the demigods and the sages. Yomam ajam anandim cha vedaloka maheshwaram asamuraha samarteshu sarva papai pramuchate. He who knows me as unborn, as beginningless, as the supreme Lord of all worlds, he, undiluted among men, is free from all sins. Intelligence, knowledge, freedom from doubt and delusion, forgiveness, truthfulness, self-control and calmness, pleasure and pain, birth, death, fear, fearlessness, nonviolence, equanimity, satisfaction, austerity, charity, fame, and infamy are created by me alone. He who knows in truth this glory and power of mine engages in unalloyed service. I might have missed a page. Text 6. The 7 great sages, and before them the 4 other great sages, and the Manus, the progenitors of mankind, are born out of my mind, and all creatures in these planets descend from them. He who knows in truth this glory and power of mine engages in unalloyed devotional service. Of this there is no doubt. I am the source of all spiritual and material worlds. Everything emanates from me. The wise who know this perfectly engage in my devotional service and worship me with all their hearts. Aham sarvasya prabhavo mataha sarvam pravartate irimatva bhajante mam Buddhabhava samanvitaha. I am the source of all spiritual and material worlds. Everything emanates from me. The wise who know this perfectly engage in my devotional service and worship me with all their hearts. Text 9. The thoughts of my pure devotees dwell in me, and their lives are surrendered to me, and they derive great satisfaction and bliss enlightening one another and conversing about me. To those who are constantly devoted and worship me with love, I give the understanding by which they can come to me. Out of compassion for them, I, dwelling in their hearts, destroy with the shining lamp of knowledge the darkness born of ignorance. Arjuna said, You are the supreme Brahman, the ultimate, the supreme abode and purifier, the absolute truth and the eternal divine person. You are the primal God, transcendental and original, and you are the unborn and all-pervading beauty. All the great sages such as Narada, Asita, Devala, and Vyasa proclaim this of you, and now you yourself are declaring it to me. O Krishna, I totally accept as truth all that you have told me. Neither the gods nor the demons, O Lord, know thy personality. Indeed, you alone know yourself by your own potencies, O origin of all, Lord of all beings, God of gods, supreme person, Lord of the universe. So my first initiated name was Devadeva, God of gods. Das. I'm the Das part. In that Sadhana Pundarika, you will find the Adi Buddha called Purusottama. Okay. This is why they can comment. You can go through that whole Sadhana Pundarika and all the other Pure Land Buddhist texts that are in Sanskrit, and they're full of names of Krishna Vishnu. Please tell me in detail of your divine powers by which you pervade all these worlds and abide in them. Now remember the setting of the Sadhana Pundarika we just read. If you read that whole text, they'll say, in the enumeration of the gods present for that great discourse, between Brahma and Shiva, Vishnu is missing. And those who believe that Sakyamuni is an incarnation of God, they say that's because Sakyamuni, Vishnu is present in the form of Sakyamuni, because he's an incarnation of Vishnu. So, in that setting, the Lord is describing Avalokiteshvara, how Avalokiteshvara appears in the world for the salvation of beings of Saha world. So here Arjuna is asking the Lord himself to describe this appearance. So we have an interesting thing. You have a setting, and in this case, everybody is witnessing, because Arjuna, Krishna's on Arjuna's chariot, and they're out in the middle of the battlefield between the Kurus and the Pandavas, the two sides. And it's suspended animation. And Lord Krishna is going to answer Arjuna and reveal his universal form and all of this, and it's going to be transmitted around the world by Hanuman, who is on the flag, and everybody is mystically, all the kings on both sides, and all the earth is going to hear this discourse mystically. So Arjuna is asking now, he's saying, please tell me in detail of your divine powers by which you pervade all these worlds and abide in them. How should I meditate on you? In what various forms are you to be contemplated, O blessed Lord? Now this is important here, because normally Krishna does not reveal anything of himself unless he's asked, because he will not violate people. He will not force himself on anyone. So people actually have to ask, and as they ask, as they approach him, he reciprocates. So, there's things in here about, when they're youngsters together, and Arjuna beholds Krishna in his universal form, and he gets all terrified, and he thinks, oh my God, what did I do? And I was, joking around with Krishna and laying on the same bed and being rascals and playing spies in town and doing all these silly things, and he gets all scared and discombobulated because he can't handle it. And then he eventually begs Krishna, please take away the universal form. I want to see my pal again, So, tell me again in detail, O Janardana, Krishna, of your mighty potencies and glories, for I never tire of hearing your ambrosial words. The blessed Lord said, yes, I will tell you of my splendorous manifestations, but only of those which are prominent, O Arjuna, for my opulence is limitless. This is the melody that I don't know where I got this one from, but it's not the one that the ISKCON teach. Aham Atma Gurakesha Sarva Bhuta Sayastita Aham Adis Cha Madhyam Cha Bhutanam Anta Eva Cha Adityanam Aham Vishnur Jyotisham Ravirasmumam Marichi Marutam Ashmi Nakshatranam Aham Shashi Vedanam Samavedosmi Devanam Asmi Vasavaha Indriyanam Manaschasmi Bhutanam Asmi Chaitana Rudranam Shankaraschasmi Vetasho Yaksharakshasam Vasunam Pavakaschasmi Meruha Sikaranam Aham. Aham Atma Gurukesh. Gurukesh is the name of Arjuna. I am the self, Aham Atma. I am the self, O Gurukesh, seated in the hearts of all creatures. I am the beginning, the middle, and the end of all things. Of the Adityas, I am Vishnu. Of lights, I am the radiant sun. So there you have Ravir. That's that Ra name of the sun. You need to compare all these Sanskrit names, the Buddhist of Avalokiteshvara, and the Sanskrit of the Buddhist Sanskrit, the Vaishnava Sanskrit, the by names of the Jewish deity, the names of Helios, and the names of Zeus, Jupiter, Amun, Ra, or Heru, Asu, Ra, Osiris in Egypt. There are hundreds and thousands of by names of these deities, and you can go through and you can find cognates amongst them. It's absolutely the same deity by different names, and you can actually find the cognate names if you look enough. I have litanies of the names of Ahura Mazda. Those are there. There are litanies of that deity's name. You can find litanies names of Osiris, litanies in the name of Helios, Apollo, litanies of the names of Zeus and Jupiter, and the by names. There's like 72 angels with the names of God in Jewish mysticism. There are these, many compound by names, theophoric names of the Old Testament. All you have to do is search these name lists, and you will find names of Shiva and Vishnu, and names of Krishna. And there's absolutely no question about it. But nobody's looking at it. Nobody's comparing them. They don't care about the Nama Rupa. The devotees that are all in their own little boxes are studying their own thing, and they've been they have an aversion. Like in India, they have an aversion against Christianity because they've been treated with this attitude of you're pagan idolaters, and it just they call it the Goan the genocide, the Goan Inquisition. I mean, they've had bad experiences with Christianity over there, just like they've had bad experiences with Islam. So there's actually really an aversion to Christianity. They'll accept a Jesus who's an Aryan, guru, but they're the Jesus Christ of the Semites or the Abrahamic religions. They think he's master of the Mlechas and the Yavanas, the most fallen. He's just barely a spiritual master because he's dealing with the lowest of all mankind. Well, it's a terrible, sad situation of prejudice. So, anyway, Krishna says, I am the radiant sun, I am Marichi of the roots, and among the stars I am the moon. Because, the moon, there's no comparison between the stars and the moon. The moon lights up the whole night. So, the moon, Nakshatranam, Nakshatra, the stars, Shashi is the name of the moon. Now, of the Vedas, I am the Samaveda. Remember, I was talking about Psalms. There's Samaveda. Of the demigods, I'm Indra. So if we went to this list here, Vagrapani, I don't know for sure because he hasn't given his note on here. But if that actually is Vajrapani, then the Vajra is, of course, the thunderbolt. So that would be Indra. If we go up here now, it says, right here it says, to others he does so in the shape of a disciple, that's a Dasa avatar. To others again under that of Brahma, Indra, or Gandharva. So right here he says, of the demigods I am Indra. So right here it says, to others again under that of the Brahma of the form of Indra, Brahma, Indra, or Gandharva. So right here Krishna says, of the demigods I am Indra, of the senses I am the mind, of the living beings I am the living force, Chaitana. This is very interesting, because what is the living force in Hebrew? So I can't make that guttural sound. Haya. Like, that saying, l'chaim, to life, to life, that l'chaim. So, that haya, in Hebrew, fascinating. We go over to the Sanskrit, and it's chai, as in Chaitanya, or this. What is that in Buddhism and in China? Chi. Yeah, there you have it, right there. Crossing traditions again. It's really astounding. So, of beings I'm the living force, Chaitana. Rudranam Shankaras Chasmi. Of the Rudras I'm Lord Shiva. So Shiva is Maheshvara. That is his To those who are to be converted by Maheshvara, he preaches the form and assuming the form of Maheshvara. That's Shiva. So he says, of the Rudras, I am Shiva. Of the Yakshas and Rakshasas, I am the Lord of Wealth, Kuvera. So right in here, he says, to those who are to be converted by Kubera, he shows the law by appearing in the shape of Kubera. Now, if you read Prabhupada's purport, there are 11 Rudras, of whom Shankara, Lord Shiva, is predominant. He is the incarnation of the Supreme Lord and the charge of the modes of ignorance in the universe. Among the demigods, Kuvera is the chief treasurer, and he is a representation of the Supreme Lord. Well, Kepra in Egypt, KPHR, is the seal. The reason why there's so many Scarabaeus beetle seal things all over Egypt from all different periods of time is because it's like the Notary Public seal. And KPHR, Heru Kepra is a form of Heri, was the treasurer of the gods. So, and he's a representation of the Supreme Lord. Meru is a mountain famed for its rich natural resources, but Mount Meru is also like the Axis Mundi,
Mm-hmm.
So, anyway, of Vasus I am fire. Of priests, O Arjun, know me to be the chief Brihaspati. So what does he say down in here? To those who are to be converted by assuming a Brahman, he preaches in the shape of a Brahman. I think there's a footnote on there. The Brahman may be Brihaspati. Look at this. Right there. Okay, so he says, of priests, O Arjun, know me to be the chief Brihaspati, the Lord of devotion. So you know this guy read the Gita. He's compared all through here. But he's not accepting the revelation of the Supreme Personality of Godhead Krishna. So he's done this whole thing by avoiding the obvious. He as a scholar, he's got to point these things out. But he goes through this whole business. I read a little bit of this introduction where he's talking about, well, if you believe this idea that there is a personal God, geez, some of these guys sure seem to believe that Avalokiteshvara actually took human form and walked on the earth, and that the Buddha was not a person, but he says a personification. Oh, yeah, right. Okay, so the Lord of devotion. Of generals, I am Skanda, the Lord of war. So we have on here, we go back to here, and we look through here, and we see there's Senapati in here someplace. I know it's to those who are to be converted by Senapati, he preaches in the shape of Senapati. Ambiguous. The word denotes both the commander-in-chief of the army of the gods, Skanda, and a commander-in-chief in general. So, Skanda there, Skanda here. And of bodies of water, I am the ocean. Of the great sages, I am Brigu. Of vibrations, I am the transcendental Om. Of sacrifices, I am the chanting of the holy names, Japa. And of immovable things, I am the Himalayas. Of all the trees, I am the holy fig tree. And amongst the sages and demigods, I am Narda. Of the singers of the gods, Gandharvas, I'm Chitraratha. Gandharvas, he says, I preach to others again under that of Brahma, Indra, or Gandharva. And among perfected beings, I am the sage Kapila. Of horses, know me to be as Uchaisrava, who rose out of the ocean, born of the elixir of immortality. Of lordly elephants, I am Airavata, and among men I am the monarch. Of weapons, I am the thunderbolt. That's a Vajra. Vajram. We have Vajrapani here, the bearer of the thunderbolt. Among cows, I am the Sarabi, givers of abundant milk. Of procreators, I am Kundarpa, the god of love, And commentators say, well, that's Eros, or that's Cupid. And of serpents I am Vasuki, the chief. It's like another form of Ananta today. Of the celestial Naga snakes I am Ananta, and of aquatic deities I am Varuna. Of departed ancestors I am Aryama, and among the dispensers of law I am Yama, the Lord of Death. He doesn't have Yama in this one here. He's got Brahma. Among the Daitya demons I am the devoted Prahlad. Among subduers I am Time. Among the beasts I am the lion, and among the birds I am Garuda, the feathered carrier of Vishnu. Of purifiers I am the wind, and of the wielders of weapons I am Rama. Of fishes I am the shark, and of the flowing rivers I am the Ganges. Of all creations I am the beginning and the end, and also the middle. O Arjuna, of all sciences I am the spiritual science of the self, and among logicians I am the conclusive truth. Of letters I am the letter A, and among compounds I am the dual word. I am also inexhaustible time, and of creators I am Brahma. I am Brahma, whose manifold faces turn everywhere. To others again under that of Brahma. So we've got Brahma, Indra, Gandharva. We don't know what imp meant. We have Maheshvara, Shiva. He appears as Shiva. He's the Chakravartin. That's also in the Bhagavad Gita, but it's not in this verses here. He shows the law on the shape of the Chakravartin. Kubera, we've got Sanapati, which is Skanda. We've got a Brahman who is Brihaspati. So, you can go through this entire scripture and see it paralleled in this entire scripture. Actually, the whole book. You can go through the whole thing. And you can go through Sukhavati Vyuha and all the other Sanskrit Pure Land scriptures, and it's the same thing. It's obviously the same religion. It's just really obviously the same religion. And it's not that they borrowed from this, or that this borrowed from them. It's that both are independent, somewhat independent. They're both spontaneous. They're evolutions, they're developments of the very same, they have a common origin.
But they're both in the same chapter right beside each other, so right away I'm thinking plagiarism, because it isn't like they're in the same tradition spread out. They're in the same concise part.
Oh yeah.
So, I mean, if I was this Kern, and I was a scholar, I'd be saying, well, what date was that composed and written down? What date was that written down? You know.
Well, yeah. They can't be. You can't be going by editions, right? With ancient oral stuff. You know, when was this written down? When was that written down? What you have to do is you have to look at artifacts that give evidence of the textual of the oral tradition. You have to look at, for instance,
well, they know the
names of everything, theophoric names. You know, if the names are existing, then you know the thing that the name refers to is existing. So if you have the names showing up at some datable time on some stela wall, you know, some bas relief in a temple, or in some well-dated document of some kind, then you know that Senapati and, you know, all these different characters existed at that time. And people have these theophoric names, so that the names, and you look at city names, you look at the cities, places mentioned in here, places mentioned. Okay, so you find places with those names, and you can date those places, then you know that stuff existed, at least back as far as that date. This is what I'm telling the Vaishnavas. That the climate and everything about India, and the fact that they did things, they carved wood, and they built with wood. There's so much lost from ancient civilizations in India. Also, the whole city of Dwarka is supposed to have disappeared into the sea, which apparently it did, because off of where Dwarka is supposed to be, there's huge ruins submerged. But anyway, the point here is, I tell the Vaishnavas, you keep looking for dates in India, in Greater India, and the earliest Mahayana Buddhist lands. You keep looking for dates. The dates you want, the artifacts don't exist there, because the jungles, like Angkor Wat and Angkor Thom, the jungles and the climate and the materials that were used for building and everything got eaten up. If you want to date these, you have to go to Egypt. You have to go to the Mediterranean. You'll get tons and tons and tons of things to date it with. Because all this is there. This is all there. It is in the biblical tradition. It's in the Egyptian tradition. It's in the Greek tradition. It's there. These same names, the same connections, they're all there. Once you understand that that deity is Hari, and this deity is Hari, and those are forms of Hari, and these are forms of Hari. Those are forms of Vasudeva, the second person of Hari. These are forms of Vasudeva. And then and this revelation here, what is this revelation? This is of the wrathful form of God, is lion-headed wrathful form of God as time in the middle of a great contest. And you go to the Exodus story. What do you have? The wrathful, the personal, the great I am verses. These are the great I am verses. All these verses, aham, aham, aham. You know, aham atma. I am the self of Guru Shikesh.
I understand completely. The names and forms are ancient, totally back in Egypt. But you know, he says 250 AD. So this is like pretty young, 250 AD.
Yeah.
That's older than that.
Well, no. The Gita is a lot older than that.
Right. So you know.
Yeah, I mean,
my first thought is this person who wrote that. Well, it's so close together.
I know, but what I'm just saying is that's not.
They heard this before.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is,
the names and forms are ancient.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that's not a plagiarism of this. It's not that they heard this and they did that. That has got its own independent development from the same source. These are two developments from the same source.
All right, so there's like the Book of Q in the Bible. There's a missing source out there that they're both taken from. That's your
it's not a missing source. They're both authentic regional developments from the same source, and that same source is just the earlier tradition that I have identified in the Mediterranean complex. I call it the Heliopolitan monotheism. It was obviously in existence, this tradition in existence. If I was to pull the thread on this, on Pure Land Buddhism, pull that thread, where it takes me is to the Ptah cult of Helios. The worship of Helios is Ptah, the opener. Okay? I've tried to track the individual, like the worship of the lion-headed form of the Lord, or the Buddha worship, Buddhism. The great university centers of Gandhara, another name for was at the University of Takshashila, can't remember right now, but the earliest universities in the world were these muse houses, these wonderful, actually they turned into gigantic universities. Often medicine was one of their first specialties. So they're very often associated with Asclepius or Charaka, Balaram. But the issue is that these gigantic early universities, all the devotees were all the different schools went to school together in these universities. They had the most they created the first libraries. They had gigantic libraries. And these gigantic libraries were at these universities where all the devotees went, of all the alliance devotees that went to these. And so at the great Gandharan center of Pure Land Buddhism, we have places where we know that Buddhism emanated from to begin with. Just exactly like we know in Catholic tradition, the 5 main centers that of apostolic Christianity emanated from. Alexandria, the Coptic Rite of St. Mark, Jerusalem, was it Edessa, wasn't it? Where Antioch, Byzantium, and Rome, and all the other rites emanated out from those 5 main centers. Well, in Buddhism, we also have the earliest centers of great Buddhist thought, and those centers, the Mahayana centers, were Vaishnava centers. There's just no historical question about it. Vrindavan Mathura is the Vatican City great place of Krishna pastimes.
It's like there's a common litany, though. You know, like in the Catholic, we have litanies.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like they're both drawing from a common ancient litany.
Yeah,
The exact same names.
Exactly.
So
I'm telling you, it's the very same tradition. It's natural, authentic. Nobody is copied, plagiarized from anybody else. There are authentic, independent, regional developments or school developments, specific lineage developments of the same ancient tradition. And there's such profound theological commonalities, every single part, the ritual. If you take the tantric types of the Pure Land related Buddhism, and if you read that book, Cult of Tara by Stephen Beyer that I recommended, and if you're a Vaishnava and you read that, you will see that those Tara priests, they're performing exactly the same rituals.
I brought that book with me.
Oh, great! I'll go through there and show it to you. It's astonishing that nobody's comparing the things, not looking at it. And people who get an inkling of it, like this guy, and they're schooled in Advaita and all this kind of stuff. They look down their noses at that. They just see this all primitive idolatry stuff. They don't get it.
Right.
They've never immersed themselves in it. They don't know what it means. They don't care what it means. They gloss over it. They gloss over whole gigantic traditions. And they completely miss the personality of Godhead, who's staring them right in the face saying, I am. So, this isn't just something that is of great importance to the Vaishnavas and the Pure Land Buddhists of the world to understand that they're worshiping the same God and to inspire each other to a revival. Because what's happened to Pure Land Buddhism since the advent of communism? What's happening to Pure Land related Buddhism in Tibet since communism came to Tibet? We're talking about more than 1 billion people's spiritual lives that have been crushed. The vast majority, and see, Pure Land Buddhism absorbed Confucianism and Taoism in China. Because actually Confucianism and Taoism are little schools that broke away from it. And when Pure Land Buddhism came to China, it reincorporated them. See, because for instance, in Taoism, you have yin and yang in Taoism. And that's all from the doctrines of Purusha and Prakriti. So when Pure Land Buddhism comes to China and it brings all this Shakti stuff and the Purusha and Prakriti stuff with Sa Ma, Father and Mother Kuan Yin, naturally, all the Taoist stuff is just absorbed back into it. So they like to say, oh, it's syncretism. Hindu like syncretism. It just takes up everything. It just fits in any piece, this, that, and other. No, if it's an actual breakaway school of the thing, when the whole school comes around, then that breakaway thing over time, if it's compatible, if it was just a piece that was carried away earlier by somebody and planted somewhere, say you take a cutting of mint from here and you take it and plant it someplace and it grows, and then I come along someday and I got a whole bunch more of it. And I said, well, I know where that comes from. And there's no difference between your stuff and my stuff. Or maybe your stuff is a little different because it's grown in a different variety of environment. My stuff is bushy and your stuff is like a creeper. Because, you fed it something different in the soil, or because it's on the north side of the mountain, doesn't get the same sunlight. So things can grow the same or things can grow differently. It's what we call genetic expression, right? Sometimes the gene's expressed, sometimes it's not expressed. So in this way, schools, you have missionaries, they go forth, they plant something according to their realization. And it might not be heterodox, but it's just a piece. It's not the whole picture, it's just a piece. And then later on, somebody else comes along with more of the pieces of the ancient truth. And of course, it's not syncretism, that's realization. The doctrines of yin and yang in Taoism are Purusha and Prakriti, Shiva and Shakti, Lakshmi Narayana, Sita Ram, Radha Krishna. Everything is giving and receiving, and there's that Tao between them, the love. Or in Neo-Confucianism, there's that spelled Jen, which is pronounced Rin, I think, which is the love between Father Heaven, Yeah, Father Heaven and Mother Earth, heaven and earth. Like Wei Ming Du is saying, the concept of heaven is like God, and it's got this nurturing. So anyway, but it just absolutely astounds me for since the late 1960s, 1970, I have been trying to get any of the ISKCON people to compare this. Have any? I don't know of any of them. They don't want to see it.
All your work's amazing with the same names and forms, but the fact that they're all contained in a short litany
Yeah.
in each is
Yeah.
what's even more insane.
But see, but the thing is that the setting, these are self-revelations of God, right? So think about it. One could say, well, I don't believe that God exists. But then you have these testimonials where God appears in time, and what does he do? He says, I am. And he tells this bunch of people, I am this, 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 and this. And he tells this bunch of people, I am this,
And
this,
it's the
this,
same
and this.
litany.
Yeah. And then you go to I know I brought stuff out here the other day. Let me take a break, turn the thing off on it. So my Greek dictionaries have said Seba in Greek means auspiciousness or religious awe, or even some places I've seen it like a terror, awe, terror struck, well, that kind of awe. But there seems to be a pun on Seba and Sheba, meaning seven. It's one of these, you look at the deity, and the deity, back to the idea that the nama reveals the form, and the form reveals the name, nama rupa. So we can look at the deity, and we can say, he's the great lord of the number seven, he's auspicious, he's Shiva, he's Shiva, he's Shiva. And Shiva can mean either the sevens, or he can, and also here's another thing, this is a very fascinating thing. These puns, pictorial puns, are endless. And linguistic scholars will say that was never anybody more enjoyed and interested in puns than these ancient Sanskrit writers. And then the Egyptologists will say, boy, there was never anybody more in love with punning than the Egyptians. And the Egyptians used pictorial puns. So if we understand that the pictures of the Lord, yeah, it'd be good to have some of that juice. If we understand that the pictures of the Lord actually say his name, well, from that arises all kinds of puns, because a name can have many different, the picture, the form can have many different names, and the names can be said the same, that they all refer to the same person. So it is in the person that the commonality of the name exists. The name it has many different meanings. Like, let's take the name Hari. It's the name of a person. If you deny the person, you don't get any of this. The name of the person Hari. The person has a lion's head. A person is the lion form of Yahoo or Eli. So, the word Hari means lion. The word Hari also means gold. And the lion is golden. And so sometimes they say, well, Hari is golden. Well, the lion is golden. So does Hari mean golden, or does it mean lion? Well, it's in the same person. Krishna wears a golden raiment, which says his name. So sometimes a person's name has to do with just one particular iconographic feature of them, like Haladara. Balaram is infinitely more, but he also happens to be the plow holder, which in Rome is Erator. What did I say I was going to look it up in here for you? Oh, I want to show you Ephrata. Yeah, I've got a lot of notes in this book here. Here's pages. Oh, I can just. Oh, this is great. Page 22, Ahia. Yah is brother. Well, let's see. Who's Yah the brother of? Then you have to ask.
Ali?
In Egypt, the earliest form of the Heliopolyte tradition, Heru the elder is worshipped with his brother Asu. Later, you get this whole Horus, the son of Isis and Osiris thing. And people get all confused when I say Heru, and they think, oh, Horus, Isis, son of Isis and Osiris. They're totally mixed up because they don't know the earliest Heliopolitan tradition. Heru Asu are worshipped as two forms of the same god. Asu, if you go over to Memphis, which is like the sister city of Heliopolis, in Memphis, the Lord is worshipped as Osir Soker Ta, Ptah. So what's this here? Asu is the origin of all the variegated forms of the Lord for past times. So it's Asu that is associated with the multiplicity of deities that are emanated out of the Memphite theology, the city of Asur Soker Ptah. And I think I've established, but tracing things back, that the Ptah cultus of Buddha in India can be traced back through that Ptah cultus amongst the Semites, the Hebrews and Israelites and Jews, back to the Ptah cultus in Memphis. And Jerusalem was the headquarters, of course, of Heru worship. Now, Osir, Soker, Ta, all the other different forms, the Ennead, all the different forms were also there in Heliopolis because they were all emanations, expansions, or incarnations of Heru Asu. But it seems like there was more cult of Asu in Memphis and more of the cult of Heru in Heliopolis. This is interesting because Jesus, as I said previously, made his headquarters in Jericho. And Jericho and Jerusalem are also like Memphis and Heliopolis, close, big, important centers. Close. What's the difference? Well, in Jericho, they have the supreme deity, the palm deity, palm symbol deity. That's Talavdwaj, moon-related Balaram. And Memphis, that was like the center of as Jericho was to Jerusalem, Memphis was to Heliopolis. So we have this deity named Eliyaha. Yah is brother. So who is Yah the brother of? Is Yah the son of Eli, or is Yah the brother of Eli? So we have Tobias in the Greek. This is great. Tobiyahu. If Yahu is Vasu, which I'm certain of it. See, Yahu in northern Egypt, Heru Asu. Asu is Yahu. You put you take it down to Thebes, and Asu becomes Wasu, that's Vasu. So, Vasudev, what does Tob mean in Hebrew? Good, bright, beneficent. It's associated with Asterims, with the gods, the Elohima. If someone says Mazel Tov, what do they mean? Good fortune? Yeah, good stars. Good Asterims, good stars. good devas. So, the devas, the Vedic devas, are the good, bright, beneficent company of Surya and Vishnu, the devas. Surya and Chandra and the devas, the Astaram, the good, bright, beneficent forces in the universe, the servants of the Supreme Lord, the company of God, the devas. So, Deva means good, bright, beneficent. Tob means good, bright, beneficent. So, what is Toba Yahu? Switch them around, it's Vasudev. The Greek is Tobias. But the Hebrew Tobayahu is Vasudev. There's just no question about it. Let's see, and I have probably have a page marked on that, but I could, well, since I mentioned it, I'll just do that. Go there real quick, because I'm sure that one's, I can find that one easily. Sorry it takes so long, you know, I should have prepared a presentation for you before you came. You wouldn't have to suffer through all this
I'm
incompetent.
seeing how the work's done. It's even better.
Yeah, you're seeing how the work's done with my 3 brain cells, which, you know, only one of those firing sporadically. Oh, yeah, here's even better. Oh, this is even better. Okay. So they interpret Tob here to be fruitful good. Remember, B is D. I mean, T is D in sound shifting, and B is V. So Toba is Deva. So here we have, this is not Tobiyahu, Tobias. They've got it up here at the top of the page, but they don't have it down here. Where is it? They have something even better. They have Toba Adon Yahu. That's strange, but maybe you can see it on here. See Tobiah up here?
It should be down here then.
Yeah. Maybe I just can't see it.
It's there. Tobiah, Tobijah. They combine two similarities. Tobiah, Tobijah. It's there. Side by side. 2 different spellings of the same name, and they're
I
saying
see it. Okay.
Yah is good.
Yeah, good. Dave means good, right? Beneficent. So they're saying,
There's 2 spellings, but it means
yeah. But look, this one, it says Toba. It's got the Adon name in there.
Tobadanaya. There's lots of names in there.
Tobadanaya.
There's 3 names.
Toba,
Deva,
Adon.
Adon, and Yah. And they say the Lord Jah is good.
Yeah, the Lord, because it's got the Adon in there, right?
Yeah.
So look, that would be
Deva,
Atom.
Atma.
That would be in Egypt. It would be, see, in Thebes. If we take it to Thebes, okay?
Mhm.
The TV. If I'm right, and TB in Hebrew is DV Deva.
Mhm.
Okay. Then what does it become in ancient Greek? Thebes,
Mm.
Theos.
Mm.
So the city of Thebes is called Diospolis Magnus. So you have Dios, you know, or you have Theos, right? So we have Theos, Aton, Yahu. So identifying the Aton or the Atom deity with the Greek Theos or Deva
Mhm.
or Hebrew Toba with the Yahu name. This way you could put together whole schools of thought because you could recognize which cult is worshiping, you know, Asar Sokrata, the cult of, you know, which association. So like for instance, if Thebes or Waset, the capital of Wasu worship, is called Diospolis Magnus. Well, you know, the Dios is there. Polis, Purusha is there. Magnus is there. So let's see. Let's try that out in Vaishnavism. Oh my goodness. Polis is Purusha. Magnus is Maha. Dios is Deva. Oh, you get Mahadeva Purusha. The city of Mahadeva Purusha. So, what was I looking for here? Oh, so I was just looking at the Tobiah. Tob, good, fruit or fruitful, good. District is Syria, etc., etc. Oh, I see. Tob Adonyahu. Tob Adonyahu. We could look at the original spelling of that. Oh yeah, I see it's comma in between these two. Tobiah and Tobiyahu. Yeah, is good. So actually, you know, you can translate Vasudev that way too. Say Vasu is good. If you had a Sanskrit dictionary right here now and you read good, you read Deva, would probably the first thing it would say is good. It would say good, bright, beneficent. So, my point with all this was to try to illustrate how the names from the Sadamra Pundarika and the Bhagavad Gita actually. Oh, that's what I was going to do. I was going to try to find Kubera in here too. Kubera, there's a by name of Kubera in here, but I tried to go through the Egyptian and pull out specific ones that were associated here, or the Greek, and so on and so forth. And you can find them. I actually didn't do a good job of that tonight. I'm just kind of the point is that amongst the by names of Avalokiteshvara, or the Trikaya, are the names of Krishna, Vishnu, and Shiva. And amongst the names of the Jewish deity are the names of the Vaishnava and the Shaivite and the Buddhist deity. And amongst the names of the Greeks, the Greek Helios worshippers and Zeus and Jupiter Ammon worshippers, you find the names of the same deity. And amongst the many names of Ahura Mazda, you find names. And amongst the 99 names of Allah, you find the names. And amongst the names, the litanies of Ashur, you find the names. So you find many names that are not related, not cognate, right? Because the deity had a different name in every single one of his shrines and temples and stuff. Usually associated with some personal thing. But when you find these cognates, they're extremely important, like the fact that the people who worshipped Krishna or Vishnu were called Ekantans. What is one of the ancient names you find them? Ekantan. Because Krishna was Ekanath, and Eka Atman, the one soul, and Ekanath, one Lord. So you go over to Hebrew, and what is the word for one? It's Echad. Echad. And then you go over to Egypt, and what do you have? You have Akhenaten, the big monotheist. Oh, do you suppose his name means one God? Oh, I was telling you that Cadmus is a form of Parasaram in the West. Look at this. And the story about Cadmus is he comes from the East, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Cadmiel.
Okay, so let's see what the name Cadmiel means. And remember, secular scholars say Cadmus means comes from the East. Well, they don't give that here, but but look at right underneath it.
Cadmiel, God the primeval, a Levite whose descendants returned from Babylon with Zerubbabel. Levites, the children of Yeshua. One apparently of the tribe of Judah who assisted in rebuilding the temple. The sons of Judah. Levite who led the devotion of the temple.
Okay, but now look what the list. There's one right down here says.
Cadmonites. Eastern. Yeah, so why isn't...
Yeah. And this one here, what in the world does that say?
Kalai. Yah is light.
But that's the Kal name.
Yeah, for time.
Yeah, Kal.
But light is time measured. It's the...
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at, is there any real Hebrew reason to is there any rabbinical tradition that is translated as light, or is that just their guess?
Mm-hmm.
And if there is a tradition of why it's translated as light, what is the reasoning for it?
Kali.
Yeah, or is it that the K and the H are interchangeable and the L and the R are interchangeable, so that's Hari, Har. You see, it's the Heru name.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Cadmiel. So it says under here Eastern. So yeah, so. Oh, I know what I keep forgetting. I wanted to look up Bethlehem.
Mm-hmm.
Ephrata. I think it's in here as Ephrata. I think it's probably in here under Bethlehem. We will see. Oh my gosh, this is so astounding. You know what Mary's name Bethel is, don't you?
The house of God.
Yeah. Beth-El, house of God. What is Isis, one of Isis' main names?
Hathor?
Het-Heru. Het-Heru is Bethel. Now that's a really, really important one for Our Lady. I mean, there's just no question about it. So over in India, the word kut, is Indo-European for the word hut, meaning house. Hari Kuti is house of Hari. So Kuti, kut or hut, is het, is bet, and Our Lady is the house of Hari. Het Heru, the house of Heru, and she is Beth-El. That's a really important one. Bethlehem, right? Beth-Haron. They say Bethlehem is house of bread, place of food they have here. Yeah. This town, about 6 miles south of Jerusalem, is celebrated as the birthplace of the Savior. It was called Ephrat. Oh my goodness. And is mentioned as the place at which Rachel died and was buried, circa, BC 1729. I don't know how they get 1729, but 1729. Is that right? Am I reading that right? David was born. Isn't that amazing? I didn't realize David was born in Bethlehem, Ephrata, called the city of David.
That's where the son of David was.
That's right, exactly. Oh, I just didn't thinking about it. Mother Helena, Saint Helena, the mother of Constantine, A.D. 325, erected a church which remains to this day on the place of the Nativity. It was ceded with other towns to Frederick II by the Sultan of Egypt in 1229. It was called Bethlehem, Judah, to distinguish it from Bethlehem in Zebulun, and Bethlehem was made a bishop. Something's making a noise over there.
And they say it was where the church is was a temple of Adonis before.
Huh, and very interesting. Genesis buried in the way to Ephrat, which is Bethlehem. Genesis 48:7. The way of Ephrat, the same is Bethlehem. So we have the name Ephrat used way back here. Ephraite, also somebody from Ephrata. Oh my gosh, it's used a lot of places. Ephratites. So now then we come to the New Testament, because they always in the concordance they always list the oldest ones first. They come down through time. Well, because they're not looking at Ephrata, they're not mentioning it here in the New Testament, but in the New Testament it's there. You know, they say Bethlehem Ephrat. So now let's see if they actually define Ephrat in here. Here's another one. Look at this. I just ran across another Hari Shiva one. It's not translated as it.
Yeah, Elishiva.
Elishiva.
God is swearer. Probably from oaths. Elisha Fat. Oh, God is judge.
You know, but again, whether there's any actual Jewish tradition of this or there's just making a guess is, you know, I don't know. Okay, I was looking for
Ephrata.
Ephrata, yeah. I'm in ecstasy. What does it mean?
Ephrata, fertility, just like you said, the earth. The green earth.
Ferta.
Yeah.
In the Latin, it's ferta, right?
Man.
Ferta.
Yeah.
Now look at the word here. Guys.
The ancient name of Bethlehem.
Phra. Frata. Ferta.
Yep.
Birth. Barta.
Yep.
When the Lord comes, he always comes to Ephrata. He always comes to Barta. City of Judah, same as Ephrata. See Ephrat, Barat. They also say Barat, right? So right here you have another form of it. Ephrat, Barat. City of Judah, same as Ephrata.
Uh-huh.
Oh my God, you run into these things. See, I've forgotten all about doing this. Oh, jeez. Epatah. Be opened.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know that one. It's a big mantra.
I know that, but here's Hebrew.
Yeah. Yeah.
See, in the Sanskrit, you get fat and you get pata. You get both forms of it in the Sanskrit. It's the invocation, you know, the mantra that goes with the so-called magical tantric rites. Boy, there's so much. I'm just, I'm kind of spaced out tonight. But what do you think?
This is like a great roundtable thing to get people together and give everyone a concordance. And
Oh yeah. I mean, see, I'm just a little person who's pointing, saying, go look at that. It's just endless. And I'm kind of spacey tonight, but soon as I try to stop this and go to take rest, then it'll all just come flooding into my head, and I'll just like be going nuts coming out here, and wanting to wake you up and say, "Oh, wait a minute, I remember what I was trying to think of." Then, oh no, wait a second.
No, we gotta close the book and you gotta get some rest.
Yep. Well, I'll go in there and I'll get on the internet. Is it on now? Okay, the Bible is not the only source that we have for West Semitic theophoric names. There are countless inscriptions, amulets, and other things that have the theophoric names of West Semitic, including Hebrew theophoric names in them. And so one can get scholarly works that focus on the West Semitic deity names. And Amaniel is a West Semitic theophoric name. Apparently this it's not in this text here. Do they have Ammon in there? Ammon?
Yes. I read that one.
Was it my people, or was it? But they don't give it a god Ammon?
Fellow countryman.
Okay, and I bet you they're taking that from a root. Ami, probably. So look at Ami. That's probably where they're getting that from. That's the etymology that's the meaning they're giving it.
The meaning is uncertain. AMI. They don't even know what that means. But they have a translation of AMON as steadfast.
Oh, that wouldn't be it. Let me look at it for a minute. Let me play with the text here for a second and see what I can come up with. Oh. Yeah, see what I was saying? They're getting it from Ami. See right here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so they're taking Aman from Ami. Ami, my people. Huh. When they have Amiel over here, they are translating the name El as strong. Huh. Okay, I'm going to have you try doing another one. Oh, Ammonite. Oh, here it is. Look, right here. Here they've translated this Ammonite. Of course, it's backwards, you know. They read Hebrew from this side to this side. So this word Ammonite, of Ammon, they relate it to this people here, Ammon. But it it's interesting. It ties into the Shal, name of Buddha, and here's how that ties in. Remember when I said that Alexander went to the oasis of Siwa, to the sanctuary of Ammon, where he was, where Ammon accepted him as his son and validated validated his mission. There's a aniconic, meaning non-icon form of Zeus or Jupiter that was worshipped supposedly in the early age. It's associated with the age of Kronos or Saturn, the Golden Age, and it was worshipped before there were temple murtis. It was considered an aniconic or miraculously appearing form of the Lord. And that's called a fossil ammonite to this day. It's a fossil ammonite.
A spiral.
Yeah, it's got the chakra, the discus, the rayed disc of Helios on it. When we go to my daughter's house, remind me to have you look at that astounding ammonite that she found. I don't know where she found it. Just totally amazing. But you could see why people thought this was a miraculous aniconic image of the Lord, or symbol of the Lord. Anyway, you know what those are called in India? Those same fossil ammonites in Nepal and India? Shalagram Shilas. Because they're found in India, or in Nepal, in the foothills of the Himalayas. They're found in the Kali Gandaki River, a very sacred place. And anciently they were found in the river. The village on the shore where they were found in the river was called Shalagram, which is very significant because the shal tree, or acacius, is very sacred to Krishna Vishnu. So Krishna Vishnu was always worshipped in shal groves. Now, if you go over to Egypt, you find the member of the acacia family, the acacia tree, is very sacred to Osiris. Sometimes the stories of Brahman Daru, where Osiris is, in the giant tree that floats up on the shore of the king of Byblos, that's an acacius tree. Acacius is still used in the funerary rites of the Masonic order. Acacius is very, very sacred, and one of the reasons it's sacred is it's such an amazing desert tree that you can cut it all up, split it all up, make fence posts out of it, whatever, stick it in the ground and it'll grow. So it's a tremendous symbol of eternal life, and life coming from what's apparently dead. And that's why a sprig of acacius is included. It's put on the body, even today when a master mason is buried. Anyway, just like the sacred labiate, the sacred mint or basil, is a family, and the closest relatives to the most sacred form of it may be found worshipped in the same way across thousands of miles and thousands of years. So, if they didn't have a rose that used any red flower, if they didn't have Ochimum sanctum, they used Ochimum basilicum or Ochimum, any other form of basil. The Thai basils in India and Sri Lanka and Nepal, there's probably 20 different kinds of basils or sacred mints, sacred labiates, the Mintha family. And any one of them might be used in the place of the actual tulsi. Even amongst the tulsis, there's Rhadamanthus, Radha's mint, red mint, red tulsi, and there's the other tulsi. One's got a red of leaf a little bit. So, in a parallel way, pseudo-acacias and acacias trees have been sacred to this deity forever. And this is such an important story that I'm going to actually try to tell it to you right now at this juncture. Where was it? Was it in here last night?
It was in, yes.
You have to
didn't
read it.
know.
You have to read it. Where that was.
Okay.
And then you're going to read from here. Might be able to look it up in the index. The Shal Lord.
And the chief Amitabha himself is seated on a throne in the pure and nice cup of a lotus, and shines as the Shala King.
The Shala King. Oh my God, what page is that? And what sloka is that? That is so important.
It's chapter 24 of the Lotus of the True Law, translated by Kern, page 417 in the edition we're using.
So, the Trikaya, and here we have the first person of the Trikaya, Amitabha, the Dharmakaya, or the Adi Purusha, Purushottama, Bhagavan, and he's called Shala King. What's he called?
Shala King.
Shala King. Okay.
And Kern writes, I do not understand the meaning of this compound.
Okay. Well.
In the next following chapter, we shall meet a Tathagata named Salandraraga, the king of the Sala chiefs.
Okay, so he's called the Shala King?
In this one, he's just called the Shala King, but in the next chapter, there's a Tathagata named Salandraraga, king of the Sala chiefs.
God, king of the Sala chiefs, so, interesting. Well, we should go into that further, but I'm going to tell you this story right now. Sakyamuni has gotten outside the walls of his family's royal city, and he's seen birth, death, disease, and old age. You know, he's seen the fourfold miseries, and he has to conquer these. So he goes off and he's on pilgrimage, and he goes to every different kind of master, and he performs inhuman tapasya, austerities. He wants to conquer the fourfold miseries on behalf of all beings. And he's already had every other lila, all the other pastimes. And he's come to a place where he's exhausted in mind, body, and spirit. He's haggard, he's withered, he's hardly alive, can hardly keep his spirit in his bones. And he's so weary he can't go on. And he sits down to rest in a shal grove. All Vaishnavas will recognize a shal grove as sacred to Krishna and Vishnu. When you want to worship Krishna or Vishnu, you go into a shal grove. So he's meditating. He's sitting there in the shal grove. And he hears the tinkling of ankle bells. And a very beautiful woman is approaching with her maidservants. There's different versions of this, but I'm just giving a synopsis. And I think you can find one version of this in, is it Arnold's Light of Asia? Edwin Arnold, Sir Edwin Arnold, I think, Light of Asia. But there's a woman approaching, and she's got, in some stories, a retinue with her, in some stories she's got one handmaiden with her, who's bearing a gift. And this gift is this tray of this heavenly food. And she thinks that Buddha is Vishnu, the Lord of the Shal Grove, because he's in the Shal Grove. And the story has narrated how previously she'd been without a child,
and she'd gone to the Shah Grove and prayed to Krishna, or prayed to Vishnu, that, or to they're not saying Krishna or Vishnu here, they just say that the Shah Lord, the Lord of the Grove, which all Vaishnavas know, the Shah groves are sacred to Krishna or Vishnu. So she prays to the Lord of the Grove to give her a child, and she says, if you give me a child, I'm going to make you. She's a cowherd queen, right? She's a queen of a little village, like a little cowherding village, like Glog Vrindavan. And she says, I'll take the finest milk of my best 100 cows or something. The story goes, and I'll feed it to the next 110 cows, and down, to get the best milk of the best milk, and I'll make milk sweets, and she describes this offering that she's going to make if she has a son. So she's had a son. Her joy knows no end. She's got her man, she's got her cow, she's got her girlfriend, she's got her baby. She's the happiest person in the world. And she's worked and she's made this wonderful offering, and she's bringing it back as a thanks offering to the Lord. And here's Buddha Sakyamuni sitting in this Shah Grove. And she's just overflowing with love and gratitude. And she and her maidservant, most versions, she's got a maidservant. Guess what her maidservant's name is? Rhoda. Approaches. So Mary's maidservant is Rhoda. Now we have this woman's maidservant is Rhoda. And they're approaching Buddha. And Buddha looks, he's just, he's at the end. I mean, this is it. He's either going to conquer birth, death, disease, and old age, or he's going to die trying. And he's so exhausted he can't go any further. He's set down to rest in this Shah Grove. And now, this beautiful woman, she's so happy, and they're coming, and they make this offering to him. And when he tastes of this offering, he's transformed, and his godlike beauty is revealed. So there's something special about this offering, and you'll be amazed at what it is. And then all of a sudden, he's ready. He's ready for enlightenment. He's this. So now he just like Plato, Socrates submitted himself to. Can't remember her name. Was it Dio? What was Dio? Socrates' spiritual master was a woman. So now Buddha, he's gone to all the masters in the world. He suffered all the possible tapasya, austerities, every different tradition, on and on and on. But now he has this, like his gigantic realization, but he's restored, and his beauty, his godlike beauty is shining forth. And he submits to her. And he says, tell me, I've been everywhere. I've looked for everything. What is the source of this happiness that you have? How could you be happy in this world? He's seen everything, birth, death, disease, and all this misery everywhere, suffering. What is the source of this, whatever it is you've got, or happiness? She says, I take care of my husband, I take care of my kid. Every morning I trim the tulsi tree. Well, this is what good Vaishnavas do. They begin their day with the worship of tulsi. And they take those tulsi leaves, when they trim the tulsi tree, it means they pick the oldest leaves off and they put them in the offering. This is a detail that's extremely important. So now you know she's a Vaishnava, and she's put tulsi leaves on that offering that have gone to the Shah Lord. So now you have a story where Jesus on the cross takes the sins of the entire universe of a tulsi leaf. And Buddha manifests his deity because he's received an offering from Radha with a tulsi leaf. So from that vignette, he rises up. The very next story is he is under the bo tree. and he's experiencing enlightenment. And the big storm's going on, and Mara, death, is attacking, and who appears? Anantadev. He's called Muchilinda Buddha. You see the Sakyamuni in meditation, he's under the bo tree, and the hoods of Anantadev are protecting him. Of course, Anantadev is the Vahana and the Asana of Vishnu again. So I mean, you cannot separate. Even when you go to Sri Lanka, the world's capital of Theravada Buddhism, you really can't tell any of the stories of Buddha, any of them, without tying back into the so-called Hindu connections. So here you have the extremely important connection between the Adi Buddha and Sakyamuni as the Lord or the King of the Shal Grove. The connection of Vishnu all the way back to Egypt, where it's Osiris, the giant log that he's in is an acacia log, and he's the Lord of the acacia. So that's just another little. And why these details are remembered, and why Rhoda is popping up. Rhoda, the handmaid of Mary. Rhoda, the handmaid of this woman. And it's Rhoda who gives the offering to Sakyamuni with tulsi leaves on it. So if you didn't have the detail that every morning she trimmed the tulsi tree, which is those leaves have to go on the offerings, and they can be. Oh, and here's the thing. Again, only offered to Vishnu Tattva. Tulsi can never be offered to any guru or anybody. It has to be strictly, directly the Lord himself. So what that tells us in the pastime of Jesus Christ is that he is absolutely directly Lord Baladev. He's directly Vishnu himself. He's not any kind of an empowered incarnation. It tells us the same thing in the story of Buddha. He's not an empowered Jiva soul. He's directly the Lord himself. Otherwise, he could not have had Tulsi offered to him. He could not have taken Tulsi. Those two vignettes alone would be enough to convince any branch of any brand or branch of Vaishnava that Buddha and Jesus were directly God himself. Just that offering of Tulsi. So that's the Shal King story.
Well, thank you for explaining what Kern was unable to.
Yeah. But I it's been so long since I read that. We should probably, there's too much to actually, we couldn't go into that whole chapter now. But you can read the rest of the Opulence of the Absolute chapter. And I'll just make a few little comments here and there. Is it chapter 10?
Do you know where you stopped, or where you want me to start?
Oh, well, I don't know what verse we were on.
Okay. I'm just going to read the whole chapter for
Okay,
this.
just read the translations. It
Yep.
goes pretty fast. So I'll tell you what. After you is this on?
Yes?
After you read one declaration, I am this. Stop, in case I want to make a comment, and we'll go to the next one. Because what I'm trying to do here is I'm going to show you how all these verses connect to the Siddharma, the Buddhist tradition, and to the Egyptian, and to the Judeo-Catholic tradition.
Okay. Bhagavad Gita as it is, chapter 10, the opulence of the Absolute. The Supreme Lord said, "My dear friend, mighty armed Arjuna, listen again to my supreme word, which I shall impart to you for your benefit, and which will give you great joy. Neither the hosts of demigods nor the great sages know my origin, for in every respect I am the source of the demigods and the sages. He who knows me.
Okay, go back to sages and see what word is used for sages.
Okay. Mahar Sinam, of the great sages. Mahasaya, great sages. Mahar, Mahar, Sayah.
Let me look at it. Oh, look. Sura. Remember I was telling you?
Uh-huh.
The worshippers of Krishna or Vishnu are the
Surya.
Sura Gana.
Uh-huh.
Sura Gana. There's the higher, the dialect form, Sura Gana. Oh, this is
Great.
Rishai. This is Rishi.
Okay.
Maha, this is why you have to break these words up right. Maha Rishaya. Maha is magna, great.
Uh-huh.
Rishi, remember I said Roha?
Right.
These are the rishis. So this is Maharishaya, plural, great sages. These are the rishis. These are the Hebrew word Roha, the seers. So there you have right there. So you have great say. There's a connection right there. There is a tradition, an important cult term connection right there. The great Maharoha rishis. Aham. Maybe we won't be able to do this. Adi, right? Adi Purusha.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Aham. If you go to the etymological dictionaries, you go to the Septuagint. We could go through the whole Septuagint here, do this whole thing. Every word, Prabhu. I mean, it's Exodus 3:14. Well, find it. Find Exodus 3:14 for me. And see how the Jewish masters themselves translated the Tetragrammaton.
And God spoke to Moses, saying, I am the being. And he said, Thus shall ye say to the children of Israel, the being has sent me to you.
So that's the revelation of the Tetragrammaton.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what is the Greek?
And here I don't read Greek.
Ego, emi, o on. On. Ontology, being, on.
Mm-hmm.
Ego, emi, aham, asmi. The linguists know that the Greek ego and emi is aham, asmi. So in here, Krishna, all these I am verses, he's saying aham and asmi, I am, that's me, kind of like aham. So when the Jews translated the Tetragrammaton, I'm saying the central revelation of the Bhagavad Gita, the great I am of Krishna, is the great I am of the Old Testament. I'm saying it's the same revelation. Two traditions remembering the same thing. And what do the Greeks tell us? It's directly cognate, it's linguistically cognate between the Greek and Krishna's revelation in the Sanskrit. And it's not moderns that are saying this, it's the ancient Jews themselves who translated it into the Greek as the direct cognate of this.
So these Greek letters, omega, and that, that B, that's on.
On, yeah, that's on. O, in.
Okay.
New. Emi, o, on. Ego, emi, o, on. Right there, right there. The whole world's divided, and they don't know this. I mean, there's so much that's so important. You know, any one of these things is enough to like change the whole world, but it's all taken together. So I didn't get very far in our going through this process here because I can't help it, Prabhu. I can't just, when you go, but I'm glad we did that one, right?
Oh my
because,
goodness, that's an important one. On the being.
Yeah, remember I was saying the other day, I said, what do we see in Greek? We see a tomos, which is now the indivisible, not the individual person. But we see autos, the self, and ontos, being, right? On, om, amen, being, and see aham, and the Maharishis, great sages, sapta, the seven. Oh boy, we could go way into the whole thing with sapta and hepta and septa, right?
Mm-hmm.
September, septa, hepta in Greek, sapta in Sanskrit. How obvious is that? And there's the seven, the seven great rishis and so forth. But what I wanted to say was the linguists will all tell you, look, they will, this aham, and actually it's not in this verse, but asmi, they will say, that's a Greek ago,
Okay.
and a me. So I haven't invented that. They know that. So it's cognate. You look at Indo-European cognates, aham and ego, they're related. So and maybe I could try to discipline myself too.
Yes, just the big place.
Actually, the word whole, sarvasaha, see that word sarva?
Yeah.
Actually, they say that is the cognate of the word English word whole. Believe it or not.
In all respects.
Anyway, okay. I gotta try to restrain myself.
He who knows me as the unborn, as the beginningless, as the supreme Lord of all the worlds, he, undiluted among men, is freed from all sins. Intelligence, knowledge, freedom from doubt and delusion, forgiveness, truthfulness, self-control.
What word there is? See what we should do, but apparently I'm not going to be able to do it because my voice will give it out. Every one of those words, every single one of the words we should stop. I should explicate. It's like knowledge. What word is used in Sanskrit for knowledge there?
Ganam.
Jnana. Jnana?
J-A-N-A-N-A-M, like jhana yoga.
Okay, so what's that word? It's gnosis. G-N-O-S-I-S.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So in English it's K-N-O-W, knowledge.
Mm-hmm. Truthfulness, self-control, calmness, pleasure and pain, birth, death, fear, fearlessness, nonviolence, equanimity, satisfaction, austerity, charity, fame, and infamy are created by me alone. The seven great sages, and before them the four other great sages, and the Manus, are born out of my mind, and all creatures in these planets descend from them. He who knows in truth this glory and power of mine engages in unalloyed devotional service. Of this there is no doubt. I am the source of all the spiritual and material worlds. Everything emanates from me. The wise who know this perfectly engage in my devotional service and worship me with all their hearts. The thoughts of my pure devotees dwell in me. Their lives are surrendered to me. They derive great satisfaction and bliss, enlightening one another, conversing about me. To those who are constantly devoted and worship me in love, I give the understanding by which they can come to me. Out of compassion for them, I, dwelling in their hearts, destroy with the shining lamp of knowledge the darkness born of ignorance.
So there's your doctrine of the Holy Spirit right there.
Arjuna said, "You are the supreme Brahman, the ultimate, the supreme abode and purifier, the absolute truth in the eternal divine person."
See, so in those couple verses there, we have Hari or Krishna as the supreme, the source of all. He's also the Lord that dwells in the heart, he's Paramatma, and he is the Brahman. So you have the doctrines already of the transcendent first person, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and we have the doctrine of Brahman, and we have the doctrine of Paramatma.
Yeah. You are the primal God, transcendental and original, and you are the unborn and all-pervading beauty.
See, now, if we go into the Sanskrit of those verses, every single one of these names and titles of Vishnu through Krishna, through the entire Bhagavad Gita, from beginning to end, I could take every one of those names and titles in the Sanskrit and tie them back to the Semitic languages, the African languages, the other Indo-European languages, Slavic languages. This revelatory literature does tie in ties in names of God in all the major language groups of the old world. So, but I'm not stopping you to go every time I'm hearing one of these words, you are this, you are that, you are this, something else, then Krishna, Arjun's glorifying Krishna here, but then then Arjun says, how am I to meditate on you? And Krishna goes into these I am verses. So go ahead.
All the great sages such as Narada, Sita, Devala, and Vasaya proclaim this of you, and now you yourself are declaring it to me. O Krishna, I totally accept as truth all that you have told me. Neither the gods nor demons, O Lord, know thy personality. Indeed, you alone know yourself by your own potencies, O origin of all, Lord of all beings, God of gods, O supreme person, Lord of the universe. Please tell me in detail of your divine powers by which you pervade all these worlds and abide in them. How should I meditate on you? In what various forms are you to be contemplated, O blessed Lord? Tell me again in detail, O Janardana, Krishna,
Janardana,
of your mighty potencies and glories, for I never tire of hearing your ambrosial words. The blessed Lord said, yes, I will tell you of my splendorous manifestations, but only of those which are prominent, O Arjuna, for my opulence is limitless. I am the self, O
Gudakesha, yeah, and Aham Atma,
seated in the hearts of all creatures.
So Atanism. He starts with I am the self.
Aham Atma.
So we've already talked about atom, autos, ontos. Go ahead.
I am the beginning, the middle, and the end of all beings.
So Jesus is the Alpha and Omega, you know.
Of the Adiyas, I am Vishnu. Of lights, I am the radiant sun. I am Marisi of the Maruts, and among the stars, I am the moon. Of the Vedas, I am the Samaveda. Of the demigods, I am Indra. Of the senses, I am the mind. And in living beings, I am the living force.
Now, I want to take you back to Indra for a second there. Western scholars have identified the lightning bolt holder form of Zeus or Jupiter with, he's called Zeus Fulgar, or Jupiter Fulgar. But anyway, Fulgar is a lightning holder. They've identified him with Indra. The problem is they're thinking that he's the origin and the supreme. Well, just as Krishna has his Vasudeva, his sacred king form in every sacred city, you know, because it has to do with the social order, social ordering of the mystical body of Purusha. The role of Indra is it's a post, like the post of Brahma. So in the cosmos, as the so-called king of the gods, Indra is the king of the gods, not because he's the origin or the supreme, but because he's the king. He's an administrator. So that's important to understand there.
Of all the Rudras, I am Lord Shiva. Of the Yakshas and Rakshasas, I am the Lord of Wealth, Kubera.
Lord of Wealth, Kuvera, which you get to the treasurer of the so-called gods in Egypt, Kepra, Kphra, which is Kubera.
Of the Vasus I am fire, Agni, and of the mountains I am Meru. Of priests,
Meru, Meru.
Meru. Of priests, O Arjuna, know me to be the chief. Brahapati.
Yeah, Brihaspati.
Brihaspati, the lord of devotion. Of generals I am Skanda, the lord of war. And of bodies of
So
water
now
I am
we
the
say
ocean.
Skanda is Mars, is Murugan, is Ares in Greek world, and so the very, very important connection between the worship of Ares ties into all these ancient legendary rounds, like Cadmus, the thing about the Spartoi arise from the dragon's teeth from Mars, Ares Grove. There's all kinds of connections.
And of bodies of water I am the ocean. The great sages I am Burgu.
Brigu, yeah.
Of vibrations I am the transcendental Om.
See, there you have it. I am Om.
Of,
And he's already said he's Brahman.
of sacrifices I am the chanting of the holy names. And of immovable things I am the Himalayas. Of all trees I am the holy fig tree. And amongst sages and demigods I am Narada.
Okay, the fig tree is the Asvata. What is it? Asvata?
Asvataha,
So
the banyan tree.
if he translated it as the fig tree, the fig is it's associated with the dying and rising Lord. I mean, the fig tree is very very sacred in other traditions besides India. You find that they associate it with Adonis or something like that.
Of the singers of the gods I am Kritaratha, and among the perfected beings I am Kapila. Of horses know me to be
So that Chitraratra, I can't say his name.
Citraratha.
He again the Gandharvas, right? Because
Yes.
in Sadhana Pundarika he says Gandharva. I appear as a Gandharva.
Of horses know me to be Uchai Sararva, who rose out of the ocean, born of the elixir of immortality.
So this is interesting because the white horse is also a symbol of Christ. You have the unicorn, the white unicorn.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Of lordly elephants I am Aravata, and among men I am the monarch.
Yeah, the Airavata, the white elephant, is sacred in Buddhist tradition. Mother Maya, Queen Maya, the mother of Sakyamuni, she has a vision of a white elephant entering her womb. So, this could be, could be connected to the Krishna says, "I am Airavata," the
Father of the Buddha.
sacred white elephant. So why does Queen Maya see a white elephant entering her womb? Who knows? I haven't tracked that one down, but it just occurred to me.
Of weapons I am the thunderbolt.
See, Vajra, it says Vajra there.
Yeah, Vajram.
So then you have the Vajra. Of course, Vajra is interpreted variously as a diamond or a thunderbolt.
Among
Oh,
cows.
by the way, the thing that you showed me the other day, that you said, "Oh, that's Typhon."
Yeah, everybody
Okay.
says that.
Okay, but if you expand out, you see from that the whole picture there.
Right.
There's an inscription with that drawing,
Mhm.
what it's taken from, and it says Zeus, right? And there's a character in front of the so-called Typhon. But actually, there's the label could be either one. So what I'm saying is that label Zeus is the guy with the lion type head and the
Serpent legs.
yeah. It's not the guy standing in front of him, but that's again the confounding of how they mix up God.
The devil. Among cows I am the Surabi, givers of abundant milk. Of procreators, I am Kandarpa, the god of love, and of serpents, I am Vasuki, the chief. Of the celestial Naga snakes, I am Ananta. Of the aquatic deities, I am Varuna. Of departed ancestors, I am Aryama, and among the dispensers of law, I am Yama, lord of death.
Okay. Yama, read if Prabhupada's purport who says Dharma is Yama, or if he gives any explanation there.
There are many living entities who give punishment to the miscreants, and among them Yama is the chief. Yama is situated in a planet near this earthly planet, and after death, those who are very sinful are taken there, and Yama arranges different kinds of punishments for them.
He doesn't say it in there, but Yama is a form of Dharmaraj, and Dharmaraj in the Mahabharata is the father of Yudhisthira. Dharmaraj is the Lord of righteousness. He's the in Revelation, when St. John sees Jesus as a judge in a vesture of blood, red vesture. Dharmaraj or Yamaraj wears red, dark red like that, blood red. And Jesus as Pantocrator as a judge. And he wears a red robe, of course, different meaning to red here, but as the judge, Dharmaraj is the chief Dharma protector of all the Dharma protectors, and he's the supreme judge. Now, Yama is a form of Dharmaraj, and Dharmaraj, in the story of the Mahabharata, I've put that on the Facebooks, found some amazing stuff there. He takes the form of a dog at the end of the Mahabharata, and he's following Yudhisthira and the Pandavas up into the Himalayas. They're on a one-way walk to meet death, and each one of them dies, and is explained that what their mortal sin was, that, or in the case of them, they were so holy, but they had some fault, and so the fault that led to their death. And anyway, the final test for Yudhisthira, who has the sacred king, his dharma or duty is the protection of all beings in his realm and anyone that comes to him for protection. And so he's got this stray dog, and then Indra, they say the heavenly chariot comes to get him, and he refuses to get on it because they won't take the dog. And then Father Dharma appears, and he's very pleased with his son. So we go over to Egypt again, and Anubis, or Anpu, has what? A dog's head, or a jackal head, whatever. It's obvious when he sits in judgment scenes, and when he is leading the righteous the righteous dead to judgment, and he's presiding over the judgment scenes, the Anubis is Dharmaraj. Now, some scholars have associated Anpu with a Western Semitic deity who is also an underworld chthonic judge of the dead named Yam. So here you have Yama, Yam, Dharma. So is there a word in Hebrew that's similar to Dharma? It could be associated with Dharma. Well, if D is T and Dharma is sacred law, Torah. Yeah, you got it.
I thought that Yam was the brother of Baal, and he was a sea deity.
Yeah, sometimes they call that too. They say that too. But there you have it, the West Semitic, Yam, and Baal. So we know if Balaram, Baal is Balaram, Balu, there's so many forms, Baal, B-A-A-L, which is Baal. sometimes they say, but they're confounded with each other. Then there's Balu, and then there's B aspirate L. But that Baal, who is the valiant Savior, descending Savior God, if we take a template, if you use Bhagavad Gita as a template for these names, and then we look at the speculations that are made by different scholars approaching these names from different positions with different funds of knowledge to bring to it. What's needed is are new studies of the West Semitic Yam, like new studies of the moon god Sin, S-N, in and M. Oh, was one of the most important Vedic names of the so-called moon, is Soma. Soma. So you need to go back and rethink all these things. Because see, that all of this scholarship that we have today, so-called modern scholarship, is all based on Aryanism. It's all based on separation of the Indo-European languages, Semitic languages, and the African languages, like as if they developed in a complete vacuum and they hermetically sealed. There was no connection between them, because it was verboten to compare an Indo-Aryan or Indo-European language with a Semitic language or an African language, because everybody knows that the holy Aryans didn't have anything to do with those other inhuman, subhuman races. So, the very fact that you have in your consciousness that there was a West Semitic deity named Yam is an important thing. So we have to go back and reprise all these studies without the filter of Aryanism on it. Anyway, but I just wanted to bring that out. That was another one. So, for instance, if you go to the Pure Land Buddhist tradition, what do you have? You have Yamantaka, the great judge of the dead. And Yamantaka, of course, rides a black buffalo, and he wears a blood red robe. So Yama's there. I can tell you all the way across the board between the Pure Land Buddhist, all the northern Buddhism, Mahayana Buddhism, all the way straight through to the Greek and to the Egyptian and to the biblical. So I was going to have you look it up in the concordance, but you can look it up sometime. I think it's Gibbar, Yahoo, anyway, there's like 2 or 3 different ways that the KBR name can be one of the Yahoo or Ali names. Now, when you're looking at those, you don't necessarily have to accept the translations of those names, because unless there's a rabbinical tradition on the meaning of that name, they're pretty much just guessing.
Among the Datya demons, I am the devoted Prahlada. Among subduers, I am Time. Among the beasts, I am the lion. Among birds, I am Garuda, the feathered carrier of Vishnu. Of purifiers, I am the wind. Of the wielders of weapons, I am Rama. Of fishes, I am the shark. And of flowing rivers, I am the Ganges. Of all creations, I am the beginning and the end, and also the middle, O Arjuna. Of all sciences, I am the spiritual science of the self, and among logicians, I am the conclusive truth. Of letters, I am the letter A, and among compounds, I am the dual word. I am also inexhaustible time, and of creators, I am Brahma, whose manifold faces turn everywhere.
So there you have, of course, in the Saddharma Pundarika, the Lord says, I am Brahma. Also, importantly, of compounds, I'm the dual word. What if we've been studying compound theophoric names that identify one name of the Lord with another name of the Lord?
I am all-devouring death, and I am the generator of all things yet to be. Among women, I am fame, fortune, speech, memory, and intelligence, faithfulness, and patience. Of hymns, I am the Bharat Sama sung to the Lord Indra. And of poetry, I am the Gayatri verse sung daily by Brahmanas. Of months, I am November and December, and of seasons, I am flower-bearing spring. I am also the gambling of cheats, and of the splendid, I am the splendor. I am victory, I am adventure, and I am the strength of the strong. Of the descendants of Varishni, I am Vasudeva, and of the Pandavas, I am Arjuna. Of the sages, I am Vyasa, and among the great thinkers, I am Usana. Would you like to say something how Krishna is also Arjuna?
Yeah. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would point out that the Jiva soul and the Supreme Soul, Paramatma, are inconceivably, simultaneously one and different. So, this would be an example of that.
Among punishments, I am the rod of chastisement, and of those who seek victory, I am morality. Of secret things I am silence, and of wise I am wisdom. Furthermore, O Arjuna, I am the generating seed of all existences. There is no being, moving or unmoving, that can exist without me. Almighty conqueror of enemies, there is no end to my divine manifestations. What I have spoken to you is but a mere indication of my infinite opulences. Know that all beautiful, glorious, and mighty creations spring from but a spark of my splendor. But what need is there, Arjuna, for all this detailed knowledge? With a single fragment of myself I pervade and support the entire universe.
So the first time I ever read that, I thought, boy, this guy's really, no. He's really full of himself. I'm being irreverent now. But I said to myself, test the spirits. So I thought, actually I had no doubts, but I wanted to be able to prove it to my family and others. So I said, Krishna, if all you say is true, show me. Yaganatha Swami Nayana Patakami Avatumi. Reveal yourself to me, show yourself to me, O Lord. So Arjuna, he had to ask Krishna to show himself. Krishna didn't show him until Arjuna asked him. So I said, I asked the Lord, I said, please, Lord, show yourself to me. Show me all this. And he did. That deity who speaks those verses can prove that he is all of these. There's no language. You can't describe these things except through language that invokes him. The whole human experience, the art, the science, every bit of it ties back to this deity. And it comes right through to the present. It's so astonishing. When my dad got me interested in studying physics, I read Schrödinger and Heisenberg and de Broglie and Eddington, reading all the writings of these guys. Oh my gosh, my dad provided books to me. I read a quantum physics textbook. Page after page, I ran across this stuff, parts and parcels. And what's this? What's that? Oh my gosh, this is just like Srimad Bhagavatam. This is just like Srimad Bhagavatam. This is just like Bhagavad Gita. Well, so then, of course, me, being the way I am, I had to go find out where these guys got this from. Well, guess what? They all studied Bhagavad Gita. They all studied Vaishnava scriptures. They got all these physics concepts directly from the Vaishnava scriptures. In their lives, in their biographies, in their books, they talk about it. Then, you see things like Carl Sagan's series on the universe, cosmology, and he has to talk about Srimad Bhagavatam. He has to talk about concepts of light year concept being originally discovered out of Bhagavatam. And the concept in there that the days and nights of Brahma, that the length of days and nights is different on different sized planets. And extra-dimensional realms, they're all there in the Srimad Bhagavatam. In these Vaishnava scriptures, there's all these concepts that our physicists are just now exploring. And one time my dad called me and he said, David, you got to translate this verse for me. He was traveling out west. He closed up his laboratory in Michigan, and he'd taken a few of the most important books from his library, and one he brought on the airplane to read. And it was Statistical Communication Theory. It was the life's work of Professor David Middleton, the father of the whole computer age. I guess he's the guy that invented statistical communications. And Dad said, there's this thing at the end of the book, and it's in Sanskrit. You've got to translate this thing for me. You have to tell me what this is. And it was part of a verse. Not the whole verse, significantly. This is what I've got. I've got the marker right in here. Arjuna vacha nastaha mahasmriti labda tvat prasadat maya akyucha maya. Let's see. Tvat prasadat maya akyucha stitaha asmi gata sandeyaha karshe vachanam tava. The quotation that was at the end, and that was his life's work, that was his big gift to the world, which our whole computer age is based on his work, as far as I understand, is he didn't quote the whole verse, because the whole verse starts with Arjun said, and what he quoted was this. Go read it if they can.
My dear Krishna, O infallible one, my illusion is now gone. I have regained my memory by your mercy, and I am now firm and free from doubt, and am prepared to act according to your instructions.
And that's how he ended his book. That was the compendium of his life's work. This is what I found all through history. Innovations, the arts and sciences, the diffusion of civilization all over the planet, right into our time. It's this. It's the revelation of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is inspiring and educating us and gifting us in all the ways that we need to advance individually and collectively. So you might tie that individual and collective advancement to Ken Wilber's stuff. And from time to time, it's just like when King Josiah, they discovered the scrolls of the law or whatever. And then there was a new flowering, because from time to time, Krishna says, I descend myself. He said when Prabhupada, Krishna says in here, let's see if I can find it.
Whenever and wherever there is a decline in religious practice, O descendant of Bharata, and a predominant rise of irreligion, at that time I descend myself.
So sometimes it's said that the Lord sends his representative, or he or sends his representative, or he raises up, and that he Krishna delights to confound the atheists with the devotees. So when I'm talking about sound shifts and cognate names, I use the example cognate names like Yesu, Jesus, Jesus, Yahushua, Yeshua, Joshua. Those are cognate names. They're linguistically related. And when I talk about sound shifts, there's a science of philology. Philologists have comparatively studied language, and they've discovered the way that sounds are shifted between dialects and languages. So some common examples would be Bhagavad Gita and Bhagavad Gita. It's said both ways. Basudev and Vasudev, B and V. So there's a VAW shift, W and a U shift, kind of. It's not exactly the same as the sound shift, it's just a little different. But we have, across traditions, we have things like this, F, PH, Paha. Sanskrit's got a Paha, a Pa and a Paha. And then, so we have F, PH, P, B, V, W, U. So the aspirate, or the breathing group, has really interesting shifts. So we start out with the soft breathing H, the just aspirate sound, like hurry, hurry. There's a breathing there before the initial vowel, Ari, Ari, so it's hurry. I don't know if this will pick up on this thing. Is that on? Is that lights on? I didn't see a cancer. Okay. So the soft breathing, aspirate, hurry, a breathing like that can harden to a CH. It can become guttural and harden to a CH, and rarely to a ja sound, like Jerusalem, as we know the Greeks called it Hirosim, Salim, a city of the priests, or Hierophant. which is another form of the name Hari, associated with Hari. Hierarchy, So, so it rarely goes to a J sound, a soft J sound, but the soft breathing H can harden and become a CH and a K and a G. So think of Gora. Gora, gold, is Hari. And of course, the vowel sounds can be pretty much anything. A, E, I, O, U, umlauts. So they know that the soft breathing yields to initial vowel sounds. So the entire science, the entire linguistic side of these holy names that I've been dealing with is all well known in linguistics and comparative linguistics. They know that the soft breathing H can become an S. The H can go to S, to S, to sh, and a phonated S is a Z. You make a S sound, zzz. You put a voice behind an S sound, you've got a Z. So all of a sudden, Zer, as in Zervin, is Hari. And Sola, because the R and the L are interchangeable. Think of the joke about the Orientals saying lice for rice. R and L are interchangeable. H and S are interchangeable because the soft breathing H can go into the S group, S sound group. The soft breathing H, I used to make a little chart like this for people trying to understand my word. I would have the little aspirate symbol for which is for the soft breathing H. And then I'd make an arrow. I'd say it becomes harder. It goes into the S's. So we have C, H, K, G, and then rarely a J. And then to this side you'd have S, H, and you'd have S and the Z. And then down here they know that the soft breathing H yields to the initial vowel sound. So you get A, E, I, O, U, etc., right? So all of a sudden the Supreme Father God, Sumeria, right? Who's that? Ilu. Supreme Father God of the Niger Kordofanian African groups. Oru of the Orisha. Supreme deity of pre-dynastic Egypt, Heru. Supreme deity of the Heliopolitan, Heli. Go over to Rome. Who's that? That's Sola. Go back over to the Jews. Oh my gosh, the Jews have got Ili, Ari, Ori, Uri. The Jews have got so many versions. Ili, Ari, Ori, Uri. Then we go over to Mitanni, and who's the supreme god of Mitanni? It's Huri. We go over to the Zoroastrians, the Zervanites and the Zoroastrians. And the pre-Zoroastrian Zervanites, of course, the root of that name's really suspiciously, that's Zer, and it's got the V in it and an N in it. So what is the name of the supreme so-called solar god of Zoroastrianism? It is H V A R Ray, or N-A. Now compare that to the Zervan name, Fare, or the Farena. Well, you've got Zervan right in there. So, of course, then you go to India, and you have Hari, or Vishnu, or Krishna, and Hara, Shiva. And then you go up into Pure Land Buddhism, through the whole range of Pure Land Buddhism, from Tibet China, Korea, Japan, the Supreme Personality's name is Hari, or Hri. And in this way, you can actually track the Supreme Father God all over the planet, and using the basic, standard. Okay, so here's your formula right here for all these names I'm talking about. Yielding to the initial vowel sound, the R and the L are interchangeable. H and S, that goes this way, goes this way. Oh, I didn't even mention in India, you also have a S variant forms, Sura. Sura is a form of Hari, like Sola. Sura is a form of Hari. The Sinai worship Krishna. Surya is Helios. So that right there is enough to change the whole world.
Last night you mentioned that how the T and the D are also interchangeable, the T and the D.
Right.
And then in the Hebrew language, because some of the letters look alike, we have the Yod.
Oh,
and
that was exactly what I wanted to correct myself on today, is that letters looking alike, things can become confounded because they're textual traditions, written traditions, and the pronunciations or the sounds have been lost. Things can become confounded because of a confusion over the characters.
Right. So in Hebrew we have quite a few. We have the Yod and the Vav become confounded. We have the Resh and the Daleth becoming confounded.
Exactly.
Because I look at Hebrew and I can you got to get a magnifying glass out sometimes to see.
And that's extremely important, because where do we find a critical, that becomes critical in the Dodanim. So in the Song of Songs, the lover and beloved are the Dodanim. And how do we know that the Dodanim are the Rodanim? Because other instances in the other places in the Bible, in the Old Testament, the same, there's other examples of it. So, this is the King James Young's Analytical Concordance. I'm trying to think of how I would find this in here. I could just try just by looking at road.
You want me to pause while you do that?
Yeah. And Young's, they give the feminine name Rhoda, a rose in Greek. This is from the New Testament, of course. This is the intimate servant of Mary and the apostles. It appears to be that this was Mary's personal servant. Her name was Rhoda.
And that's in the New Testament, from the New Testament?
Oh, yeah. She is the one who answered the door when Peter came, and she was so excited she went and told the disciples before Peter came in. She didn't open the door for him. Peter's at the door. A damsel in the house of Mary, the mother of John Mark, who opened the door for Peter. Acts 12:13. And a damsel came to hearken, named Rhoda. Why is her name remembered? Why are these in the scripture, right? So here you have the handmaid of Mary. Now, the island of Rhodes is given in the masculine, Rhodos. See it?
Mm-hmm.
That's Rhoda. This is Rhodos. Now, you were talking about the Rush and the Daleth being so, the characters being so close. Okay. So now, this particular here is actually wrong. This is erroneous. It says the Rodanim. A race descended from Javan, son of Japheth. Authorities vary as to the form of the name. The Hebrew text has both, but the weight of authority is in favor of Dodanim, which is regarded as identical with Dardani. However, the more recent scholarship that I'm familiar with identifies the Dodanim with Rodanim. But this one actually says Rodanim.
Yeah.
which is the plural, which means of roads.
Yeah, it does.
It's plural.
It's right there.
Okay, so now the important point about this is, remember the Daleth and the Resh, right?
Yep.
Okay, so there's a confounding there. But look at this, what I've said. They are the supreme beloved and lover of roads.
I don't see.
Dodava.
Uh-huh.
Ya. Va. Look at this.
Ah,
Ya.
yeah.
It's got the va.
Ah, yeah. Dodava, Yah is loving.
And there's another one up here.
Dodai, beloved of Yah.
So I said that the dodaneme of the Song of Songs is lover, beloved, and loving. Right there, that's the Doda name, love it. So, for instance, my name, David, D-W-D, is the D-O-D, Doda name. Daud is David. David is Daud, is Doda, is, so there again, we have the Yad and the Vow are confounded. The characters obviously confounded because you don't really have a sound shift between Ya and Va. Although I suppose it could happen that the ear wouldn't distinguish because the Ya and the Va are produced the same way in the mouth. See, in Sanskrit, the sounds are together like the gutturals and those kind of things are different. So we have look here for a second. So let's see, I showed you that one. So anyway, there are some things that I think are confoundings from textual reliance, where where other information has been lost. And so, for instance, when I first discovered the Yad and the Vow thing, I went and looked at archaic Greek scripts, and there's the characters for the Y and the V are exchanged in the archaic Greek. And so right there is another reflection or reason why, or reflection why, I don't know if it came first or came after, the Yad and the Vow are similarly possibly confounded. So another thing I wanted to do today is have you finish reading these opulence and the absolute. The reason why is I'll have you read stuff because I'm really feeling some throat effects, so I need to do more show and less talking, and then you can read these things. We'll enter them into the record from the Asclepius book and so forth by you reading them. What I'm looking for right now is the sacred Devanagari alphabet characters. Let's show something here. I, u, ri, lre, a, I, o, ow, anusfra, visharga. Sorry, I apologize, it's so bad. Kakaha, gagahanga, nga, you hear that? Nga, chachaha, jajaha, nya. Person, same place in the mouth. Tataha, dadaha, na. Can't make that na sound anymore very good. Cerebrals, because your tongue's up there. And these dentals, actually, these pure dentals, your tongue's right on your teeth. Ta-ta, da-da, na. Na. See, right out on the front of the teeth. Labials. Pa, pa, ma. Semivowels. Now look here. Made the same kind of a way here. Yara, lava. And there's the va, and there's the ya. That's in the same class. So sometimes you might wonder that it could be the ear might not distinguish. And the sibilants. So when we say that the aspirate softens, and it goes this direction, the direction of the sibilants. There's no Z sound in Sanskrit. There's no F sound in Sanskrit. Now this is interesting. If you go to Arabic, you've got all kinds of Z's and F sounds in there, or the F sounds, lots of F sounds in Persian. So it's very interesting. It's like some languages have a whole bunch of sounds, and they don't have any, and then the other languages got those sounds, and they don't have the other ones. So Sanskrit is very interesting from the standpoint that every character just makes one sound. So, that Esperanto, or whatever that is, that international language that somebody tried to invent, there's I didn't use the right word for it. There's some kind of a language that people tried to invent for communication between many different groups, an international language. And from what I understand, they used Sanskrit as a model for the development of it, in the sense that there are so many more characters because every character just has one sound. So you don't have this business of several sounds for the same character, which really is quite problematic. Anyway, so my point was, and these names are cooperative. Here, it's very interesting because here at the end of this compound name, Dodava, the name Ya is written as V-A-H. And Dodai, I actually should go and see how the original of that is written back in what the original Hebrew is. Oh my gosh.
Who?
Wahoo.
Wahoo.
Okay,
Oh,
so
yeah,
there you have your
W and Y. Yeah.
W-A-H-U.
Yeah.
So Yahoo is here written.
Wahoo.
Yeah. Wasudev. Thebes, Wasudev.
Anim.
These are the Dodanim, the plural form. Dodanim. This is Dodava. Doda Wahoo. That's how the original Hebrew is written.
Dodahai.
Yeah, so we should look up
Dodhai.
Dodhai. So this is how Yah is often spelled on the end of names. I-A-H, and so forth. But I've never seen it that form before. H-A-I, but that's Yah. Dodai, that you know from the interpretation. There's many.
Like Chaim, life even. You could.
Well, that's Yah.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's not the high. Like that is Yah on the end of the names. If you're familiar with this, you'd see this is Yah on the end of the name. It's just the A-I. Dode. See this? In other words, got the D-H here.
Mm-hmm.
That H is part of the D. Where are we? That's
D
root. That's the root right there. Dode.
Okay.
That's Dode. And then what I'm looking at, the AI is the Ya name on the end of the name. Like you could go through and see there's so many different ways of writing Ya on the end of the name. Sometimes it's Ya and Yahoo, but that AI, you'll also find that.
And each language has a special way that it prefers to write the Ya name at the end.
Oh, yeah, and it comes, and the Ya name can be at the beginning, too. See, like Joachim. In Young's, you're going to look up under J for Ya names at the beginning. I'm just seeing this because I see every, I can't help it when I look at these things. There's constantly jumping out at me. I just noticed something. Yishva.
Oh.
Yishva. That's Vishva.
Yeah.
The Sanskrit Vishva. The Virata Rupa, or universal form of the Lord, is the Vishva Rupa. So he's called Vishva, which is the total of everything. So, Yah at the beginning, Yadu, Yadua. The Yah name can be at the beginning of a name. Yadai.
Yael.
Yeah. Well, that's like Eliyahu, only the reverse, right? So it can be take that form. See these names here: Yael, Yaleel, Yazil, Yazah. So these are all Yah names at the beginning of the name, and Yeh is another form. Yeho is another form. The Yah at the beginning of the names. Look at all of them. And Yo is a big one. These are all, Yoab. There's the aspect PB name again. Actually, let me look that one up real quick. So these, Yoel is another form of the compound holy name. Yah and the El name together. So we really have, if we just look at the theophoric names in the Old Testament, we have scores and scores of theophoric names to track down, and they will all tell us that Yah or Eli or some primary form of his, like Baal or the father name, identify that name of the Lord with another name of the Lord. Or it can be interpreted as like Daniel, Eli, God is judge, like that. See what they always give a translation of that second name. They don't ever tell you that that's a name of another god of the Canaanites or the Egyptians or the Greeks or the Hindus or, it's just
There's a project to write a theophoric name dictionary.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
For all the gods, yeah. I know. It's just, but you can see when I've got this going on in my head, how I don't have any time or patience for astrology or palmistry or, new age channeled nonsense. And you notice that these ascended masters, these channeling, direct line to heaven, we're channeling Jesus, all this stuff. They don't have any of this. So my big question is, well, let's see, if you're directly talking to God, how come he hasn't told you this? Not one bit of it, this Jesus you're channeling, he hasn't bothered to tell you that he's Asclepius and he's worshipped by all the Hindus as Charaka. I'm testing. The Bible, it says, test the spirits. If somebody comes along who's channeling, who says they're in communication with God or Archangel Gabriel or somebody, they have to pass my test. If they can't even satisfy me with regard to mundane, real-world history, to me it's not mundane, but with regard to real-world history, they can't even get the most basic thing about that everybody should know about real-world history. I'm sorry, but, you failed. You can't pass my test as God. So, let's see, what one was I going to look up?
Yoab.
Oh, yeah, Yoab. Oh, there's King Josiah. 6:14 642 to 611. How much you want to bet this is another nose name? Ah, yeah, I already wrote it before. See, I forget I do things. Veda, you know.
Ah, yeah.
Yo.
Hmm?
That name is Joiada. Ya knows. It's another Veda name. And of course, in the New Testament, in the Greek scriptures, the Greek word for this special knowledge of God and God's knowledge is Oida. Oida. So, to the Greeks, God's revealed knowledge is Oida. To the Jews, it's Yeda or Yada, but it could have been Weda, and it could have been just that the Yad and the Vav are confounded. Vada, Veda. And to the peoples of the East, it's Veda. So, I was going to look at Yoab. Okay.
Yoab, Yah is father. But in other places, Ab is translated as hides.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, what's important about this is if you look at Michelangelo's creation on the Sistine Chapel, I don't know if I could get my voice, but I have to talk low. Think of the picture of God the Father with Adam. Now you can go all the way back through art history, and you can absolutely identify the source of that Ancient of Days depiction of God the Father. There's something called the Farnese Cup, which is an absolutely exquisite cameo on it, relief, gemstone, carnelian looks like, something like that. And Hap, HP, also called Nilus, Hapi, or Nilus, the god of the Nile, so to speak, who is Narayana, remember, who is the Lord from whose throne the sacred river issues. He is the prototype of Jupiter, Zeus, Ammon, Ancient of Days. Now, he's also the extremity of the aged form of Asclepius, the bearded Asclepius. Remember that Hapi, or Hop, or Ap, was associated with Ammon in his hidden form. But he was also considered the father of the gods, or God the Father. Excuse me. Now, there are many images in the ancient world of God the Father, and one of the traditions is, of course, of Narayana, Narayani, or Vishnu and Lakshmi as the king and queen, who are the mother and father of every being in their realm. That's really king and queen is father and mother of the collective. Because that's always a collective, because child creates father and mother. There's potentia, but there's no father and mother until there's a child. child actually creates the father and mother. So, Radha and Krishna, like I was saying the other day, they only have this one child. And it's a form of Balaram, of course. But anyway, Radha and Krishna are always like Kishora, they're always Koros, they're always, see, Koros, they will say, Koros means age of unshorn hair. The word Koros may be confounded with Krishna. It may be from the same root, but it doesn't mean the same thing as Krishna. Krishna means the attracting meaning of that root. So, but Koros could be cognate, but the interpretation of the word Koros in all Greek sources is that the Koros age was up to the age of adulthood when the hair was shorn. In the military castes or class, the hair was cut. Except for the Spartans grew their hair. Now this is all very interesting. Krishna, as having long hair, never cut hair, is called Kishora. So there we have Koros and Kishora. I lost my train of thought.
Koros and Krishna.
Yeah.
Mother and father.
Before that, oh yes, okay. So Rhoda and Koros, and in their original form as Juventus, Juno Juventus and Jupiter Juvenalis, they're eternal youths. They don't have any children. They have boyfriends and girlfriends. They're playing. You know. So it's outside of that supreme paradise where children exist and community exists in the sense of the begetting, God's begettingness, because in the spiritual sky in Goloka Vrindavan, these are eternal emanations. Nanda and Yashoda and all the boys and girls, they're emanations, they're not incarnations. So that's why Radha and Krishna themselves, and the Vaishnavas who understand this esotericism, would say that actually there's no worship of Radha and Krishna anywhere in the world. It's always Lakshmi Narayana. Even if you see on the altar Radha and Krishna, they're worshipped in opulence as if they are a Lakshmi Narayana, because you can't really worship Radha and Krishna. You're worshipping Lakshmi Narayana. So, this is like this mystical business of, when you look at Nrsimhadev, do you see what Prahlad sees, which is his little playmate Krishna, or the beauty of Krishna? There's no fear in Prahlad, because Prahlad cannot experience the terror that Hiranyakasipu is experiencing. So when you look, are you looking with the eyes of love? It's in the beholder here. Are you seeing Krishna, or are you seeing your death personified? So when you're looking at Lakshmi Narayana on the altar, are you seeing like this? Do you actually see Radha and Krishna? Are you your material eyes may be seeing Radha and Krishna. I mean, maybe seeing Lakshmi Narayana, but with your heart, are you able to see Radha and Krishna? So if you are beholding Father, Mother God, worshipped in awe and reverence, Lakshmi Narayana, can you remember, or do you have it in your heart, to go back to the primal revelation, the earliest? Can you penetrate the veil of awe and reverence to the little boys and girls of the primal innocence, you might say? So I started out by talking about the Ancient of Days form of God that's on the Sistine Chapel, and how that can be tracked all the way back. into Near Eastern and into Egyptian tradition, a Greek tradition, with that father. This is how I got off on this. Hop, the HP or HB name is both hyper and sub, or supreme and sub, but it's a pun. Again,
Abba is
father, right? So the HB, if the P becomes a B, you have father, God. So then you go over to some ways I wish it would be, what would be perfect is if we had a computer out here with one of those big screen TVs, which I could be on the internet, and right now I would just punch in Google search Farnese Cup, and you would just get that amazing image of Hop Nihilus, and it's absolutely Zeus, Jupiter.
How do you spell that Farnese? So
Farnese, I believe. And not only is Hopper Nihilus on there, but there's other Heliopolitan symbols on that cup that are very significant. So it's in this way. Actually, we go through all the Nama Rupa, the names and the forms. So when you pull these up, these names, you start to study these names. You can't let prejudice from Protestantism. Protestantism is iconoclastic profoundly. I'm not talking about the pseudo-Protestantism of people who wanted the Catholic Church without the Pope in the history, the Anglican Church or the Episcopalian Church, because the Anglicans have preserved so much Catholicism and so forth. So they have iconography. They have preserved so much of that. But if you go into the anti-Catholic Protestant phenomenon, there's iconoclasm. There's a profound rejection. All of these things in that kind of Protestantism that are extremely rejecting of Catholic tradition, that they are actually they're actually coming from the history is there of their connection to the introduction of Islamic thought into Europe. So I won't get off onto that now, but I am aware that the floor needs to be done. But Dad has learned how to navigate this side of the house without going over there every day and scaring the wits out of me walking on that lumpy carpet. That's why I put it back on the list of priorities, because I was anxious about it because I was afraid Dad was going to trip and fall. But since Dad's not walking over there, I'm not worried about him. So, but I have taken it under advisement that while you're here, we're going to do that carpet sometime, because, I can't do it all myself. It's too heavy for me to try to pull it out. If I tried to pull one side without pulling the other side at the same time, it would stretch it and then it wouldn't fit right. So, yes, I am on a roll. You'll just have to forgive me. Okay. Where's my little green card? I put it in here, didn't I? Or I put it in the back. Oh, there it is.
You wrote down the divine name and Ross's theology at Nectarian.
Okay. So now what I've got a study plan here.
You want me to get the Asclepius book?
No, not yet, because we're going to finish this. Because I started to read the Opulence of the Absolute chapter yesterday, and I didn't get. I want you to read the rest of the thing, not with the Sanskrit or anything like that, but I'm going to want you to read the rest of the English verses. It won't take very long, because I want to point out to you the other Egyptian forms that are in here. Oh, I never did find the cognates of it's Geber Yahu in here, and there's actually a couple different forms for the Kepra name. Remember, yeah. Krishna says, "I am Kubera."
Yes.
And then in the Pasadama Pundarika, the Lord is Kubera. So we have to go in here and see if they're because right, we're looking at, So, but there's other ones in here that are not in. Okay, so but before we do this, I'm going to tell you about this, because this is very essential for while we're on the subject of the holy name. In Rasa theology, there's a whole theology of names in relationship, and I'll use a term here that my dad likes to use. He's a mathematician. He talks a lot about nodes. A node being a point in a web, a net, an intersection of lines. Well, I mentioned the other day that Krishna is never alone. And Krishna as the Paramatma is the node in the center of all points. All lines. He's the intersection in the material worlds. He's all pervasive. Therefore, he's all nodes at all intersections. And because everything is relational, all of Krishna's names are relational. Now, this is where you might be interested to look at this we business that Ken Wilber's got. But the example that is given is that in your life, you have so many names. You might not think about it, but there's a name your mother called you. There's names that your brothers and sisters call you. They might not be very nice sometimes. There's names that your teachers call you, that your bosses call you, that your lovers call you. There's names you have for yourself. So in this way, even a human being, as they pass through life, has so many titles and so many names. And they can accumulate them, Sergeant so-and-so, Doctor so-and-so, Chairperson so-and-so, titles and personal names. And one human being can go through a lifetime and have 20, 30, God knows how many names, depending on how many relationships they have. Now you're the same person, but you aren't the same person to your mother, and you're not the same person to your father, and you're not the same person to your lover, and you're not the same person to your children. You are a distinctly different person to all your relationships. They know you differently. They cannot possibly know you as the same. You are relationally different. Now, if that is true for a mere human being, what about God? And that's why God has different names in every one of his shrines, and every Vaishnava's home is a temple. And the Lord may or may not have a different name in every single home. But even the same form of the Lord in Vaishnavism, you might have 50 different temples to Nrsingadev. Every single one of those forms of Nrsingadev has got a different name because he has a personal relationship with the Acharya, or the people who installed his murti there, or who first worshipped him there. The Acharya who founded that lineage, that sampradaya. So in Vaishnavism, the Lord never has exactly the same form or exactly the same name in any one of his shrines. This is not polytheism. This is the same, is radical monotheism, but the same God is worshipped. The Krishna-centered Vaishnavas and the Ram-centered Vaishnavas and the Nrsinga-worshipping Vaishnavas and Matsyas and Parsaram, all the devotees in India who are worshipping the Lord, they don't fight with each other like they're different gods. They absolutely know it's the same God. And the more variegatedness, more wonderfulness, the more, it's a cause of celebration. It's awesome. The love of God is so infinite that we can't exhaust his love. And he is the point that connects all lines, both transcendent and immanent. As the origin, all lines come from him, and all lines go back into him. So he's Rasa Raj, he's the king of love, he's the source, the plenum, the purnam. So Krishna has infinite names, because he has infinite relationships. The self is a node in this web of relationships. And the super self, the Holy Spirit, is you are a node in a web of relationships. As the Jivatma, you are only the center of your own web of relationships. Paramatma is the center of all webs of relationship. So that clarifies the problem that the Shaivites have, where they say Jiva is Shiva, Shiva is Jiva. Because no, I'm not you, you're not me. All this, we're all one. That actually obliterates the beingness of every one of us. And because there's no I and thou. But because the Jiva is separate, consciousness has a independence, desire, personal attribute, giftedness. There is an I and thou. And the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is immanent, the Holy Spirit, has infinite jivas to relate to. So that in the web of relationships, our names are all relational. All of our names are relational. We're named by our mother and father. We're named by our nursemaid, all the way up through life. All of our names are relational. So that is true of the Absolute. So that's why you have all these. So if you don't begin with polytheism and build up some big monotheism from it, you begin with the monotheism, and you look out at the world in such a way that you see God everywhere. You see the object of your desire and your love, and you see the one who is providence, who is blessing you, and who has actually revealed love within your own heart. You see that personality of Godhead, and you experience that personality of Godhead. And as your family grows, and your relationships, as more human beings have more relationships, they give this deity, this same one deity, more names. And in this way, the primal revelation of God, who is love, grows with humanity. And you don't have this system growing out of dominance forcing submission, where the conqueror eats up what they call the dominating form of syncretism, where they all imagine, all the modern scholars imagine that monotheism is actually a system of oppression. And this is the feminists think, oh, these monotheistic, patriarchal monotheistic deities are great, brutal, and they've become supreme by violently suppressing every other tribe and absorbing all their... No, but that's not what history shows. History shows that the very first high civilizations, very first great cities arising, first cultures arising, they worshipped this god, Purusha. And that vision of Purusha as satellites, more villages, more cities came up towards civilization. That social evolution was in every case connected to the worship of Purusha, Purushan Prakriti. And so when we find a village, or when it emerges into time, crosses that horizon of history, of civilization, and emerges, there's always that same God, Father God, Mother God. There's always that same religion in some permutation having given life to that emergent civilization. And it's a natural thing for those villages and cities, temple city states, to be in alliance with each other because they all know they're all worshiping the same God. And it's an extension, just like I think it was Dad talking the other day, we're just talking about scale. You know, the scale of the thing. What on fractals, right? We're talking about fractals. It's the scale of the thing. So let's look at a gigantic lineage, alliance, a huge alliance, like the Theban alliance of this or the Heliopolitan alliance of that. And there are hundreds of city-states. They call these temple city-states nomes in Egypt. But there's so many nomes in which Heru-Asu are worshipped together, or Heru is worshipped mainly, or Asu is worshipped mainly in these alliances. So you look at that and you say, oh my gosh, there's a Varnashram Dharma Purusha worshipping society right there. They might be more tamasic, they might be more rajarsic, they might be more sattvic, but you can see underneath all of the social order, you can see that there's a vision, some Brahman's vision of Purusha there. And this is what's firing up this successful social organization, the vision of the mystical body of Purusha, the social body, sacramental social body of Purusha, held together by the moksha riches, held together by the freedom and the arts and sciences and all of the flowering of humanity that's part of this system. So how benevolent and how successful these societies are all depends on how much of the mode of goodness they realize. If these societies don't rise up to the mode of goodness, they self-destruct. So you have to have worship of Purusha, of Vishnu, realized in the mode of goodness. So I was thinking about fractals, I was thinking about scale. If you look at the great Heliopolitan alliances, which obviously sometimes spread all the way across from the Mediterranean and North Africa, all the way across India and up into the Orient, you can see they're actually connected. And they're swapping things like monumental stone sculpture, like the Ajanta caves in India. Well, how did the monumental stone culture from the cave temples in Egypt end up in the Ajanta caves in India? How did the superior metal smithing of the Orient end up helping the people of Rhodes to build the Colossus of Rhodes? You know, we can look at real-world technological innovations here. So if you look at one of these gigantic alliances, let's go down to the downscale. That alliance is only possible because of a worship of Purusha, right? Well, the concept of Purusha is enough to include the entire cosmos. It's a cosmological, it's a supracosmological construct or realization, revelation. So surely the idea of Purusha contains all of humanity. Surely it contains all of the people of your tribe coming down the scale. Surely it contains all the people of your little village. Surely it contains who? Your own little family, your own little household of faith. Surely, guess what? Here's the whole doctrine of Purusha. The word Pura means body, temple, town, realm. You know, Pura. All places of Krishna's pastimes except Goloka Vrindavan are Pura. What's that word in Egyptian? PR. Usually translated, alliterated as Pur. That's what I showed you. Alliance of Usur cities. Pur this, Pur that, Pur something else. Nagapur, go to India. Pur. In the ancient Sumerian civilization. I believe it was UUR. In the Hebrew, it's YIR, but it's usually written as IR. In Europe, you have Borough, Berg, Canterbury. You have the Pola, POL. And of course, the R and the L are interchangeable, P and B interchangeable. It's Vil, V-L, Villa, Vil. A villa being a house and a villa being a village. And word village. So, it begins with body. So here's the doctrine of Purusha in your own body. And the cosmos is all there, and you are the Brahma. But who is the God? Paramatma. So just as Lord Garbhodakashayi Vishnu is situated within the heart of our material universe, as Paramatma, he's situated within the heart of your body universe. And just as this cosmos, this order, has a Brahma, you are the Brahma of that body universe. And the entire doctrine of the universe as Purusha, this is why the unrealized Shaivites and left-hand tantrics and stuff, they sacrifice human beings. When they read, they have their own versions of tantric versions of the Vedic sacrifices and stuff. And to them, Purusha just means man. And so they perform human sacrifices. And even such a great Catholic and great soul, saintly man, Ramunda Panakar, Father Ramunda Panakar. If you haven't yet read his Mantra Manjari Vedic hymns, you should do it. It's astonishing. But as close as he comes in there to understanding these things, he doesn't get it, because his Hindu background is Shaivite Advaiti. So you will also find that the Shaivites and the Advaitis, when they read Purusha, they will take Purusha as man. Now sometimes they will, in addition to that primary understanding as man, say, well, yes, there's a cosmic understanding of Purusha, so they'll get that in there. But when they do, they have an Advaiti interpretation of it, so that they don't recognize that there's actually a transcendent. They'll just go back to Jiva as Shiva. So they associate the cosmic Purusha with Paramatma, but they don't have any transcendent deity. There is no transcendent deity or realm in these other systems. You just won't find it. So even though Christianity, the Vaishnavas will say, what's these Abrahamic religions, they just have one book. See, they're taking it from Protestantism, the Bible alone, the King James Version, They don't understand that apostolic Christianity has libraries full of books. It has 2,000 years. It has Jewish tradition before that. It's inclusive, not exclusive. Lost my train of thought again.
Talking about Purusha.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So the point was that even though the Hindus, including the Vaishnavas, criticize what they think of as the Abrahamic religions, including Christianity, as being really primitive and without any kind of philosophy or metaphysics or anything, factually, the average uneducated Protestant who believes in a transcendent realm in God is way ahead of the Hindu Advaiti, who actually doesn't have in their entire thought system any transcendent realm or God. Because at least the local Protestant, my local little church here, has got in their mind and heart that there's an absolutely transcendent realm of God. as little education as they have, they've got that. Now they might have, complex systematization of their theology or anything where they have, can draw a picture for you of a universe, and then a place where universes arise, and a spiritual sky, and make a description of a spiritual sky, and then different places or different states within a spiritual sky, and different relationships with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. They don't have all this vast stuff. But what have they got? They've got the Reader's Digest condensed version. If they only get one thing, if they get the dogma, we have dogmatic revealed theology that deals with the nature of God and the relationship between the self and God. And we've got moral theology. But let's look at dogmatic theology, the revelation, the primal revelation that God is, and God is a person, and we are related to God in love, or the primary revelation of the Trinity. If you don't get all the rest of this stuff, but you get that, you've got it. So I would rather spend eternity with, but provided they're humble and they're not exclusivist damning me, person of very simple faith, uneducated person of very simple faith. I have known saintly persons who were Southern Baptists and didn't have, actually very much education at all. Wonderful people, and I could spend an eternity with them because we could love on each other and love the Lord. Love on the Lord. They say, let's do some loving on the Lord. That relationship is there. And then the puffed up Vaishnavas might say, well, they don't understand. They don't understand anything about God. I said, it's not about understanding anything about God. God doesn't love us any less. He doesn't love the people who don't understand him any less than he loves the people who do understand him. God's love is not dependent upon our qualification, So, if you want to say we don't love God as well or the same when we don't understand him so much, then I have to come back at you and say, yes, there's a different kind of love, but a little child doesn't understand their parent at all. They don't know their parent from Adam and Eve. They don't even know their parent's given name. What does the little tiny child know? But they still have a kind of love, don't they? Even though it's a completely dependent, it's a completely unknowing, and it's actually a completely selfish love. They still have a kind of love, don't they? So who is anybody to criticize anybody else's love relationship with God? And the science of rasa theology, it just says, whatever relationship the self has with God, when they realize that relationship and they're in that, experiencing that relationship, they're perfectly fulfilled, they're perfectly satisfied. So 100% is 100%. So no one should ever criticize anyone else's or try to say higher or lower or anything like that. Because Prabhupada would say, everything is conscious, everything is alive in the spiritual sky. And everything is perfectly satisfied. The blades of grass, cows, the calves, everything's perfectly satisfied. So, you don't have more than 100%. So, I'm going to take a break, and then you can read the rest of these verses, and I'll just point out, and I am going to have to stop talking today before I start having trouble swallowing. Okay. What of this morning what did we tape?
All of it.
Oh, we got it. Good. Okay. Prabhupada would give an analogy about Krishna or Balaram and Shiva. That Krishna never comes into contact with material nature. Shiva is an expansion of Lord Sankarshan, an expansion of Baladev. Well, I explained the other day that Sankarshan is to, with, and also Krishna. Actually, the name Karshana of Sankarshan is the name Krishna. And Sam means with. to and also Krishna. So Samkarshan or Balaram is Krishna's second self. Now Shiva is a very important manifestation of Lord Samkarshan or Balaram because one of the primary characteristics of Lord Balaram is that he's called the Servitor Lord. And service in Sanskrit is seva. So he's the Servitor Lord. Now, as Shiva, he is God's renunciation in person. And among his most renounced forms is his form as Shiva. And Shiva is the form of the Lord that is in contact with material nature. So Durga is considered to be both a consort, I hate that term, but the Shakti. Durga is both a Shakti of Mahavishnu, and she's a Shakti of Shambhu, or Sada Shiva, the highest Shiva. Because there you have the unity of Vishnu and Shiva in Durga Devi. Because Durga Devi, the materials, the complete material nature, is both a Shakti of Mahavishnu and a Shakti of Shiva. So,
Milk and yogurt.
oh yeah, so Shiva is a transformation of Vishnu in contact with material nature. So when Lord Mahavishnu gazes with love on Durga Devi, on the material nature, his gaze is Shambhu. That's the highest form of Shiva. And when his gaze enters Durga Devi in an individual universe is considered to be like an empty. It's a dark place. It's like an empty womb. And when Shambhu enters a material universe, a womb of a universe, then the Lord is Shambhu, or Sada Shiva, the father of all beings in the universe, is now in contact with Durga Devi. So Prabhupada would say that Krishna, or Vishnu and Shiva, are like milk and yogurt. When the milk comes into contact with the material nature, with the lactobacillus, it's still milk. There's nothing in there but milk, except it's in contact with the lactobacillus and it transforms it. So, one of the 10 offenses to the holy name amongst Vaishnavas is considering the names of demigods, including Shiva, to be equal to or independent of the name of Hari, or Lord Vishnu. And this is where the ISKCON Vaishnavas and so many other Vaishnavas are confused. They're mixed up. Because they don't actually understand. Like if I was to start chanting names of Shiva, I was to start chanting names of different devas, they would stop me and they would get upset and say, you can't do that because you're worshiping the demigods. You can't do that at a Vishnu temple. You're worshiping so on and so forth. Excuse me, what does Krishna say in here? And he furthermore, if you go to the 1,000 names of Vishnu from the Mahabharata, if you go to the 108 names of Nrsimhadev or 108 names of Krishna, and the names of Balaram, if you go to any of these litanies, you'll find names of Shiva. You'll find names, all these different names of the Lord. And the Bhagavad Gita himself, Krishna says, Arjuna says, how am I to meditate on you? And Krishna says, of the lords of war I am Skanda, of the treasure of the gods I'm Kubera, I am of the priests of the gods I'm Brihaspati, I'm Chitraleka among the Gandharvas. Arjuna said, how am I to meditate on you? And he answers like this.
Not the Rudras, he is Shiva.
Yeah. So, what is the proscription? The anti-idolatry prescription is, thou shalt not invoke the names of demigods as independent of or greater than Vishnu. So doesn't that put all of this in context? I'm invoking Kubera as a form of Krishna. I'm invoking Shiva as a form of Baladev. I've got it right. I'm not confused. I don't have a problem with it. Because I know the names of Shiva. The Shiva that I'm invoking is Shambhu. He's Sadashiva. His origin is Lord Sankarshan. The Shiva that I'm invoking is Balaram. And when I'm invoking Jesus Christ, I'm not thinking some mundane Jewish carpenter or some stupid Theosophical Society Aryan racial blood, pure Aryan blood ascended master. I'm not invoking, the Jesus of this guy or that guy or some other guy. I'm invoking the second person of the Godhead in the Catholic Apostolic tradition, which is absolutely, without question, the second person of the Godhead in all these ancient traditions. So when you go up to the highest, you include all the rest. Tastefully, without rasabas, without deviation. But you have to be very clear on your theology. You have to be clear on your history. But I assert that if it's the same God historically, then you either have to what was your saying? Between faith and reason, if faith doesn't align with reason, you have to throw out faith.
Amend your faith.
Huh?
Amend your faith.
Yeah, right. If right.
Amen.
Don't amen. Amen. So, actually, I was thinking when I was in the bathroom, I'll give you a little exercise just for fun here. And you made me think of it right there. You know this business about Om, right? Okay. You've also seen it like this.
Yes.
Right? Okay. If you go to an etymological dictionary like Monia Williams, you'll see that this is this. Now, what is one of the important Egyptian names of the city of Heliopolis? I think that it's probably associated with the Oniad dynasty. But it may be. But remember that in could be just as well Om. Okay, now, what is the supreme name of the hidden god of Heliopolis? Amen. Okay, this used to be written, you can find earlier forms, earlier textbooks, it used to be written like that.
Right, and there's a consort that's called Ament.
Yeah, right. Now, so we get this here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Other people have already seen this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we know this is the city name. We know this is the deity name, right? And I have seen this, that you could put the Egyptians wrote this way, they wrote that way, they wrote this way, and then that way, and then this way, and then that way. They wrote this way, like that. So the elements of the names often get mixed. So like you could say Vasudeva and Tobayahu. You see? The elements of the word, of the name exchanged. So, it's the city of Amun Ra, right? You end up with this used to be also written like this. is also Atum or Atum, the hidden form, which is the hype sub form of God. So now it's also the city of Paravatam. Param Atman. Atma. Now this hidden goes down and becomes the supreme tradition of Thebes, where it becomes actually very depersonalized from what I've found. Later on, the revival of the later 18th dynasty, you have Akhenaten. And what does he do? He goes up here and he revives this tradition of Thebes, or he brings it in and he pumps it way up, so that now you have, because you had a schism up here, you had a development of the hidden this in the more impersonal direction down at Thebes, but Heliopolis being closer to the original source in Rhodes, it retains the personalism, tremendous personalism. So now, what happens when you have impersonalism is the theistic tradition devolves into pantheism one way and polytheism in the other direction. Always happens. You can't hold that monotheistic, you can't hold that center as soon as there's no person to tag it to. If there's no supreme personality of Godhead, it's just all pantheism or polytheism or atheism or something else. Without the supreme person, supreme personality of Godhead, all is lost. It's just going to devolve some way or other. So, Akhenaten, the world's first monotheist, which when I did that lecture series, I read all the matter that went with the exhibit, the touring exhibit. I talked to the curator personally over the telephone. All of the great scholars now completely ignore that whole first monotheist nonsense, and they absolutely know that Akhenaten was a revivalist of the Atum tradition of Heru Atum in Heliopolis. They call him a Heliopolitan revivalist, no question about it now. And I've been saying that since the 1960s. So he starts, he revives atomism, and that's Heru Atum from Thebes. So he goes back here to this earlier tradition. So what's my thesis? They used to say this like this too. If you said, what was the, this gets me to the Shal story too, but what was the great sanctuary that Alexander the Great made a pilgrimage to in the desert of Siwa, right? That's great.
I don't follow that.
Well, the sanctuary that Alexander the Great, when he went to Egypt to get confirmation for his mission, he almost died. They went way out in the desert there's a remote sanctuary, a huge temple of Amun-Ra.
Okay.
In the what do they call that in a desert? Oasis. In the oasis of Siwa. So, Shiva. So, I'm saying, Amun. Oh, okay. So here's where I'm got mixed up. So, Brahman. So Brahman you'll see in Bhagavad Gita and throughout all Hindu tradition, Brahman is also called what? Or so the doctrine of Per-Aman.
He's showing that Brahman is also called Om.
Huh?
It's for the tape. But the
Oh,
Brahman is
yeah,
also
yeah,
Om.
yeah. You can read right in here. Brahman, like when if somebody has Brahman realization, or when they're chant the mantra for Brahman, you don't chant Brahman, you chant Om. Okay, so Brahman is Om. So Om is An, is Amen, Amen Ra. Per-Aman, the doctrine of Per-Aman, Brahman, the doctrine of Brahman would be the doctrine of Per-Aman. So now, I've said you tie all these things together. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says of syllables, I am Om. Krishna says, I am the Brahman. Okay, so all these things are tied through in there. So I was going to let you do a little experiment after having done this last night, watched a few of these. You can figure this out yourself. So, taking my Young's Analytical Concordance, you can either look it up in the names list in the back, in the Hebrew names list, or you can look it up in the front in the concordance.
Okay.
And I want you to look up Ammon, A-M-M-O-N.